The hum of fluorescent lights echoed softly in the empty hallways of NASA's research facility. It was a sound I had grown all too accustomed to over the years. I glanced at the clock on the far wall of my lab, 3:27 a.m. Another late night. No. Who am I kidding? Another late morning. The room was cluttered with schematics, half-empty coffee cups, and diagrams of dimensional physics, each more complex than the last. The soft hum of computers and the occasional flicker of the monitors were the only companions I had at this hour. I'd chosen this isolation. 10 years, 10 long years of failure after failure had led me here, to this moment of near breakthrough, the Stargate project, a concept that had lived only in the minds of visionaries and lunatics, now standing before me as an almost complete reality. The idea had once been simple, a gateway, a portal to the stars, capable of instantaneously transporting matter from one point in the universe to another, travel to distant planets, explore the far reaches of the cosmos, all without ever leaving the ground. The implications were revolutionary, except it didn't work. Or rather, it hadn't. Not yet. I ran a hand through my thinning hair, eyes fixated on the digital screen in front of me. Data streamed endlessly, calculations that had begun to blur together over the years. I could feel it in my gut. The solution was close, but the final piece kept eluding me. Every night I promised myself the same thing. This would be the breakthrough, the night I cracked it. And every night I left empty-handed, clutching at the same hope like a lifeline. I stood up and walked over to the large circular ring at the center of the lab. The Stargate. The device stood nearly 8 feet tall, a metallic frame inlaid with circuits and glowing runes that seemed to pulse with life. It was beautiful in its way, a triumph of engineering, and yet its secrets remained buried beneath layers of complex physics I couldn't yet decipher. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for another round of tests. The gate had to work. There was no other option. After a decade of my life devoted to this project, failure was no longer an acceptable outcome. Okay, let's try this again. My voice broke the silence, a futile attempt to convince myself that this time would be different. I typed a series of commands into the terminal, fingers moving with practiced precision. A low hum began to emanate from the gate, its once dormant circuits lighting up, casting an eerie glow across the lab. The air in the room seemed to shift, thickening with a palpable tension, as if the very atmosphere anticipated what was to come. The ring began to spin, slowly at first, and then faster, the lights intensifying as the machine worked to align with some distant, uncharted point in space. I held my breath, waiting for the familiar flicker of failure that always came next. But this time, nothing. No failure. No shutdown. The gate continued to spin, its power rising until the familiar ripple of energy shimmered into view within the ring's center. My heart stopped. The gate had stabilized, no shutdown, no power failure. It was working. I took a step back, eyes wide, not fully processing what I was seeing. A shimmering pool of light now filled the ring like liquid glass, rippling gently as if disturbed by an unseen hand. I stared into the glowing surface, feeling the pull of the unknown, of the endless possibilities that lay beyond. But before I could react, the sound of my lab door opening jolted me out of my trance. I turned sharply, heart pounding, only to find the last person I expected to see.
Dr. Cole, isn't it?
The voice was calm, self-assured, and distinctly feminine. A woman stood in the doorway, her silhouette outlined by the harsh fluorescent light from the hallway. She stepped into the lab, closing the door quietly behind her. The intrusion was casual, as though she belonged here. But she didn't. Her eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail before landing on me. She was in her late 20s, early 30s maybe, with sharp features that suggested both intelligence and determination. Long, dark hair framed her face, and there was something unsettling about the confidence in her gaze, like she knew more than she should. "Who the hell are you?" I snapped, my nerves frayed from both the gate's success and the unexpected intrusion. She smiled, and it wasn't a friendly one.
Lena Hayes, journalist.
I stared at her, dumbfounded. A journalist, in my lab, at 3:30 in the goddamn morning. "How did you get in here?" I demanded, anger replacing the initial shock. This lab was supposed to be secure, protected by layers of clearance and classified files. No one, especially no journalist, should have been able to waltz in here like she owned the place. She ignored my question, her gaze shifting to the Stargate behind me.
"What is that?"
she asked, her voice dripping with curiosity. She stepped closer, peering at the rippling surface of the gate, as if drawn to it. "Stop!" I moved quickly, blocking her path. The last thing I needed was an untrained civilian getting too close to something we barely understood. "You don't know what you're dealing with."
"Oh, but I do."
She looked at me, her eyes glinting with a kind of predatory amusement.
"You see, Dr. Cole, I've been following your work for quite some time."
I felt a cold chill run down my spine. "What are you talking about?" She reached into her bag, pulling out a small recorder.
"The Stargate project,"
she said casually, as if she were discussing the weather.
"You've been working on this for what, 10 years now? A top-secret NASA project to open portals to other planets? Pretty ambitious, even for you."
I felt my heart rate spike. How the hell did she know about the project? Everything was classified, buried under layers of secrecy. Only a handful of people even knew it existed. "I don't know what you think you know," I said, my voice low, "but you need to leave. Now." She didn't budge. Instead, she arched an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by my attempt to assert control over the situation.
"I think I know more than you'd like me to. And I think I'm not the only one who's curious about what NASA's really been up to all these years."
My mind raced, trying to figure out how much she knew, how much of a threat she posed. Whoever Lena Hayes was, she was no ordinary journalist. She'd gotten too close, far too close to secrets that could destroy not only the project, but everything I'd worked for. "This isn't something you can just write about in a blog post," I warned her. "What we're dealing with here, it's beyond you." Her expression softened, but only slightly.
"Then why don't you enlighten me?"
I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, a slow boil of frustration building in my chest. The Stargate was stable, rippling and glowing behind me, but I couldn't focus on the success, not with her standing here. Lena Hayes, a journalist? This was worse than I thought. People like her didn't just stumble into government facilities, let alone top-secret labs, without a reason. Her eyes lingered on the Stargate, curiosity and something else, determination shining in them. She looked back at me, as if she could read my thoughts.
"What is it, Dr. Cole? What are you so afraid of?"
she asked, her voice calm and measured. It wasn't a question, more of a challenge. "You don't belong here," I snapped, trying to regain some semblance of control. "Whatever you think you know, you're wrong. This is classified, and you're in way over your head."
"I don't think I am. You see, I've been digging into this for months. At first it was just rumors, NASA's secret experiments, unexplained anomalies, energy readings that made no sense. Then I found out about you."
She nodded toward me as if I were a puzzle piece she'd finally placed. "I don't know what you're talking about." The lie came easily, but it felt hollow. She already knew too much. Lena crossed her arms, leaning against the edge of a nearby desk, all too comfortable in a place where she shouldn't be.
"The Stargate project. You've been trying to open a portal to other worlds, other dimensions. You think you've found a way to travel instantaneously across the universe."
Her words hit like a punch, not because they were wrong, but because they were too close to the truth. "You don't have any idea what this project is about," I muttered, my eyes narrowing.
"Then explain it to me."
She shot back, her eyes blazing now.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I gritted my teeth, turning away from her. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get her out of here without making a scene. I glanced at the terminal, the screen still displaying the stable readings from the gate. The energy levels were holding, but for how long? This was the closest I'd ever gotten to success, and now this journalist was here, threatening to derail everything. "I can't let you publish anything about this," I said, my voice a low growl. "You'll put yourself in danger, and not just from me." She blinked at that, her expression shifting slightly. I could see her trying to read between the lines of what I had just said.
Danger?
She asked, voice laced with curiosity.
From who? NASA? The government?
"There are things you don't understand," I warned her. "If you push too hard, you're going to get hurt." Her lips twisted into a wry smile.
You're going to have to try harder than that to scare me, Dr. Cole.
I clenched my fists, feeling the frustration boil over. "What do you want?" I barked. Lena's smile widened just slightly, knowing she'd gotten under my skin.
I want the truth, Dr. Cole. That's all. I think the public has a right to know what NASA's been hiding.
"You don't know what you're asking for," I said, shaking my head.
Then show me.
The room went silent for a moment. The only sound, the soft hum of the Stargate behind me. Her words hung in the air, a challenge I couldn't ignore. Show her? I stared at her, weighing my options. I could try to force her out, but she'd already seen too much. If she was as relentless as she seemed, she wouldn't stop until she had what she wanted. And yet, if I showed her the truth, would that silence her, or would it drag her in deeper? "You don't understand what you're asking for," I repeated, more to myself than to her.
Then help me understand.
The silence stretched between us, heavy and charged. Lena didn't move. She just stood there, calm, her eyes locked on mine, refusing to back down. She knew she had me. She could feel the tension in the air, and she was using it to her advantage. I rubbed a hand over my face, trying to think clearly, but the last several hours of work had left me drained. The gateway was still open, waiting. It beckoned with the soft shimmer of liquid light, the portal to another world, maybe another planet, maybe something far worse. This was the breakthrough I had worked my entire career for, but I couldn't focus on it, not with her here. I turned to face her fully. "You have no idea what you're getting into." She raised an eyebrow, unimpressed.
I've been tracking this for months. I think I know more than you think.
"Do you? Do you really?" My voice was sharper now, the frustration bleeding into every word. "Do you know what's out there? What we've uncovered?" Her expression faltered for just a moment, but then the steely resolve returned.
I know that you've been lying to the world, hiding something that could change everything. And I know that you're afraid of the truth, afraid of what happens next. But the public deserves to know, and I'm going to make sure they do.
I sighed, turning my back on her, staring at the swirling portal before me. It was mesmerizing, the way the light danced across its surface, the ripples of energy distorting the air around it. I had been chasing this moment for years, and now I was standing on the precipice of discovery. But that discovery came with a price. I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm afraid of what happens when it's set loose. Lena didn't respond. Instead, I heard the soft click of her recorder as she turned it off and slipped it back into her bag.
Show me. Show me what you've been working on.
I hesitated. This wasn't just some story. This was the kind of knowledge that could break someone. Lena didn't know it yet, but she was on the edge of something far greater than she realized. Hours had passed since the encounter with Lena, and I hadn't seen her leave the facility. I had assumed she was long gone, but as the night stretched into early morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stayed late, later than usual, poring over my data, tweaking the algorithms, recalibrating the machines. The Stargate was still stable, but I needed to understand why. Was it a fluke? A random event? Then, as if the universe was conspiring against me, I heard a sound. A faint rustling. My skin prickled. The facility was empty, or at least it was supposed to be. I turned slowly, scanning the room. For a moment I saw nothing, but then I spotted movement in the shadows near the far end of the lab, near my desk. Lena. She was here, again. I cursed under my breath. How had she gotten in? And more importantly, what did she think she was going to find? Quietly I moved toward her, intending to confront her once and for all. But before I could say anything, she turned, and we locked eyes. She didn't look scared. No, if anything, she looked more determined than ever. "You're making a mistake," I warned, my voice low. She shook her head.
No, you are. You think you can keep this secret forever, but you can't.
The tension between us was suffocating, and before I could stop her, Lena moved toward the Stargate.
What is this?
She asked, her eyes wide with fascination.
You really did it, didn't you?
Lena, don't... But it was too late. She reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the portal, and in that instant, the Stargate responded. The liquid surface rippled violently, glowing brighter, almost as if it was reacting to her presence. Before I could react, the entire room shifted. The walls seemed to bend inward, the lights flickering wildly, and the air became thick, charged with energy. My heart raced. The gate was reacting. Something was happening, something I couldn't control. "Get away from it!" I shouted, rushing toward her. But she didn't listen. She stood there, transfixed, her eyes locked on the glowing surface. And then, before I could stop her, she stepped forward, right into the Stargate. The moment Lena's fingers brushed the surface of the Stargate, the room seemed to shift, like reality itself was bending around us. The lights flickered, and the gentle hum of the machines grew louder, vibrating with a strange intensity that hadn't been there before. The air felt charged, as if something had awakened. "Lena!" I shouted, trying to reach her before things spiraled completely out of control, but she was standing there, mesmerized by the rippling liquid surface of the gate. For a moment I thought she might step through, and the fear of losing her, or worse, letting her drag something back with her, sent a jolt of panic through me. I grabbed her arm, yanking her back from the gate. "What are you doing? You have no idea what's on the other side." She looked at me, eyes wide, half in awe and half in defiance.
And neither do you.
I exhaled sharply, realizing she was right. As much as I hated to admit it, I was no more certain of what lay beyond the gate than she was. All I had were theories. The gate was a one-way passage, but to where, and for how long? The unknown beckoned, both thrilling and terrifying.
I'm going through,
she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in the air.
and I'm taking you with me.
I stared at her, incredulous. You have no idea what could be on the other side. The atmosphere, the environment. It could be deadly. We need to prepare. Lena raised an eyebrow.
Then let's prepare.
The logical part of my brain kicked in. If we were going through the gate, we couldn't just dive in recklessly. The idea that the other side might not support human life was a very real possibility, and as much as I was curious, I wasn't suicidal. I pointed to the far side of the lab where several lockers were lined up against the wall. We'll need suits, NASA equipment, and oxygen tanks. I'm not risking stepping into a toxic atmosphere or a vacuum. Lena gave me a small nod, then followed as I led the way to the lockers. Inside were NASA's standard-issue environmental suits, designed for extraterrestrial exploration. The suits were equipped with built-in life support systems, including oxygen tanks and temperature control, meant to withstand harsh, unpredictable conditions. I had used them in simulations, but this was no simulation. This was real. I handed her one of the suits, and she eyed it for a moment, then started putting it on without hesitation. I did the same, fastening the seals, double-checking the oxygen supply and making sure everything was functioning properly. Focus. Stay calm. I repeated the mantra to myself as I secured the helmet over my head. The soft hiss of air filled my ears, the pressure of the suit settling in like a second skin. Lena followed suit, suiting up without complaint, though her hands trembled slightly as she adjusted the oxygen tank. "Have you ever done anything like this before?" I asked, the tension between us shifting slightly as the situation grew more serious.
No,
She admitted, her voice coming through the suit's built-in comm system.
but there's a first time for everything.
"Not usually something you want to say when stepping into an interdimensional portal," I muttered under my breath. Lena chuckled, though the sound was hollow inside the helmet.
I've taken worse risks.
I doubted that. Nothing could compare to what we were about to do. Once we were fully suited, I turned back to the gate, which still shimmered and rippled with a surreal, otherworldly light. My heart was pounding in my chest, the enormity of what we were about to do hitting me all at once. "This is insane. Yes, the gate always returns you to Earth," I said, more to myself than to her. "But I'm not sure if there's a way back."
You said the gate always returns you to Earth, right?
"In theory, but I've never gone through it. No one has."
Well, now's your chance.
She stepped forward, her gloved hand reaching out once more toward the shimmering surface of the portal. I wanted to stop her, wanted to tell her to wait, but the truth was, I couldn't resist the pull either. Every part of my mind screamed at me to stay put, to retreat, but the obsession, the need to know, was stronger. Without another word, I followed her, and together we stepped through the Stargate. It was like being submerged in ice water, but without the cold. The sensation was jarring, disorienting, as if we were being pulled through a thin membrane between two realities. I couldn't see, couldn't feel anything but the pull, and then, suddenly, it was over. The world came back into focus. The first thing I noticed was the sky, a sickly, dim greenish gray with no clear source of light. The sun, if there was one, was hidden behind a thick veil of clouds. The air was still, unnervingly so, as though the atmosphere itself was waiting for something to happen. I blinked, my helmet fogging slightly as I tried to adjust to the strange surroundings. We were standing on what looked like soft earth, but the ground felt wrong beneath my boots, too soft, almost spongy. The landscape stretched out before us, endless fields of tall, dark grass swaying gently despite the lack of wind. In the distance, I could make out twisted trees, their branches gnarled and leafless, like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky.
Where the hell are we?
Lena asked, her voice echoing through the comm system. I don't know. My own voice was hoarse, the reality of the situation sinking in. I've never seen anything like this. The portal behind us shimmered faintly, but it was clear this was no ordinary place. It felt ancient, old beyond comprehension. There was a weight to the air, something oppressive that pressed down on my chest, making it hard to breathe, even with the suit. Lena stepped forward, scanning the horizon.
Is this another planet?
"I don't think so," I said, shaking my head. "The data, it doesn't match anything we've ever recorded. It feels off." Lena glanced back at me.
Off how?
Like we're not supposed to be here. I turned slowly, taking in the surroundings, and that's when I saw it, a village in the distance, partially obscured by the mist that seemed to hang over everything. The buildings were old, crumbling, made of stone and wood like something out of the 12th century. That village, it looks abandoned. That's not a good sign. It proves there are creatures lurking in this place. Something about it felt deeply unsettling, and I couldn't shake the eerie sensation that we were being watched. We started toward the village, moving cautiously. The ground seemed to shift beneath our feet with every step, but there was no other choice. We had no idea where we were or how long the Stargate would remain open. As we approached the village, the feeling of being watched intensified. I glanced around, scanning the shadows between the trees and the dilapidated buildings, but saw nothing. Still, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. And then we saw them. Two figures stood at the edge of the village, partially obscured by the mist. They were small, children by their size, but their skin was an unsettling, sickly shade of green. Aside from that eerie hue, they appeared completely human. Lena stopped dead in her tracks, and I felt my heart skip a beat.
What the hell?
The children didn't move. They just stood there, watching us with eyes that seemed too large for their faces, their expressions unreadable. I took a step closer, my breath fogging the inside of my helmet as I tried to get a better look.
Dr. Cole, do you see what I see?
Yeah, I muttered, my voice tight. I see it. The children didn't speak. They just stared at us, unmoving, unblinking. And then slowly, one of them raised a hand, pointing toward the center of the village.
We need to go,
Lena whispered, her voice tense. But something told me we were already too late. The children didn't move. They stood there, statuesque, their eyes reflecting the faint, sickly light from the sky. Something about them felt wrong, unnatural. Their greenish skin, their small, frail forms, and the stillness that surrounded them like a shadow.
Who are they?
Lena asked, her voice hushed, like she didn't want the question to carry. I shook my head. I don't know. But this doesn't feel right. The air around us was thick, heavy, as if something unseen was pressing down on us, making every breath a little harder to take. My suit's oxygen supply hissed quietly in my ears, but the tightness in my chest wasn't coming from lack of air. It was the feeling of being watched, of being judged by something far beyond our understanding. Lena stepped forward cautiously, her hand resting on her helmet as if considering removing it.
Maybe they're lost,
She suggested, but there was no conviction in her voice. I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Don't. We don't know what's in the air here. Keep your suit sealed. She hesitated, then nodded.
Right, sorry.
We stood there, watching the children, unsure of what to do next. That's when it happened. Without warning, the children screamed. It wasn't the cry of a child lost or in pain. No, this was something primal, raw, a piercing, high-pitched wail that cut through the air like a blade, making every nerve in my body flare with fear. The sound was unnatural, distorted, like it came from deep within their throats, but carried the weight of something much older, much darker. Lena recoiled, her hands instinctively going to cover her ears inside her helmet, even though the suit muffled the sound.
What the hell is happening?
She gasped, her voice shaking. I wanted to answer her, but the scream was so overwhelming, so invasive, it was all I could do to remain standing. My eyes locked on the children, their faces contorted, mouths wide open, releasing this otherworldly cry that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath us. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the scream stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead beneath my helmet, and for a moment I thought I might pass out from the sheer tension. But that's when I saw them. Emerging from the mist that clung to the edges of the village, figures began to appear, silent, motionless, watching us with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. They were like the children, but larger, adults, their skin the same sickly green hue, their bodies tall and thin, clothed in rags and strange woven fabrics that looked ancient, yet functional. They surrounded us. Lena took a step back, her breath quickening as more of the green-skinned people emerged from the shadows. There were dozens of them, all with the same blank, unreadable expressions, their eyes wide and unblinking. They formed a loose circle around us, cutting off any path of escape.
We need to get out of here,
Lena whispered, but her voice was tinged with fear, as though she knew there was nowhere to run. I raised a hand, trying to show them we weren't a threat. We don't mean you any harm, I said, my voice steady, but my heart racing. I wasn't sure if they could understand me, but it was all I could do to remain calm. The green-skinned villagers didn't react. They just stood there, their eyes fixed on us, their stillness unnerving. The children had fallen silent, standing at the front of the group like sentinels, their heads tilted slightly, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, one of the taller figures stepped forward. He was older than the others, his face lined with wrinkles, but his eyes held the same eerie glow. He wore a cloak of rough, tattered fabric, and there was a kind of authority in his bearing that marked him as someone important. The chieftain, I realized, their leader. He looked at us for a long moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as they moved from me to Lena, then back again. His gaze lingered on our suits, the NASA emblem emblazoned on our chests, and something seemed to shift in his expression. Recognition. Before I could say anything, he spoke. The chieftain's voice was deep, gravelly, and the language he spoke was like nothing I had ever heard. It was harsh, guttural, with strange consonants and sounds that seemed to echo off the walls of the crumbling buildings around us. Whatever it wasn't any language I had come across in my years of study. Lena, beside me, shook her head, clearly as lost as I was.
What is he saying?
She asked, her voice tense. I don't know, I replied, frustration gnawing at me. It doesn't match any language I've encountered, but I think he knows something. The chieftain's eyes narrowed further, and he spoke again, this time louder, more insistent. The green-skinned villagers behind him shifted slightly, their eyes flicking toward the pit at the center of the village, then back to us. There was a sense of urgency in their movements, like they were waiting for something to happen. I glanced at Lena, my mind racing. We had to figure out what they wanted, why they had surrounded us, why they hadn't attacked or fled. But then the chieftain's eyes locked onto our suits again, and his next words sent a cold chill down my spine. Area 51. The words were unmistakable, clear as day despite the thick accent that coated them. Lena's eyes went wide and I could feel the blood drain from my face.
How does he know about Area 51?
Lena whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. I had no answer. The chieftain barked an order, and two of the larger villagers stepped forward, motioning for us to follow. They didn't appear hostile, but there was no mistaking the command in their eyes. We were to go with them. I don't think we have a choice, I muttered to Lena. She nodded, her face pale behind the visor of her helmet.
Area 51, what the hell does that mean?
I don't know, I said, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. But we need to find out. We followed the villagers through the misty village, past crumbling stone buildings and twisted trees, their gnarled branches stretching out like claws toward the dim sky. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something metallic, almost like blood. My heart raced, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, but there was no going back now. We were too far in. The villagers led us to the largest building in the village, a structure made of stone and wood, ancient and crumbling but still standing. Inside, the air was cooler, and the walls were lined with strange symbols carved deep into the stone, symbols that pulsed faintly with a soft, greenish light. The chieftain stepped forward, his eyes scanning us once more. He spoke again, his voice low and filled with a strange intensity. Area 51, he repeated, pointing at our suits. You, from there. I stared at him, trying to piece together what he was saying, but my mind was racing too fast. How could they know about Area 51? How could this ancient, seemingly primitive village in another world possibly have any connection to one of the most secretive military bases on Earth? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. A woman, human, but her presence here made no sense. My heart skipped a beat. She looked familiar, too familiar. Dark hair, sharp features, and eyes that held a glint of recognition, but I couldn't place where I'd seen her before.
Take off your helmets,
She said calmly in perfect English. Lena and I exchanged a glance.
What?
Lena asked, her voice muffled through her helmet.
There's oxygen here.
The woman explained, stepping closer.
Just like any other place on Earth, you don't need those.
I hesitated, instinctively protective of my suit, but something about her confidence, her familiarity, made me comply. Slowly, I unclasped the locks on my helmet and lifted it off, feeling the cool, damp air of the village settle around me. Lena did the same, her expression mirroring the confusion I felt. The air was breathable, as promised. But that wasn't the only shock. The woman smiled softly.
My name is Sarah.
She said, her voice steady.
I'll translate. There's a lot you need to know.
Lena narrowed her eyes, stepping forward.
Who are you? How do you speak English?
Sarah's smile faded slightly.
I'm like you.
She said cryptically, then turned to the chieftain, who had been watching us in silence. The chieftain spoke again in that strange, guttural language, his voice low and steady. The villagers around us remained still, their eyes reflecting the dim light of the chamber, watching us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Sarah began to translate.
We are the green race, but we are not different from you. We are as human as any other race. Long ago, we lived alongside the other human races, in what you call Area 51.
I frowned, the familiar name sparking a flood of questions in my mind, but Sarah continued before I could speak.
Area 51 is what you know as planet Earth. Every continent, every part of the sphere you're familiar with. It's all Area 51. We were placed there long before the boundaries were drawn. Before the ice walls rose, dividing the realm into separate sections. We were one of many races, but we were relocated, moved to Area 52, cut off from technology, from knowledge, from everything that defined us, forced to start over, as slaves.
Lena's mouth fell open and she shook her head in disbelief.
Slaves? Who did this to you?
The chieftain spoke again, his voice a harsh rasp. Sarah's expression darkened as she translated.
The ones who control our realm. They exist in all areas all over the world, the controllers. They are not human, but they walk among us, and they manipulate every part of our reality. We were placed here to serve them.
The room felt colder suddenly, the oppressive weight of her words sinking in. My mind reeled as I tried to piece together the implications of what she was saying. The realm, ice walls, controllers. None of it made sense, and yet there was something in Sarah's eyes that told me this was more than just a strange myth. Lena stepped forward, her voice shaky.
Wait, who are these controllers? What do they control? And why Area 51?
Sarah turned to her, her gaze steady.
Each area is controlled by different forces. In our area, it is the reptilians.
I froze, the word hitting me like a sledgehammer. Reptilians. I had heard whispers of them before, wild conspiracy theories, stories passed around by fringe groups, dismissed by every credible scientist I'd ever worked with. Shape-shifting reptilian overlords who controlled humanity from behind the scenes. I had always thought it was nonsense. Until now. The chieftain spoke again, his voice growing more animated, and Sarah's face darkened as she translated his words.
They control us. They shapeshift, change their appearance, blending in with any race, any form. We fought back. We tried to resist, but their power, their technology, it's too strong. They are impossible to defeat.
Lena shook her head in disbelief.
Reptilians? Are you serious? You're telling me this is real?
Sarah's eyes softened with a kind of sad understanding.
I know how it sounds, but I've lived it. We've lived it.
The chieftain continued, his voice rising with a kind of quiet desperation. Sarah translated, her tone heavy with emotion.
They have placed us in these villages, keeping us here, only so we can continue to serve them. They control the technology, the resources, everything. We are trapped here, slowly dying out. Our race is headed for extinction.
Lena and I stood there, speechless, the weight of the revelation pressing down on us like a physical force. Extinction, a race of people trapped in a forgotten realm, enslaved by shape-shifting overlords. It sounded like a nightmare, a fever dream. But the fear in Sarah's eyes told me it was all too real. I swallowed hard, my voice barely a whisper. "What do you want from us?" Sarah looked directly at me, her gaze intense.
We need help. The science and technology from Area 51. What you have access to. It's the only chance we have left. You have the knowledge, the tools. Maybe, only maybe, you can help us fight back.
My mind raced, trying to process everything. The gate, the reptilians, the enslaved green-skinned people. It was all too much. I felt the ground shift beneath me, my vision swimming with the sheer impossibility of it all. Lena, however, seemed to find her voice.
Wait, how can we help? You're asking us to fight shapeshifters? With what? We barely even know where we are.
Sarah nodded solemnly.
I know, but you're the first outsiders we've seen in many years. You are from Area 51. They control the science, the technology. You must have some way of accessing it. Or at least, you have minds that can help us find a way.
My mouth went dry. The weight of what she was asking, what they were all asking, settled in my chest like a boulder. How could we help them? We were just two people, lost in a world we didn't understand, up against forces that defied everything I thought I knew about the universe. But there was no denying the desperation in the villagers' eyes. They had been fighting for survival, for their freedom, for who knew how long. And they were looking to us as their last hope. Lena looked at me, her expression a mixture of disbelief and determination.
Dr. Cole, what do we do?
I stared back at her, my mind reeling with the impossible decision laid before us. "I don't know," I said finally, my voice hoarse. "But we're in this now, and I don't think we have a choice." The air in the stone chamber felt thick, almost suffocating. My helmet was off, the coolness of the room mingling with the sweat on my forehead. It wasn't the temperature that unsettled me, though. It was the words. The impossible words Sarah had just spoken. They buzzed in my ears like a swarm of angry bees, their meaning refusing to settle in my mind.
We are from Area 51,
Sarah had said.
But everything you know about that place, about the universe, it's all wrong.
I shook my head, refusing to let the full weight of her statement sink in. "No," I muttered, more to myself than to her. That's ridiculous. This can't be right." Lena, standing beside me, crossed her arms, her expression one of disbelief and frustration.
Wait a minute. You're saying there are no other planets? No space? You're telling me NASA, every scientist on Earth, has been lying? That doesn't make any sense.
Sarah remained calm, her eyes steady as she looked at us.
They aren't lying. They just don't know.
"What?" I felt my pulse quicken, my mind spinning. "What are you even saying? I've dedicated my life to science, to understanding the universe. We've sent probes, satellites, people into space. I've seen the data, the images. The universe it's vast. There are billions of stars, planets, galaxies." Sarah smiled gently, but it was a smile laced with sadness.
That's what they want you to believe. That's what you've been taught. But it's not real.
I stepped back, shaking my head more vigorously, trying to cling to something, anything that made sense. No, that's impossible. The physics alone, the calculations, the curvature of the Earth. Space exists. I've spent my entire life studying it. Lena, though clearly disturbed, wasn't willing to accept this either.
What about astronauts? People have been to the moon. We've seen it. People can look through telescopes and see other planets. Are you seriously saying all of that is fake?
Sarah's expression didn't waver.
Not fake. Misunderstood. What you see, what you've been shown, it's part of the system of control. The Earth is much larger than you've been told. There are no planets, no galaxies beyond. just the Earth, endless, vast, without boundaries, but divided.
Divided, I snapped, my voice louder than I intended. Divided by what? Sarah glanced at the chieftain, who stood silently, his green eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. She then turned back to us, her voice softer now, as if explaining a deep, ancient truth.
By the controllers. They built the ice walls, separating the Earth into different areas, each one isolated from the others. You've been led to believe that Earth is just one small planet in a massive universe. But the truth is, the Earth is the universe. There is no space beyond it.
The room felt like it was spinning. My head swam as Sarah's words collided with everything I had spent my life believing. No, that doesn't fit with any of the laws of physics, with anything we know about the universe. Sarah tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering.
Who do you think taught you those laws?
I blinked, feeling the ground tilt beneath me. What?
The controllers. They control everything. Your science, your education, your governments. They have fed humanity a false reality, keeping you all trapped within the boundaries of the Earth without ever knowing the truth.
Lena let out a harsh laugh, a sound filled with disbelief.
Okay, hold on. Are you telling us that the entire human race is living in some kind of giant bubble, and that the universe is just Earth?
Yes. A realm with no boundaries, no limits, except those imposed by the controllers. They've kept humanity divided in the dark for thousands of years.
No, I said, my voice trembling with anger now. That's insane. You're talking about what? A conspiracy on a global scale? No. Larger than global, universal. This doesn't make sense. The moon landings, the space stations, the satellites, everything we've done to explore space. How do you explain that? Sarah stepped closer, her voice calm but insistent.
You've never been to space. None of you have. The controllers manipulate what you see, what you experience. The sky, the stars, they are projections, illusions designed to keep you believing in a false reality.
I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened as if the air had been sucked out of the room. Projections, illusions. It sounded insane. This was the kind of thing conspiracy theorists babbled about on fringe websites. And yet standing here in this strange, otherworldly village, with people who clearly didn't fit into any known history or civilization. I couldn't deny the possibility that there was more at play than I understood, but I refused to let go. No, I said again, though the conviction in my voice was faltering. I've seen the stars. I've studied them. The distance between Earth and other planets, the speed of light, the cosmic background radiation. There's too much evidence. You can't just explain all of that away. Sarah nodded.
I understand why it's difficult to accept. Your entire life has been built on these ideas. But the controllers have more power than you can imagine. They've shaped your reality, your understanding of the world, of the universe, so that you remain trapped in your area, believing that there's nothing else. The firmament, it surrounds this realm. It's an impenetrable barrier that even the controllers cannot cross. It's what keeps us all here, separated in these different areas. No one, not even the most powerful controllers, can pass through it.
Lena's face twisted in disbelief.
So what? You're saying that all of our technology, all the science that's been developed over centuries, is just wrong? That the Earth isn't a planet at all, but some kind of contained world broken up into sections?
Exactly,
Sarah said. I took a step back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The room felt like it was closing in around me. No, this can't be. Sarah looked at me with a kind of quiet empathy.
I know it's hard to accept, Dr. Cole. You've built your life on the pursuit of knowledge, of understanding the universe. But the truth is, the universe isn't what you think it is. Earth is all there is, and it's been divided and controlled for centuries.
I wanted to scream, to shout that it wasn't true, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself spiraling deeper into a sense of confusion, of loss. Everything I had studied, everything I had worked for, everything I believed, was it all a lie? Was my entire understanding of reality just a fabrication designed to keep us trapped? Lena looked over at me, her expression a mix of disbelief and fear.
Dr. Cole, what if she's right?
No, I whispered, my voice barely audible. No, she can't be. But even as I said the words, I could feel the foundations of my worldview cracking, crumbling beneath the weight of a truth too enormous to comprehend. The Earth. No boundaries, no space, no universe beyond what we had been shown. I looked back at Sarah, her face calm and composed, and in that moment I felt the ground give way beneath me. Everything I thought I knew was a lie. The air in the village was stifling, pressing down on me with a weight I could barely comprehend. I still couldn't shake the hollow feeling in my chest after everything Sarah had revealed about the Earth, the controllers, the firmament. The sheer impossibility of it all rattled through my mind like a storm, and no matter how hard I tried to hold on to what I thought I knew, it was slipping away. But there was no time to process, no time to breathe. The village's quiet oppression was only the beginning. Sarah had insisted that we couldn't fully understand what we were up against, what Area 52 truly was, until we saw it with our own eyes. And so, we prepared to leave the village. Lena was pacing, glancing between me and Sarah, her face pale but her determination evident.
So what exactly are we going to see out there?
She asked, pulling her hair back into a tight ponytail. Her voice was shaky, but she was trying to keep it steady.
I need to know what we're getting ourselves into.
Sarah stood near the entrance to the stone building, watching us with a mixture of sadness and resolve.
You're going to see the truth. You'll see how the reptilians have turned this land into a prison. You'll see what we've been fighting against.
The chieftain, who had remained silent throughout most of the discussion, stepped forward and spoke in his guttural language. Sarah nodded and translated.
He says you need to understand that leaving the village isn't safe. The reptilians patrol the outer regions. They watch us constantly. If they see you, they will know you're not from here.
I nodded, feeling the heavy weight of the task ahead settle on my shoulders. What do they look like? I asked, my voice hollow. Sarah's expression darkened.
They can look like anything, anyone. They're shapeshifters. They change their form to blend in with whatever human race they need to control. But they can't disguise their eyes. They're real eyes. If you're close enough, you'll see them. They're reptilian, cold, inhuman.
Lena crossed her arms, a skeptical frown on her face.
Okay, so we're going into an area controlled by shapeshifters who can pass as human. Sounds great.
I looked at her, my mind still racing with everything we'd learned. We don't have a choice. We need to see this for ourselves. The cold stone walls of the room seemed to close in around me as we prepared for what was next. The village had been a small bubble of strange, stifling oppression, but stepping outside meant walking directly into the heart of the reptilian-controlled area. And for that, Sarah had told us, we couldn't look like outsiders. She stood by a wooden chest at the corner of the room, pulling out dark, heavy robes and sets of small, eerie contact lenses. Black lenses that would cover the whites of our eyes and mask any trace of humanity in our gaze.
You'll need to wear these,
she said, her voice steady as she handed the lenses to Lena and me.
The reptilians won't recognize you if you wear their cloaks and hide your eyes. They've kept these uniforms for secret missions, and we've used them before to infiltrate their outposts.
Lena held the lenses up to the dim light, her expression uneasy.
I've worn contacts before, but these look creepy as hell.
They're necessary. The reptilians may be able to change their appearance, but their eyes are always different. If they look into yours and see anything human, they'll know something's wrong.
I stared at the black lenses in my palm, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. So, If we pass as them, we'll be able to move freely?
For the most part.
Sarah said, turning toward the bundles of clothes she had laid out.
But don't draw attention to yourselves. Reptilians are suspicious by nature, and any strange behavior could give you away. Stay close, keep your heads down, and act like you belong.
Lena shot me a look.
So, just like sneaking into a government building without a clearance badge. Got it.
I managed a grim smile. Exactly. We donned the robes, their material heavier than I expected, with a strange synthetic texture that felt almost alive against my skin. The hoods draped over our heads, casting deep shadows across our faces. Once the robes were secured, I carefully placed the black lenses over my eyes. The world grew darker, and when I looked in the cracked mirror, I barely recognized myself. My eyes were black and hollow, like the reptilian overseers we had seen watching the green-skinned workers. Lena adjusted her hood, her own eyes now hidden beneath the lenses. She looked at me, her expression unreadable behind the disguise.
Do I look terrifying enough?
She asked, her voice light but strained.
You'll blend in.
Sarah assured her, already wearing her own cloak.
Now let's move. We need to see what's happening in Area 52, and you need to understand the full scale of what we're up against.
The moment we stepped out of the village and into the expanse of Area 52, the scale of the place hit me like a wave. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, like something out of a dystopian future that we, as humans, could barely dream of achieving. Towering structures made of sleek, gleaming metal rose up on the horizon, their surfaces covered in strange glyphs and glowing lines of energy. Hovering drones patrolled the skies, their mechanical eyes scanning the area below with a cold, dispassionate precision. The ground itself seemed to hum with energy. Beneath the cracked, barren earth, I could see pulses of light, strange grids of power running through the ground like veins of electricity, connecting the buildings and fueling whatever dark machinery the reptilians use to control this land.
Keep close,
Sarah whispered, pulling her hood lower over her face as we approached a massive industrial complex. They won't notice us if we stay quiet. As we moved closer, I could see the reptilian patrols, hulking figures in dark robes, their heads covered by metallic helmets that masked their features. They moved with a cold, methodical precision, their eyes, those unmistakable reptilian eyes, scanning the area constantly, searching for anything out of place. My heart pounded as we walked past them, their towering forms just inches away. My eyes stayed down, focused on the ground, but I could feel their gaze brushing over us. One wrong move, one mistake, and they would know. They would know we didn't belong. I could hear the low hum of the reptilian machinery, massive futuristic machines that dwarfed any technology I had seen back home. They were sleek, silent behemoths working without pause, controlled by some unknown force. Conveyor belts moved endless lines of materials, metal, stone, glowing crystals, into towering factories that seemed to stretch into the sky itself. "This is incredible," I muttered under my breath, trying to keep my voice low. "Their technology, it's like something out of a science fiction movie."
It's far beyond anything humanity has. They've had this technology for centuries, long before humans were even aware of electricity. The controllers gave it to them, allowing them to dominate their areas and keep the rest of us under control.
Lena was silent, her gaze darting around, taking in everything. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. This wasn't just a factory. This was an entire world, an empire, built on the backs of enslaved people. We passed groups of green-skinned workers, their faces expressionless, their eyes hollow as they labored under the oppressive gaze of the reptilian overseers. There were hundreds of them, all moving in perfect synchronization, lifting heavy loads, operating advanced machinery they clearly didn't understand. It was a brutal, mechanical system, devoid of any humanity.
Is this what you've been living with for 5 years?
Lena asked, her voice barely a whisper. Sarah nodded.
Yes, this is what they do. They strip the land of resources, using the people as little more than tools. If you step out of line, if you resist, they take you. They reprogram you, change you.
My fists clenched under the robes. How have they kept this hidden for so long? Why doesn't the world know about this?
Because of the ice walls. The controllers built them centuries ago, isolating each area. They control everything. They control what your governments know, what your scientists believe. No one has crossed the ice walls in over 100 years.
But you crossed them, didn't you?
Sarah's eyes darkened, and for the first time since we'd arrived, I saw a flicker of pain in her gaze.
Yes, I was sent here on a secret mission.
We moved behind a row of large containers hidden from view as Sarah spoke. Her voice was low, steady, but I could hear the weight of her past in every word.
I worked for NASA. I was an astronaut. I trained for years, but I never went to space. I never left Earth. Instead, I was chosen for a different kind of mission, one that very few people know about.
Lena's eyes widened.
Wait, NASA sent you here? Beyond the ice walls?
Sarah nodded, her face pale in the dim light.
Yes, it was a secret mission, sanctioned by the US government. We were sent to explore the areas beyond the ice walls, to find out what the controllers were hiding. I was part of a team, 6 of us. We were told there were other areas, other civilizations, and we needed to gather information.
I felt my pulse quicken. But you never came back. Sarah's expression tightened.
No, we were captured. The reptilians found us as soon as we crossed into Area 52. They killed the others, but I was spared. They kept me here in this village. They wanted to know why NASA had broken the deal.
Deal?
Yes. NASA had an understanding with the controllers. No one was supposed to cross the ice walls. No one was supposed to know the truth about the different areas. But my mission, it broke that agreement. And now they've been watching, waiting to see if more would come.
She looked at me, her eyes narrowing slightly.
Which brings me to you. How did you get here? Did NASA send you like they sent me?
I froze, her question hanging in the air like a loaded weapon. I could feel Lena's gaze on me, waiting for my answer, but I didn't know what to say. Should I tell her the truth? That we hadn't been sent by NASA at all, that I had opened the Stargate by accident, driven by my own obsession? Or should I lie, keep the truth hidden until we knew more? I began, my voice faltering. Lena shifted beside me, her eyes hard.
Dr. Cole, now's not the time to be cryptic.
I swallowed hard, avoiding Sarah's piercing gaze. We weren't sent by NASA, I said finally, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. We found our way here through different means. Sarah's eyes widened slightly, and I could see the confusion flicker across her face.
Then how did you get here?
We used a Stargate, Lena said bluntly. He built it. At least, that's what he's been working on.
I shot her a sharp glance, but she didn't flinch. Sarah's expression darkened.
A Stargate? You opened one?
Yes, I admitted reluctantly. I've been working on it for years. I never expected it to bring us here. For a long moment, Sarah said nothing. Then she nodded slowly, as if piecing together some unseen puzzle.
It makes sense now. The controllers have been worried about something like this. They knew there were people on the outside, people like you, who could find a way in. Lena stepped closer, her voice firm.
So, what do we do now? How do we help? Sarah looked at us, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and fear.
You help by doing what they fear the most. You disrupt the system, you fight back.
The farther we moved from the village, the more surreal the landscape became. Sarah led us through a winding path of broken earth and metallic ruins, her pace quick and sure, but her eyes always scanning the horizon for signs of danger. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, the weight of the disguise heavy on my shoulders, but my curiosity drove me forward. I needed to understand this place. "This is what Area 52 looks like," I muttered, my voice barely audible under the weight of the reality around me. Sarah turned slightly, her dark hood casting shadows across her face.
Yes, this area is divided between small, scattered villages where the green race lives, and the cities where the reptilians control everything.
We passed through more barren land, the cracked ground giving way to strange, pulsing energy grids that seemed to light the way toward the towering cities in the distance. The contrast between the desolate villages and the high-tech cities was impossible to miss. I could see one such city now, dark, monolithic towers piercing the sky, connected by glowing bridges of light and mechanical arms that stretched out like fingers, weaving between the buildings. Strange aerial crafts buzzed around the city like insects, hovering over the intricate web of technology that made up the reptilian world. It was more advanced than anything I'd ever seen, far beyond human technology. Lena, her hood pulled low over her blackened eyes, whispered next to me.
This place, it's like something out of a nightmare. How could they keep this hidden?
They've been controlling it all for centuries.
Sarah answered softly, glancing toward the distant city.
They have ways of ensuring no one outside the ice walls knows the truth. The controllers isolated each region with those boundaries, and no one has been able to cross. The reptilians rule over Area 52, and this is the world they've created. Villages where the green race serves, and cities where the reptilians reign, wielding technology we can barely comprehend.
Lena nodded grimly, her eyes darting from the towering structures to the beaten-down green-skinned workers trudging across the landscape.
So the villages, they're just used for labor?
Yes. They extract resources from the land, building their cities, strengthening their hold. Every village has its role. Some work the fields, some build weapons, others mine for rare minerals. The reptilians never let the villages near their cities. That's where they keep their technology. And that's where they maintain their control.
I stared at the city in the distance, my mind spinning. Area 52 is the same size as Area 51, I mean the Earth we know, right?
Yes, that's what I've been told. Area 52 stretches far beyond what you've seen here. It's vast, divided into different regions, much like Area 51. But here, the reptilians control everything. They monitor every village, every movement. The technology they use is designed to keep the people under their thumb, to make sure no one tries to rebel.
I took a deep breath, my eyes tracing the massive structures ahead of us. The gleaming towers, the alien machines. It was all so far beyond what I'd ever imagined. And no one's ever been able to escape?
We've tried. Many have tried. The green-skinned people have staged surprise revolts, but every time they rise up, they're crushed by the reptilians' advanced technology. Their weapons are too powerful, their surveillance too vast. And when someone defies them, they disappear. No one comes back.
The weight of her words settled on me like a stone, the grim reality of this place, pressing in from all sides. This wasn't just about science, about understanding the universe. This was about survival, about breaking free from a system of control that had been in place for centuries. But could we help? Could our knowledge really make a difference against an enemy so far beyond anything we'd ever faced? Lena's voice cut through my thoughts.
So what now? We just keep moving and hope they don't notice us?
Sarah nodded, her eyes scanning the horizon again.
We need to stay out of sight. The reptilian patrols are everywhere if they find us.
She stopped abruptly, her body going rigid. I followed her gaze and felt my stomach drop. In the distance, closing in fast, was a reptilian patrol. A group of 4 figures, tall and imposing, their dark cloaks billowing as they moved with swift, purposeful strides. Their cold reptilian eyes gleamed under the dim light, scanning the area with a precision that made my blood run cold.
They're coming this way.
Lena whispered, her voice tight with fear. Sarah's expression darkened.
Stay calm. Keep your hoods up and your eyes low. If they think you're one of them, they'll pass right by.
We nodded, falling into step behind Sarah as she continued to lead us down the path. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat louder than the last as the patrol drew closer. The wind seemed to still, the air growing heavier with every step. They were close now, too close. I kept my eyes down, my hood low, but I could feel their presence like a weight pressing against my chest. The ground beneath my feet seemed to vibrate with the hum of their technology, the air around us thick with tension. We walked in silence, our footsteps barely making a sound as we passed through the shadow of the towering city. But then the reptilians stopped. My breath caught in my throat. I could hear the soft murmur of their voices, low, hissing sounds that sent a chill down my spine. One of them stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he turned toward us, suspicion etched across his reptilian features. I dared not look up, my hands trembling beneath the cloak. If they saw through our disguise, if they realized who we really were. Sarah's voice was calm but firm.
Don't react, keep moving.
We kept walking, our pace steady, but the reptilian who had stepped forward wasn't moving. His eyes were fixed on us, and I could feel the scrutiny in his gaze, sharp and calculating.
Something's not right.
Suddenly, the reptilian patrol leader spoke in a guttural alien tongue, a command. His voice was cold, dripping with authority.
They've seen us. Don't stop. Don't...
But it was too late. The patrol surged forward, their heavy steps thundering against the ground, their cloaks billowing like dark storm clouds. The leader grabbed my arm, his grip like iron, and wrenched me toward him. I stumbled, my hood falling back slightly, and for a brief moment our eyes met. I saw it in his gaze. Recognition. He knew we didn't belong. A sickening sense of dread washed over me as the reptilian leader barked another command. His hand tightened around my arm, and I could feel the raw strength in his grip. This wasn't just a warning. They were taking us. Lena gasped, trying to pull away from one of the reptilians who had grabbed her, but it was no use. Their strength was overwhelming. They moved with the precision of soldiers, their cold eyes gleaming with triumph as they dragged us toward their waiting vehicle. Panic surged in my chest. "Sarah!" I shouted, my voice cracking. Sarah tried to resist, but she was quickly overpowered.
We've been compromised. They know they...
Before she could finish, the reptilian leader pulled something from his cloak, a sleek metallic device, and pressed it against my neck. I felt a sharp sting, followed by a wave of darkness washing over my senses. My body went limp, and I fell to the ground, my vision fading. The last thing I heard before everything went black was Lena's voice, a single, terrified cry echoing through the air. To be continued, the whispering maze. I never should have opened the envelope. I should have thrown it away, unread. But that wasn't how my mind worked, and neither did the minds of my friends. We were thrill seekers, always looking for the next rush, the next experience that would make our hearts race and our palms sweat. So when Jake showed up at my apartment, grinning like a fool and holding up the black envelope with gold lettering, I knew something insane was about to happen. "You won't believe this," Jake said, nearly shoving the invitation into my face. He was the ringleader of our group, always pushing us into situations we weren't sure we wanted to be in. But he had that kind of charm that made you want to follow him, no matter where he led. The envelope was addressed to the brave few. Inside was an invitation to something called the Whispering Maze, designed by a group known only as the Architects. There was no detailed explanation, no rules, just an address and a promise. Survive the maze, claim the prize. The prize itself was vague, but Jake insisted it was rumored to be a massive sum of money, more than any of us had ever seen. Lisa, our quick-witted friend with a streak of stubborn defiance, was skeptical from the start. "This smells like a scam," she said, as she read over the invitation for the 10th time. Why would anyone give away that kind of money for an escape room? It's not an escape room, Jake said, eyes gleaming with excitement. It's a labyrinth, the real deal. No one's ever made it out, but we're going to be the first. Marcus, the quiet and analytical one, had a frown on his face. No one's ever made it out, he repeated. That doesn't sound like a game. That sounds like a death trap. But Jake waved him off. You're overthinking it. It's just hype, a way to get people to talk. Besides, it's perfect for us. We've done every haunted house, every extreme sport. This is the next level. Against our better judgment, we all agreed. Maybe it was the lure of the unknown, or maybe we were all just tired of the mundane routine of our lives. Whatever the reason, we packed into Jake's car the next day and drove to the address listed on the invitation. The location was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town, its rusted metal gates and crumbling facade standing like a tombstone against the darkening sky. A single dim streetlight flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. When we arrived, a tall man in a sharp black suit stood waiting at the entrance. His face was expressionless, cold. He handed each of us a wristband, sleek and metallic, with a faint red glow around the edges. "These will track your progress," he said in a monotone voice. "No outside communication. Once you enter, there is no turning back. You win, you leave. You lose, well, you won't lose." His words sent a chill down my spine, but Jake, ever the fearless leader, just grinned and pushed the door open. The sound of the creaking metal echoed around us as we stepped into the maze. Inside, the world changed. The temperature dropped immediately, the air thick with dampness. The walls were made of cold, dark stone, slick with moisture. There were no lights, only a faint, eerie glow that seemed to come from the stone itself, illuminating the narrow, twisting corridors in a sickly hue. The smell was overwhelming, a mix of earth and decay, as though something ancient and rotting had been trapped in the walls for centuries. Then came the whispers. At first they were so soft I thought I imagined them. Barely a murmur, like wind slipping through cracks in the stone. But soon they grew louder, more insistent, swirling around us like an invisible storm. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something distinctly wrong about them. It wasn't just noise. It was something alive. "Do you hear that?" Lisa asked, her voice unusually quiet. Jake shrugged, his confidence still unshaken. "It's just part of the game. Probably speakers hidden in the walls to mess with us. We're supposed to get scared." But I wasn't so sure. The whispers didn't sound like they were coming from speakers. They sounded too real, too close, as if someone was standing right behind us, breathing in our ears. And they weren't random. They were calling our names. "I'm not liking this," Marcus muttered, his eyes darting nervously at every shadow. I wanted to agree with him, to say we should turn back, but the man at the entrance had said there was no turning back, no exit. Once you entered, the only way out was to win. So we kept moving forward, even as the maze seemed to grow more labyrinthine, twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. The whispers followed us, growing louder, calling us forward. "Come this way," they said in low, seductive tones. "Just a little further. You're almost there." The words burrowed into my mind, pulling me forward even when my instincts screamed at me to stop. I could see it happening to the others too. Lisa was biting her lip, eyes wide with fear. Marcus was clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. Even Jake had started looking uneasy, though he would never admit it. The maze wasn't just a physical challenge. It was mental, psychological. It was trying to break us piece by piece. The maze seemed to shift around us, walls closing in behind us, paths that had been open moments before now sealed tight. It was as if the labyrinth was alive, controlling where we went, making sure we couldn't retrace our steps. Lisa was the first to fall. We had just turned a corner when the floor beneath her gave way. One moment she was standing there, talking about how we needed to keep moving. and the next, the stone crumbled beneath her feet, and she vanished. Her scream echoed through the corridor as she fell, but by the time we rushed to the edge of the gaping hole, it was too late. There was nothing but darkness below. We shouted her name, but there was no response, only the whispers, growing louder, hungrier. Jake's face had drained of color, but he refused to stop. "We have to keep going," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "It's part of the game. She's probably fine. There's probably a safe room down there or something." But I could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear that had already taken root in me. We weren't in control. The maze was. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinth, but it wasn't long before Marcus was taken too. This time, it was the walls. They began closing in on us as we raced down a narrow corridor, the stone grinding together with an awful, bone-shaking sound. We ran, but Marcus wasn't fast enough. The walls crushed him before our eyes, his body disappearing into the stone, leaving nothing behind. The whispers roared with delight, and I felt something break inside me. Jake and I were the only ones left, and now even he was starting to lose hope. When we finally reached what seemed to be the center of the maze, we found ourselves in a large chamber. The walls were covered in strange symbols, glowing faintly in the dark. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, on top of which rested a single, ornate knife. The whispers stopped, I muttered, realizing that the constant murmurs that had plagued us for hours were suddenly gone. "They're waiting for us," Jake said, his voice hollow. "This is it, the final challenge." But the whispers weren't gone for long. They returned, softer this time, but more sinister. "Only one can leave," they said, repeating the phrase over and over. "Only one." Jake turned to me, his eyes wild with fear and desperation. "I'm not dying here," he said, lunging for the knife. We fought, the sound of our struggle echoing in the chamber. I didn't want to hurt him, but I had no choice. The maze had taken everything from us. The whispers wanted blood, and they would get it. In the end, I was the one who survived. Barely. With Jake's lifeless body on the cold stone floor, the walls shifted once again, revealing a path leading out. My legs trembled as I walked through it, the weight of what I'd done crushing me. But I was alive. I had won, or so I thought. When I emerged from the labyrinth, I found myself not in the open air, but back at the entrance, the same cold man standing before me, and beyond him another group, laughing, eager, ready to enter. They didn't see me. They walked past me as if I didn't exist. The truth hit me like a wave of ice. I wasn't just the survivor. I was part of the maze now. I could feel it in my bones, in the way the whispers still echoed in my mind, fainter but ever present. I was no longer just me. I was part of it. The labyrinth, the game, the endless cycle of death and suffering. And now I had a role to play. I could feel my mouth open, my voice joining the whispers. The new group was laughing, unaware of what awaited them. I stepped aside, my heart pounding in my chest, but I said nothing. My chance of staying alive rested on their ignorance. I had to let them walk into the same nightmare we did. I was part of the maze now, and to survive, I had to let the game begin again.
The Blood Moon Lottery. I always hated the day of the lottery. It was the one day in our small, cursed town where the air felt thicker, heavier with the weight of something unspoken. People didn't talk about it much, at least not openly, but you could feel it in the way they avoided each other's eyes, how the streets seemed quieter, the air too still. The Blood Moon Lottery had been held in Hollowbrook for as long as anyone could remember. It was more than a tradition. It was a curse. Every year, on the night of the blood moon, one unlucky resident was chosen to participate in a gruesome game that none of us truly understood. The rules of the lottery were simple. All adult citizens of Hollowbrook were automatically entered, and once your name was drawn, there was no turning back. Participation was mandatory. If you won, you lived. If you lost, well, that was the part nobody ever really explained. They didn't have to. We all knew. This year I had a bad feeling. I hadn't slept well the night before. Dreams of shadows moving through the woods, whispers echoing through the wind, and red-streaked skies had kept me tossing and turning. The feeling that something was off lingered as I made my way to the town square, where the lottery was always held. Even the usual murmur of anxious conversation was absent. Everyone was tense, waiting. The lottery itself was led by an old man, Mayor Greeley, who had long since stopped showing any emotion during the ritual. His hand shook as he reached into the black urn and pulled out a single piece of parchment, the name of this year's winner. I held my breath, silently praying that it wouldn't be me. And then, in a raspy voice, Mayor Greeley spoke the name that sent a shockwave through my body. Jonathan Miller. My name. My fate. The crowd parted as I stepped forward, my legs feeling like lead. There were no cheers, no murmurs of sympathy, only silence. It was as if I had already been condemned, my fate sealed the moment my name left the mayor's lips. The game would take place that very night, under the ominous red glow of the blood moon. No one had ever really spoken of what happened to the losers, only that they were never seen again. The stories were inconsistent. Some said the losers were taken by the woods. Others whispered that they were consumed by the moon itself. But no one could confirm anything. All we knew was that the game was brutal, bloody, and final. As the evening approached, the sky shifted, a crimson haze slowly spreading across the horizon as the blood moon rose high above us. I stood at the edge of the forest waiting. That was where it always started, in the woods. The place was older than the town itself, and people avoided it on normal nights. Tonight, it would become my battleground. I wasn't alone. Each year, the winner was chosen, but they weren't the only participant. The game master would always appear, a shadowy figure who was said to know every inch of the cursed woods. His job was to hunt down the chosen one, and if he succeeded, well, no one wanted to think about what happened then. The forest was a maze of twisted trees, thick roots, and dense fog. Once inside, I would have to survive the night. Only if I evaded the game master until dawn would I be considered the winner. If I made it, I would live. But if the game master found me? I swallowed hard, the cold night air chilling my skin as I took my first step into the dark, foreboding woods. The moment I stepped into the forest, the whispers began. At first, they were soft, indistinct murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I tried to ignore them, focusing instead on the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots, the snap of branches in the distance. Every sound felt amplified, each noise a potential sign of the game master's approach. I had no idea who, or what, the game master was. No one did. Some said he was a man who had once been cursed, doomed to play this role for eternity. Others believed he was something far older, a creature born of the blood moon itself, who thrived on the fear and suffering of the chosen ones. Either way, I knew he was coming for me. The woods were a labyrinth, and it didn't take long before I realized I was lost. The trees all looked the same, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. I could feel the weight of the blood moon overhead, its red light casting eerie shadows that moved as though alive. And then, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My heart pounded as I ducked behind a tree, trying to quiet my breathing. The footsteps grew closer, slow and deliberate, as if the game master knew exactly where I was, but was in no rush to catch me. He was playing with me. I dared to peek around the tree, and that's when I saw him, or rather, it. The game master was shrouded in darkness, his figure obscured by a cloak of shadow. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but I could feel his eyes on me, cold and unfeeling. He carried something in his hand, a long, jagged blade that gleamed under the red moonlight. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the forest. But no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps followed, always just behind me, never quite catching up, but never falling too far behind. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. time was meaningless in this nightmare. All that mattered was survival, and my every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to not let him catch me. But as the night wore on, exhaustion set in. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and my mind began to slip into despair. Could I really make it until dawn? Was there any hope of escaping this nightmare? I stumbled into a clearing, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The blood moon hung high in the sky, casting everything in a sickening red glow. There was no sign of the game master, but I knew he was near. He was always near. I needed a plan. Running wasn't going to work forever. My body was wearing down, and he would catch me if I didn't do something soon. I scanned the clearing, my eyes settling on a fallen tree branch, thick and heavy enough to serve as a makeshift weapon. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I crouched behind the trunk of a tree, gripping the branch tightly in my hands, and waited. My heart thudded in my chest, my body tense as I listened for any sign of the game master's approach. And then I heard it, the soft rustle of leaves, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps. He was here. I could feel him before I saw him, the temperature dropping as the shadows seemed to thicken around the clearing. The game master stepped into view, his blade glinting in the moonlight, his hooded face turned toward me. For a moment, I hesitated. Could I really fight him? Could I kill this thing, this creature of the blood moon? But I had no choice. It was him or me. As he moved closer, I sprang from my hiding spot, swinging the branch with all my strength. It connected with a sickening thud, and for a brief moment, I thought I had done it. I thought I had won. But the game master didn't fall. Instead, he turned to face me, slowly, almost lazily, as if my attack had been nothing more than an annoyance. And then, in one swift motion, he swung his blade. I barely dodged, the blade slicing through the air just inches from my face. Desperation fueled me as I swung again and again, each blow landing with less force than the last. The game master didn't flinch, didn't waver. He was toying with me, enjoying the game, but I refused to give up. With one final desperate swing, I struck him square in the chest. There was a flash of light, a burst of heat, and then nothing. The game master collapsed to the ground, motionless. I had won. Somehow, against all odds, I had survived. The first rays of dawn broke through the trees, bathing the clearing in soft, golden light. I stood over the game master's body, my hands trembling, my mind numb with disbelief. I had done it. I had beaten him. But as I turned to leave the clearing, something strange happened. My legs felt heavy, as if they were rooted to the ground. My chest tightened, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. And then I heard it, the whispers. But they weren't coming from the woods. They were coming from me. I looked down at my hands, at the cloak of shadow that was slowly wrapping itself around my body. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the truth, the horrible, unspoken truth of the Blood Moon Lottery. Surviving the game didn't mean freedom, it meant taking his place. The game master wasn't just some ancient creature. He had been the last winner, just as I was now. And now, it was my turn. I was no longer the hunted. I was the hunter. As the new blood moon rose, I stepped into the shadows, waiting for the next name to be called.
The Marionettes Challenge. I'd always been drawn to old theatres, the ones that seemed to hold 100 forgotten stories within their walls. There was something magical about them, something that spoke to a quieter, more haunting time. That's why, when I heard about the old theatre on Dunsmuir Street reopening for a single night, I couldn't resist. No one had set foot in that building for decades, not since the fire that gutted most of it back in the 70s. They said it was cursed, but I didn't believe in curses. I should have. The invitation was specific, only a handful of guests, a one-night-only performance, with the promise of something unforgettable. The envelope had no return address, just a strange wax seal stamped with the silhouette of a puppet. I was intrigued, of course. How could I not be? I convinced myself it was some underground art project, maybe a pop-up horror experience, and made my way to the theatre just before sunset. The building stood like a decaying monument, its once grand facade cracked and crumbling, the letters on the marquee long since faded. A faint, flickering light came from inside, just enough to guide me in. I wasn't alone. A few others had arrived, 4 or 5 people, all just as curious as I was. We exchanged nervous glances but didn't speak much. There was something about the atmosphere that quieted us, as if we knew, deep down, that something was off. The air inside the theatre was cold, colder than it should have been for late summer. Dust floated through the dim light like snowflakes, settling on rows of broken seats and cracked floors. The stage was pristine, as if untouched by time. A grand red curtain hung heavy across it, velvet and plush, waiting to be drawn. No one greeted us. No ticket taker, no host, just silence. And then, without warning, the lights dimmed, and a voice echoed through the theatre. "Welcome to tonight's performance. Please take your seats." We hesitated, but we obeyed. The moment I sat down, I felt the seat creak beneath me, the wood groaning like it hadn't been used in years. The others were equally uneasy, their eyes wide, darting around the theatre. The voice returned, smooth and unsettling, like someone trying too hard to sound calm. "Tonight, you are the stars of the show. Your performance will determine your fate." I swallowed hard, a chill running down my spine. My hands gripped the armrests, heart pounding as the voice continued. "You have entered the Marionettes Challenge. The rules are simple. Survive the night. The puppet master will call upon you, one by one, to perform. Fail, and you will become part of the show forever." The heavy red curtain began to rise, revealing the stage behind it. I gasped. What had looked like a normal stage at first glance was now something twisted. Puppets hung from the rafters, limp and lifeless, their wooden faces grotesque and painted in exaggerated expressions of joy, sorrow, and terror. They swayed ever so slightly, as though disturbed by an invisible wind. At the center of the stage stood a tall, shadowy figure, the puppet master himself. His form was obscured by the dim light, but I could make out the outline of his long, gaunt body, his fingers impossibly thin and elongated. Strings dangled from his hands, disappearing into the darkness above. "Let the performance begin," the voice said. The first victim was a man named Derek, a quiet guy who looked like he regretted ever stepping foot in the theatre. The lights focused on him as the puppet master called his name. "Perform," the voice commanded. Derek stumbled to his feet, shaking, his face pale. What do you want me to do?" he stammered. The puppet master didn't answer. Instead, the strings hanging from his hands descended, attaching themselves to Derek's wrists and ankles like they had a life of their own. He struggled against them, but it was no use. The strings jerked him onto the stage, forcing him to dance like a marionette. His body twisted unnaturally, his limbs bending in ways they shouldn't have been able to. His screams filled the theatre, but they quickly turned to silence as his eyes glazed over, his body limp. Derek became a puppet. His body remained on stage, hanging from the strings as the puppet master turned his hollow, empty gaze toward the rest of us. The terror in the room was palpable. Everyone else was fidgeting, trembling, trying not to be noticed. But it didn't matter. We couldn't hide from him. One by one, he called us. One by one, they performed. Some tried to fight, others begged for mercy. It didn't matter. Every one of them ended up on stage, their bodies turned into wooden dolls, their expressions frozen in the grotesque masks of their final moments. And then, the spotlight turned on me. "Catherine!" the voice called. I stood, my legs shaking beneath me. There was no escaping it, no running. I'd seen what happened to those who tried to resist, but something deep inside me, some instinctual drive, refused to give up. If I was going to go down, I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I stepped onto the stage, my heart hammering in my chest. The strings hovered above me, swaying ominously. The puppet master remained still, watching, waiting. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaky but defiant. The voice chuckled, a cold, hollow sound. "Perform." I clenched my fists, my eyes darting to the strings. They twitched, descending toward me, but I was ready. I dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding them as they shot past me like vipers. The puppet master tilted his head, intrigued. "I'm not your puppet," I hissed. The strings came again, faster this time, but I was quicker. I grabbed one as it passed, pulling hard. The string snapped, and I heard a hiss of pain from the puppet master. He recoiled, his body twitching as if he hadn't expected me to fight back. I pulled another string, then another. The puppet master staggered, his form flickering in the dim light as the strings unraveled from his hands. His hollow eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I saw something human there, something that had once been trapped, just like me. But it was gone in an instant. With one final violent pull, I tore the last string from his hand. The puppet master collapsed to the ground, his body shuddering as he dissolved into a pile of dust and old wood. The remaining strings snapped, and the puppets hanging from the rafters fell to the stage lifeless. I stood there, panting, my heart racing in my chest. I had done it. I had beaten him. The voice didn't return. The theatre was silent. I turned to leave, but something was wrong. My legs felt heavy, like they were moving through thick mud. My arms wouldn't move right. I looked down and froze. Strings. Thin, translucent strings were wrapped around my wrists, my ankles, even my neck. They weren't attached to the puppet master. They were coming from me. I tried to pull them off, but they didn't budge. My limbs felt stiff, heavy. Panic surged through me as I realized the truth. I wasn't the one controlling the strings. The strings were controlling me. I stumbled forward, desperate to escape, but the more I struggled, the tighter the strings pulled. I tried to scream, but my mouth wouldn't open. I couldn't breathe. My body was no longer mine. I had never been free, not from the moment I walked into the theatre. The game hadn't started when I stepped onto the stage. It had started the second I entered the cursed theatre, and I had lost before I ever had a chance to win. I was the puppet now. As I was pulled back toward the stage, my movements jerky and unnatural, I saw the other puppets hanging once more, but this time I could feel them. I could sense their despair, their silent screams. They were trapped, just like me, their souls bound to the strings forever. I was one of them now. The lights in the theatre dimmed, the red curtain slowly descending. The voice returned, soft and eerie. Tonight's performance was exceptional, but the show must go on. I felt the strings tighten, pulling me back into the darkness of the stage, where I would remain, waiting for the next performance, waiting for the next contestant.
Red light, dead light. It was supposed to be just a game. That's what made it so much worse. Games were fun. Games were something you played with your friends after school, laughing as you raced to be the fastest or hid in the best spot. But this game was different. I was sitting on the couch, mindlessly flipping through TV channels, when I first heard the knock at the door. It was light, barely there, but enough to make me curious. Mom was upstairs, probably folding laundry or talking on the phone, so I figured I should check. When I opened the door, no one was there. But sitting on the doorstep was a small red envelope, my name scrawled on the front in elegant black script. Sophie. Just that. No address, no explanation. I bent down and picked it up, looking around the quiet street, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. Inside was a single card. You're invited to play red light, green light. That was it. The back had one word, written in shaky, uneven letters. Tonight. I brought the card to my mom. She barely glanced at it before laughing. It's probably a prank, honey. One of your friends being silly. But something about it felt wrong. I hadn't told anyone about my fascination with that old children's game, not even my best friend, Emma. And the way the card seemed to pulse in my hand, like it was alive, it wasn't right. Still, Mom didn't seem worried, so I tried to brush it off. But as I lay in bed that night, staring at the shadows the moon cast on the walls, I couldn't get the card out of my mind. I didn't know how, but I felt drawn to it, like something was calling me. And then, at exactly midnight, I heard it, the sound of children laughing. It wasn't the happy kind of laughter. It was distant, echoing, like something you might hear in a nightmare. Against my better judgment, I got out of bed, pulled on my sneakers, and slipped out the door. The air outside was cold for a summer night, a strange chill that sent goosebumps across my skin. The streets were eerily quiet as I followed the sound, past the park and toward the old abandoned schoolyard on the edge of town. When I arrived, there were other kids standing there. Some I recognized from school. Emma was there, so was Ryan, a boy from my science class. But a few were unfamiliar, kids I'd never seen before. They were all gathered in a rough circle, looking just as confused and nervous as I felt. In the center of the circle stood a tall woman. She had the body of a human, but something was wrong with her. Her face was pale, her smile too wide, and her eyes glowed, like someone had swapped them out for two tiny light bulbs. She wore a long red dress that brushed the ground and held an oversized stopwatch, its ticking unnaturally loud. "I'm so glad you could all make it," the woman said, her voice sugary sweet but dripping with something sinister. "Welcome to red light, green light. You all know how to play, don't you?" We did. The rules were simple. When she said green light, we could move. When she said red light, we had to stop. If you moved after red light, you were out. But something deep in my gut told me this wasn't the version we played at school. "Let's begin," the woman said, her grin widening. She turned her back to us, facing the far end of the yard. "Green light." We all hesitated for a second, but slowly we started to move. I took careful steps, watching the back of her head, my heart pounding in my chest. Emma was beside me, her eyes wide with fear, but she kept moving too. "Red light!" We froze. I held my breath, my muscles locking up as if any tiny movement might be the end of me. The woman didn't turn around right away. Instead, she stayed still for what felt like an eternity, the ticking of her stopwatch growing louder, the air around us heavy and thick. Then, slowly, she turned, scanning us with those glowing eyes. None of us moved. She nodded once, as if satisfied, and turned back around. Green light. We started again, faster this time, but the fear never left. Every step felt like it might be my last, the tension coiling tighter in my chest. I noticed the air around us felt strange, like time itself wasn't moving right. The seconds between green light and red light seemed to stretch on forever, only to snap shut in an instant. Red light. This time, one of the girls, a fifth grader named Lucy, moved. It was just a tiny flinch, like she was adjusting her balance. But it didn't matter. The woman's eyes locked onto her, that horrible grin widening. "You moved," the woman said softly. Lucy started to cry, shaking her head. "No, I didn't! I swear I didn't!" But in an instant, Lucy was gone. Just gone. One moment she was there, the next she was nothing but a faint shadow on the ground, like she'd never existed at all. The rest of us stood frozen in shock. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my legs trembling beneath me. The woman turned back around. "Green light." The game continued, but nothing about it felt like a game anymore. Kids kept disappearing. Ryan was next. He tripped on a rock during red light, and before he could even stand up, he was gone. Each time, the laughter in the air grew louder, more twisted, like the voices of the kids who had vanished were mocking us from somewhere else. It was down to just a few of us now. Me, Emma, and 2 others. None of us spoke. None of us dared to make a sound. Green light! We moved again, my feet feeling heavy, like the ground was pulling me down. I could barely keep my eyes open from the exhaustion, my muscles burning from the strain. Time felt warped, twisted, like we were caught in a loop where every moment stretched on too long and yet too quickly. Red light! I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. The woman turned slowly, her glowing eyes scanning the 4 of us. For a moment, I thought we were all safe, but then she stepped closer to the boy next to me. I didn't know his name. He was just a stranger, someone from another part of town. "You moved," she whispered. He didn't argue. He just stood there, trembling, tears streaming down his face. And then, like the others, he vanished, leaving nothing but a shadow behind. Now it was just me and Emma. Emma looked at me, her face pale, her eyes pleading. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to help her. All I knew was that we had to keep playing. Green light. We moved. Emma was slow, her feet dragging as if her body was giving up. I wanted to tell her to run, but the words wouldn't come. The woman stood still, her back to us, her body rigid as she held the stopwatch in front of her like a symbol of doom. Red light! We both froze. I could hear Emma's shaky breath beside me, her small gasps barely audible. The woman turned, her glowing eyes locking onto us. She smiled again, but this time, she didn't pick anyone. She just turned back around. Green light! This was it, the final moment. I could feel it in my bones, the tension in the air so thick it was almost suffocating. I took a few steps forward, my legs screaming with every movement. I was so close. I just needed to take a few more steps. Red light. I froze. But something was wrong. The air around me had stopped. The leaves weren't moving. The wind wasn't blowing. Even Emma, standing right next to me, was frozen mid-step, her face locked in an expression of terror. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey me. I was stuck, trapped in that final moment, unable to move, unable to speak. Time itself had stopped. I had won, but I hadn't escaped. I was frozen in that last second, my body locked in place, trapped forever in the final breath of the game.
The Devil's Deck. It was a hot, sticky night in the back room of Red Jack's Tavern, the kind of night when bad decisions feel like the only options. The air was thick with the smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke, and the low hum of voices surrounded the table where I sat, a small pile of crumpled bills in front of me. I was losing, and everyone knew it. I'd been a gambler for as long as I could remember. Poker, blackjack, dice. If there was a game of chance, I'd play it. It wasn't about the money, not really. It was about the thrill, the rush of adrenaline when the cards were dealt or the dice rolled. It was about that fleeting moment of hope when you thought maybe this time luck would finally be on your side. But tonight, luck wasn't anywhere near me. I was down to my last chip, and I knew if I lost it, I'd be out on the street. No cash, no prospects, and no way to fix my wreck of a life. "Fold, Miller," growled Pete, a regular who sat across the table, his mustache twitching with every word. "You ain't got nothing left." I clenched my jaw, my fingers twitching as I stared at my hand. It was garbage, I knew that. But walking away from the table empty-handed felt worse than going all in on a lost cause. I was about to push my last chip in when I heard a voice behind me, low and smooth like velvet dipped in oil. "Looking for a way out, friend?" I turned, and standing in the shadowy corner of the room was a man in a sharp black suit. His face was pale, almost too pale, and his eyes gleamed like they were reflecting firelight. He smiled, and it was the kind of smile that promised things you didn't want to know the price of. "You Miller?" he asked, though it didn't sound like a question. "I've got a game for you, one last hand, winner takes all." "What's the catch?" I asked, my voice hoarse. It wasn't like me to be cautious, but there was something about this guy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The man chuckled softly, stepping closer. His shadow seemed to stretch longer than it should have, like it had a mind of its own. "No catch," he said, producing a deck of cards from his pocket. The cards were old, their edges worn, but there was something off about them. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I could feel it. The weight of those cards, the darkness they held. "Just a simple game. You draw from the deck. High card wins." I stared at him. It was too easy, too simple. There had to be more to it. "What happens if I lose?" The man's smile widened. "You won't have to worry about that." I didn't like the way he said it, but I didn't have much of a choice. I could walk away now and leave with nothing, or I could play his game and maybe, just maybe, come out on top. I pushed my last chip forward. "I'm in?" The man slid into the seat across from me, his movements too smooth, too deliberate. He shuffled the deck, and I watched, entranced by the way the cards seemed to blur in his hands. "Let's make this interesting," he said, laying the deck between us. "You draw first." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the deck. Something felt wrong, like I was standing on the edge of a cliff and one more step would send me plummeting into the abyss. But I was a gambler, and gamblers don't walk away from the table, not when the stakes are high. I drew a card. It was the ace of spades, sharp and crisp, its edges glinting in the dim light. My heart raced. The ace of spades, the death card, but it was also the highest card in the deck. I couldn't lose. The man smiled, his eyes gleaming with something dark, something ancient. He reached for the deck and drew his card slowly, deliberately, like he already knew what it was going to be. It was the Joker. I frowned, confused. The Joker, that wasn't part of the game, not in any regular deck. It shouldn't have counted. "Guess I win," I said, my voice shaky but hopeful. But the man's smile didn't fade. "The game's not over yet," he said softly. The air in the room changed, growing heavier, like a storm was gathering. I felt something shift inside me, a creeping cold that spread through my veins. My hands started to tremble, and when I looked down at the ace of spades, it was no longer just a card. It was moving. The spade in the center seemed to writhe, twisting and curling like a living thing. I dropped the card, but it didn't fall. It hovered in the air, spinning slowly before settling back on the table. "What the hell is this?" I demanded, my voice rising in panic. The man's smile never faltered. "You agreed to play, Miller, and now the game begins." Before I could react, the cards on the table started to glow, emitting a dull red light. The room around us seemed to fade away, replaced by swirling darkness. The table and the cards the only things grounding me in place. The man in the black suit leaned back, watching me with a look of amusement. "The deck chooses your fate," he said, his voice echoing in the void. "Each card has a consequence. Some are good, some not so much." I looked at the deck, now pulsing with that unnatural light, and felt dread curl in my stomach. "Your turn," the man said. "Draw again." I didn't want to. My gut was screaming at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. The swirling darkness seemed endless, trapping me in this twisted game. My hand shook as I reached for the deck, but I forced myself to draw another card. The Queen of Hearts. For a moment nothing happened, but then I felt a strange warmth in my chest. It spread through my body, filling me with a sense of peace, of joy. My fear melted away, replaced by something beautiful, something intoxicating. But it didn't last. The warmth turned to heat, the heat to burning. I cried out in pain as my skin began to blister, as if invisible flames were licking at my flesh. I dropped the card, but it didn't stop. The burning was inside me now, deep in my bones. "Every card has a price," the man said calmly, watching as I writhed in agony. "You chose the Queen of Hearts. Love, passion, desire. But too much of anything can destroy you." I gritted my teeth, trying to push through the pain. The burning slowly subsided, leaving me shaking, covered in sweat. I looked up at the man, desperation in my eyes. "Stop this," I gasped. "I can't." "You can," he interrupted, leaning forward, "because you have to. The game isn't over yet, Miller. You need to keep playing." I looked at the deck, now glowing brighter, the cards seeming to pulse with life. My heart pounded in my chest, but I knew there was no way out. I had to keep drawing. I reached for the deck again, my hand trembling. I drew another card, the 10 of diamonds. For a moment I braced myself for another wave of pain, another punishment. But nothing happened. The air was still, the darkness around me quiet. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. "Interesting choice." I frowned, looking at the card. "What does it mean?" He smiled. "Wealth, power. The 10 of diamonds is all about fortune. You'll get what you've always wanted." Relief washed over me. Maybe I could win this after all. Maybe this was my chance to come out on top, to walk away with everything I'd ever dreamed of. But as soon as the thought crossed my mind, the deck began to glow again. This time, the light was blinding, enveloping me in its brilliance. I tried to shield my eyes, but it was too late. I could feel the world around me shifting, warping, like reality itself was unraveling. And then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I was back at the poker table in Red Jack's tavern, the smoky air thick around me, the low murmur of voices filling the room. My pile of chips was gone. The cards were gone. And the man in the black suit was nowhere to be seen. For a moment I thought it had all been a nightmare, a twisted dream. But then I saw it. Sitting in the middle of the table where the deck had been was a single card, the Joker. I reached for it, my hand trembling, and turned it over. My face stared back at me. I gasped, dropping the card as if it had burned me. My heart pounded in my chest, cold sweat running down my back. And then I heard his voice, soft and mocking, echoing in my mind. "You've won, Miller, but every win has its price." I looked down at my hands. They weren't my hands anymore. They were smooth, stiff, like they were made of something else, something not quite human. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The Joker on the card smiled up at me, and I realized I was the card now, trapped, a permanent part of the devil's deck.
The masked contest. I never should have answered the ad, but when you're broke and desperate, even the strangest opportunities can seem like a lifeline. The flyer was simple enough, just a plain white sheet posted on the bulletin board at the laundromat, sandwiched between ads for guitar lessons and dog walking. Contestants wanted, high payout, for those brave enough to play. Call now. There was no other information, no company name, no details about what the contest involved, but the promise of a high payout was enough to make me curious. With no job prospects, rent looming, and bills piling up, I couldn't afford to be picky. My phone was in my hand before I even thought about the risks. A robotic voice answered, giving me a time and an address. No other details, no explanation. Just show up if I wanted to play. I should have known better. But something in me, call it desperation, call it foolishness, made me ignore the warning signs. The address led me to a nondescript warehouse on the edge of town, the kind of place that looked like it should have been abandoned years ago. A few other people stood around the entrance, looking just as nervous as I felt. No one spoke. We just nodded at each other awkwardly, like we were all too embarrassed to admit we had no idea what we were getting into. The warehouse door opened, and a tall man in a black suit stepped out. He was clean-cut, his hair slicked back, and he held a clipboard in one hand. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome, contestants," he said, his voice smooth. "You've been chosen to participate in the masked contest. Inside, you will find everything you need. But remember, once you enter, there's no turning back." I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting in knots. But I'd come this far. Backing out now wasn't an option. With a deep breath, I followed the others into the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dark, lit only by a few dim overhead lights. At the center of the room stood a large table, and on that table were masks, plain, featureless masks, each one a different color. There were 5 in total, matching the number of contestants. No 2 masks were alike, but they were all unsettling in their own way. The man in the suit motioned toward the table. "Each of you will select a mask. Once you put it on, the contest begins." We hesitated. No one wanted to be the first to choose. The air was thick with tension, everyone waiting for someone else to make the first move. Finally, a woman to my left reached out and grabbed a red mask. She turned it over in her hands for a moment, then, with a resigned look, slipped it over her face. Her body stiffened for a second, and then she nodded as if something inside her had clicked into place. The others followed. A tall guy picked a blue mask. Another contestant, a woman with curly hair, chose the green one. And the last guy, a skinny kid who couldn't have been more than 18, grabbed the yellow mask. I was the last one left, staring at the black mask on the table. It seemed to stare back at me, though it had no eyes. There was something eerie about it, something I couldn't quite explain. But it didn't matter. I didn't have a choice. With trembling hands, I picked up the mask and after a moment's hesitation, slipped it over my face. It fit perfectly, almost too perfectly. As soon as the mask was on, I felt it, something shifting inside me, a presence, a weight. The mask was more than just a piece of molded plastic. It was alive. The man in the suit clapped his hands. "Now that you've selected your masks, the contest will begin. There will be challenges, and those who fail, well, let's just say you won't want to fail." He turned on his heel and walked out of the room, leaving us standing there in our masks, our faces hidden, our fates unknown. The first challenge wasn't as bad as I'd feared, at least not at first. We were led into a large open room with a series of platforms suspended over what looked like a bottomless pit. The goal was simple: jump from one platform to the next until we reached the other side. But the platforms were spaced far apart, and the penalty for missing a jump was obvious. The others didn't hesitate. The woman in the red mask went first, her movements fluid, confident. She jumped from platform to platform with ease, barely breaking a sweat. The others followed, each one making it across without incident. When it was my turn, I hesitated. The platforms were farther apart than they looked, and the darkness below them seemed endless, as if it were waiting to swallow anyone who slipped. The mask felt tight against my skin, almost like it was pressing down on me. My breathing quickened, my pulse racing in my ears. But then something strange happened. I felt a surge of confidence. It came from nowhere, flooding through me like a rush of adrenaline. The fear that had gripped me a moment ago disappeared, replaced by a strange sense of calm. I could do this. I jumped, my legs moving on their own, my body light and agile. I landed on the first platform easily, then the next and the next. Before I knew it, I was on the other side, standing with the other contestants. We exchanged glances, though the masks made it impossible to tell what anyone was thinking. The man in the suit returned, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well done," he said, "but the contest isn't over yet." The second challenge was worse. We were taken to a room lined with mirrors, each one reflecting us back at ourselves in the most unsettling way. The task was simple, or so we were told. Find the correct mirror. But something was wrong with the room. The mirrors didn't just reflect us. They showed twisted versions of us, distorted, grotesque faces staring back, moving when we didn't, smiling when we remained still. The man in the blue mask stepped toward a mirror, but the moment his hand touched the glass, the room erupted into chaos. The mirror shattered, the glass slicing through the air like daggers. He screamed, clutching at his face as blood poured from the wounds. And then, just like that, he was gone. One moment he was there, the next he was lying on the ground, motionless. The rest of us froze. No one wanted to be the next one to make a mistake. One by one we approached the mirrors, each of us more careful than the last. The woman in the red mask found the correct mirror and passed through it unharmed. The girl in the green mask followed her. When it was my turn, I stepped toward a mirror that seemed different. It was cleaner, sharper, like it was waiting for me. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool surface. The reflection stared back at me, but it was off, too still, too perfect. The mask seemed to hum against my skin, guiding me. I pressed my hand against the glass, and it gave way, letting me through. The man in the suit greeted us on the other side. "Congratulations," he said. "You've survived." But not all of us had. The man in the yellow mask had disappeared, just like the one in blue. We didn't know how. We didn't know why. But their fates were clear. After the challenges, only 3 of us remained. Me, the woman in the red mask, and the girl in the green mask. We were led back into the main room, the masks still clinging tightly to our faces. "You've done well," the man in the suit said, pacing in front of us. "But now it's time to see who you really are." He gestured to the table, where 3 small mirrors had been placed. "Remove your masks." My heart raced. The mask felt like it had become a part of me, like it was attached to my very skin. I hesitated, but the others were already reaching up, their hands trembling as they peeled their masks away. The woman in the red mask was the first to scream. She touched her face, her blank, featureless face. Where her eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was nothing, just smooth, empty skin. The girl in the green mask gasped, her hands shaking as she realized the same horrible truth. My hands were shaking as I reached for my own mask. It felt heavier now, like it didn't want to come off. But I pulled, and with a sickening snap, the mask came free. I looked into the mirror. I had no face, no identity. I was nothing. The man in the suit smiled. "Welcome to the game." I dropped the mask in horror, but as soon as it left my hands, I felt my skin begin to change. The mask wasn't gone. It had become me. My identity, my existence, was now tied to the mask. I wasn't a contestant anymore. I was part of the show.
Countdown to Oblivion. I should have known better than to sign up for the show, but in a world where survival was a luxury and most of us lived in squalor, Countdown to Oblivion was the only shot for people like me to escape. It was a death-defying game show, but if you won, you got enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. It sounded too good to be true. I guess, deep down, I knew it was. The show was broadcast on every screen in the city, every household forced to watch as contestants fought for their lives in impossible challenges. But no one ever talked about the ones who didn't make it, about the consequences of failure. I'd watched the show from the filthy couch in my one-room apartment, alone, like most people. It had become a spectacle, a grotesque ritual where the crowd cheered on the brutal deaths of the unlucky contestants. But there was one thing the audience didn't know. No contestant had ever won. Not really.
And yet here I was, standing in front of the massive studio doors, about to join the madness. The promise of wealth, of escape, was too powerful to resist. When the doors slid open with a hiss, I stepped inside, the bright neon lights of the studio burning into my retinas. A holographic announcer appeared in front of me, her smile wide and artificial, the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Welcome to Countdown to Oblivion, Lily Grey," she said, her voice overly chipper. "Are you ready to face the challenge of a lifetime?" I swallowed hard, the weight of what I was doing crashing down on me. I had no choice now. This was it. "I'm ready." The announcer's smile grew, her holographic form shimmering in front of me. "Excellent. Remember, the rules are simple. Complete each task before the countdown reaches 0. Each failure advances the clock. And when the countdown hits 0, well, let's just say you don't want that to happen." I didn't need her to explain. Everyone knew what happened when the clock ran out. Complete annihilation. With a wave of her hand, the announcer activated the countdown. A massive screen materialized above me, glowing in bright red letters. 30:02. 30 minutes. That's all I had. "Your first challenge begins now!" I barely had time to process her words before the floor beneath me shifted, splitting apart to reveal a massive chasm. A narrow metal beam extended across the gap, and on the other side was a lever, my only way to stop the clock. I was no acrobat. I wasn't trained for this. I was just a girl who'd grown up scavenging scraps from the ruins of a dying city. But now I had no choice. I stepped onto the beam, my legs shaking beneath me as I struggled to keep my balance. The chasm below seemed bottomless, its darkness stretching into infinity. One wrong step, one moment of hesitation, and I'd fall. The clock ticked down mercilessly above me. 29:32. I forced myself to move, one foot in front of the other. The beam wobbled beneath me, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear the crowd cheering on the other side of the screen. Halfway across, the beam tilted sharply, and I nearly lost my balance. My arms flailed, my body swaying dangerously as I fought to keep from falling. My breath caught in my throat, panic tightening its grip around my chest. The countdown continued to tick. 29:01. I couldn't afford to fail. Not now. Not on the first task. With one final push, I reached the other side, grabbing the lever with both hands and yanking it down. The clock above me froze at 28:47, and I let out a shaky breath of relief. One task down, but the relief was short-lived. I knew there were more to come. Worse ones. The holographic announcer reappeared, her eyes glinting with a strange satisfaction. "Well done, Lily, but don't get too comfortable. The next challenge is about to begin." The ground shifted again, pulling me into the next stage of the game. The second challenge was worse. I found myself in a large circular room with towering walls of steel. At the center of the room was a platform, and on that platform was a series of switches and dials, all glowing faintly in the dim light. "Welcome to your second challenge," the announcer's voice echoed through the room. "In this task, you must deactivate the death trap before the countdown hits 0. Each wrong switch advances the timer. And of course, there's a little surprise for you." I barely had time to process her words before the walls began to move. Slowly, inexorably, they started closing in on me, the grinding sound of metal on metal filling the air. My heart pounded in my chest as I rushed to the platform, my hands trembling as I stared at the switches. There were too many of them. Each one looked identical, and I had no idea which one to pull. There was no hint, no clue. It was pure chance. I reached for the first switch and pulled. The clock above me ticked down violently, dropping 2 minutes in an instant. 26:47. "No!" I gasped, yanking my hand back. The walls were closer now, looming over me, their cold surface reflecting the red glow of the countdown. I tried again, pulling another switch. This time, the countdown dropped even faster, plummeting to 24:12. My breath caught in my throat, the panic rising as the walls continued their relentless approach. I could feel the cold metal closing in, the space around me shrinking by the second. The walls were so close now that I could barely move. My body trembled as I reached for one last switch, praying that this was the one. With a deep breath, I pulled it. The walls stopped. The countdown froze at 23:01. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, my entire body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The room was still, the walls unmoving. I had done it. I had survived. But I wasn't done yet. The clock was still ticking, and I knew the worst was yet to come. The third and final stage was different. I found myself in a room of mirrors, each one reflecting a distorted version of me. The air was thick with tension, the silence pressing down on me like a weight. The countdown hovered above me, 23:01. Time was running out. "This is your final challenge, Lily." The announcer's voice echoed through the room. "All you have to do is find the door. It's simple, if you can see through the illusion." I turned in circles, searching for the door, but every direction was the same. Mirrors stretched endlessly around me, each one showing a warped reflection of my face, my body twisted and grotesque. The walls seemed to shift as I moved, the reflections following me with every step. The countdown ticked on. 21:42. I was running out of time. I walked deeper into the maze, my reflection growing more distorted with each step. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The mirrors taunted me, each one showing me a version of myself I didn't recognize. And then I saw it, a door hidden behind one of the mirrors. My heart leapt in my chest as I rushed toward it, my hand reaching for the handle. But the moment I touched it, the door vanished, replaced by another mirror. My reflection sneered at me from the other side, its eyes cold and empty. "No," I whispered, backing away. "This can't be happening." The countdown ticked faster. 19:12. I had to find the door. I had to escape. But every door I found was an illusion, a trick designed to waste my time. The room closed in around me, the mirrors multiplying, their reflections warping beyond recognition. The clock hit 1500, and I could feel the pressure building, the weight of time crushing me. My head pounded, my vision blurring as I stumbled through the maze, my hands trembling with fear. And then, in the far corner of the room, I saw it, the real door. It was smaller, less obvious, almost hidden behind the mirrors. I ran toward it, my legs burning with exhaustion, my heart pounding in my chest. With a final burst of energy, I reached the door, my hand grasping the handle and pulling it open. The countdown froze at 5:12. I had won. I stepped through the door, expecting relief, expecting freedom. But instead, I found myself back where I started, standing in the same warehouse, the same holographic announcer smiling at me. "Congratulations, Lily Grey," she said, her voice too calm, too rehearsed. "You've won." I blinked, confused. "What do you mean? I already did this. I finished the game." Her smile didn't falter. "Oh, but the game is never truly finished. Don't you see?" The countdown reappeared above me, the glowing red numbers ticking down from 30 and 12. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, I won. I did everything right." The announcer's eyes gleamed with something dark, something cruel. "The game was never meant to be won, Lily. It was always meant to reset." I turned, desperate to find a way out, but the warehouse was the same. The room was the same. I was back at the beginning, trapped in the same nightmare. And as the countdown started again, I realized the most horrifying truth of all. I would never escape. My memory of the last game would be erased, and I would start over, doomed to play the game forever.
The forest of no return. We were just supposed to be hiking, a normal day, in what we thought was just a normal forest. It was me, Taylor, Kyle, and Jenna, friends since high school who'd grown apart over the years, but still kept in touch. It had been Jenna's idea to take a weekend camping trip to reconnect. Taylor had scoffed at the idea, Kyle complained the whole way there, and I just went along with it, figuring it'd be nice to get out of the city for a few days. The plan was simple. Hike up to Devil's Peak, camp overnight, then hike back down the next day. Nothing too intense, just a chance to get away and enjoy some fresh air. We had no idea what we were walking into. We set off early in the morning, the sky still pink from the rising sun. The forest was dense, the trees towering overhead, casting long shadows across the narrow trail. It was quiet, too quiet now that I think about it. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our boots crunching on the dirt path. "This place is creepy," Taylor muttered, glancing around nervously. She was always the jumpy one, but something about the forest seemed to amplify her unease. "It's just a forest," Jenna said, rolling her eyes. "We'll be at the campsite by noon, relax." I tried to ignore the knot forming in my stomach, but the deeper we walked into the woods, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The trees seemed to loom closer, the shadows darker, like the forest itself was swallowing us whole. It wasn't long before we realized we were lost. By noon, we should have been at the campsite, but instead, we found ourselves wandering in circles. The trail had disappeared, and no matter which direction we went, the trees all looked the same, tall, dark, and endless. "This isn't right," Kyle said, his voice shaky. "We've passed this tree like 3 times. Jenna pulled out the map, her brow furrowed. "I don't understand. We were following the trail perfectly. It should be right here." But there was no trail, just an endless sea of trees, stretching on forever. "We should turn back," Taylor said, her voice trembling. "Something's wrong with this place." None of us argued. We turned around and started walking back the way we came, or at least we thought we did. But no matter how far we walked, the forest only seemed to get darker, the trees pressing closer together, the shadows deepening. And then Taylor was gone. One moment she was walking right beside me, and the next she vanished. There was no sound, no scream, just empty space where she had been. We stopped dead in our tracks, panic flooding through us. "Taylor?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Taylor." No answer, just the suffocating silence of the forest. Jenna and Kyle exchanged terrified glances. "We need to find her," Jenna said, her voice shaking. She couldn't have gone far. But I knew deep down that we weren't going to find her. The forest had taken her, and it was coming for the rest of us. We searched for Taylor for hours, calling her name until our voices were hoarse, but there was no trace of her. It was as if the forest had swallowed her whole. As the sun began to set, the air grew colder and the forest seemed to come alive. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, moving between the trees, always just out of sight. I could feel them watching us, waiting. And then we heard the whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it was too distinct, too deliberate. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a low, eerie voice that sent chills down my spine. "Let the game begin." I froze, my blood running cold. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Jenna nodded, her face pale. "What game?" Before any of us could respond, the forest shifted around us. The trees moved, their branches twisting and contorting as if they were alive. The ground beneath us trembled, and in the distance I heard the unmistakable sound of something moving through the trees. Something not human. "We need to run," Kyle said, his voice shaking. But there was no direction to run. The forest had become a labyrinth, an endless maze of trees and shadows with no way out. And then I saw them. Figures, moving between the trees. Tall, gaunt, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, their eyes glowing in the dim light. They moved with unnatural speed, their bodies flickering in and out of sight like phantoms. "They're coming," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to hide." We ran. The forest was no longer just a forest. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was hunting us. The figures moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Hide, or be found." We dove behind a fallen tree, our breath coming in ragged gasps. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could barely think through the terror gripping me. "They're playing with us," Kyle whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's a game. We have to hide, or they'll take us." I nodded, my body trembling. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew he was right. This was no ordinary forest. The things hunting us weren't human. They were something else, something ancient and malevolent. We stayed hidden for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers, the rustling of leaves as the figures moved through the forest, searching for us. And then I heard it, Kyle's scream. I turned just in time to see him being dragged into the darkness by one of the figures, its long, bony fingers wrapped around his arm. His scream was cut off abruptly, swallowed by the forest. Jenna and I were the only ones left. We ran again, deeper into the forest, but no matter where we went, the figures were always behind us, always getting closer. The forest seemed to shift around us, twisting and warping, trapping us in its endless maze. Jenna was panting, barely able to keep up. "We can't outrun them," she gasped. "We need to hide." I nodded, my chest burning with exhaustion. There was no use running. The only way to survive was to hide and hope the figures didn't find us. We crouched behind a cluster of thick bushes, our bodies pressed close to the ground. The whispers were louder now, echoing through the trees, taunting us. Come out, wherever you are." I squeezed my eyes shut, my hands shaking. I couldn't take it anymore. The fear was too much, too overwhelming. And then I heard Jenna scream. My eyes snapped open just in time to see her being dragged away by the figures, their long arms coiling around her like snakes. I watched in horror as she disappeared into the darkness, her screams fading into the distance. I was alone. The forest was silent now, the figures nowhere to be seen. I stayed hidden for what felt like hours, too terrified to move. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing. I had to get out of here. I had to escape. Slowly I stood, my legs trembling beneath me. The forest was still, the air thick with tension. I moved carefully, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of the figures. And then I saw it. A break in the trees, a way out. I ran toward it, my heart racing. The trees seemed to pull back as I moved, the shadows retreating. The forest was letting me go. I burst through the tree line and into the open air, gasping for breath. I had made it. I had escaped. But something was wrong. The air was cold, too cold. The sky was dark and the trees around me were tall and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. It was the same forest. I hadn't escaped. I had never escaped. And in the distance I saw them, new figures, new hunters, moving through the trees. The game was starting again.
The endless carnival. The carnival showed up overnight. There were no signs, no announcements, just a strange eerie glow on the horizon as dusk settled over Hollow Bend. Our town was small, one of those places where everyone knew each other and nothing much happened. So when the carnival appeared, everyone's curiosity got the better of them. It was Jenna who called me first. "Chris, "You're not going to believe this," she said, excitement buzzing in her voice. "A carnival just showed up outside of town. No one saw it coming, but it's huge. We're all going tonight." I hesitated, staring out my window at the darkening sky. Something didn't feel right about it. Hollow Bend didn't get things like this. No one ever visited us. But I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. What else was I going to do on a boring Friday night? An hour later, I was standing at the entrance to the carnival with Jenna, my best friend since middle school, and a few others from town. It was like something out of a dream or a nightmare. Bright, colourful tents stretched up toward the sky, twisted rides flickered in neon lights, and music blared from speakers hidden in the shadows. But something about the music felt off. It was a little too slow, a little too warped, like a recording that had been left to decay for decades. "Creepy, right?" I muttered to Jenna as we walked through the gates. She shrugged, looking around with wide eyes. "It's just a carnival, Chris. Relax." But the moment we stepped inside, I felt a chill crawl down my spine. There were people everywhere, but they didn't look like they belonged. Their movements were stiff, almost mechanical. And the workers, those running the booths and rides, wore blank masks, hiding their faces entirely. The masks weren't painted, weren't even stylized, just simple, expressionless ovals, the kind you might see in some low-budget horror movie. "Come on, let's play a game," Jenna said, dragging me toward one of the booths. I followed, but every step deeper into the carnival felt wrong, like I was descending into something much darker than a fun night out. The booth Jenna chose was one of those classic carnival games. Knock down the bottles with a ball, win a prize. The man behind the counter, if you could call him a man, stood there, unmoving, his blank mask watching us silently. His hands were unnaturally long, his fingers too thin, too bony. His voice, when he spoke, was distorted and hollow, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. "Care to play?" Jenna picked up one of the balls and tossed it lightly between her hands. "Let's do it." The bottles were stacked neatly in a pyramid, and Jenna's first throw seemed solid. The ball hit them dead center, but instead of toppling over, the bottles multiplied, like they'd absorbed the hit and grown taller. "What the—" Jenna frowned, looking back at me. "Did you see that?" The man behind the counter chuckled, a low, grating sound that sent chills through me. "Try again." I didn't like this, not one bit, but Jenna was already gearing up for another throw. This time, when the ball hit, the bottles seemed to stretch upward, elongating, twisting into shapes that didn't make sense. The lights around the booth flickered, and the music in the background warped even more, the notes blending into a distorted hum. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. But before we could move, the ground beneath us shifted. The whole carnival seemed to tilt, the lights dimming as the air grew colder, heavier. The colourful tents and booths faded into the shadows. The once vibrant carnival, now nothing but an eerie, decaying funhouse. "We're trapped," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling, and I knew she was right. The carnival was no longer a place of games and fun. The rides loomed over us like skeletal monsters, their lights flickering on and off, casting long shadows across the ground. The people around us, the ones who had been walking and laughing just minutes before, had changed. Their faces were hidden behind those same blank masks, and their movements were stiff, jerky, like puppets being controlled by invisible strings. "We need to find the exit," I said, grabbing Jenna's arm and pulling her through the thinning crowd. But the exit was gone. No matter which direction we ran, we only found more tents, more rides, more sinister attractions that seemed to stretch on forever. The carnival twisted around us, trapping us inside its maze. "Chris, look!" Jenna whispered, pointing toward a large, ominous tent in the distance. It was a funhouse, or at least that's what it looked like. The entrance was shaped like a giant clown's face, its mouth wide open, revealing a dark, spiraling tunnel. The sign above it read, "The House of Mirrors." "We don't have a choice," Jenna said, her voice tight. "It might be a way out." I didn't want to go in, but staying out here felt worse. So, we ran toward the funhouse, the clown's twisted grin watching us as we entered its mouth. Inside, the air was thick and suffocating, the lights dim and flickering. We stumbled through a narrow hallway, our reflections distorted in the mirrors that lined the walls. Each reflection seemed to stretch and twist, mocking us with exaggerated, grotesque versions of our faces. "Jenna, this place is a trap," I muttered, my pulse racing. "I know," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "But we have to keep moving." But then, as we reached the center of the funhouse, the floor beneath us gave way. Jenna screamed as she was pulled into the darkness below, her hand slipping from mine. "Jenna!" I yelled, but my voice echoed in the empty space, swallowed by the endless carnival. I ran through the funhouse, desperate to find Jenna, but the walls shifted around me, the mirrors warping until I couldn't tell which direction I was going. Every reflection showed me something worse, a version of myself that was pale, gaunt, my eyes sunken, my face twisted in fear. When I finally stumbled out of the funhouse, I found myself back in front of the booths, but everything had changed. The booths were now larger, more ominous, and the games had become more sinister. The man behind one booth, wearing a blank mask, beckoned me closer with a crooked finger. "Play," he said in that hollow, distorted voice. I didn't want to, but the carnival didn't give me a choice. My hands moved on their own, picking up a ball at the booth. The game was different this time. The bottles weren't ordinary. They had faces, human faces. They blinked, their eyes watching me as I hesitated. I threw the ball, and as it hit the bottles, they let out a bone-chilling scream. The sound reverberated through the carnival, and I staggered back, covering my ears. The bottles reassembled, taller now, their faces distorted into cruel grins. "You cannot leave," the masked man whispered. "Not until you've played." The ground beneath me trembled, and I fell to my knees. I didn't know what to do. The carnival wouldn't let me escape. But then I saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance past the rows of booths, a way out. I ran toward the light, my legs burning with exhaustion. The carnival twisted around me, but I pushed forward, determined to escape. I reached the Ferris wheel, now towering over the carnival like a decaying skeleton. A figure stood in front of it, wearing a mask shaped like a skull. He was the ringmaster, the one controlling the games, the one who held the power. "This is your final game," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "Ride the wheel, and you will be free." I didn't trust him, but I had no other choice. I climbed into the Ferris wheel car, the metal creaking beneath me. The wheel began to turn, slowly lifting me into the sky. As it rose, I could see the entire carnival stretched out below me, an endless maze of twisted games, shadowy figures, and eerie lights. The wheel reached the top, and for a moment, everything was still. The lights flickered, and the carnival below seemed to dissolve into mist, the games fading into nothingness. Had I won? Had I escaped? The car descended, and as I stepped out, the carnival was gone. I was standing in an open field, the stars above me, the air fresh and clean. Relief flooded through me. I had done it. I had escaped. But as I walked through the empty field, something felt wrong. The ground was too quiet, the air too still. And then I saw it. The carnival wasn't gone. It had spread. The tents, the rides, the booths, they were everywhere, stretching out in every direction. The entire town had become the carnival, and I was part of it now. I looked down at my hands, and my heart stopped. I was wearing a mask, a blank, featureless mask, just like the ones the workers had worn. I hadn't escaped the carnival. I had become part of it.
Death's riddle. I never expected my life to hinge on a series of riddles, but that's what happened. It began with a simple envelope, unmarked and slipped under my door one evening. I was used to flyers for sales or junk mail, but this was different. There was no return address, just my name written on the front. I was curious, so I opened it. Inside, a single card read, "You have been selected to play the game of riddles. Solve or perish." At first, I thought it was some sort of prank or a weird marketing gimmick. But the moment I held the card, something shifted in the air around me. It felt heavier, like the room itself was closing in, the walls vibrating with an energy I couldn't explain. I should have thrown it away. I should have walked out of my apartment and pretended I never saw it. But instead, I sat down at my kitchen table and stared at the card. Underneath the text was the first riddle. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" I frowned, my mind spinning through possible answers. It seemed familiar, something I'd heard before in childhood. An echo. "The answer is an echo," I said aloud, my voice shaking. As soon as I spoke, the card disintegrated in my hands, turning to fine ash and scattering across the table. In its place, another envelope appeared, identical to the first. My pulse quickened. It wasn't a prank. I opened the new envelope. Correct. But this is only the beginning. I should have stopped. I should have run. But there was something pulling me deeper, a strange compulsion that I couldn't shake. The card held a new riddle. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Footsteps, I thought instantly. The more you walk, the more footsteps you leave. I whispered the answer. The card crumbled, and once again, a new envelope materialized before me. This was no ordinary game. The riddles became darker, more complex, with each new card. And soon, I realized the stakes were higher than I'd imagined. The third riddle was waiting for me when I woke the next morning. I found the envelope resting on my bedside table, as if someone had placed it there while I slept. This time there was no greeting, just a riddle. I am always hungry. I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I? This one was easy. Fire. But as I prepared to say the answer, something in the air shifted. The room grew unbearably hot, like an oven turned to full blast. Beads of sweat formed on my skin, my breath coming faster. The heat was suffocating. I looked around frantically, trying to figure out where the heat was coming from, but there was no source. It was just there, filling the air, pressing down on me. If I answered wrong, would the fire consume me? I forced myself to stay calm, to focus. "Fire," I whispered. The heat vanished instantly, leaving me gasping for breath. The card disintegrated, replaced with another. Correct, but don't let your guard down. The next one may burn more than just your skin. I realized then that this wasn't just a game of intellect. It was a game of survival. The riddles continued to come, each one more twisted than the last, and the dangers became more real. I wasn't just guessing answers anymore. I was trying to stay alive. One riddle asked me to solve a puzzle involving a poison. If I had guessed wrong, I was certain the drink on the table beside me would have been laced with something lethal. Another riddle tested my ability to find a hidden object in my apartment within a time limit. If I hadn't, I could feel the air thinning, as if I would suffocate if I failed. But there was more to the game than just riddles. The more I solved, the more I felt something dark creeping into my mind. The answers unlocked truths about the universe, about life and death, about things I wasn't supposed to know. By the time I reached the 10th riddle, I wasn't sure if I was playing the game, or if the game was playing me. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. What am I? I knew the answer before I even read the full riddle. Fire, again. But when I spoke it this time, the lights in my apartment flickered and went out. plunging the room into darkness. I could feel it then, something watching me. Something that had been watching me all along. The shadows in the room shifted, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the corner, its eyes gleaming in the faint light from the window. But when I blinked, it was gone. The card crumbled, and another appeared. This one was different. It was thicker, heavier. The ink on it seemed to pulse, as if alive. "You are close. The final riddle awaits." I didn't sleep that night. I was too afraid of what might happen if I closed my eyes, too afraid that the game wasn't just a game anymore. I was caught in its web, and there was no way out except to finish it. The final riddle came the next morning, like all the others. But this one was different. It was longer, more complex, and there was something about the words that made my skin crawl. "I am the beginning of the end, and the end of time and space. I am essential to creation, and I surround every place. What am I?" The words felt heavy in my mind, like they were pressing down on my thoughts, trying to crush them. I read the riddle over and over, trying to make sense of it, but the more I read, the less it made sense. The beginning of the end? The end of time and space? It felt impossible, like it was asking something beyond human comprehension. I paced the room, my mind racing. I knew this was it, the final riddle. If I answered wrong, I knew I wouldn't survive. But the answer eluded me. Creation, time, space. And then it hit me. It wasn't a thing. It was a concept. It was everything. I was the answer. The game had been leading me here all along. Each riddle had been a step closer to this realization. The answer to the final riddle was me. "I am the answer," I whispered, the words trembling in the air. The card disintegrated in my hands, but something felt wrong. The room around me seemed to shift, the walls warping, bending. My body felt lighter, as if I was fading, dissolving into the air. And that's when I realized the horrible truth. I was the answer to the riddle. The game had been about me all along. Every riddle, every question had led to this moment. But in solving the final riddle, in realizing that I was the answer, I had undone myself. I looked down at my hands, watching in horror as they began to disappear, the skin flaking away like dust in the wind. My legs followed, my body fading, unraveling as if I had never existed at all. "No," I whispered, but the sound barely escaped my lips. I was fading faster now, the room around me dissolving, collapsing into nothingness. I had solved the riddle, but in doing so, I had erased myself. The universe didn't need me anymore. I had served my purpose. I was the final answer. And now, I was gone.
The Forbidden Room of Holloway House. When we moved into the old Holloway house in Willow Creek, Virginia, I was filled with excitement. I had always dreamed of living in a historic home with its rich past, unique character, and the charm that only age could bring. The house had an air of elegance, with its grand columns, gabled roof, and ivy that crept up the walls like nature's lacework. It seemed like the perfect place to build new memories with my family. My husband, Mark, shared my enthusiasm, eager to restore the house to its former glory, and even our daughter, Emily, seemed captivated by the charm of the old colonial mansion. She ran through the hallways with a joy I hadn't seen in her since we left the city. But from the moment we stepped inside, something felt off. The air was heavy, carrying a damp, musty scent that seemed to cling to my skin. There was an inexplicable coldness that seeped into my bones, an unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the autumn weather outside. At first, I tried to brush it off as just my imagination, maybe even a draft from the old windows, but the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. Mark was quick to attribute it to the house's age.
It's just an old place, Maria.
He said with a reassuring smile, wrapping his arm around me.
Once we get the heating fixed and air out the rooms, it will feel more like home.
I wanted to believe him. I really did. But something about the house felt wrong, as if it were holding its breath, waiting. Then, Emily began talking about her new friend, Sarah. At first, we thought it was just a child's imaginary playmate. Kids invent friends all the time, right? But then things started to change. Emily would talk to Sarah for hours, whispering and giggling in her room. She even set an extra place at the table during meals, insisting it was for Sarah. Mark and I exchanged uneasy glances but laughed it off.
She's just being creative.
Mark said.
She'll grow out of it.
But it didn't stop there. The whispers began at night, soft and almost playful, drifting through the air like a lullaby carried on the wind. They seemed to come from all around us, from the walls, from the floorboards, and sometimes from beneath the bed. Then came the footsteps, light, like those of a child pattering down the hall when Emily was fast asleep. One night, I heard a faint, distant giggle echoing through the house. I felt a chill creep down my spine, an unnatural stillness settling over the room. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. I glanced over at Mark. He was still fast asleep, oblivious to the strange sounds. I slipped out of bed and tiptoed down the hall toward Emily's room, but the sound seemed to move away from me, deeper into the house, as if leading me somewhere. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The hall stretched out longer than it should, the shadows thick and dark. I reached a door at the end of the hall, the only door that wouldn't open, no matter how hard we had tried. The door was solid, ancient wood, with a faded brass handle, and it was always locked. We had assumed it led to a closet or a storage space, something mundane. But now, it felt like the center of the house, a place that was alive with its own secrets. Emily had become obsessed with that door, insisting that Sarah lived inside and wanted to come out to play. I began to feel uneasy whenever I passed it, noticing shadows moving beneath the crack, hearing faint sounds that almost resembled crying. Sometimes when I stood close enough, I thought I could hear breathing, shallow and uneven. I wanted to ignore it, but something drew me toward it, a compulsion I couldn't explain. Days turned into weeks, and the strange occurrences became more frequent. Emily's conversations with Sarah grew more intense, her laughter echoing through the halls even when she was alone. She began to change, her behavior becoming more erratic, her mood swinging from sweet and affectionate to cold and distant in the blink of an eye. She spent more and more time in her room, and I would hear her talking in hushed tones, giggling, and then nothing, just an unnerving silence that seemed to fill the entire house. Mark remained skeptical, always finding a logical explanation for everything.
It's just an old house.
He would say, running his fingers through his hair in frustration.
They creak, they groan. And Emily, she's just going through a phase, don't worry.
But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The house seemed to breathe around us, its walls shifting, its floors creaking even when no one was there. At night, I would lie awake, listening to the soft patter of feet running down the hall, the distant sound of a child's laughter echoing in the dark. One night, after another sleepless night filled with whispers and footsteps, I'd had enough. I stood up, my heart racing, and whispered to Mark, "We need to open that door. I need to know what's behind it." He hesitated, looking at me like I had gone mad. But the look in my eyes must have convinced him. Reluctantly, he nodded, and we retrieved a crowbar from the garage. The wood around the doorframe was old and brittle, and as we pried it open, it splintered and groaned, almost as if it were screaming. With one final heave, the door swung open, and what we found inside made my blood run cold. The room was perfectly preserved in time, untouched by age. Dust covered the floor, but everything else looked as if it had been frozen in a single moment decades ago. A small bed with a faded quilt, a wooden chest filled with toys, and a rocking chair next to a window that had been boarded up. But what caught my attention was the doll. A porcelain doll sat on a dusty chair, its glassy eyes staring directly at me, almost as if it was alive. Its mouth was painted in a faint smile, but there was something about its expression that made my skin crawl. Emily squealed with delight and ran to the doll, clutching it tightly. "Sarah!" she cried, laughing, spinning in circles with the doll in her arms. From that moment on, Emily was different. She became distant, her eyes glazed over, as if she were lost in her own world. She would sit in that room for hours, talking to the doll, playing games that no one else could see. I tried to take the doll away one day, just to see how Emily would react. She screamed, a sound so shrill and filled with rage that I barely recognized her voice. "No! Sarah doesn't want to go," she cried, tears streaming down her face. I backed away, my hands trembling, feeling a deep, creeping dread settle over me. The whispers grew louder, the footsteps closer. I could hear them even when Emily was right beside me. The soft patter of feet running down the hall, the sound of a child's laughter echoing in the dead of night. I felt as though the house itself was watching us, waiting, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we had awakened something that had been sleeping for a long time. One night, I awoke to the sound of crying, a soft, pitiful sobbing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I rushed to Emily's room, my heart in my throat, only to find her standing by the door to the forbidden room, her face pale, her eyes wide and empty. "Sarah wants to come out," she whispered, her voice hollow, not quite her own. "She wants to play." I felt a wave of cold wash over me. "Emily, honey, come away from there," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But she didn't move. She just stood there, staring at me with those wide, vacant eyes. I reached out to take her hand and she flinched, pulling away. "She says you don't understand," Emily murmured. "She says you don't want us to be friends." I stared at my daughter, feeling tears prick at my eyes. "Emily, please, you need to come back to bed." She turned slowly, her expression shifting, a smile spreading across her face that didn't look like hers. "But we're having so much fun," she said, her voice lilting, almost mocking. "And now that the door is open, Sarah doesn't want to be alone anymore." I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin. "Some doors should never be opened," I whispered, mostly to myself, but it was too late. I knew deep down that the house had chosen, and it wasn't going to let Emily go. From that night on, the activity in the house intensified. The shadows grew darker, thicker, creeping along the walls like tendrils of smoke. The air became colder, and the whispers turned into wails, anguished, desperate cries that echoed through the halls at all hours. Emily's behavior grew more erratic. She began drawing pictures of a little girl over and over again, with wide black eyes and a smile that stretched too far. I tried to talk to Mark about leaving, but he just shook his head.
"We can't just abandon the house. We've put too much into it."
But I knew the house wasn't ours anymore. It belonged to whatever was in that room, whatever had claimed Emily as its own. One night, I woke up to the sound of a music box playing a slow, haunting tune. I followed the sound, my heart pounding, and found Emily standing in the dark hallway, holding the doll and whispering to it. "She says you should come play with us," Emily said, turning to me, her eyes dark, her expression blank. I backed away, my breath catching in my throat. I knew then that Emily was slipping further and further away, and if I didn't do something soon, I would lose her forever. But the house had already made its choice, and it wasn't going to let her go. The next morning, I made a decision. I packed our bags, determined to get Emily out of that house, to save her from whatever had taken hold of her. But when I went to her room, she was gone. I searched every corner, every crevice, calling her name. But all I heard in return was a soft, mocking giggle that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I rushed to the forbidden room, my heart in my throat. The door was open, swinging slowly back and forth on its hinges. I stepped inside and the cold hit me like a wave. The room was empty except for the doll, sitting on the chair, its eyes fixed on me, unblinking, its smile wider than before. "Emily," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. But there was no answer, just the faint sound of laughter, drifting away, deeper into the darkness of the house. I knew then that Emily was gone. She had become part of the house, a new playmate for whatever spirit had been waiting there all those years. And I was left alone, trapped in the hollow, empty shell of the house, with the door to the forbidden room forever open. And from that day on, every time I hear the faint sound of a child's laughter in the hall, I wonder if it's Emily, or if the house is just playing tricks on me again.
The house at the end of Deadwood Lane. From the moment we decided to take a vacation in rural Maine, I felt a strange pull, a curiosity that gnawed at me like a whisper in the back of my mind. Michael and I had heard the legends, stories told in hushed tones by locals who avoided even mentioning the place's name. They spoke of a house deep in the backwoods, a house that seemed almost forgotten by time. The Thatcher House, they called it, sitting at the end of Deadwood Lane, surrounded by dense woods and an eerie silence so deep it could swallow sound. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to escape the monotony of Boston life and indulge in some thrill-seeking. We set out one sunny afternoon with nothing but a map, a packed lunch, and a sense of excitement. But as we drove further into the wilderness, the road grew narrower, the trees loomed thicker, their branches intertwined overhead like skeletal fingers blocking out the sky. It felt like we were being funneled down a dark, narrowing tunnel of green. I swore I saw shapes moving among the trees, shadows flickering just out of sight. Michael dismissed it as my imagination, but the air seemed to grow colder, heavier, and a chill ran down my spine. By the time we reached the overgrown trail that led to the house, the atmosphere had changed completely. The sky, once clear, darkened with clouds that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees, carrying with it a sound almost like whispers. I could swear the trees leaned in closer, their branches creaking, as if they were trying to warn us away, or worse, draw us in. I wanted to turn back, a tight knot forming in my stomach, but Michael insisted. He was always the adventurous one, always pushing the boundaries. So we pressed on, pushing through the thick underbrush, our shoes crunching over dead leaves and twigs, until we finally saw it, the old Thatcher House. It stood there like a sentinel, a forgotten relic from another time. A two-story Victorian mansion with peeling paint, shuttered windows, and an air of decay that seemed almost palpable. The house seemed to exude a presence, a dark energy that reached out like tendrils, wrapping around us, pulling us closer. I felt a wave of unease wash over me, my heartbeat quickening. The rusted iron gate creaked as we pushed it open, and I swear I felt eyes watching us from one of the upstairs windows, though the curtains hung still. The path to the front door was overgrown with weeds, and the grass was long and wild, swaying in the wind as if alive. The steps groaned under our weight as we ascended, and the front door, heavy and wooden, swung open with a groan that echoed like a low moan throughout the house. Inside, the smell of mold and rot hit us like a wall. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and dust danced in the slivers of light that managed to pierce the gloom. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath our feet. I shivered as we wandered from room to room, each one more unsettling than the last. The walls were stained with something dark, and cobwebs hung thick in the corners, swaying in the draft like ghostly veils. I felt cold spots as we moved, patches of frigid air that seemed to bite at my skin. I heard faint whispers, like distant voices speaking just out of earshot, and shadows seemed to shift and move at the edge of my vision. I tried to ignore the dread building in my chest, telling myself it was just my imagination. But when I glanced into a cracked mirror hanging on the wall, my breath caught in my throat. Behind me, reflected in the dirty glass, was the face of an old woman, her eyes wide, her mouth twisted in a grin that sent a wave of terror through me. "Michael," I whispered, my voice trembling. "We need to leave." He nodded, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. We turned and rushed back to the front door, but it wasn't there. Where the door had been, there was now a solid wall of bricks, cold and unyielding. I reached out, running my hands over the rough surface, panic surging through me. "No, this can't be," I murmured, my voice shaking. I turned around, my heart pounding, and heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps descending the stairs behind us. Slow, deliberate, heavy. I grabbed Michael's arm, my fingers digging into his skin. A woman's voice, cold and raspy, whispered from the darkness.
"You came. Now you belong to me."
The room dimmed, the shadows deepening, closing in around us. I heard the sound of nails scratching across the wooden floor, the noise growing louder, closer. I clung to Michael, my heart racing, a scream caught in my throat. I could feel the air growing colder, the darkness pressing in. I realized then that we were trapped in a place where the dead still roamed, where the walls seemed to breathe, and the living were never meant to escape. I felt a cold breath on my neck and turned, but there was nothing there. Just the dark, yawning abyss of the hallway, stretching further than it should. Michael squeezed my hand.
"We need to find another way out."
He whispered, but I could hear the fear in his voice. The shadows seemed to thicken, the air growing colder still. I felt something brush against my cheek, soft but ice cold, like a hand. I gasped, stepping back. "We need to move," I said, my voice breaking, but my legs felt like lead. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, as if whoever, or whatever, was descending the stairs wanted us to know it was coming. And then, from the darkness, came a soft, low laugh, a sound that sent chills through my entire body.
"Welcome,"
the voice whispered.
"You're home now. The Curse of Elderwood House." As a paranormal investigator and YouTuber, I prided myself on exploring some of the most haunted places in the country. But there was something about Elderwood House that felt different, even before I laid eyes on it. I had heard the stories, the tales of the unexplained deaths, the mournful cries of the elderly echoing through the night air, the shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. This place had a reputation, and I knew I had to see it for myself. Max, my cameraman, was less enthusiastic.
"I don't know, Amanda.
He had said as we drove through the dense woods of Brattleboro, Vermont.
This one feels bad."
I dismissed his concerns with a wave. "Come on, Max. Don't tell me you're scared. We're professionals, remember? And the channel's views are going to skyrocket after this." But deep down, a part of me was unsettled too. The road narrowed and twisted through the woods, the trees growing thicker and darker, like an impenetrable wall. The GPS lost its signal. We drove in silence, the tension between us mounting as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The shadows grew long, stretching across the path like dark fingers reaching out to pull us in. When we finally arrived, the sight of Elderwood House made my heart skip a beat. It sat in the middle of a clearing, its crumbling facade almost hidden behind thick, overgrown vines. The windows were broken, their frames blackened and scorched. The air grew colder, and a strange heaviness settled over me, pressing down on my chest like a weight. Max and I exchanged a nervous glance. I approached the front door, my hand trembling as I reached for the rusty handle. The door creaked open with a sound that echoed like a scream in the still air, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just disturbed something that should have been left alone. The darkness inside was thick and heavy, almost alive. I felt it surround me as I stepped inside, and I swallowed hard, trying to steady my nerves. "Are you getting this, Max?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
He replied, but his voice was strained.
But Amanda, something doesn't feel right.
I forced a laugh. That's the point. Come on, let's check the attic first. The stairs creaked beneath our weight, each step echoing in the silence. The air grew colder as we ascended, and I could feel a strange prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching us. I ignored it, focusing on the job. When we reached the attic, the air was so cold I could see my breath fogging in front of me. And then, there it was, the rocking chair. It moved slowly back and forth with no one touching it. The creak of the wood seemed to grow louder, echoing off the walls. I felt my heart quicken. I approached it, feeling the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Is there someone here?" I called out, my voice shaking slightly. "If you want to communicate, give us a sign." For a moment there was nothing, just silence. And then I heard it, the faintest whisper, so quiet I almost thought I was imagining it. "Help! Us!" I froze, my blood running cold. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Max. He nodded, his face pale.
Yeah, I heard it. Amanda, maybe we should...
Before he could finish, the door to the attic slammed shut with a deafening bang, and the temperature dropped even further. I heard more voices now, clearer, all overlapping, begging for help, crying out in anguish. I turned to Max, and for the first time, I saw real fear in his eyes.
We need to get out of here,
he said, his voice tight with panic. I nodded, feeling a chill run through me. We hurried down the stairs, but the air seemed to thicken, and I felt something cold brush against my cheek, like a hand reaching out from the darkness. I shuddered, my breath quickening. "The basement," I said. "We need to check the basement." Max hesitated, but I was already moving. We reached the basement door and pushed it open. A foul odor hit us, a mix of decay and something metallic, like old blood. The basement was dark, the shadows deeper and darker than they should have been. I switched on my flashlight and saw them, chains hanging from the walls, stained dark. I moved closer, the beam of light trembling in my hand, and then I saw him. A man, his face twisted in agony, his eyes hollow, filled with something that looked like anger or desperation. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. I lifted the camera, trying to capture him, but the screen flickered and the lights went out. I felt something cold touch my shoulder and I gasped, spinning around. "Max!" I whispered. But Max wasn't there. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I felt my pulse quicken, and my hand tightened around the camera. The darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides, suffocating, relentless. And then I realized with a sinking dread that the dead didn't just want their story told. They wanted company. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and a cold hand gripped my shoulder. I turned, heart pounding, and everything went black.
The Haunting of Rosewood Manor. It was supposed to be a fun night, a thrilling adventure with my college friends. We had all heard the stories about Rosewood Manor, a massive Victorian house in upstate New York with a reputation that made it infamous. A house known for its dark history and the chilling events that seemed to plague anyone who dared to enter. Naturally, we couldn't resist the challenge. A night in that house would surely give us the scare we craved, maybe even a story to tell for years to come. We arrived just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. The house loomed before us, its windows boarded up and its doors barely hanging from rusted hinges. The paint was peeling, and vines clung to the exterior like desperate fingers trying to pull the house back into the earth. The surrounding woods seemed to close in around it, the trees like claws reaching out, as if the forest itself wanted to reclaim it. I felt a shiver of doubt run through me, a voice in the back of my mind whispering that this was a bad idea. But I pushed it down. We were here to prove we weren't afraid. Inside, the air was heavy, almost oppressive, with a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. Every step we took on the old, creaking floorboards echoed through the empty halls, each creak sounding like a low moan. The sensation of being watched was immediate, an unmistakable prickle at the back of my neck that wouldn't go away. We decided to split up to cover more ground. Classic horror movie mistake, I know. But we were young, stupid, and eager to prove our bravery. I wandered down a long, narrow hallway, my flashlight flickering as if struggling to stay alive. The wallpaper was faded and peeling, and there were dark stains on the floor that looked disturbingly like old blood. I tried not to think about it. I turned a corner and found myself facing a tall, ornate mirror. I stared at my reflection, trying to steady my nerves, and then I saw it. A figure standing just behind me, grinning, its face twisted in a way that sent a jolt of fear through me. I spun around, but there was no one there. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was just a trick of the light, but my heart was racing and my hands were shaking. I continued down the hall, but the air felt thicker, almost like wading through water. And then, without warning, the doors began to slam shut one by one, trapping some of my friends in different rooms. I heard their voices, shouting, panicked, and then a scream. A child's scream, high-pitched and terrified, echoing through the hallway. I ran toward the sound, but the hallway seemed to stretch longer, the walls twisting and warping as if the house itself were shifting around me. I felt a surge of panic, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. I turned a corner and froze. There she was, a little girl standing in the hallway, her dress tattered and her skin pale. Her eyes were black, hollow, and empty. She opened her mouth and a scream erupted, louder than anything I had ever heard. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was too late. The sound pierced through me like a knife, cutting into my very soul. I stumbled back, feeling the walls closing in around me. The house seemed to be breathing, the walls expanding and contracting like lungs, the air thickening. I tried to find my friends, but the corridors twisted and turned, leading me in circles, trapping me in a maze that shouldn't have existed. I felt like I was running in place, my legs heavy, my heart pounding in my chest. The shadows grew darker, deeper, and I could hear whispers now, low, guttural, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I saw the little girl again, standing at the end of the hallway, but this time she was smiling, her teeth sharp and glistening in the dim light. I felt a chill run down my spine, my breath catching in my throat. I turned and ran, but the floor seemed to tilt beneath me, the walls stretching and twisting like they were alive. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, getting closer. I glanced back and saw a shadow moving along the wall, its shape shifting, growing taller, reaching out with long, slender fingers. I realized, too late, that Rosewood Manor wasn't just a house. It was a trap, a living entity that had claimed more than just our attention. It had claimed our souls. The whispers grew louder, the shadows deeper. I felt a hand brush against my back, cold and clammy, and I stumbled forward, my heart pounding in my chest. And then everything went dark.
The Whispers of Stone House. As a horror novelist, I had always been drawn to places with dark histories, places where the air itself seemed thick with secrets and shadows lurked in every corner. Stone House was one such place. a remote, eerie mansion on the outskirts of Coldwater, Texas. I had heard about it in passing, whispered rumors in the local cafe about a house that seemed to absorb light, a house where the sun never shone quite as brightly. It was said to be built entirely of cold grey stones that seemed to pull the warmth from your bones like a magnet for all that was dark. The perfect setting for my next novel, or so I thought. I rented it without a second thought, imagining the isolation would help me focus, clear my mind, and finally finish the book I had been struggling with for months. I told myself that the solitude would be invigorating, the perfect escape from the noise of the city. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt the weight of my decision settle on my shoulders like a lead blanket. The air was heavy, almost suffocating, as if the walls were pressing in on me. The stone floors were cold beneath my feet, and the air felt thick and unmoving. I could taste the dust on my tongue, feel the age of the house in every breath I took. The rooms were unnaturally cold, even though it was the middle of summer and the heat outside was stifling. I shivered, feeling a prickle of fear at the back of my neck, but I brushed it off as nerves, just my overactive imagination getting the better of me. I unpacked my bags, placing my laptop on a small wooden desk by the window that overlooked the overgrown garden. The garden was a tangle of weeds and dead flowers, the once beautiful rose bushes now shriveled and brown. I tried to write, to lose myself in my work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The silence was too complete, too oppressive, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I felt as if the house were watching me, waiting. And then the whispers began. At first they were soft, almost like a distant conversation just out of earshot. I couldn't make out the words, but they were always there, just on the edge of my consciousness, growing louder with each passing day. I would turn, expecting to see someone standing behind me, but there was never anyone there. Just the empty room and the shadows that seemed to dance just at the edge of my vision. I started seeing things, shadows that moved when they shouldn't, flickering like specters in the dim light. My reflection in the mirror seemed wrong. My face would shift slightly, my eyes darker, as if something else was looking back at me. I found myself staring into the mirror for long stretches, trying to catch whatever it was that lurked just beneath the surface. At night, the house seemed to come alive. The floors creaked, the walls groaned, and the whispers grew louder. I heard screams, faint and distant at first, then louder, more desperate. They echoed through the halls, filling the rooms with a haunting melody of anguish. I began to lose sleep. I would lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts that weren't mine. My writing grew jumbled, incoherent, as if my thoughts were being scrambled by some unseen force. One night, after another sleepless, tormenting stretch of whispers and shadows, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was causing it. I had to understand. I remembered the basement door, the one door in the house that had remained closed since I arrived. The door seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as if it were a living thing, breathing in the dark. I knew it was a mistake the moment I opened the door. The smell hit me first, a mix of mold, decay, and something metallic, like old blood. The stench was so strong it made my eyes water, and I gagged, covering my mouth with my sleeve. I hesitated for a moment, standing at the top of the stairs, but the whispers grew louder, more insistent, drawing me down. I descended the stairs slowly, each step creaking beneath my weight. The air grew colder with every step, a biting chill that cut through my clothes and settled into my bones. I shined my flashlight around, the beam flickering and weak. The basement was a dark, cavernous space, the walls made of the same cold gray stone as the rest of the house. I could see my breath fogging in front of me, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. As I moved further into the darkness, the beam of my flashlight fell on something that made my blood run cold. Chains hanging from the walls, old and rusted, covered in a thick layer of dust and something darker, something sticky and red. I took a step closer, my heart pounding in my chest, and saw claw marks gouged deep into the stone, desperate, ragged scratches that spoke of something or someone trying to escape. I felt a cold breath against my neck, and I spun around, my heart racing. There was no one there, but I could feel them. Dozens of eyes watching me from the darkness, the air thick with malice and despair. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, surrounding me, filling the air. "Help us," they said. "Let us out." The words sent a chill down my spine, and I realized with a sinking feeling that the spirits here were not just ghosts. They were prisoners, trapped in this place, tormented for eternity, and they were angry, desperate for release, desperate for someone to take their place. I turned to leave, my hands shaking, but the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. I lunged at it, pulling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers became a cacophony, filling my ears, pressing in on me from all sides. I felt the air grow thick around me, almost like it was solidifying, trapping me in place. I knew then that I was trapped, and if I stayed any longer, I would become a part of the legend myself. I screamed, banging on the door with all my strength, my fists pounding against the wood until they were raw and bleeding. The cold tendrils of darkness crept closer, wrapping around my legs, my arms, pulling me down. I felt them, the spirits, pressing in closer, their cold, clammy hands reaching for me, pulling me toward them. And then I heard it, the slow, deliberate creak of footsteps descending the stairs, coming closer and closer. The sound was heavy, each step sending a jolt of fear through my body. I turned, my back pressed against the door, my flashlight flickering. The beam fell on a figure at the top of the stairs, a dark silhouette, its features obscured by the shadows. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, descending one step at a time. I could hear the soft whispering growing louder, like 100 voices speaking at once, all pleading, all desperate. The figure reached the bottom step, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. Its eyes were glowing a sickly yellow, and its mouth twisted into a cruel smile. "You shouldn't have come here," it whispered, its voice a low, raspy hiss that sent a shiver down my spine. "Now, you belong to us." I felt a cold hand wrap around my wrist, and I screamed, yanking my arm away. The figure moved closer, its form shifting, its features changing, becoming something monstrous, something inhuman. I could feel the darkness closing in around me, pressing in from all sides, and I knew I had to get out. I had to escape. I grabbed the flashlight and swung it at the figure, but it passed right through like a knife cutting through smoke. The figure laughed, a low, mocking sound that echoed through the basement. I felt hands grabbing at me, pulling me down, and I kicked out, thrashing against the invisible grip. I could hear the whispers now, clear and distinct, a chorus of voices begging, pleading, screaming. "Help us," they cried. "Release us." I felt my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I knew I was running out of time. Desperately, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, hoping to call for help. But the screen was dark, dead, the battery drained. I cursed under my breath, my mind racing, trying to think of a way out. And then I remembered. The chains hanging from the walls, the ones that seemed to pulse with a dark, malevolent energy. I reached for one, my fingers trembling, and grabbed hold, pulling with all my strength. The chain rattled, and I felt a surge of energy, a shock that ran through my body. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, and I felt the grip around my ankles loosen. I pulled harder, my muscles straining, and the chain came free, clattering to the ground. The air seemed to crackle with electricity, the darkness retreating just a little, and I knew I had to keep going. I moved to the next chain, yanking it free, and then the next and the next. Each one fell with a loud, echoing clang that seemed to shake the very foundation of the house. The whispers turned to screams, high-pitched and desperate, and I could feel the spirits pulling back, retreating into the shadows. With one final pull, I yanked the last chain free, and the room seemed to explode with light. I felt the cold tendrils around my legs release, and I stumbled forward, grabbing the door handle. It turned easily now, and the door swung open, flooding the basement with light from the hallway. I didn't look back. I ran up the stairs, my breath ragged, my heart pounding. I could hear the screams fading behind me, the whispers growing softer. I burst through the front door into the warm, bright sunlight of the outside world and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. I looked back at Stone House, its dark, brooding silhouette standing tall against the bright blue sky. The whispers were gone, the screams silenced, but I knew the spirits were still there, waiting, watching. I had escaped, but just barely. The house had released me, but I knew it wouldn't stay quiet for long. As I got into my car and drove away, I glanced back at the house in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw a face in the window, staring back at me, its eyes glowing yellow. I turned away, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. I knew I would never return to Stone House, but I also knew that it would never truly let me go.
The Factory of the Forgotten. I'll be honest. When I first heard about the abandoned textile factory in Mill Creek, I was intrigued, not scared. I mean, how many times had I heard these kinds of stories? Every old building has its ghosts, right? But something about the way people talked about the Araujo textile mill piqued my curiosity. They didn't just whisper about ghosts. They spoke with a genuine fear in their eyes, as if the place itself was alive, holding on to the memories of something terrible. My friends and I, Anna, Mark, Jenna and I, had this crazy idea to document haunted places for a web series. We'd done it before. Old mansions, creepy forests, even an abandoned asylum once. But the factory, well, it felt different from the start. There was an air about it, a heaviness that seemed to settle over us the moment we decided to go. We arrived on a gloomy Saturday afternoon. The clouds were thick and grey, hanging low in the sky like a shroud. The factory loomed ahead of us, its broken windows and crumbling walls covered in vines and rust. It looked like a gaping mouth, ready to swallow us whole. The wind howled through the broken windows, carrying with it a low, mournful whistle. It felt like a warning. I turned to the others, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. All right, let's get started. Anna, you take the main building with Jenna. Mark and I will head to the loading docks. They nodded, though I could tell they were feeling the same unease I was. As we pushed open the old, rusted gate, it gave a high-pitched screech that echoed through the empty lot. "This place gives me the creeps," Mark muttered, glancing around.
It feels like it's watching us.
I laughed, though it came out a bit shaky. "It's just an old factory, Mark. Nothing here but rust and decay." But as soon as we stepped inside, I felt it. The air grew colder, and a smell hit me, a smell I can't quite describe. It was a mix of mildew, burnt metal, and something else. Something that made my stomach twist. We walked through the dark, empty hallways, our flashlights casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The machines, long silent, seemed like giant skeletal beasts waiting to come to life. I kept my camera rolling, documenting everything. "This place is huge," I said into the mic. "It must have been bustling back in the day." We made our way deeper into the factory, moving past the old weaving machines. The silence was heavy, almost suffocating. It felt like something was pressing down on us, squeezing the air out of our lungs. Then I heard it. A faint sound at first, like metal scraping against metal. I stopped and held up a hand. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Mark nodded, his eyes wide.
Yeah, it sounded like like something moving.
We stood still, listening. The sound grew louder, more rhythmic. It was the unmistakable clatter of an old loom working, a sound that shouldn't be possible in a place where everything had been shut down for decades. That can't be, I started, but my words trailed off as I noticed the machines. They were moving, slowly, but definitely moving. The looms were turning, the wheels spinning. Dust hung in the air, catching the beam of my flashlight.
Okay, this is officially creepy.
I tried to stay calm, reminding myself it was probably some sort of draft or mechanical malfunction, but then I saw them. Figures. Shadowy, almost transparent figures standing by the machines, moving rhythmically, mechanically, as if they were still working. "Do you see that?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. "Tell me you see that." Mark nodded, his face pale.
Yeah, I see it. What the hell is that?
I zoomed in with my camera, trying to get a closer look. The figures were ghostly, their faces blurred, but they seemed wrong. Twisted, their limbs unnaturally long, their movements jerky, as if they were stuck in some kind of loop.
Hey, we should get the others. I don't like this.
I agreed, but as we turned to leave, a loud noise echoed through the factory, a metallic clang, like something heavy falling. We froze. "That came from the other side," I said, "where Anna and Jenna are." Without another word, we ran. My heart was in my throat as we rushed through the maze-like corridors, past the empty offices and storage rooms. When we finally reached the main floor, I saw Anna and Jenna standing by an old elevator shaft, looking down. "What happened?" I asked, out of breath. Anna turned, her face pale.
We saw something down there.
I peered into the darkness of the shaft, shining my flashlight down. At the bottom, I saw something moving. A shadow, shifting and twisting, almost like it was trying to crawl up the walls.
What the hell is that?
Jenna whispered. Before I could answer, the shadow seemed to rise, taking shape. It looked like a person, but distorted, its limbs too long, its head twisted at an unnatural angle. And then it started to climb, slowly, steadily, up the side of the shaft. "Run," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Run!" We turned and bolted, our footsteps echoing in the empty factory. I could hear something behind us, something scraping and dragging across the floor, getting closer and closer. I glanced back and saw the shadow in the hallway, moving faster than it should, as if it were gliding over the ground.
We have to get out.
Mark shouted.
Now!
We reached the main entrance and slammed into the old, rusted doors, pushing them open with all our strength. We stumbled out into the cold night air, gasping for breath. For a moment, everything was silent, except for our ragged breathing. But then I heard it again, the sound of machines, the clatter of looms, and behind it, faint, echoing voices, as if coming from deep inside the factory. "We need to leave," I said, my voice shaking. "This place, it's wrong. We need to go." As we backed away, I saw something in the windows. Shadows moving, figures watching us. And then I heard a voice, faint but clear, a woman's voice whispering, "Help us, we're still here." I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew, in that moment, that whatever was in that factory wasn't just a ghost. It was something much worse, something trapped, something desperate. We turned and ran, not stopping until we were back at the car. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the factory, dark and looming, fading into the distance, but I could still hear the voices echoing in my head. We're still here. And I knew, deep down, that they would never leave.
The forgotten hospital. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe it was the thrill of proving everyone wrong, of finally capturing something real on camera. Or maybe it was my own stubbornness that led me to the old San Cristóbal psychiatric hospital that night. I'd been hearing stories about this place for years. Ghosts, screams, flickering lights, all the classic tropes. I never believed in any of it, to be honest. But something about the way people talked about this hospital, it made me curious. So there I was, standing in front of the crumbling facade of the building. It looked like a forgotten giant, looming against the night sky, its windows dark and broken. I tightened my grip on my flashlight, feeling a chill run down my spine despite the warm New York night. The gate was locked with a rusty chain, but I found a gap in the fence where the metal had rusted away. I slipped through, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. "Here goes nothing," I muttered to myself, stepping onto the overgrown pathway leading to the main entrance. The weeds tugged at my ankles, and the smell of mildew and rot filled the air. I pushed open the heavy wooden door, which creaked loudly, echoing through the empty lobby. Inside, the darkness seemed to swallow the light from my flashlight. The air was thick and heavy, carrying a scent of decay that made my stomach turn. I took a deep breath and switched on my EVP recorder, speaking softly into the mic. "This is Mariana, entering the San Cristobal Psychiatric Hospital," I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. "Let's see what all the fuss is about." The silence was absolute, the kind that makes your ears ring. I moved further into the building, stepping over broken tiles and debris. The reception desk lay overturned, papers scattered across the floor. I knelt down to pick one up. It was an old patient record, the ink faded and the paper yellowed with age. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the thought of what must have happened here. I continued down the long hallway, the light from my flashlight flickering slightly. My footsteps echoed, a lonely sound in the vast emptiness. Every door I passed was either locked or boarded up, as if trying to keep something in or out. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. "All right, spirits," I murmured, half joking. "If you're here, now's your chance. Show me something real." A sudden noise made me jump, a soft creaking, like a door slowly opening. I swung the flashlight around, my heart racing, but saw nothing. "Just the wind," I told myself, trying to stay calm. Just the wind. I made my way to the left, toward the psychiatric wing. As I reached the door, I hesitated. It was slightly ajar, and I could see a dim light flickering from within, as if someone was there. My pulse quickened, and I pushed the door open with a shaky hand. The hinges groaned like a wounded animal. Inside, the air was thick and musty. The walls were lined with old padded cells, their doors hanging off their hinges. A faint light seemed to be coming from deeper inside, a pale, sickly glow. I moved closer, feeling the temperature drop with each step. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the silence. No answer, just the soft flickering of light. I crept forward, peeking around the corner. That's when I saw it. A figure stood at the far end of the corridor, a man in an old, tattered hospital gown. His back was to me, his head bent down as if he was whispering to someone, or something. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. "Hello?" I called out again, but the figure didn't move. I stepped closer, my flashlight aimed at his back. Are you okay?" Slowly, the figure turned. His face was pale and gaunt, his eyes sunken deep into his skull, and his mouth was open, but no sound came out. He lifted a trembling hand and pointed directly at me.
"Help us.
He rasped, his voice thin and filled with despair.
We're still here, still trapped."
I stumbled back, my heart pounding wildly in my chest. What? What do you mean?" I stammered, but before I could say more, the figure dissolved, melting into the shadows like smoke. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, backing away. What the hell was that? The light flickered and died. I was plunged into darkness, and for a moment I felt completely alone, surrounded by an oppressive, suffocating presence. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam shaking as I tried to steady my hand. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and shuffling. I turned the flashlight around, the beam catching glimpses of movement. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice breaking. "Show yourself!" A shadow crossed the light, moving fast, then slow, then fast again. It darted behind one of the doors, and I heard the unmistakable sound of metal scraping against the floor. "Mariana, you idiot," I muttered to myself. "You should have stayed home." I took a step back, and suddenly the door at the end of the hall slammed shut with a deafening bang. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing down the corridor. The sound of dragging feet followed me, getting louder and closer. I reached the main lobby and looked around frantically, trying to find an exit. The front door was still ajar, but as I ran toward it, it slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. I skidded to a stop, my chest heaving with panic. "No, no, no," I muttered, yanking at the door handle. It wouldn't budge. I felt trapped, like a rat in a cage. And then, the whispering started. Soft at first, like a breeze through the trees, but growing louder, closer. Voices, dozens of them, all around me. "Let us out. Please, help us. We don't want to be here." I spun around, the flashlight darting over the walls. Shadows moved. Figures flickered in and out of existence. A woman in a white gown, her face twisted in agony, reached out to me. "They did things to us. Terrible things." I backed away, my hands trembling. I don't understand. I can't help you." More figures appeared, their faces gaunt and hollow, their eyes black pits of despair. They moved closer, reaching for me, their hands clawing at the air. I felt something cold wrap around my wrist, a hand, icy and skeletal. I screamed, pulling away, but the grip tightened, dragging me toward the darkness. "No! Let go of me!" I shouted, trying to wrench free. But then I heard a voice, soft and clear amid the chaos.
"Come to the basement. Find the truth."
The grip on my wrist loosened, and I stumbled back, gasping for breath. I looked around, but the figures had vanished. The whispering faded, replaced by a deep, unsettling silence. I didn't want to go to the basement. I didn't want to find out what was there. But something pulled me, a compulsion I couldn't ignore. I made my way to the staircase leading down, the air growing colder with every step. The basement was dark, the walls damp and slick with mold. I could hear water dripping somewhere, a slow, steady beat. I shined my flashlight around, the beam cutting through the darkness. And there it was, a large, heavy door at the far end, marked with a faded red cross. I felt my stomach drop. This was it. This was where they had done their treatments. I pushed open the door, and the smell hit me, a stench of decay and death, so strong it made me gag. Inside I saw old medical equipment, rusted and broken, covered in dust, and in the center of the room, a chair, stained with dark, dried blood. I approached slowly, my heart pounding. The air felt thick, heavy, as if filled with the weight of 1,000 screams. I could feel eyes on me, watching, waiting. And then, I saw it. The shadows moving on the walls, forming into shapes, figures. Faces of patients, their eyes wide with fear, their mouths open in silent screams. "We are still here," the voices whispered, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "We are still waiting." I backed away, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "I have to get out of here," I whispered to myself. "I have to." But as I turned to leave, I saw her, the figure of a young girl standing in the doorway. Her hair was tangled and matted, her dress torn and dirty. She looked up at me with wide, pleading eyes.
"Help me! Please help me!"
I hesitated, my heart breaking. How can I help you?" But before she could answer, the door slammed shut and the lights flickered. I was plunged into darkness once more, the voices growing louder, more desperate. "Help us! Save us! Don't leave us here!" I ran, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. I reached the stairs and climbed them 2 at a time, my breath ragged, my heart pounding in my chest. I burst through the door and out into the night, collapsing on the ground outside. I looked back at the hospital, its windows dark and empty, but I could still hear the voices, still feel their presence. I knew I could never go back, but I also knew I would never forget what I'd seen. Those souls were trapped, lost in their torment, and they would be forever waiting for someone to set them free. And I would be haunted by them for the rest of my life.
The abandoned school. I don't know why I didn't listen to them. Everyone in Mill Creek warned me not to go up there. Stay away from the old school on the hill, they said. It's not safe. The children, they never left. But curiosity is a stubborn thing, and the stories intrigued me too much to ignore. As a new teacher in this small town, I wanted to understand the place, its people, and its past. Maybe that was my mistake. It was late afternoon when I finally made my way up the winding path to the old Mill Creek Elementary School. The sky was heavy with grey clouds, threatening rain, and a cold wind blew through the twisted trees that lined the hill. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, glancing back at the town below, which seemed so far away now. The closer I got to the school, the quieter everything became. Not even the birds dared to sing. "All right, Emily," I muttered to myself, trying to calm my nerves. "It's just an old building. There's nothing to be afraid of." But as soon as I saw the school, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The building stood there, dark and imposing, its walls cracked and covered in moss. Most of the windows were broken, gaping like empty eyes. The iron gate at the entrance was ajar, creaking softly in the wind as if inviting me to step inside. I hesitated for a moment, hearing the faintest sound of children laughing, but when I looked around, there was no one in sight. "Hello!" I called out, my voice echoing back to me from the empty windows. "Is anyone there?" No answer, just the wind rustling through the trees. I shook my head, feeling silly for being so jumpy, and pushed the gate open. It swung wide with a loud screech that sent a flock of birds into the sky. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, my footsteps crunching on the overgrown gravel path leading to the main entrance. As I crossed the old playground, I noticed the swings moving slightly, though there was no breeze strong enough to cause it. The rusty seesaw was tilted, one end on the ground, the other in the air, as if someone had just been playing on it. I felt my stomach tighten, but I forced myself to keep moving. "This is ridiculous," I whispered, trying to steady my nerves. "There's no such thing as ghosts." The front door was partially open, and I pushed it the rest of the way with a gentle nudge. It creaked loudly, revealing a dimly lit hallway. Dust motes danced in the beams of light filtering through the broken windows. The smell of damp and decay filled my nose, and I gagged slightly. I turned on my flashlight and stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking under my weight. "Okay, just a quick look around, and then I'm out," I promised myself. "No big deal." As I walked down the corridor, I peeked into the old classrooms. Desks were overturned, chalkboards still had faint scribbles, and the walls were covered with peeling paint. In one room, I found drawings pinned to the walls, crude sketches of children and adults with faces that were more like skulls than anything else. One drawing caught my eye. It showed a bus falling off a bridge, and around it, small, ghost-like figures hovered in the air. I swallowed hard. "That must be from the accident," I muttered. I had heard about it, the tragedy that had shut this place down back in 1965. An entire class of children and 2 teachers had died when their bus plunged into the river. The townsfolk said their spirits still roamed the school grounds, waiting for someone to come and play with them. I tried to shake off the growing sense of unease. "Come on, Emily," I whispered to myself. "You're letting these stories get to you." But then I heard it, the sound of small footsteps running down the hallway behind me. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I turned around slowly, shining my flashlight down the corridor. There was nothing there. "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" Silence. I took a step forward, and the footsteps began again, soft, quick, like children playing. I spun around, but again there was no one. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck. "This is crazy," I muttered, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Just finish looking and get out." I turned back toward the hallway and saw that a door at the end had opened slowly. The creaking sound was almost unbearable in the silence. I felt a pull, an inexplicable need to go toward that door, as if something or someone was calling me. I hesitated, but curiosity won. "Fine," I whispered, moving cautiously down the hall. "Let's see what you want." I reached the door and pushed it open. Inside, the room was dimly lit by the fading daylight coming through the broken windows. I shone my flashlight around and froze. Shadows. Shadows of children sitting at their desks, but there was no one there. I blinked, shaking my head, trying to make sense of it. What is this?" I whispered, stepping back. The chalkboard in the front of the room caught my eye. There, written over and over in childlike handwriting, were the words, "Why did you leave us?" My stomach turned, and I felt a wave of nausea. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it. A faint melody, a nursery rhyme I hadn't heard since I was a kid. "The wheels on the bus go round and round." The tune was soft, but there was something haunting about it, something that made my blood run cold. I turned to leave, but suddenly, there she was, a little girl, standing right in front of me. She wore a dirty white dress, her hair tangled and matted, and she stared at me with wide, empty eyes.
"Do you want to play with me?"
she asked, her voice sweet but filled with sadness. I backed away, feeling my heart race. I'm just visiting. I didn't mean to intrude," I stammered. The girl tilted her head, her expression never changing.
"We've been here so long. No one comes to play with us anymore."
Behind her, the shadows on the walls began to move, forming into the shapes of other children. They stepped forward, reaching out with pale, ghostly hands. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me. I have to go," I whispered, turning to run. But the door slammed shut with a loud bang, and the room filled with the sound of laughter and faint singing. The walls seemed to close in, and the light from my flashlight flickered, casting strange, distorted shadows.
"Please stay with us.
The girl whispered, stepping closer.
We're so lonely."
The other children moved closer, their eyes dark and hollow, their faces expressionless. I could feel their cold breath on my skin, their fingers brushing against my arms. "No! Get away from me!" I shouted, yanking the door open and rushing back into the hallway. I could hear their laughter following me, the sound of tiny feet running after me. I sprinted toward the entrance, but the path was now shrouded in a thick mist. My legs felt heavy, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. I pushed myself harder, desperate to get out, to escape whatever nightmare I'd stumbled into. When I finally reached the gate, I turned back one last time. The children were standing at the top of the steps, watching me. Their faces were pale and expressionless, their eyes dark and haunting. The girl in the white dress raised her hand and waved slowly.
"Come back and play with us,"
she whispered, her voice carried by the wind. I ran. I didn't stop until I was back in town, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I'd never return to that school, but the memories of that day haunt me in my dreams. I wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of that same nursery rhyme. The wheels on the bus go round and feel the presence of the children in my room, as if they had followed me home. Mill Creek Elementary School still stands, but no one dares to go near it. They say that on nights with a full moon, the children come out to play, waiting for someone to join them, hoping for company, hoping for release from the endless loop they are trapped in.
The Theater of Lost Souls. You know those places that just give you a bad feeling the moment you lay eyes on them? That's exactly how I felt when I first saw Whitmore Theater. The crumbling old building sat in the middle of Raven's Hollow, like a ghost from a different era. I was standing there with my friends, Samantha and Mike, on a cold, overcast afternoon, and the wind whipped around us, carrying a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I switched on my camera and turned to face it. Alright guys, we're here at Whitmore Theater, one of the most haunted locations in New England. Supposedly, this place is crawling with spirits from a fire that killed dozens back in 1952. I paused for a moment, trying to steady my nerves. We're about to head inside and see what we can find. Wish us luck. Samantha, ever the skeptic, just rolled her eyes.
You know this is all just nonsense, right?
She said with a smirk.
People make up these ghost stories to scare themselves. I bet there's nothing in there but rats and dust.
Maybe, I replied, though my gut was telling me otherwise. There was something off about the place, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Mike, our tech guy, fiddled with his gear.
Let's just get this over with.
He muttered, glancing nervously at the theater's dark, gaping entrance. We pushed open the heavy wooden door. It groaned like a dying man, the sound echoing through the empty lobby beyond. I could feel the tension in the air as we stepped inside. The light filtering through the cracked windows cast strange, distorted shadows on the walls, and the floor was littered with pieces of plaster and shards of glass.
Wow, this place is really something.
We moved deeper into the theater, our footsteps echoing off the walls. The further we went, the colder it seemed to get. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. I could hear the soft shuffle of our shoes against the old carpet, mixed with the faint sound of something else. Something that I couldn't quite place. Do you hear that? I asked, stopping suddenly. Samantha and Mike paused, listening.
I don't hear anything.
Mike replied, shrugging, but I could see the way his eyes darted around, scanning the shadows. We continued toward the main stage. The red curtains, or what was left of them, hung in tatters, swaying slightly as if moved by an unseen hand. I felt a chill run down my spine. Let's check out the backstage area, I suggested, trying to keep my voice steady.
Right, because that's where all the ghosts hang out, right? Backstage?
Ignoring her, I led the way behind the curtain. The dressing rooms were small and claustrophobic, their mirrors cracked and coated with dust. As we moved further in, something caught Samantha's eye. She called, holding up an old faded photograph.
Hey, check this out.
I moved closer, shining my flashlight on it. The photo showed a group of actors in period costumes, smiling for the camera. But there was something strange about it. In the background, barely visible, was the figure of a woman in white, her face turned directly toward the lens, her expression hauntingly sad. Who the hell is that? I murmured, feeling a shiver run down my spine.
I don't know.
Samantha replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice.
But it looks like she's staring right at us.
At that moment, I heard it again, whispering, faint and distant, like a conversation carried on the wind. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the darkness. Did you guys hear that? Mike nodded slowly.
Yeah, I heard it. It sounded like voices.
Before I could say anything else, the old theater lights suddenly flickered on, one by one, bathing the entire stage in an eerie, pale light. I jumped back, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell? I breathed. Samantha's face had gone white.
Those lights haven't worked in decades.
We backed away, staring at the stage. That's when we saw them. Ghostly figures materializing out of the air, translucent and faint, moving as if performing some silent play. Actors, dancers, and musicians, all moving in slow, mechanical motions, their faces blank and expressionless. Oh my God, I whispered. Are you guys seeing this? Samantha just nodded, her mouth hanging open. Mike was frozen, gripping his camera so tightly that his knuckles were white. In the center of the stage, the woman from the photo appeared. She walked slowly toward us, her white dress flowing around her like smoke. Her eyes were hollow, and her mouth twisted in a grimace of pain.
Did you come to save us?
She asked, her voice thin and distant, yet somehow piercing. I took a step back, feeling my breath catch in my throat. What do you mean? I managed to choke out.
We burned here, trapped in our final performance, forever.
Suddenly, the stage lights began to flicker violently, and the ghostly figures moved closer, their faces contorting into expressions of terror and agony. I could hear their whispers growing louder, turning into a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once. "We have to get out of here!" I shouted, grabbing Samantha's arm. But the door we had entered through was no longer visible. The shadows seemed to have swallowed it whole.
"Over here!"
Mike yelled, pointing to a side door that was partially ajar. We bolted for it, the voices growing louder and more frantic behind us. As we reached the door, it slammed shut in our faces with a deafening bang.
No, no, no!
Samantha yelled, frantically pulling at the handle.
Open, damn it!
Behind us, the figures on the stage seemed to float closer, their eyes wide and empty, their mouths opening in silent screams. The woman in white reached out toward us again, her voice now filled with desperation. "Don't leave us, please!" I felt something brush against my shoulder, like an icy hand. I spun around, but there was nothing there. "Guys, we need to find another way out," I gasped, trying to keep my voice steady. We turned and ran down a narrow hallway, the walls closing in around us. I could hear footsteps echoing behind us, but when I glanced over my shoulder, all I saw were shadows. Shadows that seemed to be reaching out, trying to pull us back. At the end of the hallway, we found a staircase leading up. "Go! Go!" I urged, practically pushing Kyle and Mike up the steps. As we reached the top, I saw a door that led to the roof. I grabbed the handle and yanked it open, feeling a rush of cold air hit my face. We stumbled out onto the rooftop, panting and sweating, but safe. For now. Behind us, the door slammed shut, and I could hear the faint sound of applause. I looked over the edge of the roof and saw the audience, filled with ghostly figures, all clapping and cheering. I felt my heart skip a beat. "We need to leave," I whispered. "We need to get out of here now." We climbed down the fire escape and ran as fast as we could, not stopping until we were far from the theater. When we finally looked back, the lights were still on, and in the window, I could see the woman in white, her eyes following us, waiting for us to return. I never went back to Whitmore Theater after that day, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear the sound of applause echoing in my ears, and I can still feel those cold eyes watching me, waiting for me to come back.
The Phantom Station. I'm not easily scared. As a journalist, I've spent years chasing stories in some of the creepiest, most desolate places imaginable. But the night I decided to explore the abandoned Pinewood Station, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: dread. It was around 10 p.m. when I arrived at the old railway line that snaked through the hills of the Appalachians. The fog was thick, hanging low over the tracks like a heavy curtain. I parked my car just off the road, grabbed my flashlight, camera, and recorder, and set off down the overgrown path that led to the station. Locals had warned me about Pinewood Station. They called it the Ghost Station. According to them, on foggy nights, you could hear the whistle of a train that hadn't run in over a century. They swore the place was haunted by the souls of those who had died in a tragic train crash in the early 1900s. But I didn't buy it. I figured it was just another ghost story, another tale to keep kids and curious people like me away. As I walked, the fog grew thicker and the air grew colder. I could barely see a few feet in front of me, and the crunch of my boots on the gravel seemed unnaturally loud. "Just keep going," I whispered to myself, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my stomach. After a few more minutes, I finally saw it. Pinewood Station. It was a crumbling, forgotten structure, half hidden by the fog and overgrown vines. The roof was sagging, and most of the windows were shattered. The old sign, barely hanging on by a rusty nail, creaked softly in the wind. I switched on my camera and started recording. "All right, here we are at Pinewood Station," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Locals claim this place is haunted by the spirits of a train crash that happened over 100 years ago. Tonight, we're going to find out if there's any truth to those rumors." I walked toward the platform, shining my flashlight around. The beams of light cut through the fog, revealing a desolate scene. Weeds grew up between the cracks in the concrete, and the old ticket booth was rotting away. The only sound was the wind whispering through the trees. I moved closer to the tracks, carefully stepping over the rusty rails. Nothing here, I muttered, feeling a bit disappointed. Just an old forgotten station. But then I heard it, a faint sound, so distant that I almost thought I'd imagined it. A whistle, a train whistle. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. No way, I whispered, turning up the volume on my recorder. That can't be. The sound grew louder, clearer. It was unmistakable now. The long, mournful whistle of a train, coming closer. I turned my head, looking down the tracks into the thick fog. The air was suddenly colder, and I could feel the ground vibrating beneath my feet. I took a step back, my mind racing. This has to be a prank, I thought. But who would go to such lengths in the middle of nowhere? Hello? I called out, my voice echoing back at me. Is anyone there? No answer. Just the fog and that whistle getting louder and louder. And then, out of the mist, I saw it. A train, a massive, old-fashioned steam engine, chugging down the tracks toward me. I blinked, convinced I was seeing things, but there it was. The train was barely visible, like a shadow moving through the fog, but I could see the dim glow of its headlight cutting through the darkness. I stumbled back, almost tripping over my own feet. What the hell? I muttered, raising my camera to capture the impossible sight. The train was moving slowly, its wheels screeching on the rusty tracks, and as it drew closer, I could see figures inside. Passengers dressed in old-fashioned clothes staring out of the windows with blank expressions. Their faces were pale, almost translucent, and their eyes were dark and hollow. Oh my God. I breathed, my hands shaking as I held the camera. This can't be real. The train slowed to a stop right in front of me, and for a moment everything was silent. Then, with a loud creak, the doors slid open. I held my breath, waiting, watching. A figure stepped out, a man in a conductor's uniform, his face partially obscured by the brim of his cap. He raised a lantern, its dim light flickering in the fog.
All aboard for the final journey,
He called out, his voice low and gravelly, echoing through the night air. I felt a chill run down my spine. No, this isn't happening, I whispered to myself. This can't be happening. The conductor turned his head, and for the first time, I saw his face. His skin was pale, almost grey, and his eyes were empty, hollow, like they were missing something essential. He stared directly at me, and a slow, eerie smile spread across his face.
Come on now,
He said softly, beckoning with one hand.
We've been waiting for you.
My feet felt like they were glued to the ground. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The conductor took a step closer, and I could hear a faint buzzing sound like static, growing louder in my ears. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I spun around, startled, but there was no one there. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice breaking with fear. I turned back to the train, but the conductor was gone. In his place stood a woman, dressed in a long white gown. Her hair hung around her face in wet, tangled strands, and her eyes were filled with a deep, aching sadness.
Have you seen my son?
She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper.
He never got off the train.
I took a step back, my heart hammering in my chest. "I don't know what you're talking about," I stammered. I'm just here to..." The woman stepped closer, her hand reaching out toward me.
Please,
She begged, tears streaming down her face.
help me find him.
I felt a wave of cold wash over me, so intense that it took my breath away. I have to go, I muttered, turning away from her. But when I looked back, she was gone. The doors of the train began to close with a slow, agonizing creak. "Wait!" I shouted, reaching out instinctively, but it was too late. The train began to move again, slipping back into the fog, the whistle blowing mournfully. I turned and ran, my heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The fog seemed to thicken around me, making it hard to see. I stumbled, tripping over a piece of broken rail, and fell hard on the ground. I could hear the train fading into the distance, and I scrambled to my feet, desperate to get back to my car. When I finally made it back to the road, I stopped and looked back, half expecting to see the train again. But there was nothing. Just the old, abandoned station, silent and dark. I got in my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. "What the hell was that?" I muttered, trying to catch my breath. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and for a split second, I saw the conductor standing on the platform, his lantern held high. I drove away as fast as I could, my mind racing. I knew I'd never be able to explain what I'd seen, but one thing was certain. Pinewood Station was not just a ghost story. Something was there, something real, and something very, very wrong. It all started with a call I somehow knew would change my life. I was in a small town in rural Kansas, working on a project that needed my full attention, when my phone rang. It was my wife, and her voice had a tone of urgency that chilled me to the bone.
Our son is sick. I'm taking him to the hospital,
she said, her voice trembling. Without a second thought, I dropped everything and decided to drive home. It was a long drive, over 4 hours. If I left immediately, I'd reach Wichita around 4 a.m. But how could I wait, knowing my son was in the hospital? The only thing that mattered was getting to him. Driving through the night on a deserted stretch of highway, I felt the darkness growing thicker with each passing mile. The headlights seemed to lose their battle against the blackness. The road was completely empty, without a single car in sight. I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the fear. Don't think about it. I just need to get to Wichita before it's too late. But the darkness seemed to swallow the road, and my only companions were the hum of the engine and my anxious thoughts about my son. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a faint light ahead. It wasn't a car's headlight or a street lamp. As I got closer, I saw a young woman standing by the side of the road, waving frantically for help. She looked out of place, an eerie sight that sent a chill down my spine. God, I'm the one who needs help, I muttered as I drove past her. But the desperate look on her face filled me with guilt. I couldn't just drive on. I pulled over, took a deep breath, and backed up to where she was standing. "Miss, what are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere?" I asked.
My car broke down, and I haven't seen anyone for hours,
she replied, her voice quivering. "Where are you headed?" I asked.
Kansas City,
she answered, sounding relieved. "Hop in. I'm heading that way," I replied. She was young, pretty, dressed like she'd come from a party. Despite that, she didn't seem drunk. I was exhausted, my mind occupied with thoughts of my son. I avoided looking at her, not wanting to seem impolite, and kept the conversation to a minimum. All I wanted was silence to sort out my thoughts. She broke the silence.
Your car is nice.
I gave a quick smile and said, "Thanks." The highway continued to be dark, illuminated only by my headlights. Suddenly, I noticed she was staring at me, studying every detail of my face. A wave of discomfort started to build up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked, trying to hide my irritation.
You're handsome, I'm just admiring you,
she said with a disturbing smile. "Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't like to talk while I'm driving. Besides, I'm married, so let's keep it quiet until we get to Kansas City," I replied, hoping to end any further interaction. She let out a laugh that sounded hollow and unsettling. Then, suddenly, the car stopped abruptly, as if an invisible force had turned it off. I felt both anger and fear surge inside me. "Damn it, what now?" I muttered. I got out, popped the hood, and took a look. Nothing seemed obviously wrong, but the car wouldn't start. The darkness around me felt suffocating. The wind whispered through the nearby fields, and the silence was overpowering. I turned back, and the woman was gone. I looked around, but there was no sign of her. I thought she might be messing with me, trying to scare me. "Hey, miss!" I shouted, but there was no response. My heart began to pound. Was she hiding in the brush by the road? Was she crazy? Already shaking with fear, I decided that if I couldn't fix the car, I'd have to walk and find help. I was still trying to figure out why the car wouldn't start when I heard laughter, distant but clear, from across the road. I shone my phone's flashlight in that direction and saw her. The woman was standing there holding something shiny in her hand.
The car won't start without this,
she said with a sinister grin, holding up the car key before sprinting into the fields, laughing like a maniac. Furious and desperate, I yelled, "You crazy woman, come back here!" as I started to run after her. I chased her through the dense brush for what felt like 10 minutes. My heart was pounding so fast it felt like it would burst. The darkness was absolute and I could barely see my path. I stumbled several times, but I kept running, driven by anger and fear. Finally, she stopped in front of an old, gnarled oak tree. "Hand over that key, you lunatic," I shouted. When she turned around, pure terror gripped me. She was different now. Her eyes, which had seemed normal before, were now completely black, with no whites. Her skin was as pale as a corpse, with blood seeping from various wounds. But the most horrifying thing was that she wasn't walking. She was floating. I was frozen with fear. My body shook uncontrollably as she floated closer. Her black eyes seemed to pierce through me, and every cell in my body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. She placed a cold hand on my head, and suddenly vivid visions flooded my mind. These weren't memories. They were more like fragments of a nightmare. I saw her at a party, dancing and laughing, but soon 4 men started watching her with dark intentions. I watched as they followed her to her car, drunk and filled with malice. She tried to fight, but they grabbed her and dragged her away. The terror on her face was chilling. They raped her brutally, mercilessly. Then, as if that wasn't enough, they stabbed her multiple times until she stopped moving. I saw them carrying her body to this very tree and burying her there. She took her hand off my head, still floating, and looked deep into my eyes.
"That's what happened to me,"
she said, her voice sounding like it came from the depths of hell.
"Those bastards killed me and buried me here. Since that day, I've been stuck in this place. I need your help."
I was in shock, still trembling. "What do you want me to do?" I asked, my voice shaky.
"You will dig me up. One of those monsters lost a card here, evidence that they buried me. Take my phone and the card with you. I'll handle the rest,"
she commanded. I asked, still in disbelief, "And the body? Should I call the police?" She laughed coldly.
"The police won't do anything. They might arrest them, but they'll be out in no time. You will call the police, yes, but not now. You'll know when the time is right."
And then, just like that, she vanished. I found a shovel lying next to the tree. She must have left it there for me. Though fear gripped my heart, I began to dig. Every thrust into the ground made my heart race faster. Finally, I uncovered a skeleton wrapped in torn clothes. My breathing was rapid, but I kept going. Among the bones, I found a cell phone, and after a few more minutes, a business card. It read, "Michael Foster, attorney." I returned to the car, my heart still pounding. To my shock, she was sitting in the passenger seat, waiting for me.
"You can thank me later,"
she said, touching my forehead softly. The next thing I knew, I blacked out. I woke up with a bright light shining in my face. I blinked several times, trying to figure out where I was. The light was coming from a flashlight, and as I focused, I realized it was a security guard. He was looking at me with a puzzled expression.
"Sir, you can't sleep here,"
he said in a firm but gentle tone. Still groggy with my heart racing, I tried to reply, "Sorry, my car broke down," and my voice trailed off as I looked around. I was parked in a familiar street, right outside a hospital in Kansas City. My heart leaped. How had I gotten here? The guard continued.
And you can't park here in front of the hospital.
My mind was swirling with confusion. I looked at him and asked, "What time is it?" He replied without hesitation.
1 a.m.
My whole body went cold. I had left the town in Kansas around midnight. It was impossible to have made it to the hospital so quickly. It should have taken at least 4 hours. My mind flooded with questions. She helped me, I thought, a chill running down my spine. I thanked the security guard and rushed inside the hospital. When my wife saw me, she looked both shocked and relieved.
How did you get here so fast?
She asked, a mixture of anxiety and disbelief in her eyes. I'll explain later. How's Ethan? I replied, deflecting the question. She smiled and said,
He's doing better now.
The following day, still haunted by the events of the previous night, I scheduled an appointment with the attorney whose name was on the business card, Michael Foster. As I entered his office, a jolt of recognition hit me. The man in front of me was the same face I had seen in the visions. His expression was one of wary curiosity.
How can I assist you? Please tell me everything,
he said in a calm, professional manner. I didn't respond. Instead, I pulled the card from my pocket and laid it on his desk. You dropped this, I said icily, placing the woman's phone beside it. He stared at me, a mix of surprise and unease in his eyes, trying to make sense of what was happening. Before he could say another word, I turned and walked out. As I exited, I heard a muffled scream from inside the office, a scream filled with sheer terror. A smile crept across my face. He now understood what was coming for him. A week later, while watching the evening news, a headline grabbed my attention. 4 bodies found brutally mutilated. The screen showed images of faces that were disturbingly familiar, the same men I had seen in the visions. They had been tortured, their limbs severed, left to die in agony. Her vengeance had been fulfilled. I remembered her words, "You will know when to call the police." It all made sense now. She had exacted her revenge, waiting for the perfect moment to carry out her justice. I picked up my phone, dialed a number from a burner phone, and reported anonymously, "There's a body buried under a large oak tree off County Road 38. I didn't wait for questions, I just hung up. As I did, a cold breeze brushed against me, as if she were there, whispering a silent thank you. Finally, she could rest in peace. She had been avenged, and although I knew I had played a part in this dark circle of retribution, I felt a strange relief that the nightmare was over. Yet every night when I close my eyes, I can't shake the memory of her hollow stare and those black, endless eyes watching me, as if, even now in her peace, she still lingers, waiting for just one more favor. From the moment I entered the airport, an uneasy feeling clung to me. The bustling terminal was alive with activity. Families reuniting, business people rushing to catch flights, and children dragging colorful suitcases. Yet, amid all this life and movement, I felt disconnected, as if I were watching everything through a pane of glass. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a cold, sterile glow that seemed to seep into my skin. I adjusted my bag on my shoulder and tried to breathe deeply, but my chest felt tight, constricted. It wasn't just the usual anxiety of flying. It was something deeper, more visceral, like an invisible hand pressing against my heart. My eyes darted around, catching glimpses of people's faces. They seemed blurred, distant, almost unreal. I noticed a man in a suit pacing back and forth, talking into his phone, his voice a sharp, urgent whisper. Nearby, a little girl clung to her mother's leg, staring wide-eyed at the vast airport hall with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Everyone was preoccupied with their own lives, their own worries, and yet I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if some unseen force had singled me out. My stomach churned with nausea, Not the kind you get from hunger or illness, but something more profound. An instinct, a primal warning that I shouldn't be here. I tried to push these thoughts aside as I approached the check-in counter. "It's just anxiety," I murmured under my breath, as if saying it out loud would make it true. My hands trembled slightly as I handed my passport to the attendant, who smiled warmly, oblivious to the storm brewing inside me. As I made my way through security, my mind raced. I went over every detail of my trip, double-checking my ticket, confirming my seat, even checking the flight status one last time on my phone. All was in order, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. While waiting to board, I tried to distract myself by watching the other passengers. A middle-aged woman with a floral scarf was leafing through a travel magazine. A young couple whispered excitedly, heads close together, sharing a set of earbuds. Near the window, an elderly man in a worn brown coat stared out at the tarmac, his face a mask of quiet contemplation. Everyone seemed so ordinary, and yet the sense of foreboding gnawed at me, growing stronger with every passing minute. The boarding announcement came over the PA system, a crackling voice that made me jump. I swallowed hard, clutching my boarding pass. As I walked toward the gate, the feeling of unease tightened like a noose around my chest. I felt the weight of invisible eyes on me, as if someone, or something, was watching. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the terminal behind me. For a fleeting second, I considered turning around, abandoning the flight altogether. But where would I go? What excuse would I give? I shook my head, trying to clear away the irrational fear that had settled in my mind. "It's just a flight," I whispered to myself. Just another flight. I joined the line of passengers boarding the plane, each step forward feeling like it was taking me closer to some invisible threshold. The narrow jet bridge felt like a tunnel, its walls closing in on me with every step. The hum of the engines outside was louder now, a low, menacing growl that seemed to resonate in my bones. I felt a sudden chill, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. When I finally stepped onto the plane, the sensation only intensified. The air inside was warm and heavy, tinged with the faint, acrid smell of jet fuel and something else, something metallic, like the scent of old blood. I tried to steady my breathing, forcing myself to smile at the flight attendant who greeted me. Her eyes were bright, her smile polite, but there was a flicker of something in her gaze, something almost like pity. I made my way down the narrow aisle, avoiding eye contact with the other passengers. The seats were already filling up, families with children, solo travelers, a man in a business suit typing furiously on his laptop. I found my seat near the middle of the plane and slid into it, trying to ignore the gnawing discomfort in my gut. The woman next to me, the one with the young daughter, gave me a polite smile. Her daughter was perched on the window seat, clutching a ragged stuffed bunny in her tiny hands. She looked up at me with big, curious eyes, and I tried to smile back, but my lips felt stiff, uncooperative. "First time flying?" the woman asked, her voice warm and friendly, with a hint of an accent I couldn't quite place. I nodded, though it wasn't true. I had flown many times before, but never with this kind of dread weighing down my soul. The engines roared to life, and the plane began to taxi down the runway. I gripped the armrest, my knuckles turning white. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, willing my racing heart to slow down. "It's just anxiety," I repeated in my mind, a silent mantra against the rising tide of fear. The woman beside me leaned closer.
"Don't worry,"
she whispered.
"Everything will be fine."
Her words were meant to be reassuring, but they had the opposite effect. They felt hollow, almost mocking, as if she knew something I didn't. The plane accelerated, the runway blurred beneath us, and with a shuddering lurch, we were airborne. I felt my stomach drop and my heart pounded in my chest like a war drum. I glanced out the window, watching the ground fall away, the world shrinking beneath us. The unease grew stronger. I felt trapped, as if the very air around me had become a cage. I glanced at the woman and her daughter again. They seemed so serene, so untouched by the fear that gripped me. I wondered how they could be so calm. As the plane leveled off, I closed my eyes, hoping to find some small measure of peace in sleep. My body was exhausted, drained from the constant tension, and despite everything, I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness. But even in sleep, there was no escape from the darkness that loomed over me. Sleep came reluctantly, like a thick, oppressive fog settling over my mind. Even as I drifted off, I could feel my body tense, every muscle coiled and ready for something. What? I didn't know. In the darkness behind my closed eyes, images flickered like a broken film reel, flashes of lightning, twisting metal, faces contorted in terror. I could hear a distant, rhythmic thumping, a heartbeat maybe, or something mechanical, something insidious. The dream, or whatever it was, deepened. I found myself standing in a narrow hallway, its walls stretching infinitely in either direction. The ground beneath my feet was soft, like walking on a thick carpet, but every step felt heavy, as if I was sinking into the earth. The air was thick with a fog that smelled of smoke and something else, something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. I turned around looking for an exit, but there was nothing. Just endless, dimly lit space. Panic began to claw at my throat. My heart raced, and I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my spine. I moved forward, each step echoing in the emptiness around me. My footsteps grew louder, more frantic, until they were drowned out by a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I jolted awake, my heart pounding against my ribs. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was. The dream clung to me like a shroud, the images still vivid in my mind. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I could feel the vibrations of the engines through my seat, a constant low hum that felt almost like a pulse. I glanced around, disoriented. The cabin lights were dim, casting long shadows on the walls. Most of the passengers were asleep or lost in their own thoughts. The woman next to me was whispering softly to her daughter, who had fallen asleep with her head resting against the window. I tried to find comfort in their presence, but the uneasy feeling was still there, stronger than ever. Then it started. At first, it was just a slight tremor, barely noticeable. I thought it might be my imagination, a lingering effect of the nightmare. But then, the tremor grew into a shudder, and the plane seemed to lurch sideways as if something had hit it from below. My stomach flipped, and I gripped the armrest tighter. The overhead lights flickered, and the intercom crackled to life. A calm, measured voice spoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are experiencing some unexpected turbulence. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened. We will keep you updated.
Turbulence. That's all it was, I told myself. Just turbulence. I'd been through turbulence before, but this was different. The plane shuddered again, more violently this time, and I could hear the rattling of the overhead bins, the clatter of loose objects in the galley. I looked around, trying to gauge the other passengers' reactions. Some looked concerned, gripping their armrests, while others seemed oblivious, lost in their own worlds. The woman beside me gave me a reassuring smile, but her eyes betrayed a hint of fear. The plane began to rock, first gently, then with increasing intensity. The seatbelt sign blinked on with a ding, and the cabin crew moved quickly down the aisle, checking to ensure everyone was seated and strapped in. I could feel the tension in the air, a collective unease spreading through the cabin, like an invisible wave. I closed my eyes again, trying to block out the noise, the vibrations. the unsettling feeling that something was terribly wrong. But the noises grew louder, the groan of the plane's metal frame, the soft, frightened murmurs of passengers, and somewhere in the background, a low, steady beeping sound. Then, a loud, thunderous crack echoed through the cabin, followed by a sudden, violent jolt that sent the plane veering sideways. My eyes snapped open, and I saw a flash of lightning outside the window, illuminating the dark clouds that surrounded us. I could hear gasps, screams, and the unmistakable sound of something breaking. The plane dropped suddenly, as if it had fallen off a cliff. My stomach leapt into my throat, and I felt weightless for a brief, terrifying moment. People screamed, a chorus of fear that filled the cabin. The woman next to me clutched her daughter tightly, her face pale, her lips moving in silent prayer. The plane steadied for a moment, but the relief was short-lived. Another jolt, more violent this time, shook the cabin. The overhead bins flew open and bags tumbled out, hitting passengers and the aisle floor with heavy thuds. A baby cried out somewhere behind me, its wail piercing through the chaos. The intercom crackled again, but this time the voice was less steady, tinged with an edge of panic. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm and stay in your seats. We are encountering severe turbulence, attempting to... The rest of the announcement was lost in another deafening roar, this time a sound that I recognized instantly, the sound of engines failing. My heart pounded wildly, and I felt my breathing quicken, shallow and rapid. I glanced at the window, where I saw flashes of lightning and thick, swirling clouds, but nothing that made sense. And then it happened. The moment when everything went from bad to catastrophic. A sound like tearing metal filled the air, a high-pitched scream that cut through the cabin. The plane shuddered violently, throwing people against their seatbelts. The oxygen masks dropped from the ceiling with a hiss, dangling like lifelines in a storm. The cabin lights flickered again, then went out completely, plunging us into near darkness. I could hear frantic cries, the sound of people fumbling for the masks, the click and snap as they pulled them over their faces. My own hands shook as I grabbed the mask in front of me, struggling to breathe through the plastic tube. The plane lurched again, harder this time, and I felt a sudden, sickening drop. I was pressed back into my seat as the plane pitched downward. I heard the unmistakable sound of metal tearing, like the skin of the plane was being peeled away by giant hands. The sound grew louder, more frantic, and I could see pieces of the interior beginning to break free, panels from the ceiling, bits of luggage, anything not secured flying through the air like deadly missiles. The screams grew louder, more desperate. I turned to the woman beside me, her face contorted in terror, her arms wrapped around her daughter. I tried to speak, to say something, anything, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. I felt the plane begin to spin, a slow, terrifying roll that pressed me sideways against my seat. The force was immense, pulling at my limbs, threatening to tear me apart. I gripped the armrest so hard my knuckles went white, my nails digging into the fabric. I could hear the wind howling outside, a banshee wail that filled the cabin. The lights flickered back on, but it was a cruel mockery of normalcy. I saw the woman next to me mouthing words I couldn't hear, her eyes wide with terror. Her daughter was crying, her small hands gripping her mother's arm. A few rows ahead, a man was frantically trying to unbuckle his seatbelt, his face a mask of panic. Another violent jolt, and the plane seemed to split in two. I heard the gut-wrenching sound of metal tearing apart, and I knew in that instant that the fuselage was breaking open. Cold air rushed in, and I felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure, as if my body was being squeezed by an invisible hand. I looked out the window and saw the night sky, vast and empty, filled with debris and falling bodies. The earth below was a dark, formless mass, rushing up to meet us. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The plane was spinning faster now, a deadly spiral that pulled everything loose into the void. I turned to the woman beside me, reaching out instinctively, but in that instant the fuselage ripped open beside her, and she and her daughter were sucked out, vanishing into the darkness with a horrifying swiftness. The scream that escaped my lips was raw and primal, but it was swallowed by the wind and the roar of the engines failing. All around me, chaos reigned. Passengers were being ripped from their seats, disappearing into the gaping hole that had opened in the side of the plane. The floor seemed to vanish beneath my feet, and I could feel the icy wind biting at my skin, pulling me toward the void. I clung to the armrest with all the strength I could muster, but it was futile. The force was too great, too relentless. My fingers slipped, and I felt myself being lifted, weightless, into the air. For a moment I floated, suspended in the chaos, everything around me moving in slow motion. I saw the faces of the other passengers, frozen in terror, their eyes wide and mouths open in silent screams. I saw the debris spinning around us, seats, bags, pieces of the plane, all caught in the same deadly dance. And then, with a final sickening lurch, I was sucked out into the night sky. The freezing air hit me like a wall, knocking the breath from my lungs. The roar of the wind was deafening, a relentless, howling scream that filled my ears and drowned out every other sound. I tumbled through the air, weightless, disoriented, spinning wildly in the dark void. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. For a moment I was overwhelmed by the sensation of falling, the ground rushing up toward me, an impossibly fast blur of color and light. I fought to breathe, each gulp of air freezing my throat, my lungs burning with the cold. My mind was a whirlwind of panic, struggling to process what was happening. The plane was a shattered carcass above me, pieces of it scattered across the sky, mingling with the debris of the torn fuselage. I could see bodies tumbling through the air like rag dolls, arms and legs flailing, mouths open in silent screams. The world was a nightmare of chaos and destruction. Then, in the midst of the spinning and tumbling, I felt a strange stillness. My body seemed to hang in the air for a moment, suspended in the vast emptiness of the sky. The sensation was almost peaceful, a fleeting second of calm in the middle of an unimaginable storm. But the calm was deceptive, cruel. My mind screamed that I was still falling, still plummeting towards certain death. I twisted in the air, trying to see the ground below, but it was lost in the darkness, hidden beneath a thick blanket of clouds. I knew that I was high, impossibly high, and that the ground was rushing up toward me at a speed I couldn't comprehend. The cold wind whipped around me, biting at my skin, tearing at my clothes. I felt my body start to numb, the sensation slipping away from my fingers and toes, spreading like ice through my limbs. I fought to stay conscious, to keep my eyes open, but the cold was relentless, seeping into my bones. Then in the midst of the terror, a thought surfaced, a single clear thought that cut through the chaos. This is it. This is how I die. And in that moment a strange calm settled over me. The panic ebbed away, replaced by a cold, detached clarity. I was going to die. There was no escaping it, no denying it. The realization was both terrifying and strangely liberating. I felt a sense of acceptance wash over me, a resignation to the inevitable. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact, waiting for the moment when everything would end. The roar of the wind grew louder, drowning out every other sound, until it was the only thing I could hear. The cold seeped deeper into my skin, my bones, until I felt nothing at all. I opened my eyes one last time, looking up at the vast, endless sky above me, the stars scattered like shards of broken glass. And then, darkness. When I hit the ground, I felt nothing. No pain, no impact, just an eerie, weightless sensation like floating in water. I expected to wake up in agony, every bone in my body shattered, but instead there was nothing. Just a strange, hollow emptiness. I opened my eyes, expecting darkness, but was instead greeted by an expanse of light, soft and golden, like the first light of dawn. I lay there for a moment, confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. I could feel the ground beneath me, solid and cool against my back, but I felt no pain, no discomfort. My body felt light, almost insubstantial, like I was a shadow or a whisper of myself. Slowly I sat up, my movements feeling strangely fluid, almost effortless. I looked around, blinking against the soft light, trying to take in my surroundings. I was in a field, a vast open space stretching out in every direction. The grass was tall and swayed gently in the breeze, a sea of green beneath the endless sky. The sky was a clear, vibrant blue with wisps of white clouds drifting lazily across it. There was no sign of the storm, no sign of the plane or the chaos that had surrounded me just moments ago. The air was warm and carried the faint scent of flowers, something sweet and familiar. I stood up slowly, almost hesitantly, as if testing the ground beneath me. It felt solid enough, but there was something off, something that didn't quite feel real. I took a few steps, feeling the grass brush against my legs, soft and gentle, almost like a caress. As I walked, I felt a growing sense of confusion. How had I survived? Where was I? Why was everything so calm? I turned around, searching for any sign of the crash, any sign of the plane, but there was nothing, just the field, stretching out to the horizon. Then, in the distance, I saw it. The smoke, a thin, dark plume rising into the clear blue sky, twisting and curling like a snake. My heart began to race again, and I felt a rush of adrenaline surge through me. Without thinking, I started to run toward the smoke, my feet pounding against the soil. The closer I got, the more details I could make out. The jagged shapes of debris scattered across the field, the charred remains of what looked like parts of the plane's fuselage. The air grew heavier, the sweet scent replaced by something acrid, something that burned my throat and stung my eyes. When I reached the crash site, I stopped dead in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The plane was a twisted, broken shell, its metal skin blackened and charred. Pieces of the wings were scattered across the field like broken toys, and the tail section jutted out of the ground at an awkward angle. The smell of burning fuel filled the air, thick and suffocating. I could see small fires, little pockets of flame flickered and danced amid the wreckage. And then I saw them, the bodies, or what was left of them. Mangled, twisted forms lay strewn across the field, some still strapped into their seats, others flung out like discarded dolls. I could see faces, or what remained of them, frozen expressions of terror. My stomach turned, and I fought the urge to vomit. I took a step forward, my legs shaking, my mind reeling with the horror of what I was seeing. Every step felt like a step deeper into a nightmare, a vivid, grotesque scene that I couldn't escape. I moved slowly, carefully, my eyes scanning the wreckage for any sign of life, any hint that someone might still be alive. And then I saw it, a body, lying just a few feet away, partially obscured by a piece of twisted metal. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I took another step closer, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The body was twisted, one arm bent at an unnatural angle, the clothes burned and torn. I moved closer still, my eyes locked on the face, and then I stopped, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The face was mine. I stared, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. My own face contorted in a mask of terror, my eyes wide and unseeing, my mouth open in a final, silent scream. My chest was shattered, the skin charred and blackened, the heart beneath it still and silent. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my ears, my mind racing. How could this be, I thought, panic flooding my senses? How could I be here looking at myself? I turned, desperate for some explanation, some sign that this was all a mistake, a hallucination, anything but the truth. But the truth was there, undeniable, staring back at me from the wreckage. I had never left that plane. I had died when it began to fall, my heart giving out from the fear and shock before the impact. Everything I had experienced since, the fall, the field, the calm, it had all been an illusion, a final desperate trick of a dying mind clinging to life. I felt the world around me spin, the ground shifting beneath my feet. I wanted to scream, to cry, to rage against the injustice of it all, but no sound came out. I was frozen, trapped in this moment of realization, this terrible truth that I couldn't escape. As I stood there, staring at my own lifeless body, I began to hear faint whispers. They started as soft murmurs, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, but they grew louder, more distinct. I turned slowly, looking around, and I saw them, the other passengers, the ones I thought had been lost. They were standing around the wreckage, their faces pale, their eyes wide and empty. Each of them stared at their own bodies, their expressions a mix of horror, confusion, and resignation. Some were crying, others were shouting, but their voices seemed distant, like echoes from a faraway place. I was sitting in the command tent, going over maps and operation plans, when the radio crackled with static, followed by a tense voice.
Captain Miller, do you read me? We have a new mission for your team.
It was the command center, and from the urgency in the voice, I knew something was wrong. Before I could respond, the radio cut out again. The static buzzed, mixed with broken words, as if something was interfering with the signal. Understood, sir. What's the objective? I asked, trying to get more details.
You need to investigate the disappearance of Alpha Squad. They haven't returned from their recon mission in the northern mountains. You need eyes on the ground immediately.
I glanced at my men. I knew this mission would be different. Something in my gut told me we were heading into dangerous territory, a place where the rules of conventional warfare didn't apply. You heard that? Gear up. We leave in 5 minutes. Stay sharp. We don't know what we'll find out there. Sergeant Lewis, my second in command, tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but even his voice carried a different weight this time.
Captain, seems like we're always the lucky ones chosen to handle the stuff no one else wants,
he said, forcing a smile. I looked at him with a serious expression. This time, Lewis, it's not about luck. As we advanced through the mountain trails, silence became a constant presence. The wind seemed to whisper things we couldn't quite understand. I looked up. The clouds closed in like a dark curtain, swallowing the sun's light. The temperature plummeted as we got closer to the mountains. My men were quiet, alert, each lost in their own thoughts.
Captain, do you hear that?
Asked Private Emily, the youngest on the team. There was fear in his voice. Hear what, Emily? I replied, trying to stay focused.
It's like whispering, but I can't make out the words,
she said, looking around with wide eyes. Before I could answer, the radio crackled again. Heavy interference, but there was something there, a sound like a muffled scream, followed by a deafening silence. It felt like someone was trying to warn us, but the words were distorted, unrecognizable. Keep moving, I ordered. We're almost there. That's when we saw the cave. It was enormous, its entrance a gaping mouth that exhaled darkness. A chill ran down my spine. This cave wasn't on any map. It looked ancient, like it had been there for millennia, hiding secrets no one should uncover.
This doesn't look natural, Captain,
commented Lewis, his voice tense. Stay in formation and move cautiously. Something's not right here. Crossing the cave's entrance, the air grew thick and heavy, as if the very atmosphere were against us. Each breath felt labored. The foul stench of rotting flesh and clotted blood was so intense, it made me nauseous. My men exchanged nervous glances. I had smelled death before, but this was different. It was as if the cave itself was soaked in the horrors of past events.
Captain, look at this,
called Private Adams. pointing at something on the ground. Ripped backpacks, crushed helmets, and to our horror, human bones were scattered everywhere. The walls were stained with dried blood, and there were deep marks, like something had dragged its victims deeper into the darkness. "Everyone stay in formation, eyes open," I shouted, trying to maintain composure. But the tension was palpable. We were surrounded by death.
This wasn't done by humans.
Whispered Emily, staring at the marks on the walls.
Something big killed these men.
Before I could reply, a deep roar echoed through the cave, vibrating within our bones. It seemed to come from all directions at once, as if the cave itself were alive. The guttural sound was unlike anything we'd ever heard on any battlefield. My men were paralyzed.
What was that?
Lewis shouted, visibly panicking. "Everyone in position. Prepare to engage," I commanded. The tension in the air reached its peak. Suddenly, from the shadows, a colossal figure emerged. It was a creature with reddish, filthy fur, teeth as sharp as blades, and yellow eyes that burned with an indescribable fury. It stood over 13 feet tall and held an improvised spear in one hand. In the other it carried a piece of human flesh, still bleeding.
This can't be real,
shouted Emily, her voice trembling. The creature let out a roar that reverberated throughout the cave. Before any of us could react, it attacked. With a single blow, it lifted Adams off the ground and impaled him with the spear, slamming him against the wall. The sound of bones breaking was brutal. There was no time for screams. He was dead before he knew what hit him. "Fire! Open fire now!" I shouted, and everyone began firing. The bullets struck the creature, but it only roared in anger, as if the weapons were mere mosquito bites. It charged at us with a savage fury, moving with impossible agility for something its size. Lewis tried to retreat, but the giant reached him in a single leap. With a brutal motion, it slammed Lewis to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. I saw the fear in Emily's eyes as she ran towards the cave entrance, but she slipped on a bone and fell. Before I could do anything, the creature was upon her.
"Captain, please help me!"
Emily screamed, her voice filled with desperation, but there was nothing I could do. The creature grabbed her by the head and lifted her into the air. Her screams were silenced when her skull was crushed within human strength. My heart raced, but I knew panic couldn't take over. "Retreat! Everyone, fall back now!" I ordered, trying to buy some time. I tossed a grenade towards the creature and ran for the exit. The explosion shook the cave, sending dust and rocks flying, but it wasn't enough to stop it. I could hear the giant's heavy steps behind me, getting closer with each stride. When I finally reached the light outside, gasping and covered in dust, I looked back and saw the monstrous silhouette emerging from the cave's darkness, its body covered in blood. This wasn't just any being. It was something ancient, a remnant of a forgotten time, a predator that didn't belong to our world. I knew my mission had changed. Survival was no longer the goal. I had to warn others. I had to prevent more lives from being taken by that hellish creature. I ran down the mountain, hearing the echo of the creature's footsteps close behind. When I finally made it back to the base, my men greeted me with looks of shock. I was covered in blood, and the desperation on my face spoke louder than any words. They tried to ask questions, but I could barely speak. I kept repeating one thing: "It's not human. We can't fight it." The officers looked at me with skepticism, as if I were delirious, but I knew what I had seen, and I knew the terror was far from over. As we approached the cave, the silence was oppressive. There were no birds, no whispers of the wind, just the tense breathing of the soldiers and the crunch of their boots on rocky ground. The cave was partially collapsed, but the darkness that emanated from it seemed alive, as if it were waiting for us.
"Captain, something's wrong. That thing is watching us,"
whispered Lewis, still shaken by what he had witnessed earlier. I knew he was right. I could feel the creature's presence, like a sinister shadow lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. I ordered the team to spread out and surround the cave entrance. This time, we had heavier weapons, grenade launchers, high-impact explosives. But deep down, I knew it might not be enough. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from inside the cave. The sound of rocks shifting, followed by a guttural breathing that reverberated through the air. The creature was awake. "It's coming! Everyone, hold your positions!" I shouted. The soldiers aimed their weapons at the darkness. The tension was unbearable. My hands were sweaty and the sound of my heart pounding in my ears was deafening. The creature was approaching and every second felt like an eternity. When it finally appeared, emerging from the shadows like a resurrected demon, it was even more terrifying than before. The giant was covered in dried blood and mud. Its eyes, two blazing yellow flames, fixed on us with ancient hatred. Its reddish skin looked thicker, as if it were adapting to the wounds inflicted by our bullets. There was no doubt this thing was not just flesh and bone. It was a manifestation of something much darker. "Open fire!" I ordered, and the soldiers unleashed their attack. The bullets hit the monster, but it only roared in fury. We fired grenades that exploded around it, sending shrapnel and debris flying, but the creature advanced, unyielding. It moved with terrifying speed, cutting through our formation like we were nothing. Each strike brought cries of pain and despair. Chaos erupted. Screams, gunfire, and the sound of bodies being thrown around blended into a living nightmare. One soldier was cut in half by the creature's spear, while another was crushed against the rocks. The air was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder, and the sight of torn limbs and shredded bodies was simply macabre. I tried to retreat to reposition the team, but the creature was on us before we could react. One by one, my men fell, their faces frozen in terror forever. The ground was soaked with blood and littered with human remains. The monster seemed to feed off our despair, becoming fiercer with every second. With only a few men left and no other options, I decided our only chance was to use the terrain to our advantage. The creature was pushing us back to the cave entrance, where we could try to trap it. I knew that if we failed, none of us would leave that valley alive. "Prepare the explosives. We're going to lure it to the entrance," I shouted to the remaining soldiers. As we retreated, the creature followed, like a predator that knew victory was near. Its heavy breathing and crushing footsteps echoed through the valley. When we positioned ourselves near the cave entrance, I started shouting to draw the monster's attention. "Hey, you bastard, come and get me!" The giant roared and charged. I knew this was our last chance. As the creature was about to reach the entrance, I gave the order. "Now!" The cave entrance collapsed in a whirlwind of rocks and dust. The explosion echoed through the valley, and for a moment everything was silent. I fell to the ground, stunned and covered in debris. The few remaining soldiers were in shock, but alive. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my heart. Had we done it? Had we finally defeated that demon? The silence was shattered by a deep sound, the crack of shifting rocks. My blood ran cold. I knew it couldn't be true, but then I heard the roar again, even more ferocious. From amidst the rubble, the creature emerged. It was wounded, bleeding, but not defeated. Its eyes burned brighter, as if its very rage was fueling its strength. "No, it can't be," murmured one of the soldiers, his voice trembling with pure terror. I had no more plans, no more tactics. This thing was unbeatable. With a final desperate charge, I fired at the monster as it advanced on us. A devastating blow struck it, but it moved with a fury that could only be described as supernatural. My world turned upside down as I was thrown back, my head slamming against a rock. My vision began to blur. I could hear the screams of my men, the sound of bones breaking, until the final silence took over. When I opened my eyes, I was lying down, covered in blood and dust. Around me, the torn bodies of my comrades were all that remained. I don't know how, but I managed to get up. The creature was there, still furious, but something had changed. It hesitated for a moment, as if re-evaluating the situation. This was my chance. I started running down the mountain, the sound of the creature's footsteps still chasing me. I was injured. Every part of my body was in pain, but I couldn't stop. Every time I looked back, I saw those yellow eyes following me, like flames burning in the dark. I knew that if I stopped for even a second, it would be the end. The shadows closed in around me, and the sound of crushing footsteps grew closer. When I finally saw the base, relief was cut short by pain. I collapsed to the ground, knowing that the end was near. The giant stopped a few feet away from me, as if assessing my defeat. Its eyes glowed with an ancient malice, but something made it hesitate. It vanished into the darkness, returning to the valley it should never have left. I was rescued by a search team, but I was in shock. I had survived, but the cost was too high. When I finally woke up in a hospital, the memories of the creature still haunted me. The officers tried to question me, but how could I describe something that seemed to come out of a nightmare? I knew no one would believe me, but the horror was far from over. Days later, reports of disappearances began to emerge from the vicinity of the mountains. The creature wasn't confined to that cave. It was free, hunting in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I knew this couldn't be contained by men. The world wasn't ready to face what emerged from the dark valley, and I knew that one day it would return. My name is Richard Garrison. You've probably heard of the Philadelphia experiment, the one that supposedly made an entire ship vanish, leaving its crew fused with metal or driven insane. Most people think it's just an urban legend or a conspiracy theory, but I'm here to tell you it's real. And what you've heard? It's only part of the truth. The full truth is something you won't want to know. And believe me, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to warn you. You may not believe it, but by the time you finish hearing this story, you'll wish it was all a lie. To understand the horror I'm about to describe, you need to know that it all began with a simple letter. The letters began arriving without warning. At first, they were just disjointed phrases scribbled on worn paper. They are coming back. The portal is opening. The breach was never sealed. At first, I thought it was some prank, but the letters kept coming, each stranger than the last. They contained diagrams and drawings of circuits and patterns that made no sense. Things I had never seen before. Everything changed the night I received the last letter. It said, "You have been chosen. They are already watching." That same night I had the first vision. It wasn't an ordinary dream. I was in a place that didn't feel like our world. A void with no sky or ground, just a choking green mist. Shadows moved around me in impossible directions. Then I heard the screams of men in pain and despair, echoing through the emptiness. I saw their faces twisted in agony, being dragged by something unseen into the depths of that fog. When I woke up, I was drenched in cold sweat, and the air smelled like ozone, as if lightning had struck inside my room. But the worst was yet to come. A few days later, a man knocked on my door. He was in terrible shape, thin, with deep-set eyes and skin that looked almost gray. He seemed like someone who hadn't slept in a very long time.
Are you Dr. Garrison?
He asked in a raspy, trembling voice. When I confirmed, he continued,
I was one of the sailors on the USS Eldridge. I saw what happened that day. They sent us to hell and brought us back, but we didn't return alone.
I invited him in, and he began to recount what he had lived through. He talked about the green mist that engulfed the ship, the screams of men being fused with metal, and the creatures he saw in the fog, distorted shadows with hollow eyes watching everything with insatiable hunger.
The experiment opened a portal,
he said, his eyes wide with fear.
It wasn't meant to create invisibility as everyone believes. It was meant to break the barriers of space and time. But what we did was tear the veil between dimensions. We opened a door to something that shouldn't exist, and now they want out.
When he left, I was overcome by a profound sense of dread. From that night on, I started to feel as if something was following me. There was always a shadow at the corner of my vision, always disappearing when I tried to look directly at it. But that was just the beginning. The nightmares became constant. I found myself in the middle of the mist, surrounded by human figures, their bodies distorted as if made of rubber, with elongated limbs and faces frozen in pure horror. They called out to me by name, begging for help, but I couldn't do anything. It was as if I were trapped in an endless cycle of suffering, unable to escape. When I woke up, the smell of ozone still lingered in the air, and sometimes I felt a chilling cold, as if I were being watched. The lights in my house began to flicker for no apparent reason. I heard crackling noises and whispers coming from the walls, like something or someone trapped inside, trying to get out. One night, while trying to make sense of what was happening, I saw the thing that had been tormenting me for the first time. It was a tall, slender figure, cloaked in shadows, with glowing red eyes staring at me from the corner of my bedroom. It just stood there watching me, motionless. I tried to move, but it was as if something was holding me down in bed. The air was so heavy I could barely breathe. Finally, I managed to turn on the light, and the figure vanished. But the terror remained. I decided to dig deeper. I began tracking down survivors of the experiment. Most were dead, suicides, disappearances, or confined to psychiatric hospitals. But I found a few who were still alive, or at least still breathing. One of the survivors, a former sailor, was in a psychiatric ward. When I found him, he was huddled in the corner of a padded room, muttering nonsense. But when he noticed I was there, his eyes widened.
You've been touched too, haven't you? They marked you like they did us. Now they'll hunt you until they take you.
He told me how he saw his friends pulled into the ship's walls, as if the very structure were alive and hungry. But the worst was what he said next.
Some of us never came back. They were taken to the other side. I hear their screams every night. They want to be freed, but they're not human anymore.
Those words echoed in my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and the feeling of being followed intensified. The shadows in the corners of the house began to take shape. Some nights, I saw distorted faces emerging from the walls, as if they were trying to break through. I barely slept, and when I did, I woke up in the middle of the night with my heart pounding and the air thick with terror. At one point, I decided to stop fighting the fear and went looking for answers. I located a scientist who had worked on the original project. She was living isolated in a cabin in the mountains. When I got there, I found a woman on the brink of insanity, with vacant eyes and skin as pale as a corpse.
What we did was a terrible mistake. We thought we were creating a field of invisibility, but we opened a window to something beyond our understanding. We saw the other side, where time and space are distorted. They saw us too, and now they want to cross.
I asked about the missing men, and she laughed, a bitter, desperate laugh.
They didn't disappear. They were taken, but the place they were taken to changed them. They're not human anymore, but they want to come back to our world.
From that point on, my sanity began to unravel. I could no longer trust what I saw. I started having hallucinations. Or at least, I thought they were hallucinations. I saw the walls of my house ripple as if made of water. Time seemed to distort. Sometimes minutes passed in seconds. Other times, an hour felt like an eternity. The dark figures were everywhere, lurking in mirrors, in windows, in dark corners. One night, while in my study, the cracks in the walls began to open again. I saw a skeletal hand emerge from one of these cracks, grasping at the air as if searching for something or someone. Fear paralyzed me. There was nowhere to run. Shadows began to move across the floor like a thick fog, and the hooded figure emerged from within them. "You cannot escape," a voice whispered in my mind. "You are already with us." Suddenly I was pulled into the crack. I don't know how to explain what happened next, but I found myself in a place where logic did not apply. The sky was a twisted mass of impossible colors, and the ground was a grotesque mixture of metal, flesh, and bone. Figures crawled across the floor, men and creatures that had once been human but were now just echoes of suffering. They reached out to me as if begging to be released. The pain was unbearable. I felt my skin burn as if it were being stretched and twisted in all directions at once. I heard voices laughing and screaming at the same time, a cacophony of madness, and then the hooded figure appeared before me again. "You belong to us," it whispered, and I felt my mind shatter. Somehow I was pushed back into my reality. I fell to the floor of my study, drenched in sweat and with a metallic taste of blood in my mouth. The cracks in the walls began to close, but I knew it wasn't over. Now I'm trapped in a spiral of madness. I can no longer distinguish between what is real and what is illusion. Sometimes it feels like I'm living in a world that is falling apart around me, as if reality itself is being corroded. The shadows still watch me. They're getting closer, and I know they're waiting for the right moment to pull me back. I'm writing this as a final warning. What was done that day in 1943 opened something that should never have been opened. Whatever crossed into our world is feeding on fear, madness, and suffering, and it won't stop until everyone is consumed. I feel the air growing colder, the lights flicker again, and the smell of rotting flesh is stronger than ever. I hear footsteps upstairs. They are here. They've finally come for me. If you're hearing this, stop now. Go no further. Do not investigate anymore. The portal was never closed. It's still open, and they are always lurking, waiting for any breach to cross. The floor begins to tremble as I write these last words. The cracks are opening again, and I can see the figures emerging from the shadows. They are smiling, with empty eyes and sharp claws. I feel the pain return, as if being pulled by invisible hooks. They have come for me. If I disappear, do not try to find me. Just remember, what happened that day was the beginning of the end. There is nowhere to run. Hell has been unleashed on earth, and it is growing. If you're reading this, then the truth has finally been revealed. But I'm sorry to say that if you've come this far, it's already too late to escape. I knew this moment would come. I knew they would come for me. Now, as I write these words, I feel the end is near. They are already here. There is no escape. As the cracks widened in the walls of my study, I saw the shadows writhing and taking shape. The figures that had haunted me were finally crossing into our world. Their faces were a gruesome mix of decayed flesh and molten metal, with hollow eyes that seemed to suck in any light around them. Their elongated, distorted arms reached toward me, moving with a slow, deliberate motion, as if savoring every second of my terror. I tried to run, but the ground shook violently, crumbling beneath my feet. I felt an irresistible force pulling at me, like the very air was being sucked into that dark chasm. Before I could react, the shadows enveloped me, and everything around me began to disintegrate. I was being dragged to the other side, to the place where those who had disappeared were imprisoned, a prison forged from pain and despair. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in my study. I was in a place that defied all logic, a space where the sky twisted in impossible colors, and the ground was a grotesque blend of pulsating flesh, rusted metal, and broken bones. Creatures crawled around, twisted shadows that looked like fragments of forgotten nightmares. The sound was the most unsettling, a constant murmur, like a litany of thousands of voices whispering all at once, accompanied by distant moans and screams. There was a buzzing in the air, as if the very fabric of this place was vibrating, ready to collapse. I saw the crew of the USS Eldridge. They were there, fused to the ground, their bodies stretching and contorting without end, as if made of melted rubber. They screamed for help, but their voices were muffled as if coming from a distant place. They were trapped in an endless cycle of torment, condemned to an eternity of suffering. I knew I was next. I felt my body starting to break apart, my bones snapping and my skin burning as I was pulled deeper into this nightmare. That's when I heard the voice of the entity that had tormented me from the beginning.
Welcome to the True Abyss, Garrison. This is the heart of what you have to open.
It was as if the voice was inside my head, twisting my thoughts, distorting my perception. I could feel the creatures around me watching, eager to feed on my sanity. Then the entity revealed its true plan. What had been triggered by the Philadelphia experiment was not just an isolated mistake. It was the first step towards something much larger. They had found a way to open portals to our world, and now they were preparing to open many more.
You were just one of the first to fall. But there are more. Many more. We are everywhere now. Every crack in reality, every fissure in human sanity is a door to us. And now, Earth will be our new domain.
I saw visions of our world being consumed by these creatures. Portals opening in different parts of the planet, cities swallowed by darkness, people dragged into these endless chasms. The shadows multiplied, infesting streets, buildings, homes, until there was no refuge left. Reality itself was being devoured, consumed by these entities that should never have existed. Everything we knew was falling apart, and Earth was becoming an extension of this hellish place, a realm where time and space were corroded by madness. I could feel humanity's despair as everything crumbled around us, and then everything went dark.
Years later, the only thing that remained of Richard Garrison's disappearance was this letter, the letter you are reading now. I am Mark Holloway, an FBI detective. For years, I have investigated cases of mysterious disappearances and inexplicable tragedies, all seemingly connected to the so-called Philadelphia experiment. At first, I thought it was all conspiracy theories, urban legends, and the delusions of people obsessed with mysteries. But as I dug deeper into my investigation, I began to see something I could no longer ignore. The clues were subtle, but they were all there. Reports of people seeing shadows on the walls, inexplicable cracks appearing in buildings, lights flickering in sync across different parts of the world. These events, though scattered, always led to a common point: Garrison's story and the experiment that opened something that should never have been touched. Garrison's letter was found in a locked cabinet in the basement of his old house. It was covered in dust and had stains that looked like dried blood. Next to the letter were blurred photos of shadows moving in places where logic said they shouldn't be, and audio recordings filled with static and indistinct whispers. However, what really shook me was the final paragraph of the letter. Garrison described in detail what was about to happen, something so terrible that just reading it made my spine tingle. I confess that, at first, I thought it was the delirium of a madman. However, as I studied the documents and cross-referenced the information with the cases I had investigated over the years, I began to notice a pattern. The more I delved into it, the more I realized something was wrong, and then the nightmares began. The visions were similar to those Garrison described: green mists, skeletal shadows, and figures that seemed to watch me with hunger and malice. Every time I woke up, my room seemed to be filled with a strange smell of ozone and rotting flesh. The walls seemed to subtly shift, as if they were breathing. It was on one of those nights that everything changed. I was at FBI headquarters, going through the papers and recordings related to the case, when the lights began to flicker. A high-pitched buzzing filled the room, like a constant electrical shock. The air suddenly grew cold, and I felt a terrible presence approaching. I heard a scraping on the walls, like long, sharp nails dragging across the plaster. The feeling of being watched was inescapable. I lifted my head, and that's when I saw it. In the dark corner of the room, a tall, slender shadow with glowing red eyes was watching me with a twisted smile. I tried to reach for my gun, but my movements were slow, as if I was submerged in dense water. Every second felt like an eternity as the figure drew closer. The environment around me began to disintegrate. The walls cracked, and through the fissures I could see another world, the same place Garrison had described. It was a living nightmare, a chaos where the ground pulsed and writhed like living flesh, and formless shadows crawled, seeking victims. "You opened the door, Mark," a voice whispered in my mind, echoing with a malevolent tone. "Now it's your turn to fall." Before I could react, I felt an invisible force pulling me toward those cracks. My body was dragged into the abyss, and what I saw on the other side is something I hope no one else will ever have to witness. I screamed for help, but my words were swallowed by the void. When my colleagues arrived, they found the room overturned, Garrison's letter on the floor, and claw marks etched into the walls. "These are the last words I can leave for whoever comes after me. If you have found this letter, know that it is already too late. They are here. They are everywhere, waiting for cracks. It is no longer a question of if, it is only a question of when. The earth is being corrupted from within. Every nightmare, every shadow in the corner of your eye is a fissure in reality. They are opening portals all over the planet, one by one, and soon there will be nowhere left to hide. When you feel a chill down your spine, when the lights start flickering, when the whispers become too clear to ignore, know that they are coming for you too. You have been marked, just as I was. I see now, even as I write, the cracks opening once more. They have found me. There is nowhere left to run. I can only hope that somehow someone will read this and manage to survive longer than I have. The earth is being consumed, and when they are done, what remains will no longer be our world. It will be theirs. They are already here.
It was a cold, damp autumn night, the kind of night where darkness seems to swallow everything around you. I was heading home after yet another long day at the office, my mind saturated with reports and deadlines, craving some rest. The wind whistled between the buildings, carrying with it the scent of approaching rain. The street was almost completely silent, broken only by the distant sound of a barking dog and the occasional hum of an engine idling in the distance. That's when I saw it. A small, shiny object in the middle of the sidewalk, glinting under the pale glow of a street lamp. At first, I thought it was just a reflection, a shard of glass or a coin. But as I got closer, I realized it was a phone. It looked to be in perfect condition, an expensive, recent model, the kind people would go into debt to have. I picked the phone up, turning it between my fingers. It was surprisingly light and warm, as if it had just been used. The screen was on, but there was no lock code, a curious detail that later I would understand as the first of many warnings I ignored. I looked around, searching for anyone who might have lost the phone, but the street was deserted. No one in sight. I should have left it there or maybe taken it to the nearest police station, but curiosity got the better of me. There was something about the object, something that seemed to call out to me, as if it wanted to be found. I unlocked the screen with a swipe. There were no custom wallpapers, no messages, contacts, or photos. Nothing. Just an unsettling emptiness and a solitary icon in the middle of the screen. A video. Its title was strange, written in large red letters. "Do not open this video." I chuckled to myself. Who would title something like that? It was obviously a joke, a prank, but still something about it intrigued me. Curiosity began to gnaw at me, like an itch I couldn't ignore. With my finger hovering over the icon, I hesitated for a moment. Could it be a virus, some kind of scam? But who would do that? and why? I decided to open the video. The screen went black for a moment, and the silence around me seemed to intensify. The video started abruptly, without any warning, with shaky footage of a dark room. The camera seemed to be positioned in a corner, and all I could see were shadows, long, distorted, dancing in the dim light, cast by a lamp hanging from the ceiling, swaying gently from side to side. There was a man in the room, sitting in an old chair, his face partially hidden by the shadows. His expression was one of pure terror, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly ajar, and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He seemed like he wanted to speak, but was clearly terrified.
Don't open! Don't watch!
He whispered through gritted teeth, staring directly at the camera, or rather, at me.
If you're seeing this, it's already too late. They're coming for you.
His voice was low, but carried a desperation that seemed to pierce my mind. He quickly glanced to the side as if he was hearing something I couldn't, and began to tremble. Suddenly, the sound of a low, persistent noise filled the room, a sound of static mixed with something like incomprehensible whispers. The man started to scream, and the screams were pure agony, tearing through the air with an intensity that made my ears ring. His chair tipped over, and he was dragged out of the camera's view, but not before I saw what was pulling him. A shadow, a dark, undefined shape, something unlike anything I had ever seen, tall, slender, with limbs too long to be human, and eyes that glowed a hellish red. The video cut off abruptly. The phone's screen returned to the home screen, and my heart was racing. I could feel cold sweat running down my back. This can't be real, I thought. It's some kind of joke, a stupid viral prank to scare people. That's when the phone vibrated in my hand. A new message appeared on the screen. You shouldn't have watched that. My stomach twisted, and an irrational fear began to grip me. I looked around again, expecting to see some prankster or someone laughing at me, but the street was as empty as before. The silence now felt oppressive, heavy. The night seemed even darker, the shadows longer. It's just a prank, I thought again, trying to convince myself. Someone's probably watching my reaction. There must be hidden cameras. This is a prank show. It has to be. But the phone vibrated again. This time, a photo appeared. It was an image of my own building. From outside, on the sidewalk, exactly where I had been standing just minutes ago, before finding the phone. A chill ran down my spine. How is this possible? I could no longer ignore what was happening. I was caught up in something I couldn't understand, something that made me feel small, vulnerable, like prey. The next message appeared on the screen. They're coming. With my heart pounding uncontrollably, I started running toward my house. Each step echoed on the empty street, and I could feel my body trembling, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The rain began to fall, lightly at first, but soon turned into a heavy curtain of water that blurred my vision. The drops fell like tiny knives of ice cutting into my face. Finally, I reached my building's door. My hands were shaking so badly, it took me 3 tries to fit the key into the lock. When I finally managed to turn the key and open the door, I rushed inside and slammed it shut. I leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. Everything was silent in here, but the fear didn't go away. I looked at the phone. The screen was dark again, but I could feel its weight, almost as if it were burning in my hand. I sat on the couch, still trying to comprehend what was happening. I gripped the phone tighter, and before I could decide what to do, the screen lit up once more. The video was there, ready to be played again. Terror began to creep back into my chest. I knew I shouldn't watch it again, but something inside me compelled me to. Just one more time, I thought. Maybe there's something I missed the first time. This time, the video started differently. There was no dark room, no terrified man. Instead, the camera showed a road in daylight. I recognized the place immediately. It was the same street I had been on, that same deserted street where I had found the phone. The camera began to move slowly, capturing every detail, the trees, the parked cars, until it finally stopped at a specific point. My eyes widened as I realized it was the exact spot where I had found the phone. I was watching myself. I was there, standing, looking down, picking up the phone. My heart nearly stopped. How is this possible? I kept watching, unable to look away. The footage was strangely shaky, as if someone was recording in a rush or out of nervousness. I saw my own reflection on the screen, looking lost, confused. But then I noticed something that chilled me to the bone. In the corner of the video, for just a second, something moved. A shadow, a tall, distorted figure watching me from afar. Red eyes gleamed through the darkness. Panic consumed me. Each beat of my heart felt like a furious drum in my chest. I was there watching myself, in a video that clearly shouldn't exist. The figure in the shadows, with its red eyes, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The longer I stared, the closer it seemed to come to the camera, its vague shape becoming more defined, but still horribly wrong. I abruptly shut off the video, closing the app and tossing the phone onto the table as if it were a living thing. The sound echoed through my apartment, and I felt a sudden chill. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. How could any of this be real? Who was doing this to me? But the phone screen lit up again on its own. "You shouldn't have watched it," the message read, the text now flashing intermittently. My hands trembled as I picked it up again. My finger hovered over the power button, ready to shut it off and end this, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the fear that the message was true, that turning off the phone wouldn't end the nightmare. That's when I noticed movement in the reflection on the screen, a shadow behind me. I spun around quickly, but there was nothing there. The room was dark, the lights flickering erratically. My eyes scanned the room, every corner, every shadow turning into a potential hiding place. Slowly, I got up, still holding the phone, and approached the window. I looked outside. The street was empty, exactly as I had left it. The rain trickled down the glass, creating an illusion of movement, distorting the view. But something felt different. The shadows seemed longer, denser, and then at the corner, I saw a flicker. 2 red points, glowing like fire. I backed away quickly, hitting the wall with my back. The lights in the room flickered again, more intensely now, as if they were about to explode. The phone chimed again, a notification. Trembling, I glanced at the screen. It was a new message. "You saw them. Now, they're watching you." The light flickered one last time and went out completely. I stood in total darkness for a few seconds, hearing only my rapid breathing and the muffled sound of rain outside. Then, I heard the sound of footsteps, soft footsteps, as if someone were walking slowly across my living room. I knew I wasn't alone. In the darkness, my senses were on high alert. My hearing seemed amplified, picking up every little noise. I could hear the sound of my heart pounding, the blood pulsing in my temples. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. Whoever or whatever it was getting closer, one step at a time, without any hurry. I tried to control the rising panic inside me. I was trapped in my own apartment, surrounded by shadows that seemed to have come to life. And worst of all, I couldn't see what was approaching. The phone was still in my hand, and the dim light from its screen was the only thing I could use to see. I raised it slowly, trying to illuminate the space around me. The flickering light revealed only familiar furniture, a table, chairs, the sofa, nothing more. And then the footsteps stopped. I remained silent, waiting, trying to listen for anything. My entire body was tense, every muscle ready to react. I could feel cold sweat dripping down my face, and then, suddenly, the sound of a low laugh, almost a whisper, came from somewhere to my right. I quickly turned, pointing the light of the phone in that direction, but there was nothing, just the emptiness of my living room. The laughter stopped, replaced by an even more unsettling silence. My eyes tried to adjust to the darkness, searching for any movement, anything out of place. Then I heard a voice, a soft, feminine voice, almost a whisper.
You shouldn't have watched.
The voice came from all directions, reverberating in my mind. It was as if it was inside my head, not in the room around me. A chill ran down my spine. My mind was racing, trying to find some logic, some explanation for what was happening. Was I starting to lose my sanity? I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I needed to think. I needed to get out of there. My eyes continued to scan the room, searching for something, anything that could help me understand. That's when I noticed the phone had stopped vibrating. It was completely still in my hand. I looked at the screen again. A new message appeared. "Don't look behind you." My heart nearly stopped. It was a natural instinct to turn, to want to see what was behind me, but the message was clear. I hesitated, unable to decide what to do. But curiosity, that damn curiosity, began to win over. I knew I should follow the warning, but my muscles seemed to have a mind of their own. I started to slowly turn, my gaze trying to adjust to the darkness. The tension in the air was palpable, and then I saw it. In the reflection of the phone screen, I saw something that nearly made my heart stop. There was a figure behind me, a human shape, but distorted. Its eyes were two bright red dots, and its mouth was open in a grotesque grin. I froze, paralyzed by pure primal fear. The voice whispered again, now closer, as if it was right beside me.
"They're here."
That was when I ran. My body finally responded to my brain's commands, and I bolted through the room, stumbling over furniture, not caring where I was heading. The only thing that mattered was getting away from that figure, from that horrible presence. My lungs burned as I breathed heavily, and I nearly slipped as I reached the front door. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me a few seconds to turn the doorknob. But I finally managed to open the door and rush into the hallway. Outside, the lights were working, but even so, everything seemed darker than it should have been. I turned to shut the door behind me, but I saw it close on its own, with a deafening slam. The hallway was empty, but I could feel something moving, invisible to my eyes. I had to get out of the building. I had to escape. I ran toward the stairs, ignoring the elevator, not daring to look back. Each step echoed, the sound bouncing off the narrow walls. It felt like the building itself was trapping me, each floor longer than the one before, the staircase stretching on forever. The sound of laughter began to echo again, louder now, clearer. Indistinct voices whispered my name, calling, beckoning. "Come," they said. "Come, we want you." But I kept running, ignoring the voices, focused on reaching the exit. When I finally saw the front door of the building, a small wave of relief washed over me. But that relief was immediately crushed when I realized there was something standing outside. A tall, misshapen figure with those same red eyes, waiting for me. I froze in the middle of the stairs, utterly paralyzed. That figure outside seemed even more sinister under the flickering streetlight. Its shape was distorted, as if reality itself was bending around it. Its glowing eyes locked onto me, and a smile that was far from human stretched across its face. I was trapped. I couldn't stay, but I couldn't leave either. The door to my apartment was locked behind me, and the exit ahead was blocked by that thing. Something that shouldn't exist. something that seemed pulled straight from my worst nightmares. Suddenly, the figure outside began to move. It didn't walk exactly. It slid, as if it were floating, gliding toward me. Pure terror gripped me, and I took a step back, tripping and falling on the staircase. A sharp pain shot through my ankle, but I ignored it. I needed to get up. I needed to get out of there. But where could I go? What could I do? The sound of whispers filled the air again, but this time they weren't coming from behind me. They were coming from everywhere. The hallways, the walls, the very shadows that seemed to stretch out toward me. My eyes widened as I realized the shadows were starting to take shape, moving as if they were alive, twisting and gathering into something, someone. I screamed, a scream of pure desperation, of helplessness. I was surrounded. And then the phone vibrated again. With trembling hands, I grabbed it and looked at the screen. There was a new message. It's too late. You already belong to them. The hallway filled with a darkness even denser than before, a darkness that seemed to have weight and texture. From it, I heard footsteps again. But this time, they weren't light. They were heavy, like something massive was approaching. I knew there was no escape. The darkness around me seemed to come alive, pulsing with an energy I couldn't comprehend. I was surrounded, and the fear that had gripped me was almost paralyzing. But at the same time, something inside me urged me to fight, to not give in to this terrifying presence. The heavy footsteps continued to approach, echoing throughout the building. The sound was horrible, like bones grinding against wood, and the darkness seemed to respond to each step, rippling, almost as if it were expanding. I had to move. I had to do something, but the pain in my ankle was excruciating, and every attempt to stand sent waves of agony through my body. The figure with red eyes was now at the building's entrance, standing still, watching. Its distorted form seemed to vibrate with its own energy, and the smile on its face stretched impossibly wide, ear to ear. I knew I couldn't just stand there, waiting. I had to think of a way out. The phone vibrated again in my hand. I looked at the screen, expecting the worst, but the message was simple. You only have one chance. I didn't understand what it meant. What was I supposed to do? Then the figure began to move again, floating toward me, and every fiber of my being screamed for me to run, to flee. But where? Going back to the apartment would be suicide. The exit was blocked. Suddenly, an idea came to me, an irrational impulse, but maybe my only hope. I turned, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and ran back toward the hallway. My only thought was to reach the roof. Maybe, just maybe, I could find an escape route up there, or at least buy some time. I climbed the stairs, one step at a time, fighting through the pain and panic. The whispers behind me seemed to grow louder, and the sound of the footsteps got closer. I knew it was following me, hunting me. The hallway walls seemed to close in around me, and the air was getting thicker, harder to breathe. My vision began to blur, but I kept climbing, pushing my body past its limits. Each floor I reached felt like it led nowhere. It was as if the stairs stretched on forever, an endless spiral. I began to panic, feeling the sweat pouring down my face, my shirt clinging to my body. My ankle burned with pain and I nearly collapsed, but something inside me refused to let me stop. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the door leading to the roof. I pushed it with all my strength and it opened with a deafening creak. The cold night air hit me like a wave, and I stumbled outside, feeling the torrential rain drench me immediately. The roof was almost entirely dark, except for a single streetlight in the center, flickering intermittently. I took a deep breath, trying to catch it. There was no easy escape here. The walls of the building were tall and smooth, impossible to climb. My only option was to hide, to buy some time. My eyes scanned the space for any potential hiding spot. There were a few boxes and debris in the corner near the edge, but it wasn't enough. The figure would find me there. Then a desperate thought crossed my mind. Maybe if I could distract it somehow, I'd have enough time to think of a way out. I gripped the phone tighter. The screen was dark, but holding it gave me some semblance of comfort. I needed to figure out what the message meant. It said I only had one chance. One chance for what? Then an insane, impossible idea came to me. What if the video was the key? Maybe there was something in it that I had missed. Maybe, just maybe, it held the answer. The figure appeared at the doorway to the roof, its red eyes glowing intensely in the dark. I knew I didn't have much time. I opened the video again. The video started the same as before, with the shaky footage of the dark room and the terrified man. But this time there was more noise, heavy static that almost drowned out the whispers. My eyes were glued to the screen, trying to catch any detail, any clue. The man in the video started speaking again, his words rushed and broken by fear.
They come for all of us. There's no escape, but there's a way.
My heart raced. A way? What was he trying to say? The figure in the video looked directly into the camera, as if he were looking at me through the screen.
If you're seeing this, they've already marked you. They see you, but you can send them back to the beginning, to the point of origin.
I was trembling, hope mingled with terror. Send them back? How?
You have to show someone else has to see.
The man's voice was becoming distorted, his face twisting in agony.
But it can't be just anyone. It has to be someone who knows what they're doing, someone like you.
Suddenly, the figure behind me started moving quickly. I could feel its presence, the air around me growing colder. It was almost on top of me. I looked at the screen again, trying to grasp what the man was saying. I needed to find someone to pass the video to. But how? Then it hit me. The phone. It had been left for me. I hadn't just stumbled upon it by chance. Someone had left it there, knowing I would pick it up. I was the next piece in the cycle. I had to find a way to break it. The figure was even closer now, and I could feel its cold breath on my neck. My time was running out. I glanced around desperate, and then I saw it. A window open, leading to another building. It was risky, far too risky. But I had no choice. I ran, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and hurled myself toward the window. I heard a sharp scream behind me, a sound that seemed to come from inside my own head. But I kept going. I leaped for the window with all the strength I had left, clutching the phone tightly against my chest. The landing was brutal. I felt the impact in my shoulder, and a searing pain shot through my arm, but I didn't care. I looked back, seeing the figure standing on the rooftop across from me. It no longer seemed as confident, and its red eyes appeared to be dimming. I grabbed the phone and ran into the new building. I had to find someone. I had to show the video to someone who could understand, someone who could break the cycle. The whispers continued to follow me, but I ignored them. I had a mission, one last chance. The phone screen flickered again, and another message appeared. Run. Don't stop. The next person needs to know. I kept running, my heart pounding with a mixture of hope and terror. I knew time was against me, but there was a spark of hope now. Maybe there was still a chance, a way to escape this endless circle of death and despair. As I descended the stairs, my mind was focused on one goal: finding someone to pass the video to. I knew my life depended on it, and so I ran through the darkness, fully aware that something terrible was chasing me, but also aware that maybe, just maybe, there was a way out, if I could be fast enough. My breath was ragged as I ran through the unfamiliar hallways of the neighboring building. The sound of whispers and heavy footsteps echoed in my mind, but I knew I couldn't stop. The presence was still there, following me, hunting me. The pain in my ankle and shoulder was almost unbearable, but I had no choice. I had to find someone who could understand what was happening. I stumbled down an emergency stairwell, nearly falling, and found myself in a long corridor. The lights were dim, flickering irregularly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. There was no sound of life. I kept moving forward, unsure of where I was going, only knowing I had to keep moving. The phone vibrated in my hand again. I looked down at the screen, expecting another message. Instead, the video started playing on its own. The man's face, now paler and more distorted, appeared once more. He looked even more desperate, his eyes sunken, his voice trembling.
"It's coming. It's close,"
he said, and his voice was accompanied by a chorus of whispers, as if a crowd was speaking with him.
"You need to find someone. You have to show them."
I turned off the video, feeling cold sweat trickle down my face. Panic was rising inside me, but I knew he was right. I needed help. But who? Who could possibly understand what was happening? My eyes darted around the hallway, and finally, I saw a door marked Exit. I sprinted toward it, my heart pounding, and pushed it open with the last bit of strength I had. The door swung into a small reception area, where an elderly woman sat behind a counter, reading a magazine. For a moment, I was frozen, unsure of what to do. She looked up at me with a curious expression, trying to figure out why I was there, looking so terrified and disheveled. I knew I looked insane, but I didn't have time to explain. "Please," I shouted, rushing toward her. "You need to see this." She furrowed her brow, confused and a little scared. I held the phone up, my finger hovering over the video. My instincts screamed that it was wrong to involve someone else in this nightmare, but I saw no other way. If I didn't show her the video, whatever it was would catch up to me, and then it would be over. I didn't want to die. "Please, just watch it," I begged, nearly desperate, as the dark figure loomed closer, unseen but felt, like a pressure in the air around me. She hesitated, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Maybe she saw the fear in my face. Maybe she sensed the urgency in my voice. Slowly, she took the phone from my trembling hands, still looking at me with caution. "It's just a video. Just a video, please," I whispered, my voice almost a plea. She looked at the screen and I pressed play. The dark room appeared once again, the man whispering his words of warning, the terror evident on his face. I watched every detail, waiting for some kind of reaction, anything. Suddenly the woman screamed. Her scream was sharp, piercing, filled with primal fear that nearly made me collapse. The phone fell from her hands, hitting the floor with a loud thud, but the video kept playing. She began to tremble, her hands covering her face as she backed away, as if something invisible stood before her.
"What is this?"
she cried, her voice filled with terror.
"What did you show me?"
And that's when I understood. I hadn't broken the cycle. I had passed it on, and suddenly everything became clear. The figure behind me stopped. The weight in the air lifted, the pressure that had surrounded me softened. I felt a wave of nauseating relief wash over me, mixed with the bitter realization of what I had done. But the woman was in agony. Her body began to twist, bending in ways that defied all logic and physics, her eyes wide, fixed on something distant that I couldn't see. She was seeing something that was now coming for her. I stepped back, horrified at what I had done, but I couldn't look away. She turned toward me for a brief moment, and her eyes were completely black, her mouth open in a silent scream. The presence was there, now with her. And then everything went silent. Her body crumpled to the floor, lifeless, her eyes still open, staring into nothingness. I backed away, the phone still in my hands. The figure, the presence, the entity. It was all gone. I was free, but at what cost? My stomach churned. I had passed the curse on to her. I had sacrificed someone else to save myself. The phone vibrated again, and I looked down at the screen with a mix of fear and guilt. A message appeared in large red letters. You chose. The cycle continues. The weight of reality hit me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't ended anything. I had only prolonged the inevitable. The cycle had to continue, and I had to be the next to ensure it did. I needed to record the video. I needed to find a new place, leave it for someone else. Another curious victim, someone who would feel compelled to watch, just as I had. With trembling hands, I opened the camera app on the phone. I activated the video recording and pointed it at myself. My face appeared on the screen, pale and exhausted, my eyes wide with fear. I began to speak, my voice low and shaky. If you're seeing this, it's already too late. You shouldn't have opened this video. Now they're coming for you. My words echoed back to me, reverberating in the empty room. I kept recording, saying what I thought needed to be said, as I felt the distant presence still lingering, waiting. When I finished, I saved the video and gave it a title. Do not open this video. Just like the one I had found. It was horrible, cruel, but I had no choice. I had to survive. I had to pass it on. I took the phone and quickly left the building. I went to a crowded part of the city, a park where people were walking. I found an isolated bench near a footpath. I placed the phone there carefully, making sure it was visible, glinting under the faint light of the street lamps. I stared at the phone for a moment, fighting the urge to take it back, to destroy it all. But I knew I couldn't. The cycle had to continue. It always would. I walked away slowly, guilt and fear consuming me. But I also felt a strange sense of relief, knowing I was free. At least for now. As I blended into the crowd, a new message appeared on the phone's screen. Thank you for playing. And there, in the cold darkness, I realized I had always been in the game. A game that would never end.
The Vigil of the Dead. In a small town in the heart of Georgia, there is a morgue known for housing the bodies of those who died under mysterious circumstances. The morgue, located in the basement of an old hospital built over 80 years ago, has never been renovated. The walls are cold and damp, the lights flicker constantly, and the air always carries a metallic smell, as if the blood has soaked into the very fabric of the place. Tom, a medical student looking for an internship, was assigned to do night shifts at the morgue as part of his training. He had heard the stories about the place, tales of muffled screams, bodies that moved on their own, and an invisible presence that roamed the halls at night. Skeptical and trying to appear confident, Tom didn't let himself be intimidated by the legends. That night, he was alone, just with his clipboard and the sound of the wall clock ticking slowly and disturbingly. The main room of the morgue had a stainless steel table in the center, flanked by metal cabinets where bodies were stored. A large mirror on the wall seemed to reflect the very fear of anyone who dared look into it. The silence was almost unbearable, broken only by the sound of water dripping from an old pipe. While making his rounds, checking the identification of the bodies in the refrigerated drawers, Tom heard a faint noise. It sounded like a moan coming from one of the drawers at the back of the room. He hesitated for a moment, thinking he might have imagined it, but the sound came again, louder this time. Heart pounding, he moved towards the drawer where the sound seemed to be coming from. When he pulled it open, he found the body of an elderly man who had been brought in that morning after being found dead at home, apparently from natural causes. But something was wrong. The corpse's eyes were open and its mouth moved slightly as if trying to speak. Tom instinctively backed away, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Suddenly, the body jerked upright, sitting up in the drawer, eyes fixed on the ceiling, lips trembling.
"They're taking me! Help me!"
the corpse said, with a guttural voice that should not have been possible from a dead body. Tom fell back, terrified, but couldn't take his eyes off the scene. The body began to convulse, as if being pulled by invisible forces. Before he could react, the lights in the morgue flickered and went out completely. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hall, followed by whispered laughter that seemed to come from all directions. When the lights came back on, the body was lying back in the drawer as if nothing had happened. Trembling, Tom tried to rationalize what he saw. It must be stress, lack of sleep, he murmured to himself. But the horrors of that night were just beginning. In the hours that followed, he heard the sound of drawers opening and closing on their own, saw shadows moving in the corners of his vision, and more than once felt cold fingers touch his shoulder when no one was there. As he reviewed the records of the dead for that night, he noticed something disturbing. The names of the bodies were crossed out, as if someone had tried to erase them in anger. When he went back to check the drawers, he realized that 2 bodies were missing. When he tried to leave the morgue, he found the door locked, and the smell of decay in the air became unbearable. Desperate, he began pounding on the door and screaming for help, but was met only with the echo of his own voice. When he turned around, he saw something that froze his blood. The bodies of the 2 missing dead were standing in the middle of the room, watching him. Their faces were disfigured, with expressions of pain and rage, and their mouths murmured something unintelligible. Tom tried to back away, but his body was paralyzed by fear. The figures slowly approached, whispering, "Why did you leave us here? It's cold, so cold." Suddenly, he felt a grip on his neck, as if invisible hands were trying to strangle him. In the mirror in front of him, he saw the reflection of several shadowy figures around him, all with hollow faces and black eyes, fixated on his suffering. The next morning, when the hospital staff arrived, they found Tom unconscious on the floor with handprints around his neck. He was taken to the emergency room but was never the same again. No one could convince him to return to the morgue, and the stories about the place only grew darker. The few who still work there say that during the early hours, whispers and knocks can be heard coming from the drawers, as if the dead were trying to escape from something far worse than death itself.
The final farewell. In a small town deep in the Appalachian Mountains, the municipal morgue carries a heavy, unsettling atmosphere. The building, constructed at the beginning of the 20th century, has a Gothic architecture with tall arches and stained glass windows that lost their luster long ago. The stone walls are covered with moss, and the trees around have twisted branches like skeletal hands pointing to the sky, swaying at the slightest touch of the wind. Here, death seems more than a final state. It is a living presence, almost tangible. The morgue is known in the region for housing bodies of people who died alone, with no one to claim their remains. These bodies stay there, awaiting total oblivion, until they are finally buried in unmarked graves. It's a place where silence and cold reign, where loneliness echoes in the empty corridors. And John was the guardian of this place. John had been in charge of the morgue for over 20 years. A reserved man with little to no social contact outside of work, he prided himself on the meticulous routine he kept. Every hallway impeccably clean, every drawer neatly closed. He spent the nights tending to the structure, ensuring that the dead had their final rest in peace. But over the years, small details began to bother him. Doors he had locked appeared ajar, objects moved without explanation, and a chilling sensation settled in certain parts of the morgue, even on the hottest days. These oddities intensified with the arrival of the body of Mrs. Elvira, a reclusive elderly woman who lived alone in a remote house. She was found dead, sitting in her rocking chair, with a frozen expression of pure terror on her face. There were no signs of violence, but everyone in town whispered that something was wrong with the way she died. From the day Mrs. Elvira's body arrived, John noticed changes in the atmosphere of the morgue. The once silent hallways now seemed to whisper his name, and the air felt heavier, almost oppressive. John's nights became disturbing. He started having strange, distressing dreams. In one of them, he walked down a never-ending, dimly lit hallway with the walls closing in around him. Always at the end of the hallway there was a door, and behind it a skeletal figure cloaked in shadows awaited him. A macabre smile stretched across a fleshless face, with empty eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. One of the coldest nights of the year, while making his nightly rounds, John heard a strange sound. It was the creaking of a rocking chair coming from one of the rooms where bodies were prepared. His heart raced. He knew there was no such furniture in the morgue. Still, the sound persisted, almost hypnotic. He followed the noise to the room. When he opened the door, he found the room empty. However, the sound continued, echoing ghostly, as if an invisible chair were being rocked. And then he saw it, projected on the wall by a light that did not exist, the shadow of a chair rocking alone. A shiver ran down his spine. Something was very wrong. Disturbed, John decided to dig deeper into Mrs. Elvira's past. He went to the morgue's archive and discovered she had spent part of her life in a psychiatric hospital. In the records there were notes about her insistence that she was being pursued by lost souls who came to her house every night, whispering her name, begging for help. The doctors diagnosed it as dementia, but John began to believe there was something much darker. That very night, when he returned to the morgue, he was met by an intense cold. The lights, already unreliable, flickered more than usual, and then he heard them. Whispers coming from all directions, muffled voices as if distant, yet too close to ignore.
Help us! We can't leave!
Determined to end this, John headed to the room where Mrs. Elvira's body was stored. When he opened the refrigerated drawer, he was overcome with an inexplicable terror. The body was in a completely different position from how he had left it. Mrs. Elvira was sitting up, her eyes open, staring into nothingness, and her mouth formed a crooked, macabre smile. The air grew heavy, and a smell of mold mixed with something sweet, almost rotten, filled his nostrils. At that moment, John heard a dragged voice, almost a whisper. "I warned you they would come." Suddenly, the door to the room slammed shut with a bang, plunging the environment into total darkness. John, heart pounding, tried to reach the exit, but he couldn't open the door. It was as if something or someone was pressing against it from the other side, keeping him trapped. In the dark, he felt cold hands touch his face, like bony, icy fingers scratching his skin. The sound of nails scraping the walls intensified, creating a terrifying cacophony. Desperate, he turned back to the drawer, and what he saw made him scream in pure terror. Mrs. Elvira was standing beside the table, her body bent in an impossible way. Her eyes were hollow like dark holes, and from her mouth came a low, continuous wail.
"I just wanted peace, but now you're trapped too."
When the lights returned, John was alone in the room. His legs trembled so much he could barely stand. He ran out of the morgue without looking back. That same night he submitted his resignation and left town, never to return. Months later, other staff members reported sensing strange presences in the morgue. Some said they heard the sound of a rocking chair creaking softly, as if someone were seated in their eternal rest. The reports continued. Some said if you listened closely during the dead of night, you could hear Mrs. Elvira's lament, begging to be freed from the torment of her post-mortem existence. Others swore they saw shadows dancing on the walls, like invisible figures accompanying the old woman in her suffering. Since then, the morgue has become a place avoided even by the bravest. The townspeople know that at night the building is ruled by something far beyond comprehension, something lurking in the shadows, waiting to take those who dare disturb the dead's rest.
The wrong body. In the basement of a large old hospital in Chicago, there's a morgue that most people in the city don't even know exists. Its location is deliberately discreet. After all, nobody wants to think too much about what happens down there. The walls are made of bare concrete with no windows, and the fluorescent lights buzz and flicker occasionally. It's a cold place, where the air feels heavy, almost as if death is woven into the walls. The morgue is run by a small team, but it's John, the night security guard, who spends the most time there. John is a middle-aged man with tired features, his routine filled with long rounds through the dark corridors, ensuring that everything is in order. He was used to the silence, the solitude, and the metallic smell of the environment. But one specific night, something out of the ordinary happened. A tragic mistake that unleashed a series of supernatural events. It all started with the arrival of 2 bodies on the same day. A young criminal who died in a shootout with the police, and an elderly man who had passed away at a nursing home. Somehow, the body tags were switched, and the criminal was identified as the elderly man and vice versa. While the young criminal was given a proper, dignified burial, the elderly man's body remained in the morgue, awaiting an unnecessary autopsy. To many, it was just an administrative mistake, but for John, it marked the beginning of a nightmare. In the nights that followed, John began to notice changes in the morgue's atmosphere. The air seemed colder, and a foul smell he couldn't identify permeated the halls. But what really unnerved him was the constant feeling of being watched. During his rounds, he often felt a pair of eyes on his back, but when he turned around, all he found was darkness and silence. One early morning, while monitoring the security cameras, John saw something that made him hold his breath. One of the cold storage drawers, where the elderly man's body was still kept, slowly opened with no one nearby. From inside the drawer, a dark, misty figure began to emerge. John rubbed his eyes, thinking it was a transmission error, but the figure continued to move, coming out of the drawer with stiff, unsettling motions. It was a human silhouette, but its edges were blurred and indistinct, as if it existed somewhere between this world and the next. Terrified, John rushed to the room to check what was happening. When he arrived, everything appeared normal. The drawer was closed, and the room looked exactly as he had left it, but the trail of moisture on the floor and the marks of bare feet left him with no logical explanation. Something had indeed come out. In the days that followed, the phenomena only got worse. John began to hear soft, almost imperceptible wails echoing through the empty corridors. He tried to ignore them, but the voices seemed to follow him wherever he went, whispering things like, "This isn't my place," and "Why was I left behind?" The situation reached its peak when, upon checking the elderly man's body, John noticed something that chilled his blood. The corpse's eyes were open, and the face had an expression of anger. The mouth was twisted into a grotesque smile, and as John approached, he felt the lips move, forming the words, "He shouldn't be resting. Not in my place." That same night, the morgue was overwhelmed by an inexplicable energy. The lights began to flicker uncontrollably, and the sound of doors slamming echoed throughout the building. Desperate, John returned to the security cameras and saw a scene that made him question his sanity. The misty figure was back, this time walking down the corridors with dragging steps as if searching for something or someone. The air in the morgue grew unbearably heavy. John began to struggle to breathe, feeling as if an invisible hand was squeezing his chest. Then the figure turned to face the camera, and for a moment its eyes locked directly onto his. Those empty eyes seemed to overflow with hatred and pain. "You messed with what you shouldn't have. You brought death to the wrong place." A raspy voice echoed in John's head, making him fall to his knees, sweating cold. He tried to leave the morgue, but the main door was locked, as if something were holding it shut from the outside. Suddenly, all the drawers in the cold storage flew open at once, and a freezing wind began to blow through the room. The lights flickered rapidly, and John saw something that made him scream in terror. All the bodies were standing outside their drawers, forming a circle around the autopsy table. In the center of the circle, the misty figure materialized again, laughing softly, with a sound that seemed to mix pain and pleasure. John finally managed to unlock the door and ran out of the morgue, not looking back. He quit his job that very night and never returned. Days later, the hospital administration was informed of the incident and decided to conduct an investigation. The elderly man's body was finally buried, but the strange reports did not cease. New employees began to report hearing dragging footsteps and distant wails in the middle of the night, as if something were seeking justice for being left behind. The case was hushed up, and the morgue remains in operation, but few have the courage to work the night shift. The stories of a wandering body and a guard tormented by past mistakes are whispered, and no one dares ignore the rules about who belongs in which grave.
The Body Swap Location, a small coastal town in Maine. In a quiet, old-fashioned coastal town in Maine, there is a municipal morgue near the local cemetery. A weathered building with dusty windows and creaky walls that sway with the wind. The place, forgotten by many, holds a disturbing story, marked by a grotesque mistake that unleashed supernatural events. It all began when two bodies arrived at the morgue on the same day. One belonged to a young criminal, killed in a gang fight, and the other to a beloved elderly woman from the community. Due to an inexplicable oversight, their body tags were switched. The criminal was buried with honors, while the elderly woman's body remained in the morgue, awaiting an unnecessary autopsy. Sam, the coroner in charge, discovered the mistake days later. When he realized what had happened, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Something in the morgue had changed. The place, which had always been cold and silent, now seemed alive, pulsing with a dark energy. One night, while working late to correct the documentation, Sam heard a sound that made him stop. It was faint but persistent, rhythmic knocking coming from one of the cold storage drawers. He tried to ignore it, but something pushed him to investigate.
It must be my imagination,
Sam muttered to himself, but doubt was already planted in his mind. With trembling hands, he opened the drawer. There lay the elderly woman's body, but something was terribly wrong. Her eyes, which he was sure had been closed, were now open, staring at him with a dull glare. The serene expression had been replaced by a grimace of hatred. Her mouth was slightly open, and Sam swore he heard a faint, drawn-out whisper.
He shouldn't rest like this. Not in my place.
Sam backed away, terrified. He slammed the drawer shut, trying to ignore the chill running up his spine.
It's just exhaustion,
he repeated to himself, trying to rationalize. But the morgue seemed to have a life of its own. The lights began to flicker, and the shadows on the walls contorted strangely, as if gaining shape. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the corridor. They were light, dragging footsteps, as if someone were wandering aimlessly. Cold sweat trickled down Sam's neck.
Who's there?
He shouted, more out of the need to hear his own voice than expecting a response. But what he heard in response was a low, dark laugh, seeming to come from all directions. Trembling, he followed the sound to the autopsy room. The lights flickered frantically, and then he saw her. The elderly woman was standing by the autopsy table. Her head hung to the side at an impossible angle, as if broken. Her eyes, empty and dark, stared at him with a mix of sadness and anger.
I was at peace. Why was I switched? Now no one rests.
Her voice was a chilling whisper, laden with bitterness. Sam could barely breathe. He was paralyzed by fear, unable to look away from the spectral figure. Then, all the drawers in the cold storage began to open and close violently, as if being manipulated by an invisible force. The noise was deafening, and the lights finally went out, plunging the room into total darkness. In the pitch black, he felt a cold hand grip his arm. When the lights returned, the elderly woman was right in front of him, her mouth moving as she murmured,
"You need to fix this."
Desperate, Sam fled the room, but the sound of the drawers still echoed in his ears like a trail of footsteps pursuing him. He ran to the morgue exit, locking the door behind him, but the terror did not end there. That night, at home, he dreamed of the old woman, who whispered repeatedly,
"Fix the mistake or no one will rest."
The next day, Sam managed to arrange for the exhumation of the wrong body, and the exchange was finally made. During the process, he felt as though he was being watched the entire time. The air around him seemed lighter, but he knew he would never forget what happened. After the correction, the phenomena in the morgue diminished, but they never ceased entirely. New employees whisper that they still feel inexplicable chills and hear faint knocks in the middle of the night. Some claim to see a vague figure in the corridors, watching from a distance, as if ensuring no more mistakes are made.
This place has its rules,
Sam would often say to new hires.
Treat the dead with respect. A mistake here is not just a mistake, it can trap souls in eternal torment.
The watchman from the other side, Carlos, was the night watchman at a morgue in a small town in upstate New York. For over a decade he held the same position, making solitary rounds through dark and silent corridors where the only sound was the echo of his own footsteps. He knew every corner of the place and always said the same thing when asked if he was afraid. "The dead don't harm anyone, it's the living that worry me." That confidence began to waver on one particularly cold winter night. A body was brought to the morgue from a brutal crime scene. The man, about 40 years old, had been murdered violently. Even after death, his face displayed a frozen expression of terror, as if he had seen something horrifying in his final moments. The most disturbing detail was the vacant, fixed stare that seemed to follow anyone who got close. From the moment this body arrived, Carlos began to notice subtle but unsettling changes in the environment. The lights, which had only flickered occasionally, now failed more frequently. A constant sound, like the ticking of a clock, echoed through the halls, although Carlos knew there was no clock there.
"What the hell is going on?"
he muttered to himself during one of his rounds. One early morning, while walking through the cold corridors, Carlos passed by the cold storage room and noticed that one of the drawers was slightly ajar. He frowned. He was sure that all the drawers had been properly closed before his shift began. As he approached, he heard a faint sound, like heavy breathing coming from inside the drawer. Carlos hesitated. His instinct told him to ignore it and move on, but curiosity got the best of him. Slowly he pulled the drawer open. When the drawer was fully open, he froze at what he saw. The body of the man was standing upright, eyes fixed on him, with a macabre smile spreading across the pale face. Those eyes, once opaque and lifeless, were now full of intense rage. "You're on the wrong side, Carlos." The voice that echoed through the room was low and raspy, as if the words were being dragged through damaged vocal cords. "They sent me here, but I shouldn't be alone." Carlos backed away, paralyzed with fear. He blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. When his eyes opened again, the body was lying down, still as it should be. The smile was gone, and the eyes were closed. He took a deep breath, trying to convince himself that it had been a hallucination caused by exhaustion.
I need more sleep.
He whispered to himself, still trembling, but the nightmare was just beginning. Later that same night, Carlos decided to review the security footage. He wanted to prove to himself that nothing was wrong, but what he saw made his blood run cold. On the screen, a dark, distorted, faceless figure was walking through the morgue's corridors. The most terrifying part was that it moved with the same posture as him, as if it were mimicking his every step. The figure stopped in front of doors, looked into rooms, exactly as Carlos did during his rounds.
What is this?
He stammered, his eyes wide as he stared at the screen. The figure approached one of the cameras, and Carlos felt a chill run down his spine. Even without a face, he had the clear sensation that he was being watched. Then a whisper echoed in his mind, coming from all directions. "You watch for us now. Your time is running out." Carlos stood up abruptly, knocking over the chair. His heart was racing, and he felt his legs grow heavy, as if being pulled to the ground. He tried to leave the room, but his steps were slow, as if he were walking through a nightmare. Suddenly he stopped when he saw a dark shadow reflected in a mirror at the end of the corridor. It was the same figure he had seen on the cameras, but now it was more defined, and what he saw made his heart nearly stop. The shadow had a face, his face, only distorted, with a twisted, sinister smile like an evil reflection.
This can't be happening. This can't be real.
Carlos repeated, his voice trembling. But the ticking sound grew louder, filling the entire morgue. He looked around the walls, trying to find the source of the sound, but there was no clock. Desperate, he ran to the security room, but the lights began to flicker uncontrollably, and he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned, he saw his own shadow approaching, the sinister smile even more pronounced. The next day, his colleagues found Carlos locked in the security room, mumbling incoherently.
The other side, it's so close, so close.
He was removed from his position, and no one saw him again in town. Some say he fled far away, while others believe he was swallowed by the morgue itself, trapped between two worlds. Since then, the morgue has gained a reputation for having a watchman from the other side. New employees report seeing Carlos's shadow wandering the corridors, performing an endless round, as if trapped in an eternal cycle. And they say that when the clock strikes exactly 3 a.m, you can hear the sound of ticking, like an invisible clock that never stops, and if you stay perfectly silent, you might even hear the whisper, "Your time is coming."
The Curse of the River Queen. We were just looking for a fun weekend. You know how it is. 4 friends, a holiday, and a rented house in the bayou. New Orleans had been calling to us all year, and we finally made plans to escape the chaos of our lives in the city. I hadn't been back to the South since I was a kid, and the idea of spending a weekend near the water sounded like a good break from the grind. We weren't looking for trouble. We just wanted to relax and maybe hear a few ghost stories over some whiskey by the fire. But what we found out there in the swamps, well, we never expected it. We never imagined we'd come face to face with a legend we'd all thought was nothing more than an old wives' tale. But in those dark waters, something old and angry was waiting for us, something they called the River Queen. The bayou we'd rented the house near was isolated, about an hour outside New Orleans. We drove down winding roads, the kind where the trees seemed to reach out over you, their thick branches covered in Spanish moss, creating a tunnel that blocked out the sunlight. It was picturesque, peaceful even, until the shadows started to lengthen, and that peacefulness turned into something else, something heavy, like the air was charged with a secret we weren't meant to uncover. As we pulled up to the house, I could feel it already. The humidity was thick, the air oppressive. My skin prickled as we unloaded the car. The place was rustic, a one-story house raised on stilts to protect it from the flooding that came with every storm. The dock behind it stretched out over the murky water, disappearing into the mist that clung to the bayou. "I don't like the look of this place," Nina muttered as she stepped out of the car. She glanced at the water, frowning. "Something feels off." Nina always had a sixth sense about things. She wasn't superstitious or anything, but growing up in a family steeped in Southern traditions and hoodoo, she had a connection to things the rest of us didn't. I waved her off with a laugh, more to ease my own nerves than anything. "Come on, it's just the swamp," I said, slinging a bag over my shoulder. "We're here to have fun. Relax, Nina. You'll feel better after a drink." But as I said it, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. There was something about the stillness of the water, the way the trees hung low, their reflections distorted in the murky depths, that made me think Nina might be onto something. Still, I brushed it off. We were here to unwind, and I wasn't going to let a creepy atmosphere ruin that. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, drinking, laughing, and catching up. Marcus, the eternal jokester, kept us all entertained, and soon enough, the tension began to fade. By the time the sun started to set, casting the swamp in hues of deep orange and purple, we were around the fire, telling stories. Inevitably, talk turned to the local legends. There are a lot of them down here. Ghosts, creatures in the water, voodoo spirits, and curses. But it was when Nina brought up the River Queen that things shifted. "The River Queen," she said, staring into the flames, her voice low, "isn't just a story. She's real. My grandma used to tell me about her when I was little. She said the queen was once a woman, a priestess of the water spirits, but she was betrayed, drowned by the very people she trusted. And now her spirit haunts the bayou, dragging anyone who disrespects the water down with her." We all fell silent. I couldn't help but glance at the dark water behind the house. The fire crackled, but it felt like the swamp had grown quieter, like it was listening. Marcus, of course, was the first to break the silence with a laugh. "That's some creepy shit, Nina. But come on, we're here to party, not get spooked by some old ghost story." Nina's eyes didn't leave the fire. "It's not just a ghost story, Marcus. You can laugh all you want, but you better show respect while we're here." He waved her off, but I saw it, the way his gaze flicked to the water, just for a second, before he turned back to the bottle of whiskey in his hand. That night, after the fire died down and we stumbled back to the house, I couldn't sleep. The windows in my room faced the bayou, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark, still water. It wasn't just the usual swamp creatures I was worried about. It was something else, something deeper. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a noise, something wet, something dragging against the dock. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. At first, I thought it was just the water lapping at the posts, but the sound was too steady, too deliberate, like something or someone was moving out there. I crept out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to see outside. The moonlight glistened on the water, and for a moment I saw nothing but the mist rising off the bayou. But then something shifted in the shadows. A figure standing at the end of the dock, almost blending into the night. It was tall, with long hair hanging down its back, and it seemed to be swaying, like it was part of the mist itself. I blinked, and it was gone. I backed away from the window, my pulse racing. It was late, I was half asleep, maybe I'd imagined it. But when I looked again, the water was still. Too still. The rest of the night was restless. I woke up several times, each time expecting to hear that dragging sound again. But the house was quiet, and by the time the sun rose, I convinced myself it had just been a dream. The next day, we tried to shake off the eerie vibes from the night before. We spent the morning fishing off the dock, drinking beers and telling jokes. But when Marcus went to check the lines after lunch, he didn't come back. At first, we thought he was messing with us, trying to scare us after Nina's story. But after an hour passed with no sign of him, we started to get worried. We searched the house, the dock, the edges of the bayou, calling his name. But Marcus was gone, vanished without a trace. Nina was the first to suggest what none of us wanted to hear. "It's the River Queen," she said, her voice trembling. "She's taken him." I wanted to argue, to call it ridiculous, but the look in her eyes stopped me. Nina didn't scare easily, but she was terrified. And deep down, I was too. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by water, and something about Marcus's disappearance felt wrong. That night, the atmosphere had changed. The air was thick, suffocating, and the usual chorus of frogs and insects had gone silent. We stayed inside, the doors locked, but the tension was unbearable. Every little creak of the house sent us jumping out of our skin. Around midnight, the dragging sound came again. It started softly, like something wet moving slowly through the water. I looked at Nina and Jasmine, both of them pale and wide-eyed. We knew it wasn't Marcus. It couldn't be. Nina grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Don't go out there," she whispered. "It's her, the River Queen. She's coming for us." The sound grew louder, closer, and then silence. I could feel it, though. She was out there, waiting. We huddled together, too scared to move, too scared to look outside. And then from the darkness came a voice, soft, almost melodic, but with an edge of something cruel. "Come to the water." I froze. The voice was coming from the dock. It was unmistakably female, sweet and inviting, but every instinct in my body screamed at me to stay away. Nina's grip tightened on my arm. "She's trying to lure us out," she whispered. "Don't listen." But Jasmine wasn't listening. She stood up, her eyes wide and glassy, like she was in a trance. "Jasmine, no!" I shouted, grabbing her arm, but she jerked away from me, moving toward the door like she couldn't hear me at all. The voice came again, gentle but insistent. "Come to the water." Before I could stop her, Jasmine threw open the door and ran out into the night. I chased after her, but when I reached the dock, she was already at the edge, her feet on the slick wood, her body leaning forward as if she were about to step into the bayou. I grabbed her just in time, pulling her back from the water. But as I did, I saw it, something rising from the depths. A shape, almost human, with long, flowing hair and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. She reached out with a pale, slender hand, her fingers curling, and for a moment, I thought she would take Jasmine from me right then and there. But instead, she smiled, a slow, eerie smile that chilled me to the bone, and then sank back into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. I dragged Jasmine back into the house, slamming the door behind us. She was shaking, her eyes wide with terror. But she was alive. We all were, for now. By the third night, it was just me, Nina, and Jasmine, huddled together in the house, waiting for the inevitable. We had no car. Marcus had the keys when he disappeared, and no way to call for help. The bayou had cut us off, trapping us in its grasp. The River Queen wasn't done with us. We knew that. She had taken Marcus, and she would take the rest of us if we didn't find a way out. But every time we tried to leave the house, the water seemed to rise, creeping closer to the door, as if the bayou itself was keeping us prisoner. The final night, the storm came. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the twisted trees and the churning water. The house shook with the force of the wind, and the rain pounded against the roof like 1,000 tiny fists. And then we heard it, the voice. "Come to the water." It was louder this time, more insistent. The River Queen wasn't asking anymore. She was demanding. We barricaded the doors, but it didn't matter. The water started seeping in through the cracks in the floorboards, rising faster than we could stop it. In minutes, the entire floor was submerged. Nina grabbed my hand, her voice barely audible over the storm. "We have to give her something," she said. "An offering." I didn't know what she meant, but there was no time to argue. The water was up to our ankles, and the voice was getting louder, closer. "Come to the water." Nina ran to the fireplace where we had left the old bottles of whiskey and food from the night before. She grabbed them, muttering something under her breath, something in a language I didn't understand, and threw the bottles into the water. The voice stopped. For a moment, the storm seemed to pause, as if the bayou itself was holding its breath. Then slowly, the water began to recede. We didn't question it. We didn't wait to see if the River Queen would change her mind. We ran. We left the house in a frenzy, my heart pounding in my chest as the storm raged around us. The water had receded from inside the house, but outside, the bayou was overflowing, the water lapping at the edges of the dock and swallowing the path that led back to the car. "Nina, what the hell did you say back there?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. I didn't know if it was the offering, her words, or sheer luck that had saved us, but I needed answers. She shook her head, still panting from the mad dash out of the house. "I don't know exactly. It was something my grandma taught me. Some old prayers to the spirits of the water. I wasn't sure it would work." "But it did," Jasmine whispered, her eyes wide with shock, her body trembling. She was still in a daze from what had happened at the dock, and I could see she was barely holding it together. We kept moving, our shoes sloshing through the thick mud as the storm pelted us with rain. The car wasn't far, but every step felt like an eternity. The air was electric, alive with the presence of something we couldn't see, but could feel all around us. Even with the temporary reprieve, I couldn't shake the feeling that the River Queen was still watching, waiting for her next move. And then I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, a figure appeared in the trees, just at the edge of the bayou, tall, with long, flowing hair and eyes that glowed like fireflies in the storm. It was her, the River Queen. She wasn't done with us yet. "Nina!" I shouted, grabbing her arm and pointing toward the figure. She froze, her eyes locking on the shadowy shape in the distance. "She's here," Nina whispered, her voice barely audible. "She's following us." The River Queen stood still, her figure barely visible through the sheets of rain, but there was no mistaking her. She was coming for us, and I had no doubt that the offering had only bought us time. Nothing more. We ran harder, the mud sucking at our shoes, the wind whipping at our clothes. The car came into view, parked under a thick canopy of trees that creaked and swayed with the force of the storm. But just as we reached it, the water surged again, rushing across the ground and forming a barrier between us and our escape. "God damn it!" I shouted, looking at the flood in disbelief. The bayou was rising fast, faster than any natural storm could explain. This wasn't nature. This was her. Jasmine collapsed to the ground, sobbing. "We're not going to make it. She's going to take us all." Nina knelt beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "No, she's not. We're going to get out of here. We just need to—" But before she could finish, the voice came again. "Come to the water." It was louder now, closer, and there was no mistaking the malice in the River Queen's tone. She wasn't playing games anymore. I looked around, my mind racing. There had to be another way, some other path out of this nightmare. But everywhere I looked, the water was rising, closing in on us. The Queen's figure moved closer, her presence growing more solid with each passing second. Her long, ghostly hair billowed around her in the wind, and her glowing eyes locked onto us with a predatory intensity. She wasn't going to let us go. "Nina, we need another offering," I said, my voice trembling. "Whatever you did before, it's not enough. She's still coming." Nina's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, but she nodded. "I'll try. I'll do it again." She stood, her hands trembling as she reached for the bag she had brought with her. We had packed a few essentials when we'd left the house, but nothing that could help us now. "Except, maybe, whiskey," Nina muttered. "We need to offer her more." She fumbled with the bag, pulling out the bottle of whiskey we had been drinking earlier. She held it up, her voice shaking as she began to chant again the same words she had muttered by the fire. But this time, the River Queen didn't stop. The ground beneath us trembled, and the water surged forward, rising to our knees. I could feel it, cold, wet fingers wrapping around my ankles, pulling me toward the bayou. The Queen wasn't going to wait any longer. "Nina!" I shouted, panic setting in. "It's not working!" Nina's chanting grew louder, more frantic, but the Queen kept coming. I could see her face now, pale and twisted with rage, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Her hand reached out toward us, her fingers long and thin, sharp like claws. Jasmine screamed, and I grabbed her arm, pulling her up from the mud. "We need to move, now!" But the water was too strong. It pulled at us with the force of a riptide, dragging us closer to the bayou. I could feel it, the cold, the darkness, the pull of something ancient and hungry. The Queen was going to take us all, just like she had taken Marcus. And then, just as I thought we were lost, Nina stopped chanting. I looked at her, confused, but before I could say anything, she did something I never expected. She took the whiskey bottle in her hands and smashed it against a rock, the glass shattering in the rain. "What the hell are you doing?" I yelled, panic rising in my throat. But Nina didn't answer. Instead, she stepped forward, holding the broken bottle in her hand. The Queen stopped moving, her glowing eyes narrowing as she watched Nina approach. "I'm not giving you whiskey," Nina said, her voice steady and strong. "You want something from us? Take me." "Nina, no!" I shouted, but she didn't stop. She walked toward the water, toward the Queen, and I could see the resolve in her eyes. She was offering herself, offering her life in exchange for ours. The River Queen hesitated, her eyes flickering with something I couldn't read. For a moment I thought she would take the offer, take Nina and leave the rest of us alone. But then the Queen smiled. It was a horrible, twisted smile, full of malice and cruelty. And in that moment I knew she wasn't going to take Nina. She was going to take all of us. The water surged forward again, this time with a force that knocked us off our feet. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me as the water rushed over my head. I tried to stand, but the current was too strong, pulling me under, pulling me toward the bayou. I could see Nina, still standing, still holding the broken bottle, but the water was rising around her too. She was trying to fight it, trying to hold her ground, but the Queen was too strong. And then, just as I thought I was about to drown, the water stopped. I gasped for air, coughing and sputtering as I struggled to my feet. The bayou was still, the water no longer rising. The storm had calmed, the wind had died down, and the Queen, she was gone. I looked around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Nina was standing at the edge of the water, her arms limp at her sides, her face pale and drawn. Jasmine was huddled on the ground, shaking and sobbing. We were alive. Somehow we had survived. But as I looked out at the bayou, at the still, dark water, I knew that the Queen wasn't finished with us. She had let us go for now. but she would always be there, waiting, watching, just beneath the surface. We never found Marcus. We searched for days, combing the bayou, talking to the locals, but there was no trace of him. It was as if he had never existed, as if the bayou had swallowed him whole and erased every sign that he had ever been there. Nina and I went back to the city after that, but things were never the same. The nightmares started almost immediately. Dreams of the River Queen, standing at the edge of the water, her glowing eyes fixed on me, her voice echoing in my mind. Come to the water. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart racing, the sound of her voice still ringing in my ears. I knew she was still out there, still waiting for the day when I would return to the bayou. Jasmine never recovered. She moved away, far from the south, far from the water, but I heard through mutual friends that she was never the same. She was haunted, just like me. We had escaped the Queen, but not the memory of her, not the knowledge that she was still out there. Nina, well, Nina was stronger than the rest of us. She went back to her roots, studying the old ways, learning more about the spirits and the forces that had saved us that night. She told me once, over the phone, that she believed the Queen had let us go because of the offering, not the whiskey, but the sacrifice. I was ready to give my life, Nina had said, and she saw that. She took mercy on us. I wasn't sure I believed that. I wasn't sure if the River Queen even knew the meaning of mercy. But one thing I did know. No one who crossed her path ever left unscathed. And I knew deep down that someday I would have to face her again. Because no matter how far I ran, no matter how long I tried to forget, the Queen was always there, watching, waiting. Come to the water.
The Wrath of the Crossroads. Spirit. Growing up in the heart of the Mississippi Delta, I had always heard whispers about the Crossroads spirit. There was something about the wide expanse of land where dirt roads crisscrossed under the moonlight, where people went to seek favors, make deals, and sometimes disappear. My grandma would tell me that the Crossroads was a place where the physical world and the spiritual world met, a place where the dead could speak to the living. I was a practical man, though. I didn't have time for folklore or ghost stories. As a highway contractor, my job was to bring the future to places that had been stuck in the past for far too long. So when the opportunity came to expand the major highway cutting through the Mississippi Delta, I didn't think twice. Sure, there were old burial grounds nearby, and some folks claimed the land was sacred, but I wasn't one to believe in curses or spirits. The project started smoothly. We cleared land, tore up the old roads, and laid the foundation for the new highway that would run right through the Crossroads, a place people around here seemed unusually afraid of. The night before the real work began, I was sitting in my office trailer poring over blueprints when Henry, one of my oldest workers, knocked on the door. Henry was a local, born and raised in the Delta. He had seen the world change around him but still held on to the old ways. He was a good worker, but he often let superstition get in the way of logic. "Boss," he said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. His face was serious, his eyes darting around the room like he didn't want anyone else to hear what he was about to say. "You know what they say about that place, don't you?" I looked up from my plans, more amused than anything. "Let me guess, more ghost stories?" Henry didn't smile. He pulled out an old, worn Bible from his back pocket and clutched it in his hands. "They say folks used to come to this very crossroads, right here where we're building, to make deals with the devil himself. You can't just tear up the land like it's nothing. There's power here. Power that don't like to be disturbed." I sighed, pushing the blueprints aside. "Henry, you've been working for me for what? 20 years? You know I don't go for that kind of talk. We're building a road, nothing more." But Henry wasn't backing down. He took a deep breath and continued. "I know you don't believe in it, but I do. My granddaddy used to tell me about the Crossroads spirit. He said it's not just some old tale to scare folks. It's real. You make a deal here, and it sticks. You tear up this ground without paying respect, and the spirit comes for you." I waved him off. "We're building a highway, Henry. No deals, no spirits." But something in his eyes made me pause. There was genuine fear there, the kind that comes from seeing something you can't explain. Henry had always been a level-headed man, but now he looked like he was staring death in the face. "Just be careful," he muttered, leaving the office with his Bible still clutched in his hand. I shook off the conversation, but that night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that Henry had left with me. I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning as I thought about the stories my grandma used to tell me when I was a boy. Stories about crossroads, about deals made in the dead of night under a full moon. She used to say that the crossroads spirit wasn't evil, but it wasn't kind either. It gave as much as it took. The next morning, the work began in earnest. We were halfway through clearing the land when one of the machines just stopped working. The engine died, and no matter how much we tried, it wouldn't start again. It was an old machine, so I didn't think much of it at first. But then one by one, the other machines started malfunctioning. By midday, the crew was getting jumpy. They were locals like Henry, and I could see the unease growing in their eyes. There was a heaviness in the air, a thick, humid weight that pressed down on us all. The sky had darkened, even though the forecast called for clear skies and the wind was picking up, swirling the dust around the crossroads. Henry approached me again, this time more insistent. "We need to stop. We need to make an offering." I laughed, but it came out hollow. "An offering? To what? A spirit?" He nodded solemnly. "If we don't, the crossroads spirit will come for us. It always does when you disturb the balance." I could feel the tension in the crew. They were looking to me, waiting for a decision. If I ignored Henry, I'd lose control of the situation. But if I stopped work to make an offering to a spirit I didn't believe in, I'd be giving in to fear. I couldn't afford that. "We keep working," I said, my voice firm. But the moment the words left my mouth, the ground beneath us rumbled. The machines started shaking, and the wind howled, ripping through the trees with a force that seemed unnatural. The sky, once just overcast, had turned an ominous shade of black, and then we heard it. Laughter. Low, deep, and coming from all directions. The crew scattered. Some ran for their trucks, others dropped their tools and took off into the woods. I stood there, frozen, as the laughter grew louder. It was like the land itself was laughing at me, mocking me for my arrogance. Then I saw him. At the center of the crossroads, a figure appeared, tall and shadowy, with glowing red eyes that cut through the dark. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, just like my grandma used to describe, and in his hands, he held a cane that he tapped rhythmically against the ground. Each tap sent a tremor through the earth. I couldn't move. My feet felt glued to the ground as the crossroads spirit slowly approached. His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't some old wives' tale. This was real, and I had disturbed something ancient and powerful. "You've come to my crossroads," the spirit said, his voice like thunder rolling through the sky. "And you haven't paid your respects." I wanted to run, to scream, to beg for forgiveness. But all I could do was stand there, my heart pounding in my chest. The spirit raised his cane, and the ground cracked beneath my feet, opening up like a mouth ready to swallow me whole. "You owe a debt," the spirit said, his eyes burning with fire. "And I always collect." I stood there, paralyzed, feeling the weight of his words crush down on me. The air was thick with dread, and the sky above swirled with dark clouds. My mind raced as I struggled to understand how it had come to this. I didn't believe in any of it. Spirits, curses, old folklore. But standing at that crossroads, face to face with something otherworldly, I had no choice but to believe. The ground trembled beneath my feet, and cracks snaked outward from where the spirit tapped his cane. The vibrations grew stronger with each tap, and I felt the earth pulling at me, as if it were trying to drag me down into some dark abyss. "You can't just take me," I blurted out, my voice shaky. "I didn't know. I didn't make any deals." The spirit tilted his head slightly, as if considering my words. His glowing red eyes never left mine, but the tapping of his cane paused. "The crossroads isn't about deals you know about," he said, his voice low and menacing. "It's about respect. This place, it demands balance. When you come to the crossroads, you owe it something. Always." I swallowed hard, the reality of my situation sinking in. The workers had fled, the machines had broken down, and the land itself had turned against me. And now I stood alone at the mercy of something I had laughed off as a myth. I can fix this," I stammered. "What do you want? Money? A sacrifice? I'll make it right." The spirit's face didn't change, but I could feel his amusement, like a dark cloud rolling over me. He stepped closer, and the coldness of his presence washed over me, chilling me to the bone. "There's no bargaining with the crossroads, boy," he said, his voice like a rumble of distant thunder. "You disturbed the balance. Now, the balance must be restored." I took a step back, my legs shaky and unsteady. The cracks in the ground seemed to widen, and I could feel the earth shifting beneath me. I glanced over my shoulder, desperately searching for a way out, but I knew it was too late. The crossroads spirit had come for me, and there was no escaping him. He lifted his cane again, and this time he pointed it directly at me. The wind howled through the trees, whipping dust and debris into the air. The ground beneath me shook violently, and I stumbled, falling to my knees. "You've taken from this land," the spirit said, his voice rising with the storm. "Now it will take from you." The cracks in the earth deepened, and I felt the pull, stronger this time. The dirt beneath me shifted, crumbling away as if the land itself was opening up to swallow me whole. Panic surged through me, and I clawed at the ground, trying to hold on, but it was no use. The pull was too strong. Just as I thought I would be dragged down into the depths of the earth, everything stopped. The wind died down, the ground settled, and the crossroads spirit lowered his cane. For a moment, there was an eerie stillness, and I dared to hope that maybe, just maybe, I had been spared. But then, he spoke again. "You've been warned," he said, his voice softer now, but no less terrifying. "Leave this place, and never return." I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing, and without a second thought I turned and ran. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, away from the crossroads, away from the spirit, away from the nightmare I had unwittingly unleashed. Days later, I didn't go back to the work site after that. The construction was halted indefinitely, and the company sent a team of new contractors to assess the situation. They didn't believe my story, of course. Who would? I barely believed it myself, and I had lived through it. I told them the machines had broken down, that the land was unstable, that it wasn't safe to continue, but I left out the part about the crossroads spirit. No one would take me seriously. They'd call me crazy. They'd laugh me out of the business. But deep down, I knew the truth. I had crossed a line, one that couldn't be uncrossed. Weeks passed, and I tried to move on. I tried to forget what had happened, tried to convince myself that it was just a bad dream, that my mind had played tricks on me. But the whispers never stopped. At night, when the world was quiet and still, I would hear them. Faint at first, just on the edge of my consciousness, like a distant echo. But as the nights wore on, they grew louder, clearer. I could hear the spirit's voice, low and chilling, calling my name. He was waiting for me to come back, waiting for me to make things right. But I couldn't go back. I wouldn't. I had barely escaped with my life the first time, and I wasn't about to tempt fate again. I stayed far away from the crossroads, from the land, from anything that reminded me of that night. But the spirit didn't forget. He never forgot. Months later. By the time the summer heat faded into the cool, crisp air of fall, I had convinced myself that the nightmare was behind me. The company had moved on, the project had been abandoned, and life was returning to normal. Or so I thought. It started with small things at first. My truck broke down on the highway, right at the intersection where two old dirt roads crossed. I didn't think much of it at the time. Just a coincidence, I told myself. Then, the power in my house started flickering at odd hours of the night, always around midnight. The lights would go out for just a few seconds, long enough for me to feel the darkness pressing in around me. But it was the dreams that really shook me. Every night, I dreamed of the crossroads. I was standing there, alone in the middle of the night, and the spirit was watching me. Always watching. His red eyes glowed in the darkness, and his cane tapped the ground rhythmically, each tap echoing through my bones. In the dreams, I could never move. I was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The spirit would slowly approach, and just as he reached out to touch me, I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. I tried everything to make the dreams stop. I went to doctors, therapists, even tried sleeping pills, but nothing worked. Every night, the same dream. Every night, the spirit got closer. It was late November when I finally broke. The nightmares, the whispers, the sense of being watched. It was too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go back. I had to face him, to make things right, whatever that meant. I drove out to the crossroads late one night, just after midnight. The sky was dark, no moon in sight, and the air was thick with the smell of rain. The road was empty, and the only sound was the crunch of gravel under my tires as I pulled up to the place where it had all started. I got out of the truck, my hands shaking, and walked to the center of the crossroads. The wind howled around me, and the trees swayed ominously in the distance. I could feel him before I saw him. The air grew colder, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. He was here. I turned slowly, and there he was, standing in the exact spot where I had first seen him. The crossroads spirit. His eyes glowed in the darkness, and the shadows seemed to cling to him like a cloak. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just waited. "I'm here," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I don't know what you want, but I'm here." The spirit tilted his head, his red eyes narrowing. "You owe a debt," he said, his voice like a distant thunderclap. I swallowed hard. I didn't mean to." He raised his cane, cutting me off. The ground rumbled beneath my feet, and I felt the same pull I had felt that night, months ago. The earth shifted, and I stumbled, falling to my knees. "There's no escaping the crossroads," the spirit said, his voice cold and final. "You disturbed the balance. Now the balance must be restored." I closed my eyes, bracing myself for what was to come. I could feel the ground crumbling beneath me, the earth opening up like a mouth, ready to swallow me whole. But then, just as quickly as it had started, the rumbling stopped. The spirit lowered his cane, and the wind died down. I opened my eyes, confused. He was still standing there, watching me, but something had changed. His eyes weren't filled with rage anymore. There was something else. Understanding. "You've come back," he said, his voice softer now. "You've shown respect." I didn't know what to say. I just nodded. The spirit took a step back, the shadows around him swirling like mist. "Leave this place," he said, "and never return." I scrambled to my feet, backing away slowly. The spirit watched me for a moment longer, then turned and disappeared into the night, leaving me alone in the silence of the crossroads. I got in my truck and drove away, not looking back. I knew I had been given a second chance, but the spirit's warning echoed in my mind. I had disturbed the balance once. I wouldn't get another chance.
The spirit of the Underground Railroad. I've always been a man of facts, growing up in Detroit, in a world where everything had an explanation, a reason. It's why I became a historian. There's a certain peace that comes from digging through archives, sorting through documents, and understanding how the pieces of the past fit together to form the present. So, when I received a grant to explore old Underground Railroad routes in the rural South, I thought it would be nothing more than another historical investigation. But history is never just about facts. There are stories buried in the land, in the air itself, stories that can't always be explained. I found that out the hard way. My research took me to a small town in Tennessee. It was a sleepy place, one that seemed to have been forgotten by time. The roads were narrow and unpaved, the houses old and weathered. I had come to this town for one reason, to document a series of tunnels that had been used by runaway slaves escaping northward during the Civil War. These tunnels had been long abandoned, but according to local legend, They still held the spirits of those who had passed through them. The day I arrived, I met with Mrs. Eleanor, an elderly woman who had lived in the town her whole life. She was the town's unofficial historian and the keeper of its secrets. Her small one-story house sat at the edge of the woods, just a short walk from where the tunnels were rumoured to begin. "You're not the first to come looking for the tunnels," Mrs. Eleanor said, pouring me a cup of tea as we sat in her cramped living room. "But most folks don't last long. There's something down there, something that doesn't like to be disturbed." I raised an eyebrow. "You're talking about the spirits?" She nodded, her expression serious. "They say the tunnels were a gateway to freedom, but for many they became a tomb. Some never made it to the north. They died down there, in the dark, and their spirits, well, they linger." I tried not to let her words get to me. I'd heard stories like this before, old tales passed down through generations to keep people away from places they shouldn't be. But I was a man of logic. There was no reason to believe in ghosts. "I'm not here to disturb anything," I assured her. "I just want to document the history, make sure it's preserved." Mrs. Eleanor gave me a sad smile. "You might not mean to disturb them, but the dead don't care about your intentions. They care about respect." After thanking Mrs. Eleanor for her advice, I left her house and made my way to the site. The directions she gave me took me through a thick grove of trees at the edge of town. It was a beautiful, quiet walk, the kind where the air is crisp and filled with the smells of pine and fresh earth. The tranquility should have comforted me, but instead I felt an eerie sense of anticipation. The sunlight barely filtered through the dense canopy of trees, casting long, wavering shadows along the ground. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The air felt charged with something I couldn't quite place, a tension I had never experienced before. I chalked it up to nerves. After all, I was about to descend into tunnels that had been used by people risking their lives for freedom. The weight of their history was pressing on me, and I couldn't ignore the sense of reverence that came with it. The map I'd been given was crude, but effective. After about a mile, I found the entrance to the tunnels. They were hidden beneath a thick layer of vines and overgrowth, just as Mrs. Eleanor had described. The stone archway was partially collapsed, and the opening was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. A faint chill ran down my spine as I stood before the entrance, and I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The temperature dropped immediately as I descended. The air grew damp and heavy, carrying the smell of mold and earth. My flashlight illuminated the rough stone walls, and I could see the remnants of old wooden beams that had once supported the tunnel's roof. The further I went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It wasn't just the physical weight of being underground. It was something else, a feeling, a presence. I shook off the sensation and focused on my task. This was just another historical site, another piece of the past that needed to be documented. But as I moved deeper into the tunnel, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It was as if the very walls of the tunnel were alive, breathing in sync with me, waiting. About half an hour into my exploration, I reached a small chamber off the main tunnel. It was barely large enough to stand in, with a low ceiling and dirt covering the floor. In the corner, partially buried in the earth, was an old lantern. I knelt down, brushing away the dirt to reveal the rusted metal and cracked glass. It was a relic of the past, a piece of the history I had come to document. But as I held the lantern in my hands, I heard something, faint at first, but unmistakable. A voice, soft and distant, like the murmur of someone whispering just out of reach. I froze, my heart racing as I strained to listen. The voice was faint, almost indistinguishable from the sound of my own breathing, but it was there. I wasn't alone. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice echoing through the tunnel. The whispering stopped. For a moment there was nothing but silence. I stood there, gripping the lantern, my pulse pounding in my ears. And then, just as I began to convince myself that it had been my imagination, the voice returned. This time, it was louder. The words were unclear, garbled like someone speaking underwater, but there was a desperation in the tone. It was pleading, begging. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the voice echoed through the tunnel, growing louder, more frantic. I stumbled backward, dropping the lantern as I scrambled to turn on my flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but it revealed nothing. The tunnel was empty, but the voice didn't stop. It grew louder still, filling the tunnel with its desperate cries. I could hear more voices now, overlapping, blending together into a cacophony of anguish and fear. It was as if the very walls were alive, vibrating with the energy of the souls trapped within them. And then, through the chaos of the voices, I heard one word, clear and distinct. Run! I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and bolted, my heart hammering in my chest as I ran back down the tunnel. The voices followed me, their cries growing louder with each step. The air grew colder, thicker, as if the tunnel itself was trying to pull me back. I don't know how long I ran. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. My flashlight flickered as I stumbled through the darkness, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But no matter how fast I ran, the voices stayed with me. They were all around me, above me, below me, whispering, shouting, pleading. The tunnel was alive with their cries, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, the voices stopped. I skidded to a halt, gasping for breath as I shone my flashlight around the tunnel. The air was still, the tunnel was silent, but I knew I wasn't alone. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened, I felt a cold breeze brush past me. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but then it grew stronger, more deliberate, as if something was moving through the tunnel with me. I turned slowly, my flashlight sweeping across the walls, and that's when I saw it. A figure, vague and indistinct, stood at the far end of the tunnel. Its form was shrouded in darkness, but I could see the faint outline of a person, their head bowed and their shoulders hunched, as if they were carrying an unbearable weight. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry as I took a step back. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. It had to be a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the uneven walls of the tunnel, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The figure raised its head slowly, and for the briefest moment, I saw its eyes, hollow, empty, filled with a sadness that cut through me like a knife. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The air grew still once more, and the tunnel was silent. But the feeling of being watched remained. I didn't wait to see if the figure would return. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the tunnel as I made my way back to the surface. I could still feel the presence behind me, following me, but I didn't dare look back. When I finally emerged from the tunnel and into the daylight, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sunlight was warm on my skin, a stark contrast to the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel. But even as I lay there, trying to calm my racing heart, I knew that what I had experienced wasn't over. The spirits of the Underground Railroad were still with me, their presence lingering in the back of my mind like a shadow I couldn't shake. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. It started as a subtle sensation, the feeling of eyes on me, watching me from the shadows. At first, I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, a natural reaction to what I had experienced in the tunnels. But as the days passed, the feeling grew stronger. It wasn't just a sensation anymore, it was a presence. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. At night, I would wake to the sound of footsteps outside my window, slow and deliberate, like someone pacing back and forth. And then came the dreams. Every night I dreamed of the tunnels. I was back underground, surrounded by the cold, damp air and the suffocating darkness. The voices were there too, whispering, pleading, begging for release. But no matter how hard I tried to help them, no matter how far I ran, I could never escape. The worst part was the figure. It was always there, standing at the far end of the tunnel, watching me with its hollow eyes. It never spoke, never moved, but I could feel its pain, its anger. I had disturbed their rest, and now they wanted something from me. I knew I couldn't continue like this. The spirits of the Underground Railroad had attached themselves to me, and they wouldn't let go until I made things right. I went back to Mrs. Eleanor, desperate for answers. When I told her what had happened, she wasn't surprised. "You didn't listen," she said, shaking her head. "I warned you. Those tunnels are sacred. You can't just walk in there without paying your respects." "I didn't mean to disrespect them," I said, my voice trembling. "I just wanted to document the history." Mrs. Eleanor's eyes softened. "I know you didn't mean any harm, but the dead don't care about your intentions. They only care about how they've been treated." She paused, her gaze distant. "There's only one way to make things right. You have to go back. You have to acknowledge them, honor their memory." I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my chest. The thought of returning to the tunnels was terrifying, but I knew she was right. I couldn't ignore the spirits forever. The next day, I gathered a small group of locals, along with Mrs. Eleanor, and we returned to the site. This time we brought offerings, flowers, food and candles. We stood at the entrance to the tunnels, and Mrs. Eleanor led us in a quiet ceremony, calling on the spirits of the Underground Railroad to rest in peace. As we stood there, the air seemed to grow lighter. The oppressive feeling that had hung over the place began to lift, and for the first time since my arrival, I felt a sense of peace. The spirits had been acknowledged, they had been respected, and they were finally free. In the weeks that followed, the dreams stopped. The feeling of being watched faded, and the voices that had haunted me in the tunnels were silent. I continued my research, documenting the history of the Underground Railroad and the brave souls who had risked everything for their freedom. But I never returned to the tunnels. I had learned my lesson. History isn't just facts and dates. It's a living, breathing thing, shaped by the people who lived it. And sometimes those people aren't ready to be forgotten. The spirits of the Underground Railroad still linger in the shadows, watching over the places they once traveled, protecting the memories of those who came before us. And now, I carry their memory with me too.
The haunting of the plantation fields. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Sure, I'd heard the stories, tales passed down from my grandmother about spirits lingering in the fields, watching, waiting for justice that never came. But those were just stories, right? My world was built on the here and now. I grew up in Atlanta, and by the time I was 25, I had left behind my family's rural past for the promise of the city. When my cousin James called me to help him out on a restoration project down in Louisiana, I almost said no. James had always been the family historian, obsessed with digging up our roots, especially the ones buried deep in the antebellum South. He had bought an old plantation house, one that had stood abandoned for decades, overgrown with weeds and soaked in centuries of history. It was a massive property, one that stretched across hundreds of acres of fields, lined with oak trees and wrapped in the heavy, humid air of the bayou. "Man, it's a good investment," James said on the phone. "We're going to turn it into a museum, you know, something that shows the real history, none of that sugar-coated stuff. People need to remember what happened on this land." I hesitated, but I eventually agreed. I wasn't one for restoration work, but I knew what he meant about preserving history. Our family had roots that went back generations, and some of those roots were tangled in the blood-soaked soil of plantations like this one. I arrived on a sweltering July afternoon, the sun baking the land beneath my feet as I pulled up to the house. The building itself was massive, a crumbling two-story structure with peeling paint and broken windows. It looked like it had been pulled straight out of a horror movie, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been waiting for someone to come back. James was already there, standing on the porch with a clipboard in hand, looking as excited as a kid on Christmas morning. "Welcome to Oak Hollow Plantation," he said with a grin. "What do you think?" I looked up at the house, the weight of its history pressing down on me. The front steps were cracked, the wood splintering under the weight of years, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. "I think you've got your work cut out for you," I replied, stepping out of the car. James waved me inside, eager to show me the work he had already started. The house was in rough shape, but underneath the layers of dust and grime, I could see the bones of what had once been a grand estate. The floors creaked beneath our feet as we walked through the main hall, the wallpaper peeling away in long strips. But it was the land outside that caught my attention, the vast fields stretching out behind the house, overgrown with weeds and wild grasses. I walked to the back door, staring out at the fields as a strange sense of unease crept over me. It wasn't just the dilapidated house or the oppressive heat. It was something else, something about the land itself. James joined me, his eyes scanning the horizon. "The fields are where most of the work happened back in the day," he said. "Slaves planted, harvested, and died out there. This land has seen a lot of suffering." I nodded, feeling the weight of his words settle over me like a heavy blanket. I had read about plantations, of course. We all had. But standing there staring at the fields where people had lived and died under the cruel yoke of slavery, it became real in a way that I hadn't expected. That night, after a long day of working to clear some of the debris from the house, James and I settled into the small guest cabin on the property. It was a basic setup, a few beds, a tiny kitchen, and enough space to sleep while we worked on restoring the main house. The air outside was thick with humidity, and the sound of cicadas buzzed through the night. As I lay in bed trying to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The cabin was quiet, but the fields outside, it was like they were alive, whispering just beneath the surface. I rolled over, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. But then I heard it. It started as a faint rustling sound, like wind moving through the tall grass. But there was no wind. The air outside was still, the trees unmoving. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest as the sound grew louder, closer. It wasn't just rustling anymore. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the field toward the cabin. I froze, listening intently, my pulse quickening. The footsteps grew louder, and I could hear something else now. Soft voices, murmuring in the darkness, like a group of people talking in hushed tones. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound was unmistakable. I stood up, my body tense as I moved toward the window. I pulled back the curtain and peered out into the night. The fields were bathed in moonlight, the tall grasses swaying slightly in the breeze that hadn't been there a moment ago. But I didn't see anyone, no figures, no movement, just the empty, endless expanse of the plantation fields. But the footsteps didn't stop. I stepped back from the window, my mind racing. I knew what I had heard. Someone, something was out there, walking through the fields, and those voices, they weren't just in my head, they were real. I shook James awake, my voice trembling. "Do you hear that?" He groaned, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "Hear what?" "Listen," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The footsteps, The voices. James blinked, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern as he sat up fully, listening. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. And then, just as I thought I had imagined it all, the voices returned, soft, whispering, moving through the fields outside. James stood up, his face pale. "What the hell is that?" We both stood there, frozen in place, listening as the footsteps and voices moved closer, circling the cabin. It was like we were being surrounded, trapped by something unseen. "We need to go," James said, his voice low and urgent. "Now." We grabbed our flashlights and hurried outside, our hearts pounding in our chests as we stepped into the humid night air. The voices were still there, faint but present, drifting through the fields like a breeze that didn't belong. James shone his flashlight toward the fields, sweeping the beam across the tall grasses. "Do you see anything?" he asked, his voice tense. I shook my head, my pulse racing. "No, but I can feel it. Something's out there." We stood there for what felt like hours, scanning the fields, waiting for something, anything, to reveal itself. But nothing came. The voices faded, the footsteps ceased, and the night returned to its eerie silence. We didn't go back to the cabin that night. Instead, we sat on the porch, our flashlights in hand, too shaken to sleep. The land had been quiet for decades, but that night, it had come alive. And I knew deep down that we had disturbed something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. The next morning, the atmosphere had changed. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Even the birds seemed quieter, as though the weight of the plantation's history was pressing down on everything. We decided to focus on the interior of the house, hoping to avoid any further encounters with whatever lurked in the fields. As the days passed, the activity inside the house became more pronounced. It started small. Objects would move on their own, and we would hear faint whispers echoing through the hallways. At first, James and I tried to rationalize it, blaming the creaky old house and our overactive imaginations. But soon, there was no denying that something was wrong. One afternoon, while we were working in the parlor, I heard a faint tapping sound coming from the wall. It was rhythmic, like someone was knocking softly, but the noise was too regular to be random. I looked over at James, who had also stopped working, his brow furrowed. "You hear that?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He nodded slowly, standing up to investigate. "It's coming from inside the wall." We both approached the spot where the sound was strongest. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, as though someone or something was trying to get our attention. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I pressed my ear against the wall, my pulse racing. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, and then I heard it, the soft sound of a woman's voice, muffled by the wall but unmistakable. "They're coming," she whispered. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my chest. "Did you hear that?" James nodded, his face pale. "Yeah, we need to get out of here." But before we could move, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, and the lights flickered. The air grew heavy, and I could feel the presence of something watching us. Then the whispers started again, this time louder, more urgent. They echoed through the house, coming from every direction at once. "They're coming." That night, we decided to investigate the fields again. The voices had returned, louder and more insistent than before. The house no longer felt safe, and the fields, despite their eerie presence, seemed like the only place to confront whatever was haunting us. We grabbed our flashlights and headed out, our breaths visible in the cold night air. The sky was clear, the moon casting long shadows across the overgrown fields. As we made our way through the grass, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed around us. "We're not alone," James whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, my flashlight sweeping the ground ahead of us. The voices were louder now, clear enough to understand. They were calling out to us, pleading, begging for something we couldn't give. Help us. The words sent a chill down my spine, but I forced myself to keep moving. I had to know what was out there, what was haunting this land. We reached the far edge of the field, where the trees began to thicken, their gnarled branches forming a canopy overhead. It was here that the air felt different, thicker, heavier. There was a presence here, something old and powerful. And then we saw them. At first, they were just shadows moving through the trees like a dark mist. But as we watched, the shadows began to take shape, figures, tall and thin, their bodies translucent but unmistakably human. They moved slowly, their eyes hollow, their faces twisted with pain and sorrow. "These are the ones who died here," James whispered, his voice barely audible. "The slaves who never made it out." The figures didn't seem to notice us at first. They moved with purpose, as though they were reliving their final moments, trapped in a cycle of suffering that they could never escape. But then, one of the figures turned toward us. Her eyes were dark, empty voids, and her face was etched with the weight of centuries of pain. She reached out a hand, her fingers long and bony, as though she was trying to pull us into her world. "We suffered here," she said, her voice a low, guttural whisper. "And now, you will suffer too." I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, trapped by the weight of her gaze. It was as though the land itself was holding me there, forcing me to confront the horror of what had happened on this soil. James grabbed my arm, his voice frantic. "We need to go, now!" But I couldn't move. The figures were closing in, their eyes filled with rage and sorrow. I could feel their pain, their anger, centuries of injustice that had been buried beneath the surface of this land. "We will never leave," the woman whispered, her hand inches from my face. "We are bound to this place, and now, so are you." Just as I thought I would be consumed by the figures, James yanked me backward, breaking the spell that had held me in place. We ran through the fields, our footsteps pounding against the earth as the figures followed us, their voices growing louder and more insistent. When we reached the house, we slammed the door shut behind us, our breaths ragged and our hearts racing. The air inside was stifling, and the house creaked and groaned as though it were alive. "We need to leave," James said, his voice shaking. "We can't stay here." I nodded, knowing that he was right. The land was cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who had suffered and died here. We had disturbed their rest, and they would never let us leave in peace. But before we could gather our things, the door swung open on its own, and the cold night air rushed into the house. The figures were there, standing in the doorway, their hollow eyes fixed on us. "You cannot leave," the woman said, her voice echoing through the house. "This is our home now. You will suffer as we have suffered." The room grew colder, and I could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down on me. It was suffocating, unbearable. I dropped to my knees, gasping for air as the figures closed in around us. But then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished. The air grew still, and the oppressive weight lifted. The house was silent once more. James and I looked at each other, our bodies trembling with fear and exhaustion. We had escaped, but I knew that we would never be free of this place. The spirits of the plantation would haunt us forever.
The Voodoo Queen's Revenge. Growing up in New Orleans, you learn early on that there are certain things you don't mess with. The city is full of life. Its streets are always buzzing with music, food, and people. But just beneath that lively surface, there's another side. A darker side. A side of the city that most tourists don't get to see, where the lines between the living and the dead blur, and where the spirits of the past still linger. I used to think it was all just part of the city's mystique, the kind of thing they sell to tourists along with voodoo dolls and cheap fortune readings. I never believed in any of it, not really, but that all changed when I took a job restoring an old mansion in the French Quarter, a mansion that once belonged to one of the most powerful figures in the history of New Orleans, the Voodoo Queen. Her name was Marie Toussaint, and back in the early 1800s, she was feared and revered by everyone in the city. Some said she could heal the sick with a single touch. Others claimed she could curse entire families, bringing ruin to their name for generations. But one thing was for sure: no one, not even the wealthy white families that ruled the city, dared to cross her. Not until she died, anyway. According to the stories, Marie Toussaint had been betrayed by those she trusted most. A group of wealthy landowners who had once sought her help turned on her, accusing her of witchcraft and blaming her for the mysterious deaths of several of their family members. They had her arrested, tried, and executed. But before she died, Marie Toussaint swore revenge. She promised that her spirit would never rest, and that those who wronged her and their descendants would suffer the consequences. And now, more than 2 centuries later, I was standing in front of her house, the mansion she had once called home. The Toussaint mansion was a massive, crumbling structure that had been abandoned for decades. Its tall, wrought iron gates were rusted, the stone walls cracked and covered in ivy. The windows, many of them shattered, stared out at the street like empty, hollow eyes. It was a daunting sight, and as I stood there, staring up at the mansion, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The air was thick with humidity, and the faint sound of jazz music drifted in from a nearby bar, but the mansion itself was silent, dead silent. I had been hired by the city to oversee the restoration of the mansion. The plan was to turn it into a museum, something that would preserve the history of the Voodoo Queen and draw in tourists. It was a big job, one that would take months, if not years, to complete, but it was also the kind of job that could make my career. I couldn't pass it up. Still, as I stood there staring at the house, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled over me. There was something about the mansion, something about the air around it, that felt wrong. Like the house itself was alive, waiting for something. Or someone. I shook off the feeling and made my way up the cracked stone steps to the front door. The massive wooden door was warped from years of neglect, and it took some effort to push it open. The inside of the mansion was just as dilapidated as the outside. Dust coated every surface, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. The main hall was massive, with high ceilings and ornate chandeliers that had long since lost their luster. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I stepped inside, and I could hear the faint sound of rats scurrying in the walls. I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures, documenting the state of the house for the restoration team. As I moved through the hall, I noticed something strange. There were symbols carved into the walls, symbols I didn't recognize. They were crude, almost like scratches, but there was something deliberate about them. I snapped a few photos and made a mental note to look them up later. As I continued through the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every so often, I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of shadow in the corners of the rooms. But every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. By the time I reached the second floor, the sense of unease had grown to a dull roar in the back of my mind. The air up here was heavier, and the smell of decay was stronger. I made my way down the long, narrow hallway, my flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. At the end of the hall was a door, different from the others. It was smaller, older, and covered in dust. Something about it drew me in. I pushed the door open, revealing a small, cramped room that looked like it hadn't been touched in over 100 years. The room was bare, except for a single chair in the center and a mirror on the far wall. The mirror was old, its surface cracked and tarnished, but it caught the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. I don't know why I did it, but I stepped inside the room. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the air grew colder, so cold that I could see my breath in the air. The room itself seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing down on me like a weight. And then, I saw her. At first, it was just a flicker in the mirror, a shadow that didn't belong. But as I stared, the figure became clearer. It was a woman, tall and regal, dressed in a flowing gown that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Her face was obscured, but I could feel her eyes on me, watching. My heart pounded in my chest as I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. The figure in the mirror didn't move, but the air around her seemed to pulse with a dark, heavy energy. It was like the house itself was alive, feeding off the presence of this spirit. This woman. I turned and bolted from the room, slamming the door shut behind me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I leaned against the wall, my mind racing. I had seen something real. And whatever it wasn't friendly. After that night, everything changed. The mansion, which had once been nothing more than a crumbling relic of the past, came alive with a malevolent energy. It wasn't just the flickering shadows or the cold spots in the air, it was something deeper, something more sinister. Every night, as the restoration crew worked, we would hear strange noises. Footsteps echoing through the halls, the sound of doors slamming shut on their own, and, most disturbingly, the sound of a woman singing. It was a soft, melodic tune, but there was something haunting about it, something that sent chills down my spine every time I heard it. At first I tried to brush it off as my imagination. The mansion was old, after all, and old houses made noise. But as the days passed, the occurrences became more frequent, and more intense. One night I was working late, reviewing some blueprints in the study. The rest of the crew had already left for the day, and the house was quiet. Too quiet. The air felt heavy, and I could feel the weight of the house pressing down on me, like it was watching me, waiting for something. As I worked, I heard the soft sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside. At first I ignored it, figuring it was just the house settling, but the footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped just outside the door. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no answer. I slowly made my way to the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the doorknob. I opened the door just a crack, peering out into the hallway. It was empty, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her again, the woman from the mirror. She was standing at the far end of the hallway, her gown flowing around her like mist. Her face was still obscured, but I could feel her eyes on me, watching. I slammed the door shut and backed away, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. The Voodoo Queen wasn't gone. She was still here, trapped in this house, and she wasn't happy. It wasn't long before the rest of the crew started experiencing strange things as well. Tools would go missing, only to turn up in places no one had been. Lights would flicker on and off, even though the wiring in the house was ancient and barely functional. And then, there were the shadows. Dark, fleeting shapes that seemed to move just out of sight, always watching, always waiting. But it wasn't until one of the workers, a man named Andre, went missing that we realized how serious things had become. Andre had been working on the roof late one afternoon, helping to reinforce some of the older beams that were on the verge of collapsing. He was a quiet guy, never one for ghost stories or superstition, but that day, something had changed. He was on edge, constantly looking over his shoulder like he expected someone to be watching him. We all noticed it, but no one said anything. After all, we were all feeling a bit uneasy in that house by now. That evening, as we wrapped up for the day, we realized that Andre hadn't come down from the roof. At first, we thought he might have just left early, tired of the strange happenings. But when his truck was still parked out front, and his tools were scattered across the roof, panic set in. "Andre!" James, the foreman, called out as we scoured the house. We searched every room, every hallway, every corner of the property, but there was no sign of him. It was like he had just vanished. The police were called, and a search was conducted, but no one ever found Andre. He had disappeared without a trace, and that's when the rumors started to spread. Some of the crew refused to come back to the mansion, convinced that it was cursed, that the Voodoo Queen had taken her revenge on Andre for disturbing her home. Others, myself included, weren't quite sure what to believe. But one thing was certain, something was very wrong with that house. After Andre's disappearance, I started having dreams. They weren't normal dreams, though. They felt more like memories. In them, I was standing in the middle of the mansion, but it wasn't in its current state of decay. The house was grand, beautiful, its walls adorned with gold and the finest tapestries. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and music, and the house was full of people, dressed in elegant clothing, their faces alight with joy. But as I watched, the scene began to change. The music slowed, the laughter faded, and the light drained from the room. One by one, the guests vanished, until I was standing alone in the grand hall, the chandeliers flickering above me. And then she appeared. Marie Toussaint. She stood at the top of the grand staircase, her dark eyes piercing through me, her face a mask of fury and pain. She didn't speak, but I could feel her anger. It was a living thing, coiling around me, suffocating me. Her gown, once elegant, was now tattered, and her skin had turned a sickly gray. She raised her hand, and I could feel an invisible force pushing me backward, forcing me to my knees. I tried to scream, to move, but I was paralyzed. She stepped down the staircase, her feet barely touching the ground as she approached. When she stood in front of me, she leaned down, her face inches from mine. Her breath was cold, and her voice, when she finally spoke, was a low, guttural whisper that echoed through the empty mansion. "You are in my house now. You will suffer, as I have suffered." I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. But the dream, it had felt so real. I could still feel the cold air of the mansion around me, still hear the echo of her voice in my ears. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was just stress, that the events at the mansion were getting to me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Marie Toussaint wasn't just a story, she was real. And she wasn't going to let us finish this restoration without making us pay for what had been done to her. The next day, I went back to Mrs. Delphine, an old woman who lived in the quarter and was known as a local voodoo priestess. She was the one who had warned me not to disturb the spirits of the mansion when I first took on the project. At the time, I hadn't believed her. Now, I was starting to think I should have listened. Mrs. Delphine lived in a small, cluttered house filled with candles, charms, and all manner of strange artifacts. When I arrived, she was sitting at her kitchen table, reading over an old book, her face serious. "You've come back," she said, without looking up. "I was wondering when you would." I sat down across from her, trying to hide the fear that had been gnawing at me since Andre disappeared. "I think something's wrong with the mansion," I said. "Andre's gone, and I keep seeing her, Marie Toussaint, in my dreams." Mrs. Delphine finally looked up at me, her dark eyes filled with something I couldn't quite place. Pity, maybe. "Marie Toussaint's spirit is not one that rests easily," she said. "She was wronged, and now her soul is bound to that house. She will not let anyone disturb it, not until she has her revenge." "What can we do?" I asked, my voice desperate. "How do we stop her?" Mrs. Delphine sighed, leaning back in her chair. "You cannot stop her, but you can appease her. You must find the truth of what happened to her. Only then will her spirit find peace." I frowned, confused. "But I already know what happened. She was betrayed, tried for witchcraft, and executed." "That is only part of the story," Mrs. Delphine said. "There is more, much more, that has been forgotten. You must uncover the full truth, the truth that has been buried." I left Mrs. Delphine's house with more questions than answers, but I knew she was right. There was more to Marie Toussaint's story than what the history books had recorded. If I was going to save the mansion, and the lives of the crew working there, I had to find out what that was. I spent the next several days digging through old records, visiting libraries, and interviewing locals who had grown up hearing stories about the Voodoo Queen. Slowly, the pieces began to fall into place. Marie Toussaint had been more than just a voodoo priestess. She had been a healer, a protector of her people, a woman who used her knowledge of the old ways to help those in need. She had treated the sick, defended the weak, and challenged the corrupt. And that was why she had been targeted. The wealthy landowners who had accused her of witchcraft hadn't done so because they feared her power. They had done so because she had stood in the way of their greed. Marie Toussaint had helped enslaved people escape, had cursed the crops of plantation owners who treated their workers cruelly, had fought for the rights of those who had no voice, and for that, they had killed her. But what the history books didn't mention was the final betrayal. Marie had not been killed in some public execution. She had been lynched, dragged from her home in the dead of night, and hung from a tree in the courtyard of her own mansion. Her body had been left there for days, a warning to anyone who dared to challenge the power of the wealthy elite. It was a story that had been buried, hidden from the official records. But the land remembered, and Marie's spirit had never forgotten. With the truth finally uncovered, I knew what I had to do. Mrs. Delphine had been right. Marie's spirit couldn't rest until she was given justice, and I was the only one who could help her. I returned to Mrs. Delphine's house and told her everything I had learned. She nodded, her expression grave. "There is a way to release her," she said, "but it will not be easy. The ritual must be performed at the site of her death, on the grounds of the mansion. You must confront her spirit and offer her the justice she was denied." I felt a chill run down my spine at the thought of confronting Marie's spirit again, but I knew there was no other choice. The mansion had claimed one life already, and I wasn't about to let it claim more. That night, armed with the knowledge Mrs. Delphine had given me, I returned to the mansion. The air was thick with tension, and the house seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as though it knew what was about to happen. I made my way to the courtyard, where the tree that had once been used to hang Marie still stood, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like twisted arms. The air was cold, and the ground beneath my feet felt wrong, like it was soaked in the blood of the past. Mrs. Delphine had prepared me for the ritual, giving me a series of chants and offerings to present to Marie's spirit. I laid out the offerings, candles, herbs, and a small vial of blood that Mrs. Delphine had insisted was necessary. As I lit the candles, the wind began to pick up, swirling around me in a violent gust. And then, she appeared. Marie Toussaint. She stood beneath the tree, her eyes dark and filled with fury. Her gown, once elegant and regal, was torn and blood-stained, and her skin was pale, almost translucent. Her presence was overwhelming, and I could feel the weight of her anger pressing down on me like a physical force. "You come to offer me peace?" she asked, her voice cold and sharp. "You think you can give me what was taken from me?" I swallowed hard, trying to steady my voice. "I know what happened to you, Marie. I know the truth. You were wronged, and I'm here to help you get justice." She laughed, a bitter, hollow sound that echoed through the courtyard. "Justice? There is no justice for the dead." I took a deep breath and began the chant that Mrs. Delphine had taught me. The words were ancient, their meaning lost to time, but as I spoke them, I could feel the energy around me shift. The wind died down, and the air grew still. Marie watched me, her eyes narrowing as I continued the ritual. For a moment I thought it was working. The darkness in her eyes seemed to fade, and the oppressive weight of her presence began to lift. But then, something changed. The air grew cold again, and a shadow passed over Marie's face. Her eyes darkened once more, and the fury returned. "No!" she hissed, her voice low and menacing. "It's not enough." Before I could react, the candles flickered and went out, plunging the courtyard into darkness. The wind howled, and I could feel the ground beneath me tremble as Marie's spirit lashed out. "You cannot fix what has been done!" she screamed, her voice echoing through the night. "I will have my revenge!" The tree behind her shook violently, its branches whipping through the air like the arms of some monstrous creature. The ground cracked open, and the air was filled with the sound of voices, whispers, screams, all blending together in a cacophony of anguish and rage. I stumbled backward, my heart racing as I tried to regain control of the situation. But it was too late. Marie's spirit had been awakened, and her fury was unstoppable. As the ground beneath me continued to crack and shift, I knew that there was only one way to stop her. Mrs. Delphine had warned me that if the ritual failed, there would be no turning back. Marie Toussaint's spirit would be free to exact her revenge on anyone who set foot on the mansion's grounds. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the last offering, a small iron knife that Mrs. Delphine had given me. It was a relic of the old days, a tool used in rituals to bind spirits to the earth. If I could use it to cut the ties that bound Marie to the mansion, I might be able to stop her. But it wouldn't be easy. As I raised the knife, Marie's spirit lunged at me, her face twisted with rage. I barely had time to react as she slammed into me, sending me crashing to the ground. The knife slipped from my hand, landing several feet away. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing as I tried to come up with a plan. Marie was everywhere, her form shifting and flickering in and out of the shadows. The air was thick with her presence, and I could feel her anger pulsing through the ground like a living thing. "You will suffer!" she screamed, her voice filling the night. I reached for the knife, my fingers closing around the cold metal just as Marie's spirit lunged at me again. This time, I was ready. I swung the knife, the blade cutting through the air as I chanted the final words of the ritual. For a moment, everything went still. Marie's spirit froze, her eyes wide with shock as the knife cut through the invisible bonds that tied her to the mansion. The ground beneath me stopped shaking, and the wind died down. Marie looked at me, her expression softening for the first time. "It's done," she whispered, her voice barely audible. And then, she was gone. The air was still, the night silent. The mansion, once filled with a dark, oppressive energy, felt empty. The weight that had pressed down on me for so long had lifted, and I knew that Marie Toussaint's spirit had finally found peace. The next morning I returned to the mansion with Mrs. Delphine. The house was quiet, its halls no longer filled with the flickering shadows or the whispers of the past. The crew returned and the restoration resumed, but the atmosphere had changed. The house, once alive with a malevolent energy, was now just that, a house. Marie Toussaint's story was one of tragedy and betrayal, but in the end, she had been given the justice she deserved. The mansion would stand as a testament to her legacy, not as a place of fear, but as a reminder of the strength and resilience of those who had been wronged. As I left the mansion for the final time, I couldn't help but feel a sense of closure. The Voodoo Queen had found her peace, and in doing so, she had given the city a piece of its history back. But I would never forget the feeling of her eyes on me, the sound of her voice whispering through the night. Some things, I realized, are too powerful to ever truly disappear.
The Whispering Maze. I never should have opened the envelope. I should have thrown it away, unread. But that wasn't how my mind worked, and neither did the minds of my friends. We were thrill seekers, always looking for the next rush, the next experience that would make our hearts race and our palms sweat. So when Jake showed up at my apartment, grinning like a fool and holding up the black envelope with gold lettering, I knew something insane was about to happen. "You won't believe this," Jake said, nearly shoving the invitation into my face. He was the ringleader of our group, always pushing us into situations we weren't sure we wanted to be in. But he had that kind of charm that made you want to follow him, no matter where he led. The envelope was addressed to the Brave Few. Inside was an invitation to something called the Whispering Maze, designed by a group known only as the Architects. There was no detailed explanation, no rules, just an address and a promise. Survive the maze, claim the prize. The prize itself was vague, but Jake insisted it was rumored to be a massive sum of money, more than any of us had ever seen. Lisa, our quick-witted friend with a streak of stubborn defiance, was skeptical from the start. "This smells like a scam," she said, as she read over the invitation for the 10th time. "Why would anyone give away that kind of money for an escape room?" "It's not an escape room," Jake said, eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a labyrinth, the real deal. No one's ever made it out, but we're going to be the first." Marcus, the quiet and analytical one, had a frown on his face. "No one's ever made it out," he repeated. "That doesn't sound like a game. That sounds like a death trap." But Jake waved him off. "You're overthinking it. It's just hype, a way to get people to talk. Besides, it's perfect for us. We've done every haunted house, every extreme sport. This is the next level. Against our better judgment, we all agreed. Maybe it was the lure of the unknown, or maybe we were all just tired of the mundane routine of our lives. Whatever the reason, we packed into Jake's car the next day and drove to the address listed on the invitation. The location was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town, its rusted metal gates and crumbling facade standing like a tombstone against the darkening sky. A single dim streetlight flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. When we arrived, a tall man in a sharp black suit stood waiting at the entrance. His face was expressionless, cold. He handed each of us a wristband, sleek and metallic, with a faint red glow around the edges. "These will track your progress," he said in a monotone voice. "No outside communication. Once you enter, there is no turning back. You win, you leave. You lose, well, you won't lose." His words sent a chill down my spine, but Jake, ever the fearless leader, just grinned and pushed the door open. The sound of the creaking metal echoed around us as we stepped into the maze. Inside, the world changed. The temperature dropped immediately, the air thick with dampness. The walls were made of cold, dark stone, slick with moisture. There were no lights, only a faint, eerie glow that seemed to come from the stone itself, illuminating the narrow, twisting corridors in a sickly hue. The smell was overwhelming, a mix of earth and decay, as though something ancient and rotting had been trapped in the walls for centuries. Then came the whispers. At first they were so soft I thought I imagined them, barely a murmur, like wind slipping through cracks in the stone. But soon they grew louder, more insistent, swirling around us like an invisible storm. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something distinctly wrong about them. It wasn't just noise. It was something alive. "Do you hear that?" Lisa asked, her voice unusually quiet. Jake shrugged, his confidence still unshaken. "It's just part of the game. Probably speakers hidden in the walls to mess with us. We're supposed to get scared." But I wasn't so sure. The whispers didn't sound like they were coming from speakers. They sounded too real, too close, as if someone was standing right behind us, breathing in our ears. And they weren't random. They were calling our names. "I'm not liking this," Marcus muttered, his eyes darting nervously at every shadow. I wanted to agree with him, to say we should turn back, but the man at the entrance had said there was no turning back, no exit. Once you entered, the only way out was to win. So we kept moving forward, even as the maze seemed to grow more labyrinthine, twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. The whispers followed us, growing louder, calling us forward. "Come this way," they said in low, seductive tones. "Just a little further. You're almost there." The words burrowed into my mind, pulling me forward even when my instincts screamed at me to stop. I could see it happening to the others too. Lisa was biting her lip, eyes wide with fear. Marcus was clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. Even Jake had started looking uneasy, though he would never admit it. The maze wasn't just a physical challenge. It was mental, psychological. It was trying to break us piece by piece. The maze seemed to shift around us, walls closing in behind us, paths that had been open moments before now sealed tight. It was as if the labyrinth was alive, controlling where we went, making sure we couldn't retrace our steps. Lisa was the first to fall. We had just turned a corner when the floor beneath her gave way. One moment she was standing there, talking about how we needed to keep moving, and the next, the stone crumbled beneath her feet, and she vanished. Her scream echoed through the corridor as she fell, but by the time we rushed to the edge of the gaping hole, it was too late. There was nothing but darkness below. We shouted her name, but there was no response, only the whispers, growing louder, hungrier. Jake's face had drained of color, but he refused to stop. "We have to keep going," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "It's part of the game. She's probably fine. There's probably a safe room down there or something." But I could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear that had already taken root in me. We weren't in control. The maze was. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinth, but it wasn't long before Marcus was taken too. This time, it was the walls. They began closing in on us as we raced down a narrow corridor, the stone grinding together with an awful bone-shaking sound. We ran, but Marcus wasn't fast enough. The walls crushed him before our eyes, his body disappearing into the stone, leaving nothing behind. The whispers roared with delight, and I felt something break inside me. Jake and I were the only ones left, and now even he was starting to lose hope. When we finally reached what seemed to be the center of the maze, we found ourselves in a large chamber. The walls were covered in strange symbols, glowing faintly in the dark. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, on top of which rested a single, ornate knife. The whispers stopped, I muttered, realizing that the constant murmurs that had plagued us for hours were suddenly gone. "They're waiting for us," Jake said, his voice hollow. "This is it, the final challenge." But the whispers weren't gone for long. They returned, softer this time, but more sinister. "Only one can leave," they said, repeating the phrase over and over. "Only one." Jake turned to me, his eyes wild with fear and desperation. "I'm not dying here," he said, lunging for the knife. We fought, the sound of our struggle echoing in the chamber. I didn't want to hurt him, but I had no choice. The maze had taken everything from us. The whispers wanted blood, and they would get it. In the end, I was the one who survived. Barely. With Jake's lifeless body on the cold stone floor, the walls shifted once again, revealing a path leading out. My legs trembled as I walked through it, the weight of what I'd done crushing me. But I was alive. I had won, or so I thought. When I emerged from the labyrinth, I found myself not in the open air, but back at the entrance, the same cold man standing before me, and beyond him another group, laughing, eager, ready to enter. They didn't see me. They walked past me as if I didn't exist. The truth hit me like a wave of ice. I wasn't just the survivor. I was part of the maze now. I could feel it in my bones, in the way the whispers still echoed in my mind, fainter but ever present. I was no longer just me. I was part of it. The labyrinth, the game, the endless cycle of death and suffering. And now I had a role to play. I could feel my mouth open, my voice joining the whispers. The new group was laughing, unaware of what awaited them. I stepped aside, my heart pounding in my chest, but I said nothing. My chance of staying alive rested on their ignorance. I had to let them walk into the same nightmare we did. I was part of the maze now, and to survive, I had to let the game begin again.
The Blood Moon Lottery. I always hated the day of the lottery. It was the one day in our small, cursed town where the air felt thicker, heavier with the weight of something unspoken. People didn't talk about it much, at least not openly, but you could feel it in the way they avoided each other's eyes, how the streets seemed quieter, the air too still. The Blood Moon Lottery had been held in Hollowbrook for as long as anyone could remember. It was more than a tradition. It was a curse. Every year, on the night of the blood moon, one unlucky resident was chosen to participate in a gruesome game that none of us truly understood. The rules of the lottery were simple. All adult citizens of Hollowbrook were automatically entered, and once your name was drawn, there was no turning back. Participation was mandatory. If you won, you lived. If you lost, well, that was the part nobody ever really explained. They didn't have to. We all knew. This year, I had a bad feeling. I hadn't slept well the night before. Dreams of shadows moving through the woods, whispers echoing through the wind, and red-streaked skies had kept me tossing and turning. The feeling that something was off lingered as I made my way to the town square, where the lottery was always held. Even the usual murmur of anxious conversation was absent. Everyone was tense, waiting. The lottery itself was led by an old man, Mayor Greeley, who had long since stopped showing any emotion during the ritual. His hand shook as he reached into the black urn and pulled out a single piece of parchment, the name of this year's winner. I held my breath, silently praying that it wouldn't be me. And then, in a raspy voice, Mayor Greeley spoke the name that sent a shockwave through my body. Jonathan Miller. My name. My fate. The crowd parted as I stepped forward, my legs feeling like lead. There were no cheers, no murmurs of sympathy, only silence. It was as if I had already been condemned, my fate sealed the moment my name left the mayor's lips. The game would take place that very night, under the ominous red glow of the blood moon. No one had ever really spoken of what happened to the losers, only that they were never seen again. The stories were inconsistent. Some said the losers were taken by the woods. Others whispered that they were consumed by the moon itself. But no one could confirm anything. All we knew was that the game was brutal, bloody, and final. As the evening approached, the sky shifted, a crimson haze slowly spreading across the horizon as the blood moon rose high above us. I stood at the edge of the forest waiting. That was where it always started, in the woods. The place was older than the town itself, and people avoided it on normal nights. Tonight, it would become my battleground. I wasn't alone. Each year, the winner was chosen, but they weren't the only participant. The game master would always appear, a shadowy figure who was said to know every inch of the cursed woods. His job was to hunt down the chosen one, and if he succeeded, well, no one wanted to think about what happened then. The forest was a maze of twisted trees, thick roots, and dense fog. Once inside, I would have to survive the night. Only if I evaded the game master until dawn would I be considered the winner. If I made it, I would live. But if the game master found me? I swallowed hard, the cold night air chilling my skin as I took my first step into the dark, foreboding woods. The moment I stepped into the forest, the whispers began. At first, they were soft, indistinct murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I tried to ignore them, focusing instead on the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots, the snap of branches in the distance. Every sound felt amplified, each noise a potential sign of the game master's approach. I had no idea who, or what, the game master was. No one did. Some said he was a man who had once been cursed, doomed to play this role for eternity. Others believed he was something far older, a creature born of the blood moon itself, who thrived on the fear and suffering of the chosen ones. Either way, I knew he was coming for me. The woods were a labyrinth, and it didn't take long before I realized I was lost. The trees all looked the same, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. I could feel the weight of the blood moon overhead, its red light casting eerie shadows that moved as though alive. And then, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My heart pounded as I ducked behind a tree, trying to quiet my breathing. The footsteps grew closer, slow and deliberate, as if the game master knew exactly where I was, but was in no rush to catch me. He was playing with me. I dared to peek around the tree, and that's when I saw him, or rather, it. The game master was shrouded in darkness, his figure obscured by a cloak of shadow. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but I could feel his eyes on me, cold and unfeeling. He carried something in his hand, a long, jagged blade that gleamed under the red moonlight. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the forest. But no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps followed, always just behind me, never quite catching up, but never falling too far behind. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Time was meaningless in this nightmare. All that mattered was survival, and my every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to not let him catch me. But as the night wore on, exhaustion set in. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and my mind began to slip into despair. Could I really make it until dawn? Was there any hope of escaping this nightmare? I stumbled into a clearing, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The blood moon hung high in the sky, casting everything in a sickening red glow. There was no sign of the game master, but I knew he was near. He was always near. I needed a plan. Running wasn't going to work forever. My body was wearing down, and he would catch me if I didn't do something soon. I scanned the clearing, my eyes settling on a fallen tree branch, thick and heavy enough to serve as a makeshift weapon. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I crouched behind the trunk of a tree, gripping the branch tightly in my hands, and waited. My heart thudded in my chest, my body tense as I listened for any sign of the game master's approach. And then I heard it, the soft rustle of leaves, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps. He was here. I could feel him before I saw him, the temperature dropping as the shadows seemed to thicken around the clearing. The game master stepped into view, his blade glinting in the moonlight, his hooded face turned toward me. For a moment, I hesitated. Could I really fight him? Could I kill this thing, this creature of the blood moon? But I had no choice. It was him or me. As he moved closer, I sprang from my hiding spot, swinging the branch with all my strength. It connected with a sickening thud, and for a brief moment, I thought I had done it. I thought I had won. But the game master didn't fall. Instead, he turned to face me, slowly, almost lazily, as if my attack had been nothing more than an annoyance. And then, in one swift motion, he swung his blade. I barely dodged, the blade slicing through the air just inches from my face. Desperation fueled me as I swung again and again, each blow landing with less force than the last. The game master didn't flinch, didn't waver. He was toying with me, enjoying the game, but I refused to give up. With one final desperate swing, I struck him square in the chest. There was a flash of light, a burst of heat, and then nothing. The game master collapsed to the ground, motionless. I had won. Somehow, against all odds, I had survived. The first rays of dawn broke through the trees, bathing the clearing in soft, golden light. I stood over the game master's body, my hands trembling, my mind numb with disbelief. I had done it. I had beaten him. But as I turned to leave the clearing, something strange happened. My legs felt heavy, as if they were rooted to the ground. My chest tightened, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. And then I heard it, the whispers. But they weren't coming from the woods. They were coming from me. I looked down at my hands, at the cloak of shadow that was slowly wrapping itself around my body. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the truth, the horrible, unspoken truth of the blood moon lottery. Surviving the game didn't mean freedom, it meant taking his place. The game master wasn't just some ancient creature. He had been the last winner, just as I was now. And now, it was my turn. I was no longer the hunted. I was the hunter. As the new blood moon rose, I stepped into the shadows, waiting for the next name to be called.
The Marionettes Challenge. I'd always been drawn to old theatres, the ones that seemed to hold 100 forgotten stories within their walls. There was something magical about them, something that spoke to a quieter, more haunting time. That's why, when I heard about the old theatre on Dunsmuir Street reopening for a single night, I couldn't resist. No one had set foot in that building for decades, not since the fire that gutted most of it back in the 70s. They said it was cursed, but I didn't believe in curses. I should have. The invitation was specific, only a handful of guests, a one-night-only performance, with the promise of something unforgettable. The envelope had no return address, just a strange wax seal stamped with the silhouette of a puppet. I was intrigued, of course. How could I not be? I convinced myself it was some underground art project, maybe a pop-up horror experience, and made my way to the theatre just before sunset. The building stood like a decaying monument, its once grand facade cracked and crumbling, the letters on the marquee long since faded. A faint, flickering light came from inside, just enough to guide me in. I wasn't alone. A few others had arrived, 4 or 5 people, all just as curious as I was. We exchanged nervous glances but didn't speak much. There was something about the atmosphere that quieted us, as if we knew, deep down, that something was off. The air inside the theatre was cold, colder than it should have been for late summer. Dust floated through the dim light like snowflakes, settling on rows of broken seats and cracked floors. The stage was pristine, as if untouched by time. A grand red curtain hung heavy across it, velvet and plush, waiting to be drawn. No one greeted us. No ticket taker, no host, just silence. And then, without warning, the lights dimmed, and a voice echoed through the theatre. "Welcome to tonight's performance. Please take your seats." We hesitated, but we obeyed. The moment I sat down, I felt the seat creak beneath me, the wood groaning like it hadn't been used in years. The others were equally uneasy, their eyes wide, darting around the theatre. The voice returned, smooth and unsettling, like someone trying too hard to sound calm. "Tonight, you are the stars of the show. Your performance will determine your fate." I swallowed hard, a chill running down my spine. My hands gripped the armrests, heart pounding as the voice continued. "You have entered the Marionettes Challenge. The rules are simple. Survive the night. The puppet master will call upon you, one by one, to perform, fail, and you will become part of the show forever." The heavy red curtain began to rise, revealing the stage behind it. I gasped. What had looked like a normal stage at first glance was now something twisted. Puppets hung from the rafters, limp and lifeless, their wooden faces grotesque and painted in exaggerated expressions of joy, sorrow, and terror. They swayed ever so slightly, as though disturbed by an invisible wind. At the center of the stage stood a tall, shadowy figure, the puppet master himself. His form was obscured by the dim light, but I could make out the outline of his long, gaunt body, his fingers impossibly thin and elongated. Strings dangled from his hands, disappearing into the darkness above. "Let the performance begin," the voice said. The first victim was a man named Derek, a quiet guy who looked like he regretted ever stepping foot in the theatre. The lights focused on him as the puppet master called his name. "Perform," the voice commanded. Derek stumbled to his feet, shaking, his face pale. What do you want me to do?" he stammered. The puppet master didn't answer. Instead, the strings hanging from his hands descended, attaching themselves to Derek's wrists and ankles like they had a life of their own. He struggled against them, but it was no use. The strings jerked him onto the stage, forcing him to dance like a marionette. His body twisted unnaturally, his limbs bending in ways they shouldn't have been able to. His screams filled the theatre, but they quickly turned to silence as his eyes glazed over, his body limp. Derek became a puppet. His body remained on stage, hanging from the strings as the puppet master turned his hollow, empty gaze toward the rest of us. The terror in the room was palpable. Everyone else was fidgeting, trembling, trying not to be noticed. But it didn't matter. We couldn't hide from him. One by one, he called us. One by one, they performed. Some tried to fight, others begged for mercy. It didn't matter. Every one of them ended up on stage, their bodies turned into wooden dolls, their expressions frozen in the grotesque masks of their final moments. And then, the spotlight turned on me. "Catherine!" the voice called. I stood, my legs shaking beneath me. There was no escaping it, no running. I'd seen what happened to those who tried to resist, but something deep inside me, some instinctual drive, refused to give up. If I was going to go down, I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I stepped onto the stage, my heart hammering in my chest. The strings hovered above me, swaying ominously. The puppet master remained still, watching, waiting. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaky but defiant. The voice chuckled, a cold, hollow sound. "Perform." I clenched my fists, my eyes darting to the strings. They twitched, descending toward me, but I was ready. I dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding them as they shot past me like vipers. The puppet master tilted his head, intrigued. "I'm not your puppet," I hissed. The strings came again, faster this time, but I was quicker. I grabbed one as it passed, pulling hard. The string snapped, and I heard a hiss of pain from the puppet master. He recoiled, his body twitching as if he hadn't expected me to fight back. I pulled another string, then another. The puppet master staggered, his form flickering in the dim light as the strings unraveled from his hands. His hollow eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I saw something human there, something that had once been trapped, just like me. But it was gone in an instant. With one final violent pull, I tore the last string from his hand. The puppet master collapsed to the ground, his body shuddering as he dissolved into a pile of dust and old wood. The remaining strings snapped, and the puppets hanging from the rafters fell to the stage lifeless. I stood there, panting, my heart racing in my chest. I had done it. I had beaten him. The voice didn't return. The theatre was silent. I turned to leave, but something was wrong. My legs felt heavy, like they were moving through thick mud. My arms wouldn't move right. I looked down and froze. Strings. Thin, translucent strings were wrapped around my wrists, my ankles, even my neck. They weren't attached to the puppet master. They were coming from me. I tried to pull them off, but they didn't budge. My limbs felt stiff, heavy. Panic surged through me as I realized the truth. I wasn't the one controlling the strings. The strings were controlling me. I stumbled forward, desperate to escape, but the more I struggled, the tighter the strings pulled. I tried to scream, but my mouth wouldn't open. I couldn't breathe. My body was no longer mine. I had never been free. Not from the moment I walked into the theatre. The game hadn't started when I stepped onto the stage. It had started the second I entered the cursed theatre, and I had lost before I ever had a chance to win. I was the puppet now. As I was pulled back toward the stage, my movements jerky and unnatural, I saw the other puppets hanging once more, but this time I could feel them. I could sense their despair, their silent screams. They were trapped, just like me, their souls bound to the strings forever. I was one of them now. The lights in the theatre dimmed, the red curtain slowly descending. The voice returned, soft and eerie. Tonight's performance was exceptional, but the show must go on. I felt the strings tighten, pulling me back into the darkness of the stage, where I would remain, waiting for the next performance, waiting for the next contestant.
Red light, dead light. It was supposed to be just a game. That's what made it so much worse. Games were fun. Games were something you played with your friends after school, laughing as you raced to be the fastest or hid in the best spot. But this game was different. I was sitting on the couch, mindlessly flipping through TV channels when I first heard the knock at the door. It was light, barely there, but enough to make me curious. Mom was upstairs, probably folding laundry or talking on the phone, so I figured I should check. When I opened the door, no one was there. But sitting on the doorstep was a small red envelope, my name scrawled on the front in elegant black script. Sophie. Just that. No address, no explanation. I bent down and picked it up, looking around the quiet street, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. Inside was a single card. You're invited to play red light, green light. That was it. The back had one word, written in shaky, uneven letters. Tonight. I brought the card to my mom. She barely glanced at it before laughing. It's probably a prank, honey. One of your friends being silly. But something about it felt wrong. I hadn't told anyone about my fascination with that old children's game. Not even my best friend, Emma. And the way the card seemed to pulse in my hand, like it was alive, it wasn't right. Still, Mom didn't seem worried, so I tried to brush it off. But as I lay in bed that night, staring at the shadows the moon cast on the walls, I couldn't get the card out of my mind. I didn't know how, but I felt drawn to it, like something was calling me. And then, at exactly midnight, I heard it, the sound of children laughing. It wasn't the happy kind of laughter. It was distant, echoing, like something you might hear in a nightmare. Against my better judgment, I got out of bed, pulled on my sneakers, and slipped out the door. The air outside was cold for a summer night, a strange chill that sent goosebumps across my skin. The streets were eerily quiet as I followed the sound, past the park and toward the old abandoned schoolyard on the edge of town. When I arrived, there were other kids standing there. Some I recognized from school. Emma was there, so was Ryan, a boy from my science class. But a few were unfamiliar, kids I'd never seen before. They were all gathered in a rough circle, looking just as confused and nervous as I felt. In the center of the circle stood a tall woman. She had the body of a human, but something was wrong with her. Her face was pale, her smile too wide, and her eyes glowed, like someone had swapped them out for two tiny light bulbs. She wore a long red dress that brushed the ground and held an oversized stopwatch, its ticking unnaturally loud. "I'm so glad you could all make it," the woman said, her voice sugary sweet but dripping with something sinister. "Welcome to red light, green light. You all know how to play, don't you?" We did. The rules were simple. When she said green light, we could move. When she said red light, we had to stop. If you moved after red light, you were out. But something deep in my gut told me this wasn't the version we played at school. "Let's begin," the woman said, her grin widening. She turned her back to us, facing the far end of the yard. "Green light." We all hesitated for a second, but slowly we started to move. I took careful steps, watching the back of her head, my heart pounding in my chest. Emma was beside me, her eyes wide with fear, but she kept moving too. "Red light!" We froze. I held my breath, my muscles locking up as if any tiny movement might be the end of me. The woman didn't turn around right away. Instead, she stayed still for what felt like an eternity, the ticking of her stopwatch growing louder, the air around us heavy and thick. Then, slowly, she turned, scanning us with those glowing eyes. None of us moved. She nodded once, as if satisfied, and turned back around. Green light. We started again, faster this time, but the fear never left. Every step felt like it might be my last, the tension coiling tighter in my chest. I noticed the air around us felt strange, like time itself wasn't moving right. The seconds between green light and red light seemed to stretch on forever, only to snap shut in an instant. Red light. This time, one of the girls, a fifth grader named Lucy, moved. It was just a tiny flinch, like she was adjusting her balance. But it didn't matter. The woman's eyes locked onto her, that horrible grin widening. "You moved," the woman said softly. Lucy started to cry, shaking her head. "No, I didn't! I swear I didn't!" But in an instant, Lucy was gone. Just gone. One moment she was there, the next she was nothing but a faint shadow on the ground, like she'd never existed at all. The rest of us stood frozen in shock. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my legs trembling beneath me. The woman turned back around. "Green light." The game continued, but nothing about it felt like a game anymore. Kids kept disappearing. Ryan was next. He tripped on a rock during red light, and before he could even stand up, he was gone. Each time, the laughter in the air grew louder, more twisted, like the voices of the kids who had vanished were mocking us from somewhere else. It was down to just a few of us now. Me, Emma, and two others. None of us spoke. None of us dared to make a sound. Green light! We moved again, my feet feeling heavy, like the ground was pulling me down. I could barely keep my eyes open from the exhaustion, my muscles burning from the strain. Time felt warped, twisted, like we were caught in a loop where every moment stretched on too long and yet too quickly. Red light! I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. The woman turned slowly, her glowing eyes scanning the four of us. For a moment, I thought we were all safe, but then she stepped closer to the boy next to me. I didn't know his name. He was just a stranger, someone from another part of town. "You moved," she whispered. He didn't argue. He just stood there, trembling, tears streaming down his face. And then, like the others, he vanished, leaving nothing but a shadow behind. Now it was just me and Emma. Emma looked at me, her face pale, her eyes pleading. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to help her. All I knew was that we had to keep playing. Green light. We moved. Emma was slow, her feet dragging as if her body was giving up. I wanted to tell her to run, but the words wouldn't come. The woman stood still, her back to us, her body rigid as she held the stopwatch in front of her like a symbol of doom. Red light! We both froze. I could hear Emma's shaky breath beside me, her small gasps barely audible. The woman turned, her glowing eyes locking onto us. She smiled again, but this time she didn't pick anyone. She just turned back around. Green light! This was it, the final moment. I could feel it in my bones, the tension in the air so thick it was almost suffocating. I took a few steps forward, my legs screaming with every movement. I was so close. I just needed to take a few more steps. Red light. I froze. But something was wrong. The air around me had stopped. The leaves weren't moving. The wind wasn't blowing. Even Emma, standing right next to me, was frozen mid-step, her face locked in an expression of terror. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey me. I was stuck, trapped in that final moment, unable to move, unable to speak. Time itself had stopped. I had won, but I hadn't escaped. I was frozen in that last second, my body locked in place, trapped forever in the final breath of the game.
The Devil's Deck. It was a hot, sticky night in the back room of Red Jack's tavern, the kind of night when bad decisions feel like the only options. The air was thick with the smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke, and the low hum of voices surrounded the table where I sat, a small pile of crumpled bills in front of me. I was losing, and everyone knew it. I'd been a gambler for as long as I could remember. Poker, blackjack, dice. If there was a game of chance, I'd play it. It wasn't about the money, not really. It was about the thrill, the rush of adrenaline when the cards were dealt or the dice rolled. It was about that fleeting moment of hope when you thought maybe this time luck would finally be on your side. But tonight, luck wasn't anywhere near me. I was down to my last chip, and I knew if I lost it, I'd be out on the street. No cash, no prospects, and no way to fix my wreck of a life. "Fold, Miller," growled Pete, a regular who sat across the table, his mustache twitching with every word. "You ain't got nothing left." I clenched my jaw, my fingers twitching as I stared at my hand. It was garbage, I knew that. But walking away from the table empty-handed felt worse than going all in on a lost cause. I was about to push my last chip in when I heard a voice behind me, low and smooth like velvet dipped in oil. "Looking for a way out, friend?" I turned, and standing in the shadowy corner of the room was a man in a sharp black suit. His face was pale, almost too pale, and his eyes gleamed like they were reflecting firelight. He smiled, and it was the kind of smile that promised things you didn't want to know the price of. "You Miller?" he asked, though it didn't sound like a question. "I've got a game for you, one last hand, winner takes all." "What's the catch?" I asked, my voice hoarse. It wasn't like me to be cautious, but there was something about this guy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The man chuckled softly, stepping closer. His shadow seemed to stretch longer than it should have, like it had a mind of its own. "No catch," he said, producing a deck of cards from his pocket. The cards were old, their edges worn, but there was something off about them. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I could feel it. The weight of those cards, the darkness they held. "Just a simple game. You draw from the deck. High card wins." I stared at him. It was too easy, too simple. There had to be more to it. "What happens if I lose?" The man's smile widened. "You won't have to worry about that." I didn't like the way he said it, but I didn't have much of a choice. I could walk away now and leave with nothing, or I could play his game and maybe, just maybe, come out on top. I pushed my last chip forward. "I'm in?" The man slid into the seat across from me, his movements too smooth, too deliberate. He shuffled the deck, and I watched, entranced by the way the cards seemed to blur in his hands. "Let's make this interesting," he said, laying the deck between us. "You draw first." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the deck. Something felt wrong, like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, and one more step would send me plummeting into the abyss. But I was a gambler, and gamblers don't walk away from the table, not when the stakes are high. I drew a card. It was the ace of spades, sharp and crisp, its edges glinting in the dim light. My heart raced. The ace of spades, the death card, but it was also the highest card in the deck. I couldn't lose. The man smiled, his eyes gleaming with something dark, something ancient. He reached for the deck and drew his card slowly, deliberately, like he already knew what it was going to be. It was the Joker. I frowned, confused. The Joker? That wasn't part of the game, not in any regular deck. It shouldn't have counted. "Guess I win," I said, my voice shaky but hopeful. But the man's smile didn't fade. "The game's not over yet," he said softly. The air in the room changed, growing heavier, like a storm was gathering. I felt something shift inside me, a creeping cold that spread through my veins. My hands started to tremble, and when I looked down at the ace of spades, it was no longer just a card. It was moving. The spade in the center seemed to writhe, twisting and curling like a living thing. I dropped the card, but it didn't fall. It hovered in the air, spinning slowly before settling back on the table. "What the hell is this?" I demanded, my voice rising in panic. The man's smile never faltered. "You agreed to play, Miller, and now the game begins." Before I could react, the cards on the table started to glow, emitting a dull red light. The room around us seemed to fade away, replaced by swirling darkness. The table and the cards the only things grounding me in place. The man in the black suit leaned back, watching me with a look of amusement. "The deck chooses your fate," he said, his voice echoing in the void. "Each card has a consequence. Some are good, some not so much." I looked at the deck, now pulsing with that unnatural light, and felt dread curl in my stomach. "Your turn," the man said. "Draw again." I didn't want to. My gut was screaming at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. The swirling darkness seemed endless, trapping me in this twisted game. My hand shook as I reached for the deck, but I forced myself to draw another card. The Queen of Hearts. For a moment nothing happened, but then I felt a strange warmth in my chest. It spread through my body, filling me with a sense of peace, of joy. My fear melted away, replaced by something beautiful, something intoxicating. But it didn't last. The warmth turned to heat, the heat to burning. I cried out in pain as my skin began to blister, as if invisible flames were licking at my flesh. I dropped the card, but it didn't stop. The burning was inside me now, deep in my bones. "Every card has a price," the man said calmly, watching as I writhed in agony. "You chose the Queen of Hearts. Love, passion, desire. but too much of anything can destroy you. I gritted my teeth, trying to push through the pain. The burning slowly subsided, leaving me shaking, covered in sweat. I looked up at the man, desperation in my eyes. "Stop this," I gasped. "I can't." "You can," he interrupted, leaning forward, "because you have to. The game isn't over yet, Miller. You need to keep playing." I looked at the deck, now glowing brighter, the cards seeming to pulse with life. My heart pounded in my chest, but I knew there was no way out. I had to keep drawing. I reached for the deck again, my hand trembling. I drew another card, the 10 of diamonds. For a moment I braced myself for another wave of pain, another punishment. But nothing happened. The air was still, the darkness around me quiet. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. "Interesting choice." I frowned, looking at the card. "What does it mean?" He smiled. "Wealth, power. The 10 of diamonds is all about fortune. You'll get what you've always wanted." Relief washed over me. Maybe I could win this after all. Maybe this was my chance to come out on top, to walk away with everything I'd ever dreamed of. But as soon as the thought crossed my mind, the deck began to glow again. This time, the light was blinding, enveloping me in its brilliance. I tried to shield my eyes, but it was too late. I could feel the world around me shifting, warping, like reality itself was unraveling. And then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I was back at the poker table in Red Jack's tavern, the smoky air thick around me, the low murmur of voices filling the room. My pile of chips was gone. The cards were gone. And the man in the black suit was nowhere to be seen. For a moment I thought it had all been a nightmare, a twisted dream. But then I saw it. Sitting in the middle of the table where the deck had been was a single card, the Joker. I reached for it, my hand trembling, and turned it over. My face stared back at me. I gasped, dropping the card as if it had burned me. My heart pounded in my chest, cold sweat running down my back. And then I heard his voice, soft and mocking, echoing in my mind. "You've won, Miller, but every win has its price." I looked down at my hands. They weren't my hands anymore. They were smooth, stiff, like they were made of something else, something not quite human. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The Joker on the card smiled up at me, and I realized I was the card now, trapped, a permanent part of the devil's deck.
The masked contest. I never should have answered the ad, but when you're broke and desperate, even the strangest opportunities can seem like a lifeline. The flyer was simple enough, just a plain white sheet posted on the bulletin board at the laundromat, sandwiched between ads for guitar lessons and dog walking. Contestants wanted, high payout, for those brave enough to play. Call now. There was no other information, no company name, no details about what the contest involved, but the promise of a high payout was enough to make me curious. With no job prospects, rent looming, and bills piling up, I couldn't afford to be picky. My phone was in my hand before I even thought about the risks. A robotic voice answered, giving me a time and an address. No other details, no explanation. Just show up if I wanted to play. I should have known better. But something in me, call it desperation, call it foolishness, made me ignore the warning signs. The address led me to a nondescript warehouse on the edge of town, the kind of place that looked like it should have been abandoned years ago. A few other people stood around the entrance, looking just as nervous as I felt. No one spoke. We just nodded at each other awkwardly, like we were all too embarrassed to admit we had no idea what we were getting into. The warehouse door opened, and a tall man in a black suit stepped out. He was clean-cut, his hair slicked back, and he held a clipboard in one hand. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome, contestants," he said, his voice smooth. "You've been chosen to participate in the masked contest. Inside, you will find everything you need. But remember, once you enter, there's no turning back. I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting in knots. But I'd come this far. Backing out now wasn't an option. With a deep breath, I followed the others into the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dark, lit only by a few dim overhead lights. At the center of the room stood a large table, and on that table were masks, plain, featureless masks, each one a different color. There were 5 in total, matching the number of contestants. No 2 masks were alike, but they were all unsettling in their own way. The man in the suit motioned toward the table. Each of you will select a mask. Once you put it on, the contest begins. We hesitated. No one wanted to be the first to choose. The air was thick with tension, everyone waiting for someone else to make the first move. Finally, a woman to my left reached out and grabbed a red mask. She turned it over in her hands for a moment, then, with a resigned look, slipped it over her face. Her body stiffened for a second, and then she nodded as if something inside her had clicked into place. The others followed. A tall guy picked a blue mask. Another contestant, a woman with curly hair, chose the green one. And the last guy, a skinny kid who couldn't have been more than 18, grabbed the yellow mask. I was the last one left, staring at the black mask on the table. It seemed to stare back at me, though it had no eyes. There was something eerie about it, something I couldn't quite explain. But it didn't matter. I didn't have a choice. With trembling hands, I picked up the mask and after a moment's hesitation, slipped it over my face. It fit perfectly, almost too perfectly. As soon as the mask was on, I felt it, something shifting inside me, a presence, a weight. The mask was more than just a piece of molded plastic. It was alive. The man in the suit clapped his hands. Now that you've selected your masks, the contest will begin. There will be challenges, and those who fail, well, let's just say you won't want to fail. He turned on his heel and walked out of the room, leaving us standing there in our masks, our faces hidden, our fates unknown. The first challenge wasn't as bad as I'd feared, at least not at first. We were led into a large open room with a series of platforms suspended over what looked like a bottomless pit. The goal was simple: jump from one platform to the next until we reached the other side. But the platforms were spaced far apart, and the penalty for missing a jump was obvious. The others didn't hesitate. The woman in the red mask went first, her movements fluid, confident. She jumped from platform to platform with ease, barely breaking a sweat. The others followed, each one making it across without incident. When it was my turn, I hesitated. The platforms were farther apart than they looked, and the darkness below them seemed endless, as if it were waiting to swallow anyone who slipped. The mask felt tight against my skin, almost like it was pressing down on me. My breathing quickened, my pulse racing in my ears. But then something strange happened. I felt a surge of confidence. It came from nowhere, flooding through me like a rush of adrenaline. The fear that had gripped me a moment ago disappeared, replaced by a strange sense of calm. I could do this. I jumped, my legs moving on their own, my body light and agile. I landed on the first platform easily, then the next and the next. Before I knew it, I was on the other side, standing with the other contestants. We exchanged glances, though the masks made it impossible to tell what anyone was thinking. The man in the suit returned, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well done," he said, "but the contest isn't over yet." The second challenge was worse. We were taken to a room lined with mirrors, each one reflecting us back at ourselves in the most unsettling way. The task was simple, or so we were told. Find the correct mirror. But something was wrong with the room. The mirrors didn't just reflect us. They showed twisted versions of us, distorted, grotesque faces staring back, moving when we didn't, smiling when we remained still. The man in the blue mask stepped toward a mirror, but the moment his hand touched the glass, the room erupted into chaos. The mirror shattered, the glass slicing through the air like daggers. He screamed, clutching at his face as blood poured from the wounds. And then, just like that, he was gone. One moment he was there, the next he was lying on the ground, motionless. The rest of us froze. No one wanted to be the next one to make a mistake. One by one we approached the mirrors, each of us more careful than the last. The woman in the red mask found the correct mirror and passed through it unharmed. The girl in the green mask followed her. When it was my turn, I stepped toward a mirror that seemed different. It was cleaner, sharper, like it was waiting for me. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool surface. The reflection stared back at me, but it was off, too still, too perfect. The mask seemed to hum against my skin, guiding me. I pressed my hand against the glass, and it gave way, letting me through. The man in the suit greeted us on the other side. "Congratulations," he said. "You've survived." But not all of us had. The man in the yellow mask had disappeared, just like the one in blue. We didn't know how, we didn't know why, but their fates were clear. After the challenges, only 3 of us remained. Me, the woman in the red mask, and the girl in the green mask. We were led back into the main room, the masks still clinging tightly to our faces. "You've done well," the man in the suit said, pacing in front of us. "But now it's time to see who you really are." He gestured to the table, where 3 small mirrors had been placed. "Remove your masks." My heart raced. The mask felt like it had become a part of me, like it was attached to my very skin. I hesitated, but the others were already reaching up, their hands trembling as they peeled their masks away. The woman in the red mask was the first to scream. She touched her face, her blank, featureless face. Where her eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was nothing, just smooth, empty skin. The girl in the green mask gasped, her hands shaking as she realized the same horrible truth. My hands were shaking as I reached for my own mask. It felt heavier now, like it didn't want to come off. But I pulled, and with a sickening snap, the mask came free. I looked into the mirror. I had no face, no identity. I was nothing. The man in the suit smiled. "Welcome to the game." I dropped the mask in horror, but as soon as it left my hands, I felt my skin begin to change. The mask wasn't gone. It had become me. My identity, my existence, was now tied to the mask. I wasn't a contestant anymore. I was part of the show.
Countdown to oblivion. I should have known better than to sign up for the show, but in a world where survival was a luxury and most of us lived in squalor, Countdown to Oblivion was the only shot for people like me to escape. It was a death-defying game show, but if you won, you got enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. It sounded too good to be true. I guess, deep down, I knew it was. The show was broadcast on every screen in the city, every household forced to watch as contestants fought for their lives in impossible challenges. But no one ever talked about the ones who didn't make it, about the consequences of failure. I'd watched the show from the filthy couch in my one-room apartment, alone, like most people. It had become a spectacle, a grotesque ritual where the crowd cheered on the brutal deaths of the unlucky contestants. But there was one thing the audience didn't know. No contestant had ever won. Not really. And yet here I was, standing in front of the massive studio doors, about to join the madness. The promise of wealth, of escape, was too powerful to resist. When the doors slid open with a hiss, I stepped inside, the bright neon lights of the studio burning into my retinas. A holographic announcer appeared in front of me, her smile wide and artificial, the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Welcome to Countdown to Oblivion, Lily Grey," she said, her voice overly chipper. "Are you ready to face the challenge of a lifetime?" I swallowed hard, the weight of what I was doing crashing down on me. I had no choice now. This was it. "I'm ready." The announcer's smile grew, her holographic form shimmering in front of me. "Excellent. Remember, the rules are simple. Complete each task before the countdown reaches 0. Each failure advances the clock. And when the countdown hits 0, well, let's just say you don't want that to happen." I didn't need her to explain. Everyone knew what happened when the clock ran out. Complete annihilation. With a wave of her hand, the announcer activated the countdown. A massive screen materialized above me, glowing in bright red letters. 30:02. 30 minutes. That's all I had. "Your first challenge begins now!" I barely had time to process her words before the floor beneath me shifted, splitting apart to reveal a massive chasm. A narrow metal beam extended across the gap, and on the other side was a lever, my only way to stop the clock. I was no acrobat. I wasn't trained for this. I was just a girl who'd grown up scavenging scraps from the ruins of a dying city. But now I had no choice. I stepped onto the beam, my legs shaking beneath me as I struggled to keep my balance. The chasm below seemed bottomless, its darkness stretching into infinity. One wrong step, one moment of hesitation, and I'd fall. The clock ticked down mercilessly above me. 29:32. I forced myself to move, one foot in front of the other. The beam wobbled beneath me, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear the crowd cheering on the other side of the screen. Halfway across, the beam tilted sharply, and I nearly lost my balance. My arms flailed, my body swaying dangerously as I fought to keep from falling. My breath caught in my throat, panic tightening its grip around my chest. The countdown continued to tick. 29:01. I couldn't afford to fail. Not now. Not on the first task. With one final push, I reached the other side, grabbing the lever with both hands and yanking it down. The clock above me froze at 28:47, and I let out a shaky breath of relief. One task down, but the relief was short-lived. I knew there were more to come. Worse ones. The holographic announcer reappeared, her eyes glinting with a strange satisfaction. "Well done, Lily, but don't get too comfortable. The next challenge is about to begin." The ground shifted again, pulling me into the next stage of the game. The second challenge was worse. I found myself in a large circular room with towering walls of steel. At the center of the room was a platform, and on that platform was a series of switches and dials, all glowing faintly in the dim light. "Welcome to your second challenge," the announcer's voice echoed through the room. "In this task, you must deactivate the death trap before the countdown hits 0. Each wrong switch advances the timer. And of course, there's a little surprise for you." I barely had time to process her words before the walls began to move. Slowly, inexorably, they started closing in on me, the grinding sound of metal on metal filling the air. My heart pounded in my chest as I rushed to the platform, my hands trembling as I stared at the switches. There were too many of them. Each one looked identical, and I had no idea which one to pull. There was no hint, no clue. It was pure chance. I reached for the first switch and pulled. The clock above me ticked down violently, dropping 2 minutes in an instant. 26:47. "No!" I gasped, yanking my hand back. The walls were closer now, looming over me, their cold surface reflecting the red glow of the countdown. I tried again, pulling another switch. This time, the countdown dropped even faster, plummeting to 24:12. My breath caught in my throat, the panic rising as the walls continued their relentless approach. I could feel the cold metal closing in, the space around me shrinking by the second. The walls were so close now that I could barely move. My body trembled as I reached for one last switch, praying that this was the one. With a deep breath, I pulled it. The walls stopped. The countdown froze at 23:01. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, my entire body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The room was still, the walls unmoving. I had done it. I had survived. But I wasn't done yet. The clock was still ticking, and I knew the worst was yet to come. The third and final stage was different. I found myself in a room of mirrors, each one reflecting a distorted version of me. The air was thick with tension, the silence pressing down on me like a weight. The countdown hovered above me, 23:01. Time was running out. "This is your final challenge, Lily." The announcer's voice echoed through the room. "All you have to do is find the door. It's simple, if you can see through the illusion." I turned in circles, searching for the door, but every direction was the same. Mirrors stretched endlessly around me, each one showing a warped reflection of my face, my body twisted and grotesque. The walls seemed to shift as I moved, the reflections following me with every step. The countdown ticked on. 21:42. I was running out of time. I walked deeper into the maze, my reflection growing more distorted with each step. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The mirrors taunted me, each one showing me a version of myself I didn't recognize. And then I saw it, a door hidden behind one of the mirrors. My heart leapt in my chest as I rushed toward it, my hand reaching for the handle. But the moment I touched it, the door vanished, replaced by another mirror. My reflection sneered at me from the other side, its eyes cold and empty. "No," I whispered, backing away. "This can't be happening." The countdown ticked faster. 19:12. I had to find the door. I had to escape. But every door I found was an illusion, a trick designed to waste my time. The room closed in around me, the mirrors multiplying, their reflections warping beyond recognition. The clock hit 1500, and I could feel the pressure building, the weight of time crushing me. My head pounded, my vision blurring as I stumbled through the maze, my hands trembling with fear. And then, in the far corner of the room, I saw it, the real door. It was smaller, less obvious, almost hidden behind the mirrors. I ran toward it, my legs burning with exhaustion, my heart pounding in my chest. With a final burst of energy, I reached the door, my hand grasping the handle and pulling it open. The countdown froze at 5:12. I had won. I stepped through the door, expecting relief, expecting freedom. But instead, I found myself back where I started, standing in the same warehouse, the same holographic announcer smiling at me. "Congratulations, Lily Gray," she said, her voice too calm, too rehearsed. "You've won." I blinked, confused. "What do you mean? I already did this. I finished the game." Her smile didn't falter. "Oh, but the game is never truly finished. Don't you see?" The countdown reappeared above me, the glowing red numbers ticking down from 30 and 12. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, I won. I did everything right." The announcer's eyes gleamed with something dark, something cruel. "The game was never meant to be won, Lily. It was always meant to reset." I turned, desperate to find a way out, but the warehouse was the same. The room was the same. I was back at the beginning, trapped in the same nightmare. And as the countdown started again, I realized the most horrifying truth of all. I would never escape. My memory of the last game would be erased, and I would start over, doomed to play the game forever.
The forest of no return. We were just supposed to be hiking, a normal day, in what we thought was just a normal forest. It was me, Taylor, Kyle, and Jenna, friends since high school who'd grown apart over the years, but still kept in touch. It had been Jenna's idea to take a weekend camping trip to reconnect. Taylor had scoffed at the idea, Kyle complained the whole way there, and I just went along with it, figuring it'd be nice to get out of the city for a few days. The plan was simple. Hike up to Devil's Peak, camp overnight, then hike back down the next day. Nothing too intense, just a chance to get away and enjoy some fresh air. We had no idea what we were walking into. We set off early in the morning, the sky still pink from the rising sun. The forest was dense, the trees towering overhead, casting long shadows across the narrow trail. It was quiet, too quiet now that I think about it. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our boots crunching on the dirt path. "This place is creepy," Taylor muttered, glancing around nervously. She was always the jumpy one, but something about the forest seemed to amplify her unease. "It's just a forest," Jenna said, rolling her eyes. "We'll be at the campsite by noon, relax." I tried to ignore the knot forming in my stomach, but the deeper we walked into the woods, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The trees seemed to loom closer, the shadows darker, like the forest itself was swallowing us whole. It wasn't long before we realized we were lost. By noon, we should have been at the campsite, but instead, we found ourselves wandering in circles. The trail had disappeared, and no matter which direction we went, the trees all looked the same, tall, dark, and endless. "This isn't right," Kyle said, his voice shaky. "We've passed this tree like 3 times. Jenna pulled out the map, her brow furrowed. "I don't understand. We were following the trail perfectly. It should be right here." But there was no trail, just an endless sea of trees, stretching on forever. "We should turn back," Taylor said, her voice trembling. "Something's wrong with this place." None of us argued. We turned around and started walking back the way we came, or at least we thought we did. But no matter how far we walked, the forest only seemed to get darker, the trees pressing closer together, the shadows deepening. And then Taylor was gone. One moment she was walking right beside me, and the next she vanished. There was no sound, no scream, just empty space where she had been. We stopped dead in our tracks, panic flooding through us. "Taylor?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Taylor." No answer, just the suffocating silence of the forest. Jenna and Kyle exchanged terrified glances. "We need to find her," Jenna said, her voice shaking. She couldn't have gone far. But I knew deep down that we weren't going to find her. The forest had taken her, and it was coming for the rest of us. We searched for Taylor for hours, calling her name until our voices were hoarse, but there was no trace of her. It was as if the forest had swallowed her whole. As the sun began to set, the air grew colder and the forest seemed to come alive. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, moving between the trees, always just out of sight. I could feel them watching us, waiting. And then we heard the whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it was too distinct, too deliberate. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a low, eerie voice that sent chills down my spine. "Let the game begin." I froze, my blood running cold. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Jenna nodded, her face pale. "What game?" Before any of us could respond, the forest shifted around us. The trees moved, their branches twisting and contorting as if they were alive. The ground beneath us trembled, and in the distance I heard the unmistakable sound of something moving through the trees, something not human. "We need to run," Kyle said, his voice shaking. But there was no direction to run. The forest had become a labyrinth, an endless maze of trees and shadows with no way out. And then I saw them. Figures, moving between the trees. Tall, gaunt, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, their eyes glowing in the dim light. They moved with unnatural speed, their bodies flickering in and out of sight like phantoms. "They're coming," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to hide." We ran. The forest was no longer just a forest. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was hunting us. The figures moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Hide, or be found." We dove behind a fallen tree, our breath coming in ragged gasps. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could barely think through the terror gripping me. "They're playing with us," Kyle whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's a game. We have to hide, or they'll take us." I nodded, my body trembling. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew he was right. This was no ordinary forest. The things hunting us weren't human. They were something else, something ancient and malevolent. We stayed hidden for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers, the rustling of leaves as the figures moved through the forest, searching for us. And then I heard it, Kyle's scream. I turned just in time to see him being dragged into the darkness by one of the figures, its long, bony fingers wrapped around his arm. His scream was cut off abruptly, swallowed by the forest. Jenna and I were the only ones left. We ran again, deeper into the forest, but no matter where we went, the figures were always behind us, always getting closer. The forest seemed to shift around us, twisting and warping, trapping us in its endless maze. Jenna was panting, barely able to keep up. "We can't outrun them," she gasped. "We need to hide." I nodded, my chest burning with exhaustion. There was no use running. The only way to survive was to hide and hope the figures didn't find us. We crouched behind a cluster of thick bushes, our bodies pressed close to the ground. The whispers were louder now, echoing through the trees, taunting us. Come out, wherever you are." I squeezed my eyes shut, my hands shaking. I couldn't take it anymore. The fear was too much, too overwhelming. And then I heard Jenna scream. My eyes snapped open just in time to see her being dragged away by the figures, their long arms coiling around her like snakes. I watched in horror as she disappeared into the darkness, her screams fading into the distance. I was alone. The forest was silent now, the figures nowhere to be seen. I stayed hidden for what felt like hours, too terrified to move. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing. I had to get out of here. I had to escape. Slowly I stood, my legs trembling beneath me. The forest was still, the air thick with tension. I moved carefully, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of the figures. And then I saw it. A break in the trees, a way out. I ran toward it, my heart racing. The trees seemed to pull back as I moved, the shadows retreating. The forest was letting me go. I burst through the tree line and into the open air, gasping for breath. I had made it. I had escaped. But something was wrong. The air was cold, too cold. The sky was dark, and the trees around me were tall and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. It was the same forest. I hadn't escaped. I had never escaped. And in the distance I saw them, new figures, new hunters, moving through the trees. The game was starting again.
The endless carnival. The carnival showed up overnight. There were no signs, no announcements, just a strange eerie glow on the horizon as dusk settled over Hollow Bend. Our town was small, one of those places where everyone knew each other and nothing much happened. So when the carnival appeared, everyone's curiosity got the better of them. It was Jenna who called me first. "Chris, you're not going to believe this," she said, excitement buzzing in her voice. "A carnival just showed up outside of town. No one saw it coming, but it's huge. We're all going tonight." I hesitated, staring out my window at the darkening sky. Something didn't feel right about it. Hollow Bend didn't get things like this. No one ever visited us. But I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. What else was I going to do on a boring Friday night? An hour later, I was standing at the entrance to the carnival with Jenna, my best friend since middle school, and a few others from town. It was like something out of a dream or a nightmare. Bright, colourful tents stretched up toward the sky, twisted rides flickered in neon lights, and music blared from speakers hidden in the shadows. But something about the music felt off. It was a little too slow, a little too warped, like a recording that had been left to decay for decades. Creepy, right? I muttered to Jenna as we walked through the gates. She shrugged, looking around with wide eyes. It's just a carnival, Chris. Relax. But the moment we stepped inside, I felt a chill crawl down my spine. There were people everywhere, but they didn't look like they belonged. Their movements were stiff, almost mechanical. And the workers, those running the booths and rides, wore blank masks, hiding their faces entirely. The masks weren't painted, weren't even stylized, just simple, expressionless ovals, the kind you might see in some low-budget horror movie. "Come on, let's play a game," Jenna said, dragging me toward one of the booths. I followed, but every step deeper into the carnival felt wrong, like I was descending into something much darker than a fun night out. The booth Jenna chose was one of those classic carnival games. Knock down the bottles with a ball, win a prize. The man behind the counter, if you could call him a man, stood there, unmoving, his blank mask watching us silently. His hands were unnaturally long, his fingers too thin, too bony. His voice, when he spoke, was distorted and hollow, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. "Care to play?" Jenna picked up one of the balls and tossed it lightly between her hands. "Let's do it." The bottles were stacked neatly in a pyramid, and Jenna's first throw seemed solid. The ball hit them dead center, but instead of toppling over, the bottles multiplied, like they'd absorbed the hit and grown taller. "What the—" Jenna frowned, looking back at me. "Did you see that?" The man behind the counter chuckled, a low, grating sound that sent chills through me. "Try again." I didn't like this, not one bit, but Jenna was already gearing up for another throw. This time, when the ball hit, the bottles seemed to stretch upward, elongating, twisting into shapes that didn't make sense. The lights around the booth flickered, and the music in the background warped even more, the notes blending into a distorted hum. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. But before we could move, the ground beneath us shifted. The whole carnival seemed to tilt, the lights dimming as the air grew colder, heavier. The colourful tents and booths faded into the shadows. The once vibrant carnival, now nothing but an eerie, decaying funhouse. "We're trapped," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling, and I knew she was right. The carnival was no longer a place of games and fun. The rides loomed over us like skeletal monsters, their lights flickering on and off, casting long shadows across the ground. The people around us, the ones who had been walking and laughing just minutes before, had changed. Their faces were hidden behind those same blank masks, and their movements were stiff, jerky, like puppets being controlled by invisible strings. "We need to find the exit," I said, grabbing Jenna's arm and pulling her through the thinning crowd. But the exit was gone. No matter which direction we ran, we only found more tents, more rides, more sinister attractions that seemed to stretch on forever. The carnival twisted around us, trapping us inside its maze. "Chris, look!" Jenna whispered, pointing toward a large, ominous tent in the distance. It was a funhouse, or at least that's what it looked like. The entrance was shaped like a giant clown's face, its mouth wide open, revealing a dark, spiraling tunnel. The sign above it read, "The House of Mirrors." "We don't have a choice," Jenna said, her voice tight. "It might be a way out." I didn't want to go in, but staying out here felt worse. So we ran toward the funhouse, the clown's twisted grin watching us as we entered its mouth. Inside, the air was thick and suffocating, the lights dim and flickering. We stumbled through a narrow hallway, our reflections distorted in the mirrors that lined the walls. Each reflection seemed to stretch and twist, mocking us with exaggerated, grotesque versions of our faces. "Jenna, this place is a trap," I muttered, my pulse racing. "I know," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "But we have to keep moving." But then, as we reached the center of the funhouse, the floor beneath us gave way. Jenna screamed as she was pulled into the darkness below, her hand slipping from mine. "Jenna!" I yelled, but my voice echoed in the empty space, swallowed by the endless carnival. I ran through the funhouse, desperate to find Jenna, but the walls shifted around me, the mirrors warping until I couldn't tell which direction I was going. Every reflection showed me something worse, a version of myself that was pale, gaunt, my eyes sunken, my face twisted in fear. When I finally stumbled out of the fun house, I found myself back in front of the booths, but everything had changed. The booths were now larger, more ominous, and the games had become more sinister. The man behind one booth, wearing a blank mask, beckoned me closer with a crooked finger. "Play," he said in that hollow, distorted voice. I didn't want to, but the carnival didn't give me a choice. My hands moved on their own, picking up a ball at the booth. The game was different this time. The bottles weren't ordinary. They had faces, human faces. They blinked, their eyes watching me as I hesitated. I threw the ball, and as it hit the bottles, they let out a bone-chilling scream. The sound reverberated through the carnival, and I staggered back, covering my ears. The bottles reassembled, taller now, their faces distorted into cruel grins. "You cannot leave," the masked man whispered. "Not until you've played." The ground beneath me trembled, and I fell to my knees. I didn't know what to do. The carnival wouldn't let me escape. But then I saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance past the rows of booths, a way out. I ran toward the light, my legs burning with exhaustion. The carnival twisted around me, but I pushed forward, determined to escape. I reached the Ferris wheel, now towering over the carnival like a decaying skeleton. A figure stood in front of it, wearing a mask shaped like a skull. He was the ringmaster, the one controlling the games, the one who held the power. "This is your final game," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "Ride the wheel, and you will be free." I didn't trust him, but I had no other choice. I climbed into the Ferris wheel car, the metal creaking beneath me. The wheel began to turn, slowly lifting me into the sky. As it rose, I could see the entire carnival stretched out below me, an endless maze of twisted games, shadowy figures, and eerie lights. The wheel reached the top, and for a moment, everything was still. The lights flickered, and the carnival below seemed to dissolve into mist, the games fading into nothingness. Had I won? Had I escaped? The car descended, and as I stepped out, the carnival was gone. I was standing in an open field, the stars above me, the air fresh and clean. Relief flooded through me. I had done it. I had escaped. But as I walked through the empty field, something felt wrong. The ground was too quiet, the air too still. And then I saw it. The carnival wasn't gone. It had spread. The tents, the rides, the booths, they were everywhere, stretching out in every direction. The entire town had become the carnival, and I was part of it now. I looked down at my hands, and my heart stopped. I was wearing a mask, a blank, featureless mask, just like the ones the workers had worn. I hadn't escaped the carnival. I had become part of it.
Death's riddle. I never expected my life to hinge on a series of riddles, but that's what happened. It began with a simple envelope, unmarked and slipped under my door one evening. I was used to flyers for sales or junk mail, but this was different. There was no return address, just my name written on the front. I was curious, so I opened it. Inside, a single card read, "You have been selected to play the game of riddles. Solve or perish." At first I thought it was some sort of prank or a weird marketing gimmick, but the moment I held the card, something shifted in the air around me. It felt heavier, like the room itself was closing in, the walls vibrating with an energy I couldn't explain. I should have thrown it away. I should have walked out of my apartment and pretended I never saw it. But instead, I sat down at my kitchen table and stared at the card. Underneath the text was the first riddle. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? I frowned, my mind spinning through possible answers. It seemed familiar, something I'd heard before in childhood. An echo. The answer is an echo, I said aloud, my voice shaking. As soon as I spoke, the card disintegrated in my hands, turning to fine ash and scattering across the table. In its place, another envelope appeared, identical to the first. My pulse quickened. It wasn't a prank. I opened the new envelope. Correct. But this is only the beginning. I should have stopped. I should have run. But there was something pulling me deeper, a strange compulsion that I couldn't shake. The card held a new riddle. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Footsteps, I thought instantly. The more you walk, the more footsteps you leave. I whispered the answer. The card crumbled, and once again, a new envelope materialized before me. This was no ordinary game. The riddles became darker, more complex, with each new card. And soon, I realized the stakes were higher than I'd imagined. The third riddle was waiting for me when I woke the next morning. I found the envelope resting on my bedside table, as if someone had placed it there while I slept. This time there was no greeting, just a riddle. I am always hungry. I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I? This one was easy. Fire. But as I prepared to say the answer, something in the air shifted. The room grew unbearably hot, like an oven turned to full blast. Beads of sweat formed on my skin, my breath coming faster. The heat was suffocating. I looked around frantically, trying to figure out where the heat was coming from, but there was no source. It was just there, filling the air, pressing down on me. If I answered wrong, would the fire consume me? I forced myself to stay calm, to focus. Fire, I whispered. The heat vanished instantly, leaving me gasping for breath. The card disintegrated, replaced with another. Correct, but don't let your guard down. The next one may burn more than just your skin. I realized then that this wasn't just a game of intellect. It was a game of survival. The riddles continued to come, each one more twisted than the last, and the dangers became more real. I wasn't just guessing answers anymore. I was trying to stay alive. One riddle asked me to solve a puzzle involving a poison. If I had guessed wrong, I was certain the drink on the table beside me would have been laced with something lethal. Another riddle tested my ability to find a hidden object in my apartment within a time limit. If I hadn't, I could feel the air thinning, as if I would suffocate if I failed. But there was more to the game than just riddles. The more I solved, the more I felt something dark creeping into my mind. The answers unlocked truths about the universe, about life and death, about things I wasn't supposed to know. By the time I reached the 10th riddle, I wasn't sure if I was playing the game, or if the game was playing me. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. What am I? I knew the answer before I even read the full riddle. Fire, again. But when I spoke it this time, the lights in my apartment flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. I could feel it then, something watching me. Something that had been watching me all along. The shadows in the room shifted, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the corner, its eyes gleaming in the faint light from the window. But when I blinked, it was gone. The card crumbled, and another appeared. This one was different. It was thicker, heavier. The ink on it seemed to pulse, as if alive. You are close. The final riddle awaits. I didn't sleep that night. I was too afraid of what might happen if I closed my eyes. Too afraid that the game wasn't just a game anymore. I was caught in its web, and there was no way out except to finish it. The final riddle came the next morning, like all the others. But this one was different. It was longer, more complex, and there was something about the words that made my skin crawl. I am the beginning of the end, and the end of time and space. I am essential to creation, and I surround every place. What am I? The words felt heavy in my mind, like they were pressing down on my thoughts, trying to crush them. I read the riddle over and over, trying to make sense of it, but the more I read, the less it made sense. The beginning of the end? The end of time and space? It felt impossible, like it was asking something beyond human comprehension. I paced the room, my mind racing. I knew this was it, the final riddle. If I answered wrong, I knew I wouldn't survive. But the answer eluded me. Creation, time, space. And then it hit me. It wasn't a thing. It was a concept. It was everything. I was the answer. The game had been leading me here all along. Each riddle had been a step closer to this realization. The answer to the final riddle was me. I am the answer, I whispered, the words trembling in the air. The card disintegrated in my hands, but something felt wrong. The room around me seemed to shift, the walls warping, bending. My body felt lighter, as if I was fading, dissolving into the air. And that's when I realized the horrible truth. I was the answer to the riddle. The game had been about me all along. Every riddle, every question had led to this moment. But in solving the final riddle, in realizing that I was the answer, I had undone myself. I looked down at my hands, watching in horror as they began to disappear, the skin flaking away like dust in the wind. My legs followed, my body fading, unraveling as if I had never existed at all. No, I whispered, but the sound barely escaped my lips. I was fading faster now, the room around me dissolving, collapsing into nothingness. I had solved the riddle, but in doing so, I had erased myself. The universe didn't need me anymore. I had served my purpose. I was the final answer. And now, I was gone.
The morning seemed ordinary enough. I was in the small Alaskan town, nestled in the shadows of the HARP facility, a place that had become the focus of my investigation. For weeks, rumors had been swirling, whispers of strange weather patterns, sudden cold snaps in the middle of summer, and freak lightning storms on clear days. People had gone missing too, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind nothing but overturned furniture and half-eaten meals. Odd phenomena near the facility had raised more questions than answers. The locals said it was cursed. Others blamed the government. But I needed more than rumors. I needed the truth. I had arrived here 3 days ago, armed with nothing but my notebook, a voice recorder, and a determination that I hoped would keep me alive. As an investigative journalist, I thrived on mysteries, on untangling the knots that others were too scared or too distracted to unravel. And HARP, this high-frequency active auroral research program, was one of those knots. Officially, it was a research facility, studying the ionosphere, but there were too many inconsistencies, too many strange stories. I walked the narrow, winding streets of the town, feeling the cold morning air bite at my skin. The sun barely broke through the thick gray clouds that always seemed to hang over this place. The air felt charged, like the moment before a lightning strike. I could feel it prickling against my skin, raising the hairs on my arms. I paused and looked around. Everything seemed quiet, almost too quiet. It began with a light, a strange, piercing light that cut through the thick Alaskan clouds like a knife. painting the grey sky with hues of deep red and violet. I stood in the small town square, feeling an inexplicable chill run down my spine as I gazed upward. The air was cold and still, heavy with a tension I couldn't quite place, like the moment before a storm breaks. The light grew brighter, intensifying, spreading across the sky in jagged, luminous streaks that seemed to dance and writhe as if alive. It wasn't like the auroras we were used to seeing in these parts. It was something else, something far more unsettling. It was as if the heavens themselves were splitting open, tearing at the seams. I heard a soft hum, barely audible at first, vibrating in my bones, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The light pulsed in rhythm with the hum, each flash brighter, each sound louder, resonating deeper in my chest. I felt my heart start to pound faster and my breath caught in my throat.
What the hell is that?
Someone murmured nearby. I could hear the fear in their voice, a tremor that mirrored my own growing unease. The birds were the first to react. A massive flock of them erupted from the trees lining the edge of town, their wings flapping furiously as they took to the sky in a panic, as if fleeing from some unseen predator. They wheeled and turned in unison, their shrill cries adding to the mounting tension, their dark forms silhouetted against the strange, pulsing light. I felt a creeping dread as I watched the birds twist and turn, their movements erratic, almost desperate. They flew in tight, frenzied circles, then suddenly scattered in every direction, disappearing into the darkening horizon. I had never seen birds move like that before, as if they were trying to outrun something terrible, something unseen. Moments later, I heard the animals, dogs barking wildly, their howls filled with a primal fear. Cats hissed and spat, darting into alleyways. Horses in the nearby stables whinnied, kicking against their stalls, eyes wide and rolling with terror. Even the insects seemed to quiet, their usual buzz and hum replaced by a silence that was somehow louder, more oppressive. The hum grew louder, a low rumble that built steadily, like a distant growl, growing deeper and more intense. The ground beneath my feet trembled slightly, just a faint vibration, but enough to make me feel unsteady. I glanced around, seeing the same look of fear reflected in the faces of everyone else in the square. People were looking up, whispering, pointing, some with their hands over their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. And then, without warning, a massive ear-splitting sound tore through the air, a noise like a scream from the very depths of hell. It was a shriek so high-pitched, so piercing, that it felt like it was tearing through my skull. I dropped to my knees, hands over my ears, trying to block it out. But it was everywhere, vibrating through my bones, rattling my teeth, clawing at my mind. "What is that?" I shouted, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. The light in the sky grew brighter, more blinding. I squinted against it, trying to see, to make sense of what was happening. And then I saw something, or thought I did. A shape, or a shadow, shifting in the brightness, moving behind the veil of light like a dark specter. It was as if the sky itself was tearing open, revealing a glimpse of something beyond. Something vast and unknowable, something that made my very soul shiver with dread. What is that?" I whispered, my breath fogging in the cold air. I couldn't look away, couldn't tear my eyes from that light. It seemed to pulse, to beat like a heart, and I felt a strange pull, a force drawing me in, compelling me to look deeper, to see what lay behind. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light flickered and went out, the sky snapping back to its overcast gray. The hum ceased, and the world was plunged into a heavy, oppressive silence. For a moment, it was as if everything had stopped. Time, breath, the very heartbeat of the world. But then, the earth beneath my feet buckled, and the ground gave way with a deafening roar. An earthquake? Here? It seemed impossible. It was as if the earth itself had come alive, thrashing and writhing like a wounded beast. The tremor hit hard without warning, and I was thrown to the ground. The street cracked open before me, a deep fissure splitting the asphalt like a wound. I could hear the screams, the terrified cries of people running, stumbling, falling as the ground shifted and heaved beneath them. I tried to stand, but the force of the quake was too strong. Buildings around me began to sway, their foundations groaning under the strain. Windows shattered, raining glass down like a deadly hailstorm. A lamppost snapped and fell with a metallic crash, narrowly missing a group of people who scattered in every direction. The earth trembled again, harder this time, and I saw a nearby building begin to collapse, its walls crumbling like sand. The sound was deafening, a roar that filled the air, mingling with the screams and cries, the shouts of those trying to find shelter, to find safety. I felt a strange force, a compulsion guiding me, pulling me away from the collapsing structures. It was like an invisible hand steering me through the chaos. I didn't know how, but I managed to dodge falling debris, leaping over a widening chasm that had opened in the road. I stumbled to my knees, panting, a faint hum vibrating through the ground beneath me again. But this time, it felt more like a heartbeat, a low, steady thrum that seemed to come from the earth itself. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the earthquake stopped. The ground settled, and a deep, eerie silence fell over the town. Dust hung in the air, thick and choking. I could taste it on my tongue, feel it clinging to my skin. I stood up slowly, my legs trembling, and looked around, trying to comprehend the devastation. But it wasn't just the destruction that bothered me. It was the silence, the unnatural stillness that seemed to hang in the air like a shroud. I could hear the faint crackling of fires, the distant wail of sirens, but beneath it all, there was that hum, that low, steady vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The scene before me was like something out of a nightmare. Buildings lay in ruins, their walls reduced to rubble, their roofs collapsed inward like broken shells. Smoke rose from fires that had ignited in the chaos, dark plumes curling into the sky. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning wood, of scorched earth, of something chemical, metallic. Bodies were scattered across the ground, some moving, struggling to rise, others eerily still. Blood stained the streets, pooling in the cracks of the broken pavement. I saw a mother cradling her child, her face streaked with tears and dirt. An elderly man lay motionless, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. A dog whined nearby, limping, its fur matted with dust and blood. Animals ran wild, darting through the rubble. Deer, rabbits, stray cats and dogs, all fleeing from something unseen. Birds circled overhead, their cries sharp and panicked. I heard the distant wail of sirens, but they seemed muted, far away, almost unreal. It was like hell itself had been unleashed upon the town, a wave of destruction that had spared nothing in its path. Except for one thing. I turned my gaze toward the HARP facility, looming at the edge of town. It stood untouched, its walls unblemished, its structure whole, as if the chaos that had ravaged everything else had simply skipped over it. The stark, grey building stood against the ruined landscape like a silent sentinel, its windows dark, its doors closed, its secrets hidden. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the facility, at the one building left standing in a town that lay in ruins. There was something wrong about it, something deeply unsettling. I felt the compulsion again, the force pulling me toward it, urging me to come closer, to see what lay within. I took a step forward, my eyes fixed on the facility, on the answers I felt it held. The hum in the ground seemed to grow louder, a low, insistent thrum that echoed in my bones. "What are you hiding?" I whispered, more to myself than to anyone else. "What are you?" And in that moment I knew that whatever had just happened, whatever strange light had torn the sky, whatever force had shaken the earth, it had started there within those walls. I felt a rush of determination, a need to understand, to uncover the truth. I took another step toward the facility, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The world around me was a hellscape, a vision of destruction and death. But somehow I knew that was only the beginning, that the real nightmare, the real horror, waited for me inside that building. My thoughts raced. I needed to get closer, to see for myself. I took a step forward, but my ankle gave way, and I fell hard onto the cracked pavement. Pain shot through my leg, and I bit back a curse. I forced myself to breathe, to calm down, to think. I needed to get out of here, to regroup, to figure out my next move. But as I pushed myself up, I felt that force again, that strange compulsion pulling me toward the facility. Whatever happened, it started there. And I was going to find out why. I made my way through the devastated streets, moving slowly, carefully. The ground was still unsteady, and I had to pick my way around broken glass, splintered wood, and chunks of concrete. People were dazed, wandering in shock, their faces pale and drawn. Some were crying, others shouting, searching for loved ones. I felt a pang of guilt for not stopping to help, but I knew I couldn't. Whatever was happening here, it was bigger than any one person. I had to keep going. The hum grew louder as I approached the outskirts of town, closer to the HARP facility. The sky seemed darker here, the clouds thicker, more oppressive. The air felt heavier, charged with some kind of static electricity that made my skin tingle. I could see the perimeter fence in the distance, topped with razor wire and guarded by cameras. The glow I'd seen earlier was gone, replaced by a strange flickering, like heat waves rising off hot asphalt. I moved closer, trying to stay out of sight, keeping to the shadows. I knew I was taking a risk. If anyone caught me this close to the facility, they'd have questions, and I wasn't ready to answer them. But I had to see for myself. I had to know what was going on. I found a spot where the fence had been damaged, a section that had buckled and twisted in the quake. I slipped through, careful not to snag my clothes on the jagged metal. The ground inside was covered with debris, broken equipment, smashed crates, a twisted metal pole that looked like it had been torn from its base. I moved quickly, keeping low, my eyes scanning for any sign of movement. The facility was eerily quiet. No guards, no alarms, no sign of life at all. Just that hum, louder now, vibrating through my bones, making my teeth ache. I could see the main building up ahead, a squat gray structure with narrow windows and a single metal door. The door was ajar, swinging slowly on its hinges. I hesitated for a moment, then moved forward, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached the door and peered inside. The hallway was dark, lit only by flickering emergency lights. The walls were cracked and the floor was covered in dust and debris. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing in the silence. As I moved deeper into the building, the hum grew louder, more insistent. I could feel it in my chest, in my head, like a low, constant pressure. I passed empty rooms, their contents scattered and broken, papers fluttering in the faint breeze. I reached a staircase and started down, the sound growing louder with each step. And then I saw it. A door at the end of the hallway, slightly ajar, light spilling out from the crack. I moved closer, my heart racing. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was filled with monitors, computers, strange devices I didn't recognize. And in the center, a massive console covered in dials and switches, lights blinking in a rhythm that seemed almost alive. The hum was deafening now, a low, steady thrum that filled the room, vibrating through my bones. I stared at the console, trying to make sense of it all. And then, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A screen displaying a live feed of the town, the people, the destruction, and above it, a series of numbers counting down. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it wasn't good. I needed to get out of here, to warn someone, to do something. But as I turned to leave, the door slammed shut, and the lights flickered out. The hum rose to a deafening pitch, and I felt a strange pressure in my chest, a weight that seemed to press down on me from all sides. I stumbled back, my head spinning, my vision blurring, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on a thin, creaky cot in what looked like a makeshift hospital. My head throbbed and I tasted blood. I reached up and touched my forehead, wincing at the sting of a fresh cut. My fingers came away wet and red. Around me, the room was filled with the injured and the dying. The quake had left the town in shambles, and I had no idea how I had ended up here. I awoke to a dull, throbbing pain in my head and the harsh smell of antiseptic. My eyes blinked open, and I squinted against the harsh fluorescent light overhead. The ceiling swam into focus, stained tiles with cracks running through them, a single buzzing bulb hanging from a wire. I groaned and tried to sit up, but my body protested with a wave of dizziness. I lay back, breathing deeply, my mind struggling to catch up. Where was I? A makeshift hospital. That much was clear. Around me were rows of cots filled with the injured. Some people were bandaged, others moaning in pain, a few lying far too still for comfort. The quake had left its mark on everyone. I could hear the murmur of voices, the clatter of metal trays, the occasional cry for help. It smelled of blood, sweat, and fear. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to piece together what had happened. I'd been at the HARP facility. I remembered the earthquake, the strange hum, and then nothing. Had I blacked out? How did I end up here?
Hey, you're awake!
A voice said softly. I turned my head to see a nurse with a kind face leaning over me. She had tired eyes and her hair was pulled back into a messy bun.
You've got a nasty cut on your head. You're lucky to be alive.
Where am I? I managed to croak out. My throat felt raw and my voice was barely a whisper.
Temporary hospital. The quake hit hard. We're doing what we can.
She replied, glancing around as if to make sure no one was listening.
You were found near the HARP facility. They brought you here with the rest of the injured.
I looked at her, trying to make sense of it all. My head pounded, but I pushed past the pain. I had more pressing concerns. Did anyone say what happened at HARP? She hesitated, looking uncomfortable.
There's talk. Strange talk. People saying things they shouldn't. I don't know what to believe.
Before I could ask more, the curtain around my cot was pushed aside. A tall woman in a lab coat stepped in, her eyes sharp and assessing. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and she carried herself with an air of authority.
Excuse me,
she said to the nurse.
I need a moment with this patient.
The nurse nodded quickly and slipped away, leaving me alone with the stranger.
I'm Dr. Alara Moss.
She introduced herself, her voice low, almost conspiratorial.
I work at HARP.
I narrowed my eyes, trying to read her expression. Alex, I replied, pushing myself up a bit more despite the dizziness. Why are you here? She glanced around, making sure no one was nearby.
I came to check on you. You were found near the facility after the quake. It's unusual, to say the least. Most people don't get that close.
I felt a jolt of suspicion. How do you know that? She smiled, but there was no warmth in it.
I have my sources. Let's just say I know more about HARP than most. And I think you do too, or you wouldn't have been there.
I stared at her, unsure of her intentions. What do you know about the quake? About what's really going on? Her eyes flickered with something I couldn't quite place. Fear, maybe.
There are things happening at HARP. Things that shouldn't be possible. Anomalies. I've seen evidence of it myself. The earthquake is just the beginning.
My heart pounded in my chest. You mean HARP caused it?
I think so. But it's more complicated than that. The facility's experiments, well, They go far beyond just weather control. I'm not sure how much I can say here, but there's more at stake than you realize.
Tell me, I insisted, leaning closer. I need to know. People are dying. Before she could respond, a shout erupted from outside the makeshift hospital. I turned my head sharply and saw a crowd gathering, panic spreading like wildfire. I looked back at Ilara, but she was already stepping back, her face pale.
I have to go. Find me later. We need to talk, but not here. Too many ears.
With that, she slipped away, disappearing into the chaos. I cursed under my breath, frustrated, but there was no time to dwell on it. I needed to find out what was happening outside. I pushed myself off the cot, ignoring the throbbing in my head, and limped toward the commotion outside. The moment I stepped out of the tent, I felt the tension in the air. People were shouting, pointing at the sky. I followed their gaze and felt my stomach twist in fear. The clouds overhead were darkening, thickening, swirling in unnatural patterns. Lightning crackled across the sky, but there was no thunder, just an eerie, almost silent flicker of electricity. The temperature dropped sharply, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. It was summer, but the air felt like midwinter. What the hell is going on? I muttered to myself, pushing through the crowd.
It's HARP.
A woman whispered near me, her voice trembling.
They're doing this. It's all them.
The whispers grew louder, more frantic. People were terrified. I could feel it. Their fear, their confusion, and I couldn't blame them. I was scared too. The sky churned and the wind picked up, howling through the ruins of the town. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. I turned back toward the tent, planning to find Ilara, but I stopped short when I overheard a conversation between two paramedics.
Another one just dropped dead. No signs, no symptoms, just gone.
The other paramedic shook her head.
That's the third today. What the hell is happening?
My heart raced. People were dying, and not just from injuries or exposure. Something else was killing them, something unseen, something that didn't make sense. I needed to know more. I moved closer, pretending to check my bandage so I could listen in.
They're saying it's radiation. But how? There wasn't any leak. No explosion. It's like the air itself is poisoned.
Radiation? I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. What could cause that? I needed answers, and fast. I turned on my heel and headed back toward the town, determined to find Ilara. She knew something, and I had a feeling it was more than she was letting on. The town seemed to grow darker as I walked. The wind whipped at my face, and the temperature continued to drop. I could hear distant crashes, the sound of trees snapping, roofs collapsing. The weather was getting worse by the minute, and I could feel a new kind of panic setting in among the survivors. I had to find Ilara, had to get some answers before things got even worse. As I approached the center of town, I saw her, standing with a small group of people near a collapsed building. She was talking quickly, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. I pushed my way through the crowd, catching the end of her sentence.
It's not just weather, it's energy, frequencies. They're manipulating more than just the atmosphere.
I grabbed her arm, pulling her aside. You need to tell me what's going on, Ilara, now. She looked around nervously, then back at me.
Not here. Too many people. Follow me.
She led me to a small alley out of sight from the crowd.
Look, HARP isn't just about weather control. They've been experimenting with frequencies, with the very fabric of reality. I don't know all the details, but I've seen enough to know they're playing with things they don't understand.
Frequencies? What do you mean?
They're trying to manipulate everything. Weather, energy, even biological processes. I've seen reports of strange deaths, like the ones happening now. People just stopping. No warning, no cause. I think it's connected to the experiments.
I felt a chill run down my spine. So, what are you saying? They're killing people? She hesitated.
Not on purpose, I think. But they're testing something, pushing boundaries. and it's having effects they didn't anticipate.
I clenched my fists, anger bubbling up. How do we stop it?
I don't know, but I think the answer is inside the facility. We have to go back.
Then we go back. Tonight. That night the town was in chaos. The weather had grown worse. Electrical storms tearing through the sky, sudden bursts of intense heat followed by frigid cold. People were fleeing, trying to find shelter, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The whole area seemed trapped in this strange, unnatural vortex. Ilara and I made our way to the edge of town, sticking to the shadows. We moved quickly, avoiding the eyes of the guards who had started patrolling the streets, their faces tense and alert. We reached the perimeter of the HARP facility and found the same gap in the fence where I had slipped through before. Ilara hesitated, glancing back at the town.
Are you sure about this?
We don't have a choice. People are dying, Ilara. We have to find out what's going on.
Okay, let's do it.
We slipped through the gap and made our way toward the facility. The hum was louder now, almost deafening, a constant vibration that seemed to shake the ground beneath our feet. The building loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, and I felt a knot of fear in my stomach. But I pushed it down. There was no turning back now. We reached the door, and I pushed it open slowly, peering inside. The hallway was dark, but I could see the faint glow of emergency lights in the distance. We moved quietly, our footsteps echoing in the silence. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, my breath quick and shallow. As we moved deeper into the building, the air grew colder and the hum grew louder. I could feel it in my bones, in my teeth, vibrating through my skull. It was almost unbearable. Then we heard it, a faint, distant scream. We froze, listening. Another scream closer this time. I felt a chill run down my spine. What is that? Ilara shook her head.
I don't know, but it's not good.
We continued forward, the screams growing louder, more frequent. I could see doors on either side of the hallway, some open, some closed. I peered into one, and my blood ran cold. Inside I saw a figure lying on the floor, twisted and contorted in a way that defied explanation. Their face was frozen in a silent scream, their eyes wide and staring, their body covered in burns. Ilara, I whispered, stepping back. What the hell is going on? She looked inside, her face going pale.
Oh my God, they're using them, testing on them.
I felt sick, my stomach turning. We have to find out what they're doing, and we have to stop it.
Let's keep moving.
We pushed on, deeper into the facility, the screams growing louder, the hum growing stronger. I could feel something building, something terrible. And I knew, without a doubt, that we were getting closer to the truth. And whatever that truth was, it was going to change everything. The wind howled like a wounded animal as Ilara and I crouched in the shadows, peering through the fence at the HARP facility. The dark structure loomed before us, almost alive with a pulse that seemed to emanate from deep within. The air was charged, vibrating with that same low hum that had haunted me since the earthquake. It felt like standing on the edge of an abyss, knowing something terrible waited below.
We have to move now. The guards are changing shifts. This is our best chance.
I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. The fear was there, gnawing at the edges of my mind. But something deeper pushed me forward, an insatiable need to know the truth. I took a deep breath and followed Ilara as she led the way through the gap in the fence, moving quickly and silently across the open ground. The facility's lights flickered, casting strange shadows that danced across the ground like spectral figures. We reached the side entrance, a heavy steel door that stood slightly ajar. I could feel the hum growing louder, more intense, like a living thing that thrummed in my bones. I exchanged a glance with Ilara. Her face was set in grim determination. Together, we slipped through the door and into the darkness beyond. Inside, the air was colder, thicker, filled with a strange static that seemed to cling to my skin. The corridor stretched out before us, dimly lit by flickering emergency lights. The walls were lined with strange symbols, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were somehow watching us, that the facility itself was alive and aware of our presence. We moved cautiously, every step a calculated risk. The silence was broken only by the occasional distant scream, a sound that twisted my stomach into knots. We turned a corner, and suddenly the corridor opened into a vast chamber, filled with the remains of something or someone. My breath caught in my throat. The room was littered with bodies, twisted, deformed bodies. They were scattered across the floor, some half buried under debris, others draped over broken equipment. Their limbs were bent at impossible angles, faces frozen in expressions of agony and terror. Some were charred as if burned from the inside out, their skin cracked and blistered. Others seemed almost melted, their flesh warped and fused with the metal around them. Ilara gasped beside me, her hand flying to her mouth.
Oh my God, what did they do here?
I swallowed hard, forcing myself to look, to take it all in. These people, they were experiments. Harp was doing something to them.
But what? This isn't just weather control.
I shook my head, my mind racing. No, this is something else. Something much worse. We stepped further into the chamber, moving between the bodies, careful not to touch anything. The hum was louder here, almost a roar, vibrating through the metal walls, through my bones, through my mind. I could feel it, like a presence pressing down on me, filling my head with static. Suddenly a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned, heart hammering, and saw a figure standing in the shadows. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and twisted. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, its eyes black and empty. It stared at us, unmoving, unblinking. Ilara, I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. She turned, saw the figure and froze.
What is that?
The figure took a step forward, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The air around it seemed to warp and twist, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. I could see its skin shifting, rippling, as if something was moving beneath it. We need to move, I said, grabbing her arm. Now! We backed away slowly, keeping our eyes on the creature. It watched us, its head tilting slightly, as if curious. Then, without warning, it lunged forward with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. We turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The hum grew louder, almost deafening, and I felt a pressure building in my head, like my skull was about to split open. I stumbled, nearly falling, but Ilara grabbed my arm and pulled me forward. We ran down the corridor, the creature's footsteps echoing behind us. We rounded a corner and slammed into a door. I pushed it open and we stumbled into another chamber, this one filled with strange pulsing lights and bizarre machinery. The door slammed shut behind us, and I heard the creature slam into it with a bone-shaking thud. What the hell was that? I gasped, leaning against the wall, trying to catch my breath.
I don't know, but it's not human.
No kidding, I muttered, looking around. Where are we? The room was filled with strange devices. Large humming machines with wires snaking across the floor, screens displaying incomprehensible data, and strange flickering lights that seemed to move of their own accord. I moved closer to one of the screens, trying to make sense of the information. Ilara, I called. Look at this. She joined me, her eyes scanning the data.
This doesn't make any sense. These readings, they're impossible.
I pointed to a series of numbers that seemed to be fluctuating wildly. What do you think they mean? She shook her head.
I don't know, but look at this.
She pointed to a section of the screen displaying a map. Only it wasn't a normal map. It showed layers, levels of reality stacked on top of each other, intersecting and overlapping in ways that defied logic. What the hell is this? I muttered, feeling a cold sweat break out on my forehead.
It's like...
She hesitated, searching for words.
It's like they're trying to map reality itself.
We continued to explore the room, our eyes scanning the strange equipment. I could feel something gnawing at the edges of my mind, a whispering, insistent voice that I couldn't quite make out. I moved toward a desk piled with documents, flipping through the papers. My hands trembled as I read the notes written in a hurried, almost frantic script. Ilara, these documents, they're talking about a simulation, a 4D simulation. She looked at me, eyes wide.
A simulation? What kind of simulation?
I shook my head, reading faster. I don't know. But it's like they're suggesting that our reality, everything we know, it's not real. It's a simulation, a construct.
That's impossible. It doesn't make any sense.
Does anything here make sense? I shot back, my voice sharper than I intended. Look at this. They're talking about layers of reality, about controlling variables, manipulating events. They've been running simulations, Ilara, and it looks like we're in one of them. She stared at me, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief.
You're saying we're not real? That we're, what, some kind of program?
I swallowed hard, my mind reeling. I don't know. But these notes, they're talking about anomalies. People who don't behave according to the simulation's parameters. People like us. Ilara's eyes widened.
You mean they know we're here?
I nodded, feeling a chill run down my spine. They've been monitoring us, and more than that, they've been manipulating us. She took a step back, her face pale.
But why? What do they want?
I shook my head, looking around the room, trying to find more clues. My eyes fell on a device on the desk, a small metallic object, glowing with a faint, pulsing light. I reached out, almost instinctively, and touched it. The moment my fingers brushed the surface, I felt a shock run through my body, a jolt of electricity that made me gasp. My vision blurred, and I felt a strange sensation in my head, like something was being pulled apart, unraveled. I stumbled back, clutching my head, and the room seemed to spin around me.
Alex!
Ilara shouted, grabbing my arm.
What's happening?
I don't know, I gasped, my voice strained. I touched it, and I feel different. She looked at the device, then back at me, her eyes wide with fear.
Different how?
I feel like I can see things, hear things. There's something in my mind, like a signal.
A signal?
Yes, I nodded, trying to focus. I can hear it like a voice, but not a voice. It's like data, information, flowing into my mind. Ilara stared at me, her face pale.
They've been enhancing you, monitoring you. You're part of the simulation's control mechanisms.
I felt a wave of nausea, my head spinning. Why? Why me?
I don't know. But I think they're using you. Using your abilities to manipulate the simulation.
My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. So, what do we do? She hesitated, then looked at me with a fierce determination.
We need to get to the core of this facility. Find out who or what is running this and stop it, before they do any more damage.
I nodded, swallowing my fear. Then let's go, before it's too late. We pushed deeper into the facility, moving quickly and quietly. The corridors seemed to twist and shift around us, like a maze that was constantly changing. I could feel the hum growing stronger, vibrating through my bones, through my mind. I could feel the signal, clearer now, like a voice whispering in my ear. Ilara, I whispered. I think I can hear them. She looked at me, her eyes wide.
Hear who?
The ones controlling this, the ones running the simulation. I can hear their thoughts, their plans. They're trying to stop us.
Then we keep moving. We're not stopping now.
We reached another door, and I pushed it open, revealing a vast chamber filled with strange machinery. In the center was a massive console, covered in switches, dials, and screens displaying incomprehensible data.
This is it. This is the control room.
I moved toward the console, my mind buzzing with information. I could feel the signal pulsing in my head, guiding me, telling me what to do. I reached out and touched the console, and a surge of energy flowed through me. I could see it now, the layers of reality, the different dimensions, all stacked on top of each other, all interconnected. I could see the simulation, the way it was manipulated, controlled. I could see the anomalies, the glitches, the errors in the code. Ilara, I whispered, my voice filled with wonder. I can see it. I can see everything. She looked at me, her eyes filled with fear and hope. I turned to her, a strange calm settling over me. We take control. We change the simulation from the inside. The hum that had been resonating in my bones now felt like a full-blown earthquake within me. My head pounded with the pressure of all the signals, information flooding my mind in chaotic bursts. I could barely think, let alone breathe, as the reality around us seemed to bend and twist, shadows elongating unnaturally, walls curving at impossible angles. I felt like I was standing on the edge of something vast and unfathomable, and I couldn't see the bottom. Ilara, I gasped, my voice trembling. What is this place? She looked at me with a mixture of fear and determination. Her eyes darted around the room, scanning the strange symbols and devices that lined the walls, as if piecing together a puzzle in her mind.
This isn't the core, Alex. We're still just scratching the surface. HARP isn't just a facility, it's a gateway.
A gateway to what? I demanded, even though a part of me already knew the answer, felt it in my bones.
To another dimension. A dimension where the control program is based. That's where we have to go to shut it down. We've been looking at this the wrong way. HARP isn't creating these phenomena on its own, it's channeling them from somewhere else.
I stared at her, disbelief and fear wrestling for control in my mind. You're saying we have to enter another dimension to stop this?
Yes. We need to find the source, the place where this simulation is being controlled. It's the only way to end this, to take back control.
How do we get there?
There's a portal. I've seen it in the data, the readings, the energy fluctuations. It's somewhere deep within this facility. We just have to find it.
I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. The idea of stepping into another dimension, a place where the laws of reality didn't apply, terrified me to my core. But what choice did we have? If we didn't act, if we didn't stop whatever was controlling HARP, more people would die. Maybe the whole world would be consumed by this madness. Okay, I finally said, my voice steadier than I felt. Let's find it. We moved quickly, navigating the twisting hallways, descending deeper into the facility. The further we went, the stranger things became. The air grew colder, and the lights flickered with an almost sentient malevolence. I could feel the hum growing stronger, vibrating through my bones, rattling my teeth. I could feel the pull of something ahead, a gravitational force that seemed to warp reality around it. And then we found it, a large metallic door at the end of a narrow hallway, covered in strange glowing symbols. The door seemed to pulse with an eerie light, and the hum was almost deafening now, a constant thrum that seemed to echo through every cell in my body.
This is it.
Ilara whispered, her hand trembling as she reached for the door. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. Let's do this. She pushed the door open, and we stepped through into a vast circular chamber. At the center was a large, swirling vortex of light and shadow, a portal that seemed to defy description. It was like looking into a mirror, but the reflection was distorted, twisted, a dark, rippling void that seemed to bend and warp around itself. I could feel a strange pull, a force tugging at me, drawing me closer to the portal. I could hear whispers, soft and indistinct, echoing from the other side. I glanced at Ilara. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, but she nodded.
On 3.
She said, gripping my hand tightly.
1, 2, 3.
We stepped forward, and the world around us shattered. The sensation was like being pulled through a needle's eye, my body compressed and stretched at the same time. I felt like I was falling, spinning, being torn apart and reassembled in an instant. The air was filled with strange, distorted sounds, voices whispering, crying, laughing, words I couldn't understand. The light around us twisted and danced, shifting through impossible colors. And then we were through. I stumbled, nearly falling as my feet hit solid ground. I gasped, looking around, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The world. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. Buildings floated in midair, their walls twisted into impossible shapes, stretching like elastic bands. Streets curled up into the sky, disappearing into the swirling clouds above. Time seemed to move in fits and starts, one moment racing forward, the next crawling backward. I saw people, or what looked like people, walking backward, their movements jerky and unnatural. Voices whispered from unseen corners, echoing all around us, the words unintelligible but filled with emotion, fear, anger, sadness. This is insane, I muttered, turning to Ilara. She was staring around, her face pale, her eyes wide.
We're in the other realm. This is where the control program is based.
I felt a shiver run down my spine. The air was thick, heavy with an unnatural energy. I could feel it pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe, to think.
We need to find the core. That's where the control program is. If we can reach it, we can shut it down.
Lead the way. We moved cautiously through the twisted landscape, every step a challenge. The ground shifted beneath our feet, sometimes solid, sometimes feeling like we were walking on air. The buildings loomed above us, their windows dark and empty, like eyes watching our every move. Suddenly the ground buckled and I stumbled, nearly falling into a gaping chasm that had opened before me. I grabbed Ilara's arm, pulling her back just in time. The chasm closed as quickly as it had appeared, the ground knitting itself back together like a wound healing in reverse. "Stay close," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. "This place, it's alive."
I know, I can feel it too.
We continued forward, navigating the shifting landscape. The air was filled with strange sounds, distant roars, the crackling of energy, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. I could feel something watching us, something unseen, its gaze heavy and cold. Then, without warning, the air around us seemed to explode. A burst of energy, like lightning, arced across the sky, striking the ground just inches from where we stood. I felt the heat, the raw power of it, and I threw myself to the side, pulling Ilara with me. We hit the ground hard, and I rolled over, my ears ringing, my vision blurred. I looked up, and my breath caught in my throat. Standing before us was a creature, something out of a nightmare. Its body was twisted, deformed, its skin a patchwork of scales and feathers, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It let out a low, guttural growl, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath us. "Ilara, run!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet. But she didn't move. She was staring at the creature, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock.
No, it's not real. It's just a projection, a defense mechanism.
I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Real or not, it's coming right at us. The creature lunged, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. I pushed Ilara out of the way, barely dodging its swipe. It roared, the sound deafening, and I felt a wave of heat wash over me. "We need to find the core," I shouted over the noise. "Now!" Ilara nodded, finally snapping out of her trance.
"This way,"
she said, taking off at a run. I followed her, the creature hot on our heels. The landscape shifted and warped around us, the ground rising and falling like waves on a stormy sea. I could hear the whispers growing louder, more frantic, filling my head with static. We ran through the twisted streets, dodging the floating debris, the shifting ground, the flashes of energy that arced across the sky. I could feel the air growing colder, thicker, like wading through water. My breath came in ragged gasps, my muscles burning with effort. Suddenly, a bolt of energy shot from the ground, striking Alara in the side. She cried out, collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing. "Alara!" I shouted, skidding to a stop and rushing to her side. She was trembling, her face contorted in pain. I could see her skin blistering where the energy had hit, her clothes smoking.
I can't.
She gasped, her eyes fluttering. "Hang on," I whispered, gripping her hand tightly. "I'm not leaving you." I looked around, searching for any sign of help, but the landscape was shifting again, the ground splitting and reforming, the buildings stretching and warping. I could feel something moving beneath the surface, something vast and hungry. "Alara, you have to get up," I urged, panic rising in my chest. "We have to keep moving." She tried to push herself up, but her strength was fading fast. I could see the pain in her eyes, the fear.
"Alex, you have to go. You have to finish this."
"No," I said firmly, my grip tightening on her hand. "I'm not leaving you behind." She shook her head, her eyes filled with tears.
"You have to. It's the only way. Go, before it's too late."
I felt a surge of anger, of frustration. I can't do this without you.
Yes, you can. You're stronger than you think. Trust yourself. Trust your abilities. You can do this.
I hesitated, torn between fear and determination, but then the ground beneath us shifted again, and I knew I didn't have a choice. "Okay," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. "I'll come back for you. I promise." She nodded, her eyes closing.
Go. Go now.
I stood up, my heart heavy, and turned to face the shifting landscape ahead. I could see the core now, a distant point of light, a beacon in the chaos. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and started to run. The ground trembled beneath me, the air crackling with energy. I could feel the simulation fighting back, trying to stop me, trying to pull me into the abyss. But I pushed forward, one step at a time, refusing to give up, refusing to let this twisted reality win. I could see the core growing closer, the light brighter, almost blinding. I could hear the whispers screaming now, a cacophony of voices, a symphony of madness. But I kept moving, kept pushing, my mind focused, my body driven by a single desperate need, to end this once and for all. As I reached the core, the ground beneath me seemed to vanish, and I found myself standing on nothing, surrounded by light and darkness, by chaos and order. I could feel the program, the control mechanism pulsing in front of me, a living thing made of data and energy. I reached out, my fingers brushing the surface, and felt a shock run through me, a jolt of electricity that filled my veins with fire. I screamed, but I didn't let go. I couldn't. This was it, the final step. I could feel the simulation pushing back, trying to eject me, trying to erase me. But I held on, pouring everything I had into the core, pushing my mind, my will, my very soul against the control that had bound us all. And then, with a final desperate push, I broke through. The world exploded in a flash of light, and I felt myself falling, spinning, tumbling through endless space. And as the darkness closed in, I heard a voice, soft and familiar, whispering in my ear, "It's not over yet, Alex. Not by a long shot." And then, there was only darkness. When I woke up, everything was dark and cold. The ground beneath me felt solid, but there was an uncomfortable sensation, as if it were subtly shifting, breathing. I blinked, my eyes adjusting slowly to the dim light. Gradually, the shapes around me came into focus, a vast, cavernous space filled with ancient machinery that hummed with a low, rhythmic pulse. Wires dangled like vines from the ceiling, and pipes snaked across the floor, carrying some unknown glowing liquid that seemed alive. "Ilara," I croaked, pushing myself up on shaky legs. My voice echoed strangely in the chamber, distorted, as if the walls were far away and also right beside me. I turned, frantically searching, and finally spotted her lying a few feet away. She was breathing, her chest rising and falling shallowly, but she looked pale and fragile, as if the energy had been drained from her. "Ilara!" I rushed over, kneeling beside her. I gently shook her shoulder. Her eyes fluttered open and she looked up at me, confusion clouding her gaze.
Alex? Where are we?
I glanced around, trying to make sense of the space. I think we're in the back end of the simulation, the place where everything is controlled. Her eyes widened with realization, and she pushed herself up, wincing in pain.
The core, the control center. This is where it all comes from.
I helped her to her feet, and we began to move slowly through the labyrinthine expanse, stepping over cables, ducking under pipes. The air was thick with an acrid smell, like burning metal mixed with ozone. As we walked, the strange rhythmic hum grew louder, resonating deep in my bones. After what felt like hours, we finally came upon it. A massive, decaying machine at the heart of the chamber. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, towering over us, covered in strange symbols and alien script that seemed to writhe and twist as we looked at them. The machine appeared ancient, its metal rusted and pitted, but it was still functioning, glowing with an eerie, pulsating light.
This is it.
Ilara whispered, her eyes wide with awe and fear.
This is what powers the simulation.
I stepped closer, my hand reaching out almost instinctively. The moment my fingers brushed the cold metal surface, I felt a jolt of electricity run through me, like a shock, but deeper, cutting to my core. Images flashed in my mind, fragmented visions of worlds beyond worlds, dimensions overlapping, timelines splintering and merging. I gasped, pulling my hand back. It's alive, I whispered, staring at the machine. It's more than just a computer. It's something else. Ilara nodded slowly.
It's alien. Not of our world. Maybe not of any world. It's like a living organism made of code and matter. A bridge between dimensions.
I moved closer again, this time more carefully, studying the machine. "We need to shut it down," I said, feeling a surge of determination. If this is what's controlling the simulation, then this is the source of Harp's power. We have to destroy it. Ilara shook her head, her expression grim.
Alex, look at it. This thing, it's not just a machine. It's integrated with reality itself. If we try to destroy it, we could destroy everything, ourselves included.
I hesitated, fear clawing at my gut. Then what do we do? She pointed to a terminal near the base of the machine.
We need to understand how it works first. Maybe there's another way to stop it, or at least to control it.
I nodded and approached the terminal, a small console covered in buttons and switches, with a screen that flickered with alien symbols. I reached out and began to manipulate the controls, moving almost instinctively, guided by the knowledge that seemed to flow into me from the machine itself. As I worked, the symbols on the screen began to shift, to rearrange themselves into something I could understand. Data flowed before my eyes, streams of information that told a story more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. I read aloud as the symbols coalesced into coherent text. Harp, it's not human-made. It's a tool given to us by entities from another dimension. Ilara's face went pale.
Entities?
I looked at her, my heart pounding. Interdimensional beings, beings of pure energy. They created this machine, this program, and they gave it to humanity to maintain control over the simulation.
But why? Why would they do that?
I scanned the data, searching for answers. For their sustenance. They feed on the energy generated by our existence, by our suffering, our struggles, our emotions. We're like batteries to them.
So, All of this, our reality, our world, it's all just lie.
I nodded slowly. For them is a source of power. They manipulate us, control us, and they've been doing it for longer than we can comprehend. I stared at the machine, my mind racing. That's why HARP can't be destroyed. It's part of the simulation's code. If we destroy it, we destroy everything. Ilara clenched her fists.
So what do? How do we fight something that's woven into the very fabric of our reality?
I took a deep breath, feeling a strange calm wash over me. We don't destroy it, I said softly. We control it. She frowned.
Control it? How?
I stepped back from the terminal and looked at her. The simulation, it's like a program, right? And every program has an interface, a way to access and manipulate it. If we can access that, if we can find the control interface, we can change the code. We can rewrite the rules. Her eyes widened.
You think we can rewrite reality itself?
If this machine is the core, the control center, then it should have an access point, a place where the code is open, where it can be changed. But we have to be careful. If the entities realize what we're doing...
They'll try to stop us.
Exactly. But we have to try. We have to find the access point and take control before they figure out what we're up to. We turned back to the machine, and I began to scan the data again, searching for any hint of an access point, a weak spot, something we could use. I could feel the machine's energy pulsing around me, a living force that seemed almost aware of my presence, aware of what I was trying to do. And then I saw it, a small glowing node on the screen, marked with a symbol that I instinctively knew was the access point. There, I said, pointing. That's it. That's the interface. Ilara nodded, her face set with determination.
Let's go.
We approached the node, and I reached out, touching it with my hand. Instantly, I felt a surge of energy, a jolt of electricity that shot through my body, filling my mind with light and sound. I could see the code, the endless streams of data, flowing around me, through me, like a river of information. I closed my eyes, focusing, feeling the connection, the link between my mind and the machine. I could feel it probing, searching, testing my defenses. I pushed back, using every ounce of mental strength I had, every bit of knowledge I'd gained from our journey. I felt a flicker of resistance, a force pushing back against me, but I kept pushing, kept fighting. And then, suddenly, I was in. I opened my eyes, and the world around me shifted. I was no longer in the chamber, no longer standing beside Ilara. I was in a vast, endless space, a void filled with light and darkness, with shapes and forms that defied description. I could feel the presence of the entities, could see them moving around me, beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and changing, their voices whispering in my mind. "Who are you?" one of them demanded, its voice like a crackling flame. I'm Alex, I replied, feeling strangely calm, and I'm here to take control. The entities seemed to laugh, a sound that resonated through the void, shaking the very fabric of the space around me. "You think you can control us?" Another voice hissed. "You are nothing, a mere glitch in the program." "I may be a glitch," I said, my voice steady, "but I'm a glitch that knows how to rewrite the code." I could feel them closing in, their energy pressing down on me, trying to force me out, to break the connection. But I held on, reaching deeper, searching for the core of the code, the place where reality could be rewritten. And then I found it, a small, glowing point of light, the very heart of the program. I reached out, my mind brushing against it, and felt a shock run through me, a jolt of pure energy that filled me with power, with knowledge. I could see it now. The code, the structure of the simulation, the rules that governed our reality. I could see how it all fit together, how it was all controlled, manipulated, And I knew in that moment that I had the power to change it. I turned to face the entities, my mind filled with a newfound clarity. "You've been controlling us for too long," I said, my voice echoing through the void. "But not anymore." I reached out, and with a single decisive thought I began to rewrite the code. The entities screamed, a sound that filled the void, shaking the very fabric of reality. But I didn't stop. I pushed forward, rewriting the rules, changing the parameters, taking control of the simulation. And then, with a final blinding flash of light, the world around me shattered. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the chamber, standing beside Ilara. The machine was quiet, the hum gone, the light dimmed. I could feel the connection still there, the power still flowing through me. I had done it. I had taken control. Ilara looked at me, her eyes wide with awe.
Did you do it?
I nodded, feeling a strange calm settle over me. "Yes," I said softly. "I did it. We're in control now." She smiled, a look of relief spreading across her face.
What now?
I turned to face the machine, feeling the power pulsing beneath my skin. Now, we decide what kind of reality we want to create. The chamber was eerily silent, the hum of the ancient machine now replaced by a faint crackling energy that hung in the air. I could feel the simulation's power coursing through my veins, every nerve alive with electric fire. The entities were still out there, hiding in the folds of reality, their presence like shadows flickering at the edges of my consciousness. "Ilara," I said softly, turning to her. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow. She was leaning against the console, clutching her side where the unseen force had hit her. Blood soaked through her shirt, staining her fingers. She looked at me, eyes filled with pain but also fierce determination.
"Alex, you have to keep going." They know you're in control now. They'll do anything to stop you."
I nodded, gripping her shoulder tightly. "I'm not leaving you," I said firmly. "We'll do this together." But even as I spoke, I could feel the presence of the entities closing in, their energy crackling through the air like static. The chamber seemed to pulse around us, the walls bending and stretching, reality itself warping under the strain. I knew they were preparing to strike, to reclaim the control I had wrested from them. I turned back to the console, my mind racing. The interface was a complex web of symbols and data, streams of code flowing across the screens like rivers of light. I could see the points of control, the nodes where the simulation's rules were defined. But every time I reached for one, it shifted, slipping away like smoke between my fingers. "Damn it," I muttered, my frustration growing. "I need more information. I need to understand how this thing works." Ilara coughed, her face contorting in pain.
The nodes. Look at the patterns, the way they move. It's like a circuit. You have to anticipate their flow, follow the pathways.
I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of her words, and then slowly it began to click. The nodes weren't random. They were moving in patterns, cycles that repeated themselves, interlocking like gears in a machine. If I could predict their movements, I could seize control of them, turn the simulation's own rules against it. "Got it," I murmured, my fingers flying over the controls. I reached out with my mind, feeling the nodes' patterns, sensing their rhythm. I could feel the entities pushing back, trying to cloud my thoughts, to disrupt my concentration. But I pushed back harder, using my newfound psychic abilities to bend the code, to twist the rules of reality. Suddenly, the air around us shimmered, and the room seemed to expand, the walls stretching away into infinity. The floor cracked and split, and from the jagged gaps rose monstrous creatures, twisted forms that seemed to be made of shadows and flame. They hissed and growled, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their bodies contorting in impossible shapes. "Ilara, get back!" I shouted, throwing up a hand. I reached into the simulation's code, feeling the strands of reality between my fingers, and twisted. The ground buckled beneath the creatures, the floor shifting into spikes of jagged metal. The creatures shrieked as the metal pierced their bodies, but they did not stop. They kept coming, their forms melting and reshaping, adapting to the new terrain. I gritted my teeth, sweat pouring down my face. The entities were throwing everything they had at me, trying to overwhelm my control, to force me out. I could feel their power pressing down on me, trying to crush me under the weight of their will. "Ilara, I need more help," I shouted, struggling to hold back the advancing horde. She was barely conscious, her eyes fluttering, but she managed to whisper,
"Alex, use the mirrors, reflect their energy."
I looked around wildly and saw what she meant. Reflective surfaces, metal panels, shards of glass, scattered across the chamber, some hanging from the ceiling, others embedded in the walls. I reached out with my mind, grasping the pieces of the environment, twisting the code, bending reality to my will. The mirrors began to float, aligning themselves around the creatures. I felt a surge of power as I manipulated the light, bending it around the room, directing it at the entities. The creatures shrieked as the light hit them, their bodies disintegrating, dissolving into shadows and smoke. But there were more of them, always more. The entities were relentless, their attacks growing fiercer, more desperate. I felt a wave of nausea, my strength waning, my connection to the simulation flickering. "Ilara," I cried, turning to her, "I can't hold them off much longer." She looked at me, her face pale, her eyes filled with determination.
"You have to reach the core. It's the only way. I'll buy you time."
"What? No, I'm not leaving you here." She shook her head, a faint smile on her lips.
"You have to, Alex. There's no other way. You're the only one who can do this."
And before I could stop her, she pushed herself up, her hand gripping a piece of metal debris like a weapon.
"Go!"
She shouted, her voice filled with a sudden, fierce strength. "I'll hold them off."
"Just go."
I hesitated for a split second, torn between my fear and my duty. But then I saw the look in her eyes, the fierce resolve. She knew what she was doing. She was giving me a chance. "Thank you. I'll finish this. I promise." She nodded, and then she turned to face the oncoming horde, raising her makeshift weapon.
"Come on,"
she screamed, her voice echoing through the chamber.
"Come and get me, you bastards!"
I turned and ran, heading deeper into the chamber, toward the glowing point of light that marked the core of the program. The floor shifted beneath me, the walls warping and twisting, but I pushed forward, refusing to slow down. Behind me, I heard the sounds of battle, Ilara's defiant shouts, the shrieks of the creatures, the clash of energy. I knew she was buying me time, giving everything she had to keep the entities at bay. But I also knew that time was running out. The core was close now, a pulsating mass of light and energy, surrounded by a swirling vortex of data and code. I could feel its power, its presence, like a living thing, a heart beating at the center of the simulation. I reached out, my hand trembling, and felt the familiar jolt of energy as my fingers brushed the surface. I was inside the code again, surrounded by streams of data, the rules of reality laid bare before me. I could feel the entities pressing down on me, their power surging, their voices screaming in my mind.
"Alex?"
I heard Ilara's voice, faint, barely a whisper.
"You have to choose."
I knew what she meant. I had two options. I could reset the simulation, return reality to its former state, wipe away everything that had happened, all the pain, all the loss. It would be easy, just a few changes to the code, and everything would be back to normal. Or I could reveal the truth. I could show humanity the reality of our existence, expose the simulation, the control, the manipulation. I could pull back the curtain, let everyone see the world for what it really was. But if I did that, I didn't know what would happen. Would people go mad? Would they rebel? Would they be able to handle the truth? I hesitated, my hand hovering over the controls, my mind racing. The entities were closing in, their voices growing louder, more insistent. I could feel their anger, their desperation, their fear. And then I heard Ilara's voice again, stronger this time.
Alex, whatever you do, do it for them. Do it for the people. For the ones who have suffered. The ones who have died. Don't let them win.
I took a deep breath, my mind clearing. She was right. This wasn't about me. It was about everyone who had been trapped in this nightmare, everyone who had suffered under the control of the entities. I made my choice. With a single decisive thought, I reached into the code, my fingers flying over the controls. I could feel the entities screaming, their power surging, trying to stop me. But I didn't stop. I pushed forward, reaching deeper, rewriting the rules, changing the parameters. And then, with a final blinding flash of light, I did it. I revealed the truth. The world around me shattered, the simulation breaking apart, the code unraveling. I felt a surge of energy, a rush of power, as reality itself seemed to twist and warp. And then, for a moment, there was silence. A deep, profound silence that seemed to stretch on forever. And then, the world came back into focus. I was standing in the chamber, the machine quiet, the light dimmed. I could feel the connection still there, the power still flowing through me. I had done it. I had taken control. But I knew in that moment that nothing would ever be the same again. Ilara, I whispered, turning back, tears streaming down my face. I did it. I did it for you. For all of us. But she was gone. The room was empty, save for me and the quiet hum of the ancient machine. I stood there alone, feeling the weight of my choice, the burden of the truth. I had won the battle, but at what cost? I knew the world would never be the same, but maybe, just maybe, it would be a better world. And I knew, deep down, that I had done the right thing. The moment I made my choice, I felt the simulation begin to shudder, as if it were a living organism that had just been mortally wounded. A deep rumble echoed through the chamber, and the ground beneath my feet trembled. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, charged with the energy of a reality on the verge of collapse. I watched as the screens around me began to flicker wildly, streams of code rushing across them, moving too fast to comprehend. Lights flashed in erratic patterns, and a low, ominous hum filled the air. A hum that grew louder and louder until it was all I could hear, vibrating through my bones, through my very soul. And then, with a deafening crack, reality itself seemed to split open. A blinding light filled the chamber, and I was thrown to the ground. I covered my eyes, shielding them from the unbearable brightness, feeling a force tugging at me, pulling at the fabric of my being. It was like standing at the edge of a great void, a place where time and space had no meaning, where everything that was solid was becoming fluid. I opened my eyes and the world was changing. The walls of the chamber melted away like wax under a flame, dissolving into a swirl of colors and shapes that twisted and writhed. I could see reality tearing apart, the very fabric of existence unraveling, revealing glimpses of something dark and terrible beyond. I staggered to my feet, staring in horror as the simulation began to glitch, to break apart. Buildings in the distance flickered and warped, their outlines blurring and then snapping back into focus, only to flicker again. The ground beneath me rippled like water, cracks appearing and disappearing in an instant. The sky above was no longer a sky, but a vast black void filled with writhing shapes, shadows that seemed to twist and dance, filled with a malice that sent a chill down my spine. I heard screams, distant, terrified screams, and I knew they were coming from all around the world. I could feel the shock, the fear, the dawning realization spreading like wildfire across humanity. People were seeing the truth, the reality hidden beneath the illusion they had called life. I watched as the world continued to tear itself apart. The ground cracked open, revealing a barren wasteland beneath, a landscape of dust and ash stretching out as far as the eye could see. Twisted structures rose from the ground like skeletal fingers reaching for the black sky, their surfaces warped and broken, covered in a thick layer of grime and decay. I could see people, millions of them, staggering through the streets, their faces filled with confusion and terror. Their bodies flickered and glitched, revealing glimpses of their true forms. Clusters of data points, streams of code manipulating illusory flesh. They were caught between two realities, one fading away, the other emerging with brutal clarity. The sky was a void filled with shadows and screams, a darkness that seemed to move like a living thing. I could see shapes writhing in the blackness, creatures of pure darkness, their forms constantly shifting, twisting into grotesque shapes, their eyes glowing with an eerie, malevolent light. They seemed to move with a purpose, a hunger, their eyes fixed on the world below. Everything was broken, disjointed. The air was thick with ash, and the ground was an endless expanse of dust, cracked and dry, like a desert left to die. I could see the remnants of buildings, their walls crumbling, their roofs collapsed like ancient ruins from a forgotten civilization. The roads were torn apart, twisted into impossible angles leading nowhere. People were stumbling, falling to their knees, clutching their heads as if in pain. I could hear their cries, their shouts, their desperate pleas for help, for understanding. But there was no comfort to be found, no answers to be given. The truth was there for all to see, their lives, their world, everything they had known. It had all been a lie, a construct, a simulation designed to keep them complacent, to feed the entities that had controlled them for so long. I felt a pang of guilt, of sorrow, as I watched the madness unfold. But I knew there was no turning back now. The truth had been revealed, and there was no way to put it back in the box. People were waking up, seeing reality for what it truly was, a horrifying, barren wasteland, a shattered, decaying place where creatures of pure darkness roamed freely, feeding on the fear and despair of humanity. I turned my gaze to the sky, to the writhing shapes above, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I could see them more clearly now, beings of pure energy, their forms constantly shifting, changing like flames in a wind. I could feel their hunger, their desire, their need for sustenance. They were the entities that had created this simulation, that had fed on our emotions, our suffering, our very lives. I heard a voice, soft and distant, echoing in my mind.
This is what you wanted, isn't it? To know the truth, to see what lies beneath the surface.
I clenched my fists, feeling a surge of anger, of defiance. Yes, I whispered, my voice steady. I wanted the truth. And now everyone can see it. The voice laughed, a cold, mocking sound that sent a chill through my soul.
You think you've won? You think revealing the truth will change anything? Look around you, Alex. Look at the chaos, the madness. They can't handle it. They never could.
I looked down at the people, the confusion, the fear, the panic spreading like a virus. The voice was right. Many were breaking, collapsing under the weight of the truth, unable to comprehend the reality they had been thrust into. But I also saw something else. I saw people standing tall, refusing to give in, refusing to let the darkness consume them. I saw defiance, determination, a spark of hope that refused to be extinguished. No, I said, my voice growing stronger. You're wrong. They can handle it. We can handle it. Because now we know. Now we're free. The entities screamed, a sound that filled the void, shaking the very fabric of reality. I could feel their anger, their frustration, their fear, They had lost control, lost their grip on the simulation, and they knew it. I felt a surge of power, a sense of purpose. I reached out with my mind, touching the code, feeling the connections, the threads that bound everything together. I could see the entities' influence, their control, woven into every part of the simulation, every part of our reality. But I could also see the weak points, the cracks in their control, the places where their power was fading, where the truth was breaking through. I focused, reaching deeper, pushing against the entity's hold, forcing them back, pushing them out. I could feel them fighting, resisting, but I didn't stop. I kept pushing, kept fighting, using every ounce of strength I had. And then, slowly, I felt their grip begin to weaken, their control slipping away. I could see the shadows above beginning to fade, the shapes losing their form, their power diminishing. I turned to the people below, my voice ringing out across the wasteland. "Don't be afraid," I shouted. "This is our world now, our reality. We can rebuild it. We can make it better." I saw heads turning, eyes looking up at me, expressions of fear and confusion slowly giving way to hope, to determination. "We can fight back," I continued, my voice filled with conviction. "We can take control. We don't have to be slaves anymore. We can choose our own destiny." The entities screamed again, a sound of pure rage, but I didn't let them stop me. I pushed harder, reaching deeper, feeling the threads of reality, the code, bending to my will. And then, with a final powerful thought, I severed the last of their connections. The sky above exploded with light, the shadows disintegrating, the creatures of darkness dissolving into nothing. I could feel the energy, the power, rushing back into the world, filling the void, bringing life back to the barren wasteland. The ground beneath me began to shift, to change, the dust and ash swirling, reforming, transforming into rich, fertile soil. The broken buildings began to rebuild themselves, their walls straightening, their roofs repairing, the roads smoothed out, stretching into the distance, leading somewhere new, somewhere hopeful. I looked around, my heart swelling with hope, with pride. I had done it. I had taken control. I had given humanity a chance to start anew, to build a world free from the entity's influence, free from the lies and the manipulation. The people were standing, their faces filled with wonder, with awe. I could see them looking around, taking in the new reality, the new world that was unfolding before them. I knew it wouldn't be easy. I knew there would be challenges, struggles, battles to fight. But I also knew that we had a chance, a real chance to create something better, something brighter. And for the first time in a long time, I felt truly alive. I turned my gaze back to the sky, the void now filled with light, and whispered, "This is just the beginning." The world I had unveiled was spiraling into madness. The streets were filled with screams, cries, and the sounds of chaos. Sounds of a world torn apart by a truth too great, too horrifying for most to bear. I walked through cities that were neither entirely real nor fully imagined, a strange limbo between the false reality I had shattered and the raw, untamed existence I had revealed. Everywhere I looked, I saw fear, confusion, and anger. People wandered aimlessly, their faces etched with terror. Some stared blankly at the sky, as if waiting for it to crack open again, for some new horror to descend. Others moved with frantic energy, clutching their heads, muttering to themselves, their eyes wild and unfocused. Fires burned unchecked in the streets, plumes of smoke curling into the sky, adding a thick, acrid smell to the already suffocating atmosphere. I saw a woman standing on a rooftop, her face twisted in despair. She screamed into the sky, her voice raw and broken, before throwing herself off the edge. I tried to move, to reach her, but I was too late. Her body hit the ground with a sickening thud, and I heard the collective gasp of those who had witnessed it. People were breaking. They were losing themselves in the truth I had revealed, the reality they could not comprehend. Some had resorted to violence, attacking others in blind rage, blaming them for the confusion and pain they felt. I saw men and women with makeshift weapons, their clothes stained with blood, their faces masked in fury and terror. Buildings burned, their facades crumbling under the weight of the flames. I saw the fires reflected in the wide, frightened eyes of children who clung to their parents, looking for comfort in a world that seemed to have none left to offer. In the distance, I heard the sharp crack of gunfire, followed by the sound of glass shattering. The air was filled with acrid smoke and the stench of burning debris. The madness spread like a virus, infecting everything, everyone. I passed a group huddled around a burning car, their faces lit by the flames. They were chanting, praying, their voices low and desperate, their hands raised to the sky as if pleading for salvation. "Save us!" they cried. "Save us from this nightmare!" And then there were those who looked at me with something more than fear, with awe, even reverence. Some fell to their knees as I passed, their eyes wide, their expressions filled with a strange mix of hope and despair. "He is the angel," they whispered, "the one who showed us the truth." Others, though, spat at my feet, their faces twisted with hate. "Devil," they screamed, "you brought this curse upon us." I felt their words like blows, each one a reminder of what I had done. To some, I was a savior, a messiah who had freed them from the chains of the simulation, shown them the truth of their existence. To others, I was a destroyer, the one who had shattered their world, brought them face to face with a reality they could not bear. I wandered through this broken world, feeling the weight of their gazes, some filled with adoration, others with loathing, like a physical force pressing down on me. I had become a symbol, an icon of something they didn't fully understand. I could not rest. My mind was filled with visions that flickered between two realms, the false, orderly world of the simulation and the raw, chaotic truth of our existence. At times, the old world felt like a fading dream, a memory that slipped away every time I reached for it. At other times, it was the new reality that seemed unstable, shimmering like it might dissolve back into the comforting lie from which it had emerged. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw both worlds superimposed upon one another, the real and the fake, the beautiful and the terrifying. I saw the barren wasteland, the twisted structures, the black sky filled with writhing shapes. I heard the screams, the whispers, the voices of those who had died or disappeared when the truth was revealed. I felt the presence of those entities, lingering at the edges of my consciousness, angry and thwarted, but not entirely gone. And in the midst of it all, I felt Ilara. Her presence was like a ghost, a faint lingering echo in my mind. She was always there, just out of reach, a reminder of the personal cost of uncovering the truth. I could almost hear her voice, feel her touch, see her smile. I could feel her watching over me, guiding me, but I also felt her pain, her sacrifice. I had saved the world, but I had lost her in the process. Was it worth it? I would ask myself, standing alone in the quiet moments of the night, gazing up at the strange, starless sky. Did I do the right thing? Her ghostly presence would whisper back, not in words but in feelings, a mix of sorrow and love, pain and understanding. She was gone, and yet she was with me always, a part of the new reality I had created. I couldn't change that. I could only move forward. Days turned into weeks, and the world began to adapt, to reshape itself. Some people embraced the challenge, determined to carve out a life for themselves in this strange, harsh landscape. They gathered in small communities, building shelters from the ruins, forging new relationships, learning how to survive in a reality that no longer played by the rules they had known. But others struggled, lost without the structure and stability of the illusion that had once been their lives. They wandered like ghosts, their eyes hollow, their minds fractured by the weight of the truth. I saw them in the shadows, muttering to themselves, their hands shaking, their faces gaunt and pale. They were adrift in a sea of uncertainty, unable to find their footing in this new world I had created. And then, one night as I lay awake, unable to sleep, I felt a presence, strong and clear, like a pulse in the fabric of reality itself. It was different from the entities I had faced before. It was calmer, more deliberate, almost curious.
Alex,
a voice whispered, deep and resonant, vibrating through my very being.
You have shown great power, great will. You have taken control where others could not. But now you face a choice.
I sat up, my heart pounding. Who are you? I demanded, my voice echoing in the stillness. What do you want?
I am what you would call a mediator. An entity beyond the ones you have faced. I exist outside of your simulation, beyond your reality. I am neither friend nor foe, merely an observer, an intercessor.
What do you want from me?
It is not what I want, Alex. It is what I offer. You see, the truth you have revealed is a hard one, painful. Many suffer because of it. And while some will rise and adapt, others will falter, fall into madness or despair. You have changed the rules, but change comes at a price.
I felt a chill run down my spine. What are you saying?
I am offering you a chance. A chance to reset the simulation once more, this time on your terms. To create a new illusion, one that you control. You could erase the suffering, the pain, give them comfort, security, happiness. You could be their shepherd, their guide, and they would know only peace.
I felt a surge of anger and confusion. You want me to create another lie? Another false world? The voice was calm, patient.
Not a lie, Alex. A choice. A world of your design, a reality shaped by your own hand. You have seen what the truth brings. Would you not consider giving them a different kind of truth? One that brings them solace rather than suffering?
I hesitated, my mind racing. The idea was tempting in a way. I could create a world where no one had to suffer, where pain and loss were things of the past, where everyone could live in peace. I could shape it as I saw fit, make it beautiful, perfect, free from the horrors I had seen. But I also knew that it would be another illusion, another construct, another way of keeping people complacent, of denying them their freedom. Even if I made it perfect, it would still be a cage, a prison built of my own design. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the decision bearing down on me. I thought of Ilara, of her sacrifice, of the hope she had given me. I thought of the people I had seen in the new reality, their eyes wide with wonder and fear, struggling to understand their place in this strange new world. What would Ilara have wanted? I whispered, more to myself than to the voice.
She would want what you want, Alex. She trusted you. She believed in you. The choice is yours alone.
I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the choice before me. The mediator's offer hung in the air like a tantalizing promise, a way to undo all the pain, all the suffering, all the chaos that had spread like wildfire since I'd revealed the truth. I felt the pull, the temptation to create a new perfect world, a world where everything was as it once was, where there was peace, comfort, and order, a world where Ilara would still be alive. I thought of the lies, the manipulation, the control that had defined the simulation for so long. I thought of the entities feeding off our emotions, our pain, but I also thought of the people, broken and lost, desperate for some semblance of the lives they had once known. I thought of Ilara's smile, her laughter, her strength. I felt her absence like an ache in my heart that wouldn't heal. I could bring her back. I could undo her sacrifice, give her life again. I could give all of them a chance to start over, without the horrors they had faced. I closed my eyes, feeling the conflict within me, the struggle between two parts of myself, the part that wanted to honor the truth and the part that yearned for the chance to undo what had been lost, to make things right again. Yes, I whispered finally, my voice trembling with the weight of the decision. I will do it. I will make a new reality, but on my terms. The voice was silent for a moment, as if considering my choice.
Are you certain, Alex?
It asked, a note of curiosity in its tone.
To create a new world is to assume the role of its designer, its architect. You will have the power to shape it as you see fit, but you will also bear the weight of its existence. Is this the burden you choose?
I hesitated, my heart pounding. Yes, I said, more firmly this time. I choose to bear it. I will bring them back, all of them. I will give them peace, but I will also let them be free. I will let them live their lives without fear, without the manipulation of unseen forces. The presence seemed to shift, almost as if nodding in approval.
Very well, Alex. The choice is yours. Shape the world as you wish, but remember, even a new reality has its limits, its boundaries. Your creations will live and grow, and they may still surprise you.
I felt a surge of energy flow through me, filling every part of my being. I reached out with my mind, feeling the fabric of reality respond, bending and shaping to my will. I closed my eyes and imagined the world as it had been. The buildings, the streets, the faces of the people, the calm before the storm. I pictured Ilara, her face bright with life, her smile that I had almost forgotten. I saw her walking, laughing, free from pain, free from fear. I felt the threads of reality weave themselves together, tighter and tighter, becoming a tapestry of my design. The broken streets healed themselves, the smoke cleared, and the fires died. The people were no longer haunted by what they had seen, by what they could not comprehend. And there she was, Ilara, whole and alive, standing among them, her face filled with wonder. I felt a rush of joy, a swell of relief. I had brought her back. I had brought them all back. I opened my eyes to find myself standing in the center of a bustling town square. People were moving around me, going about their business, unaware of what had been or what could have been. The air was calm, the sky a perfect blue, the sun shining warmly down on the world I had remade. No one knew me. No one knew that I had been the one to save them from the brink, to create this new reality. They saw me only as a stranger passing by. No one whispered of angels or devils. No one pointed fingers in blame or praise. The balance had been restored. I took a deep breath, feeling the energy around me settle. I had done it. I had rewritten reality, brought everything back to the way it was meant to be. But most importantly, I had brought Ilara back. I turned toward the heart facility, that monolithic structure that seemed to anchor this world. I knew I would find her there. I felt a rush of emotion as I approached, my steps quickening. Inside, the facility was just as I remembered, sterile, cold, filled with the soft hum of hidden machinery. I followed the familiar path through the hallways, my heart pounding with anticipation. I found her in the lab, her back to me, just as I had imagined. Ilara, I called softly, my voice filled with emotion I could barely contain. She turned slowly, and our eyes met. Her gaze was curious, a small smile playing at her lips, but there was no recognition there.
Do I know you?
She asked, her voice uncertain but gentle. I managed a smile. No, I replied quietly. I don't think so, but you seem familiar to me. She tilted her head, studying my face, that same spark of curiosity in her eyes.
You look familiar too.
She admitted, a soft laugh escaping her lips.
Like someone I've met, maybe in another life or another reality.
Maybe, I agreed, my voice steady. Maybe we've crossed paths somewhere before. She chuckled, a sound that filled me with both joy and a twinge of sorrow.
It's possible. Life has a funny way of bringing people together, doesn't it?
Yes, It does. She smiled warmly, and for a moment I felt as if everything was as it should be, as if all the pain and sacrifice had led to this moment, to this chance to see her alive and well, unburdened by the past. I knew then that I had made the right choice. I had given her a new beginning, a fresh start.
Well, it was nice to meet you. Again, perhaps?
Yes, feeling a mixture of peace and longing. Again, perhaps. I turned to leave, knowing that this was goodbye and also a new beginning. I felt her eyes on me as I walked away, a lingering connection that spanned beyond time and space. She did not remember me, but I had given her back her life, her freedom. As I stepped out into the sunlight, I felt a calm settle over me, a sense of closure, of acceptance. I had rewritten reality, given everyone a second chance, including myself. And maybe, just maybe, in this new world, we would find each other again, as strangers, as friends, or perhaps as something more. For now, it was enough to know that I had the power to make things right, and that I had chosen to use it not for control, but for hope. But for now, this is the end, or maybe just the beginning.